to choose when you're peaking, when your performance is at best. And the most difficult thing is to make that last for as long as possible. No team can do that so far in Valorant.
Yeah, part of the $2 million prize pool are those teams that have qualified on in. The 4 EMEA squads out of 5. And it's 2 for 2 so far for Americas, with 2 more teams up left for grabs here in later on action. Now, before we turn our focus to our final day 6 in Group C and D, let's take a look at the action from yesterday's matches, day 5, with Group A and B doing their decider matches, as we had a heck of a day of Valorant yesterday and booking 2 more tickets on in.
Yeah, I mean, bangers. BBL against EDG to open up the day, and BBL came out swinging. This is one of the most dominant games that we've seen. It was looking for a time that they were going to 13-0 EDG, which just doesn't happen. That's not something to take lightly. I was so impressed by the young Turkish squad.
Yeah, and we had been talking about how EDG was playing with one of their coaches, not having the entirety of the roster, but it didn't really matter when it came to the compositions, to everything that they tried out, and it definitely maybe made that impression in BBL, feeling like they could take advantage of the situation. Someone that has been taking advantage of the entire situation the entire time has been LaRock. This kid on your screen right now has a lot of what it takes to become this year's MVP.
Yeah, I mean, I just love watching him play. He's so electric in the server. Now, this is my favorite bit. The stand-up, the sit-down, get rude with it, get disrespectful. That's when this team really shines their brightest. So I can't wait to see that on the big stage with a full crowd there. You know they're going to play up.
And yesterday, it was not only about LaRock. Everybody in BBL had their moments. I believe Revan at some point was like 13,
เสียงอาจจะเข้านิดนึงนะครับผมเปิดหน้าต่างไว้ครับ
absolutely crazy.
เดี๋ยวเปิดไว้สักพักนะเดี๋ยวผมไปปิดครับอาจจะมีเสียงเข้าสักนิดนึงนะครับจะดูครูไทยแข่งดูท่าเล่นอยู่แบบดูท่าเล่นนิดนึงนะถ้าใครดูอยู่ก็ฝากสปอยสกอร์หน่อยนะเห็นปะ
Yeah, I mean,
ยังสูสีจนน่ากลัวเลย
EDG, they showed signs of life
กลัว
this
จะแพ้
tournament, but ultimately just not enough in this final game here. They will be heading home early in the group stage from third place in Masters London. A fantastic placement for them. They can't replicate that performance here at EWC, and I felt like in the server you could see why they were a little bit slow. The macro wasn't as coordinated as we've seen from them in the past.
And also we got to hear from LaRock. He spoke about how stage 1 was in EMEA, how they got nerfed with the maps that they had to play, with the agents that made them so good, and how they couldn't recover as fast enough. But BBL, this BBL is here to stay, and this is the performance that they've promised us they will give us for the rest of 2026.
The youngest roster here at EWC 2026, with the second youngest player in LaRock moving on here in BBL. Here was our second matchup, though. It was NRG versus KC, Americas versus EMEA, trying to hold off the blue wall from making it in front of their fans here in Paris. And NRG, the reigning world champs, were able to do so.
It's too soon. Morgan, you do this. It's too soon for me. It's too soon. I know that for you, you're kind of used to the saying goodbye to your teams.
That's crazy. Wow. But I will take it to help you out. No, look, I think KC, they put up a great fight. This was a team I was so excited by. Coming off that win against Paper X, it felt like it was meant to be. It felt like there could have been magic here in Paris for the French organization, but NRG put a swift stop to that.
Yeah, we got Ethan again playing on the duelist, which I think was one of the best parts that we're getting here in EWC. We had seen it in the past here and there, but it was an exception, and now it looks like it's kind of working for them in some of the maps and the compositions that they want to play. He fits in so well. Fracture, though, was a different type of thing. We were also saying kind of sad for KC since this map is going out of the pool when they go back into EMEA, because it was looking incredibly strong. Narrate on the Phoenix has been an absolute pleasure to watch from the moment that he started playing.
For me, it was all about that defender side macro. They look like one of the most well-drilled Fracture teams we've seen. Looked like they truly understood the map. It feels like they found this too little too late, to be honest. You know, imagine if they were way up picking Fracture every series the whole year.
You can't do that. With KC, that
match found.
You can't. It's very difficult. It is heartbreaking because the potential is there. The names are there. The fans are there. And it has to be so difficult to be one of them.
Yeah, I do feel for them. They're not getting to watch their team play on that big stage. But on the side of NRG, as this series progressed, we moved towards that third map. I do feel like they were for sure the stronger team. NRG are just, they showed their class in my mind. They are one of the oldest squads in the tournament here. That comes with experience, that comes with wisdom. You know, this is the core of the squad that lifted that challenge trophy last year. So they really do know their way around a tricky best of 3.
Yep, second oldest squad, only behind G2, but NRG showing the experience here, despite the fact that KC seemed to be a solid Haven team, and the way that the map will go down in terms of map bans.
My knees are gonna kill after
like,
this.
Okay, if we get to a third map, we're gonna see a very even straight up game, but NRG just blitzed him throughout that. It was just too big of a mountain to climb for KC.
The composition might have been as high as we will also see in the way that they were moving around the map. Okay, that's not here. The movement was enjoyable to watch, which is something that doesn't really happen in here much. So I'm happy to see that this is the energy that we're getting this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, for me, Ethan on that Neon, yeah, he called well. The individual fragging, that's like the amount of multi-kills I
like it.
The beautiful little transfers. Prodigy.
Well, with the A group and B groups now locked in with their top 2 teams, we turn our focus to the final 2 groups in C and D, who all have sent 1 team each group over here to send that second place squad into the playoffs. It kicks off with MIBR Los from Americas up against the final Chinese representative, AGAL, and then it's a rematch of the day 1 matchup, Nongshim Red versus G2.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is incredibly exciting. You can see the differences across these teams throughout the tournament. MIBR one dominant AG, I think that's also really interesting. I thought they had it in them in that Heretics game.
Yeah, they were the ones that got the closest.
Yeah, they beat Global, but it's also what I would have loved to see. Fantastic rematch when Nongshim did get the better of G2 this time. It's them looking for revenge.
You also got to add something to Global, you know. I think that the first one is difficult. There are teams that hit the ground running. It is how it is, and I think the old gamers against Heretics was one of the teams who were so surprised with the individual performances, with the comps that they were playing, and how at no moment they were still looking for those duels, probably, and still the most enjoyable match that we have had this year.
Strong words there from that bracket here of our first series and the journey on how we got there. As you said, it was AGL pushing pretty far, but still falling a little short of Team Heretics. And then on the opposite side, MIBR up against Global Esports. MIBR held Esports to only 5-round wins there. And then in the next matchup,
now we're cooking.
Global Esports weren't able to mount anything against AGL. So ultimately, as much as you want to say, I feel like we didn't learn a lot based on that EWC, and I think now is going to be a very good learning lesson between MIBR and AGL. 2 squads that did great work against Team Heretics, but ultimately fell short.
You know, I'm very, very interested in this game. Styles definitely run quite differently overall, so I think this is a great matchup to watch.
Dominating.
แป้งได้กดแรงบ้างไหมหรือว่าส่วนใหญ่เราเล่นแบบว่าอันเลดกับหนุ่มๆเลยอยู่โก3ครับอุ้ยใช้ได้มินิยูมินิหยามินิหยามินิยาไม่ไหวอยู่ไม่ไหวจะลงมา3 ชาปกติคุณเล่นเป็นผู้หญิงของโกก็เก่งลาเต้โชว์ดิเราแรงไหนวะลาเต้บอกดิผู้ชายเราไม่มีต่ำกว่าโกอยู่แล้วเราเป็นสายเกมสายท่าหวานเจี๊ยบแพท3โอ้ยิงดีจังแบบไปดูไทยแบบนึงนะเชียร์ไทยเราจะโดนอินเดียป่าววะคิดว่าอ้าวจะบอกเขาจบไปแล้ว
on the site.
โอ้สูสีจังไงเฮียไม่มีแพ็กเน็ต 10%แพ็กเกจลอสนี่ว่าเราโทรไปแจ้งเขาได้นะแพ็กเกจเน็ตแพ็กเกจลอสเด้งอะไรจริง
10 kills remaining
เน็ตบางค่ายมันจัดการได้ครับทุกค่ายแหละถ้าเราโทรแจ้งเขาว่าแบบเอ้ยผมทำงานไม่ได้เพราะว่าแพ็กเกจลอสเด้งอะไรเงี้ยแพ็กเกจลอสผมขึ้นเลยเขาแก้ให้ได้นะเว้ยอาจจะรีสัญญาหรืออะไรต่างๆอะไรเงี้ยลองไปถามมาดูก่อนเพื่อนพี่เคยทำแล้วหายโอ้ยมันยิงดีจังวะไอ้ที่อยู่ให้เมส
5 kills remaining
See ya.
พี่ยิงเขาไม่ได้ยังบางจะชนะ 5-5 ไม่ได้นะจริงไอ้ผมแวบๆไปดูอยู่ไอ้เหี้ยมันแบบมันสูสีจังวะไอ้เหี้ย 5-5 มันโดนแบบรอบนี้มาเกเชอร์มาหมดกันจะแพ้เอาไอ้สัตว์
1 kill remaining
จ่ายเฉย
Fires out. Gunner.
เฮ้ยเราจบที่กูปะเนี่ยไม่ใช่ตอนนี้เป็น FC น้องดอฟฟี่แล้วทำไมอ่ะนิ่งจัดเย้นิ่งจัดเนี่ยอยากดูบ้างอ่ะ
Is taking a big risk.
นำอยู่ไม่แพ้หรอกเชียวขอดูแบบแง้มได้ไหมแง้มมาสัตว์โดน 3K แบตเตอรี่ 3K แบตเตอรี่อ่ะว้ายไม่ดีแล้วไม่อยากดูแล้วไอ้เฮียโดนแน่เลยวะสัตว์หมายมีสายล่างปะมีสายล่างไหมมีเชิวแต่ว่ามันไม่ควรลงอ่ะเอาจริงก็อัปเปอร์แล้วไปเลยไหมไปเลยได้ไหมโอ้แล้วทีมมันเอาจริงก็ทีมแม่งหมู่มากอะสำหรับ5-5นะโอ้โหแล้วจนด้วยโอ้ยพี่นี่ทีมพี่แพ้ใครก็ได้ที่ไม่ใช่บังเฮ้ยคุณแนวพูดอย่างเงี้ยบังมันเดอะเบสบังนะเว้ยมันมีแบบมีผสมด้วยเนี่ยอินโดเนี่ยซายุไลนิ่งแฟร์ไอ้ที่ไลนิ่งแฟร์ต้องโหดว่ะไอ้สัสดัฟฟี่นิ่งจัดนี่ไงนิ่งจัดเลยไม่ถึงงี้วะเนี่ยนิ่งจัดเนี่ยนิ่งจัดเฮ้ยอยากดูเว้ยถ้าคุณแอลเป็นคนนี้วะคุณแอลบอกให้ผมดูครับจริงผมไม่อยากดูอะ
Gotta be the smokes, and the smokes dying first. It makes it very difficult to do any sort of entry here. As watching this team evolve is going to be fun.
If they want to play like that, they should ask FPX from a few years ago or Navi. They should message Angel. How does my team win with no smokes?
That must have been how they practiced. No, it is a fine line.
That was free. I'm sorry, Angel.
It is a fine line, right? Because very much, especially if you're having to swap mid-series, you know, you go from having these fantastic games on Phoenix where you are pushing the limits, and then it only takes a couple of rounds where you try push the limits on Omen, you get shut down, your team will just lose the round as a result, and then it's so easy to get in your own head, especially you're a younger player, you're playing with something to prove, it's hard to manage. So I hope if they do go for those kind of swaps again, they can pull it off a little bit more smoothly here today.
All right, well, we have the players on stage. You could see Aspas in full recline mode, getting himself comfortable for the matchup here against AGAL. Again, only one of these teams will be moving on as the second seed from Group D to the playoffs to join those 8 slots to play in person on the main stage.
And do not forget, when the day is over today, we will have the draw show. So you have to stick around so you find out who is going to be playing against who in playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, that's all important. You know, these matchups really do decide everything, but only if you're able to make it. A loss today will send you packing before you get a shot at that big stage. Heartbreaking, soul-crushing for either of these squads, but we have to say goodbye to one of them. So I want to know, Digon, who's your money on?
Ooh, yeah, because we've been pitching and whatnot, but we want to know what impression are we making on you?
I think for me, it's about MIBR hitting the stride that they should be hitting, right?
Exactly.
AGAL are trying to figure it out. MIBR, they know who they are. They need to play on that. And will it be GRQ in the smokes? That's the other thing, and it looks like it will be.
Exactly. I think you hit the nail on the head there, Digon. I need to see this MIBR reach their potential. It's that double duelist coming out. Aspas on the waylay, Zekken on the raise here. Over on the side of all gamers, as you said, it does look like GRQ going to be sticking with the Omen here. They also have that double duelist, but they're swapping it out for the Neon instead of that waylay on the other side and rocking with the Vice over the Cypher. So I think very, similar approaches, but slightly different here. I think it is hard to hold that Vice when there's a waylay coming at you.
Yeah, I was literally thinking of that, thinking about how yesterday BBL swapped into the Cypher just to make sure that Kankan had no freedom. And honestly, if I was going up against I would think the same thing. I want to neutralize the movement or try and limit it as much as possible. So even though we've been talking about GRQ and whatnot, I want to see also a little bit of the cheekiness. I want to see the aggression. I want to see them taking advantage of them and go on the hunt for techs.
MIBR went way deep in overtime against Team Heretics on Lotus. It was just a constant barreling down C. We'll see what is in store here for MIBR and AGA as they play for this final slot in Group D for Valorant EWC 2026. On the call, it's Tom and Mitch.
Thank you, Digon. The Group D decider ready to kick off. And MIBR back on Lotus. Like Digon said, it was a laborious affair up against Heretics. But before that, we saw them dominate GE. We know this is a good map for MIBR. The question, Tom, is do you think AG can match up to them here?
I think it's going to be a difficult one. I think AG have sort of surprised me throughout with their resilience versus what I will say is decent teams. They've kind of had like not any like massively dominant victories, but they've been fairly consistent. They weren't blown out by Heretics whatsoever, and then they managed a close victory versus GE, whereas you look at the other side, and you've got MIBR utterly dominant on their day, and then absolutely obliterated not on their day. So it almost kind of comes down more so to, are MIBR going to be that like world beater team, or are they going to have a rougher start? And can all gamers almost force them into a spot where they're struggling a little bit more? Because as I said, I think of the two teams, all gamers so far have been a little bit more consistent.
Well, we heard about the hunt for Tex trying to take him down, whether it be on the attack side for MIBR, where he'll be playing that lurk, or here, solo side, holding towards the C site, while the rest of MIBR push up, take some space towards this A site.
Bring them down.
And indeed, they will continue pressing forward all the while. AG don't react. They simply sit back. I think they're waiting for that overextension. Or to hear the steps back and see that the A side will be a little bit more open, but that push is coming through. Eventually, the Prowler confirms the clean opening shot from Aspas. MIBR happy with that. They bail out. Still with info on C with a player there and a trap for B, but it does look like the hunt for Tex is about to come on. Oh, maybe not. Very slow in the attack.
Sit back waiting.
เคลียร์ซีก็ไม่เข้าโอ้ยรอ
The attack.
โหรอแอร์ปาร์ตอยู่เอาสูงเลย
Not sure what they're searching for. Maybe expecting further aggression or
pull those A main players over to B, I think.
Yeah. But the thing is with Aspas just not moving, well, there's the contact, and then the other two players can come back towards the door. So you've not really gained anything other than finally getting the A control, but 30 seconds left. Smoke is going to hold them back. Two players on the cross. In fact, Aspas isn't even checked for. The trades, though, are good. Puts them into a more even scenario. The push back as well from Bai is perfect. That late lurk
หน้าบีฝืนแทบเข้ามาจังหวะสวยจัดเลย
given them a huge advantage and put Mazzino in a clutch.
Mazzino creeping in from this angle. They don't think he was in that initial push despite the util that went down. They thought he rotated out, but once all he'll get. I love this mid round from AG. Look, they were in a pretty tough spot, having to push into the Cypher utility. They don't know it wasn't there. But having to push towards that C site. They knew they lost a main, and instead they swim up the door, wait a moment, and hope that those players pushed up holding that first choke point would fall back. So instead of a battle, they just get Aspis spotting them and then bailing out. Yeah, I think not clearing that corner was a little bit of an oopsie, but
this was the big
play. Leaving by there the entire round. He waited for probably a minute outside B.
Yeah,
I would say that it still made me feel a little bit worried that like you get the opening kill. Aspis also gets away with murder, and it does basically come down to a clutch play to win out that round. If that trip's even a little bit deeper, you're probably not winning it, but they do get things over the line. That's the most important thing, at least. But the defensive side, not much going to be invested into this one. The RQ, well, a chance maybe, and instead it's going to be Kira.
โอ้โหเฮียปาดยากนะเนี่ย3ตัวเหมือนจะ OT ไอ้ยา
Cam should be destroyed. I know it's being heard, but I think it's behind the wall on A. So
เฮ้ยขอสักทีไหมขอไปสักทีไหม5-5เว้ย เย็นไว้ใจเย็นไว้เดี๋ยวดูคู่ไหนกันเนี่ยตาดูคู่นี้ใจเชียร์อีกคู่หนึ่งไอ้สัตว์เลยคนไทยเต็มเตะอ่ะอยากคนให้แบบคนไทยเต็มเตะอ่ะ
This time around, it could be the same. They have plenty of utility. A Paranoia being lined up and primed up. Finds two, finds all three, in fact. That should already be some alarm bells ringing. Indeed, they'll go back in the other direction towards where that Cypher cam was, the expected lighter side of the map. But MIBR are hot on their heels, just not quite there quick enough.
I think the amount of space that Vangear had already taken, of course, only risking the Marshal, puts them in a spot where they can just run through all of the angles as they did in the last round. Well, that's a bit of a surprise. I didn't know the full force of his opposition were walking up behind. Maybe expecting that Vice Wall to be out towards C long rather than holding on to B, so they caught a good timing. Of course, for buy, that Bucky can be risked, but anything else would be incredibly costly. 3 rifles in play that could be brought into the next round, and Texas done incredibly well. 2 quick kills off the Classic. The remaining couple of players are not in a particularly good spot. They have to run in here because that spike has been tapped. Even still, though, they've turned it back into an advantageous position from Verno. Any additional kills would be great, but he comes up against the one healthy player. A rifle is still lost. But at least they get the round, which, considering what was invested, I shouldn't be saying that.
No, yeah, we should not be looking for silver linings in a round like this. That was huge work by Tex. Turns out he was the hunter in there with a Classic, basically getting it done with a bare knuckle brawl, and that's crazy to find the 2 of them that quick. It's not like the second guy could have been surprised that he was there.
Damn.
2-0 for all gamers, but some bumps in the road early on. Still, they can course correct. They can ignore all those earlier issues if they find the W here. MIBR putting the credits on the line. And again, we'll see that A main aggression a little lighter this time with 3. Nade going deep. It's going to force them back. And Aspis a little closer than they might expect. He's got his refract. He can fall right back. So he goes in for the pick. Finding nothing. And will concede at least a bit of that A main control. I imagine, though, here you're just going to leave Zekin, based on the current positions around Rubble, and have those rotations now, especially that Tex has spotted players outside C.
Early decision from the attack was just play more of a death ball, but they had the wall covering for any push-up. And it does seem like MIBR are almost having to figure out where they're going. Prowler has gone through on B. You kept the aggression outside A. There was a jump spot onto C. Like, because they're playing so far back towards the spawn,
สวย5-5ไม่น่าพลาดแบบนี้
making
ผมว่า
it troublesome.
เฮ้ยกูดูทีมอะไรอยู่เนี่ย
Clearing some of those early angles. Now, bear in mind, Zekin doesn't have a whole lot of support, but if he can hit a shot and get out of there, he's done his job, and that's exactly what he does.
It's the same approach as the pistol round. They're going to go late towards A main, hoping that that presence has been relinquished. They brawl for it, losing a player already, and then send by for the late lurk through B. They might even try to crunch B, but the problem is MIBR are so aware of this. They're not going to fall for the same trick twice, but with Mazzino down, now they're under pressure. Aspis, no longer a surprise in the corner, but he's ready for buy. Catches him, finds another, and at least gives MIBR a chance. In the 3v2, the plant 10 seconds, it needs to be found soon, and they can flood back in. They can deny this, but instead taking their time, closing the walls in slowly. It's all gamers.
ต้องจบวินนี้แล้วถ้าผมว่าถ้าไม่จบวินนี้แม่ง มีโอกาสแพ้
They want to brawl early, and it will be towards Zekin, where one falls. The flood out washes the rest of the defense away. That's going to be all gamers losing out
ไม่งั้นลำบาก
on the third round, but still trading a couple of blows, and there was a real chance in the
เซตอัพ
2v3.
มาว่ะ
I think it was mainly Aspas in this round that manages to stop it getting out of control.
เฮ้ยเอาว่ะ
The fact they're able to take over that door control, leave it down to just him,
ต้องจบแล้ว
and then he has to fight two players at once, basically from different angles. And it's only because it's a little bit disjointed. I think Bai basically tried to trade off the initial shots, going, okay, he's fighting my teammates, I can just swing, and then his teammates aren't swinging. So that's where it kind of falls apart.
GRQ swung in looking the wrong way, which is unusual. When he'd already been spotted, right? They knew Aspas was there, and I think it was just a micro-second of miscommunication
ยิงยากครับ
that led to Aspas getting a second bite of the cherry, and the numbers being favored to MIBR on the way back through. Still, it was a clean
ที่หลัง
retake.
กูออกหน้าบีมาต้องแง้มแบบนี้ก่อนเลยนะอย่าเล่นทุก
Even a
ทีม
stinger on Mazzino in this round.
I think it's clear that the defense think this is going to be C fight. After denying them A and obviously having this fallback early, they had 3 players stacked up on C. They had
โอ้ไอ้สัตว์เอ้
Waylay
ย
ready and raring to go. And then they had the Cypher set up over
เสียดายว่ะ
delay, but again, it's very, very slow.
โดนหมดดงเลยฮะ
It's taking their time.
ในบอม
This time slowly walking through.
โดนหมดเลย
That first trip is predictable, but the second we should see the smoke go down on the stairs, and then the neon try to slide through on the side. The beam so low, there's a decent chance that's going to catch her, and that gives Tex a kill trip. If they're not quick enough to react to breaking it,
มันจะรู้ว่าของอยู่
that
นี่แหละ
time going down recently, Tex already
Well,
taking a
me
few
satchel
shots
have-
and a nade now. That might stop him from being able to punish, and they go right over the trip. In fact,
Oh,
breaking
yeah,
it
spam
is the
don't take.
nade. Tex still manages to find one, but the showstoppers fired
May
his
don't
way,
have.
dodges that as well, and the numbers stay favorable for the defense.
Yeah, he did get one off the kill trip. He did find one that was revealed. Convergence path used as well, and Kira knows he has to try and execute off of that. JRQ's done well, so is Bai. Actually,
เฮ้ย
they're
เหี้ยหมด
fighting
เลย
this back. The
เหี้ยอะไร
remaining
วะเนี่ย
two look
เบอ
like
ร์สอง
they
ก็
were
สอง
in
หายหมดเลย
trouble.
ครับ
Instead,
เดี๋
they
ยวสองห
were
นึ่ง
the
เฉยเลย
trouble. Two
โอ้
standing in
ดึง
Burner's
จังหวะ
way.
ครับร้อยติ๊
He
ก
had
บอม
an
ก่อนเลย
exceptional first game. Was almost a hard carry in a team full of superstars, but he's now trying to bait them in,
โอ้รู้ครับ
hoping that
เหมือนรู้
someone
นะไม่
makes the
เข้าด้วย
mistake, someone goes looking in towards the spike, but they're not falling for it. Now baiting in for a second time, but it is
โอ้
by
แย่
from
จัด
behind
เลยเกิดอะไรขึ้น
that
วะเนี่ย
will
เมื่อ
close
กี้
out the round. He's 7-1 right now,
ยี่คนละสอง
only
สอง
being
หายหม
shut
ดเลยครับ
down once by Aspas, and other than that, being the star of the show.
I can't believe how confident they were right there. All gamers played that so cool, but he could have stuck it
Yeah.
inside the smoke. They just knew he wouldn't have the gall
โอ้
to
เอาไป
do
คนละ
such
ส
a
องตัวจ
thing.
ริงด้วย
Gave him plenty of time, but in the end, they made
Well,
the
that
right
is a
call.
punch, eh?
3-1 now
ขอบคุณ
for
ฮะ
all gamers.
MPR ML
And
ฮะ
after what was, some warning signs early on, like round 2 was way closer than it should have been. We could have seen MIBR come up with rounds very early on. Well, now the
บุกไหนครับ
defense
เนี่ย
is left down to an eco. Now all gamers
ไป
should
ครับไป B
extend
ครับ
that lead
หมายถึ
even
ง5 นะ
further, and this is a phenomenal start. Starting to think back to the game against Global Esports for MIBR, and it seems like a long time ago.
It's interesting as well because
รวมตีแล้ว
we are seeing
Cypherในบอ
MIBR
ม
winning a lot of the opening battles. The pistol round, even in the lower
ขอ
buy
อนุญาต
round as
ขออนุญาต
well. They've been able to get opening
อาจจะ
picks.
ห้างงๆหน่อยนะ
And then all gamers have converted the 4v5
Oh, yeah,
almost
I
every
don't
single
know.
time. So it seems like them getting into the post plant is almost enough. And that was what, a 2v4 that they're able to turn back into their favor. MIBR are getting themselves in good positions, but the conversion just hasn't been there.
โอ้โหโดนตัดอีก
Well, they're certainly aware that Tex could be here, but Bruno might try to play the distraction. Oh, he's being spotted, though. Getting back out of there is still a success for him. A pistol on range like that. All gamers, despite seeing the Cypher towards the C site,
คม
they decide to contact up here to
หวา
play
นเจี๊ยบครับเฮ้ยสวย
last round.
Ơi, ơi.
Was able to get some
ต่อครับ
value
ต่อ
out
ค
of
รับ
a closer trip.
ดูจีเหรอ อุ้ยเน็ตไม่โดน
Destroyed his. This
ยี่
one
แถบนี้มันแถบ
not
แบบ
quite
แถบ
reached,
ลึก
so
จัด
there is still a danger
อุ้ยแต่เขาขึ้น
there.
บนเลยครับ
They've gone over it to start, and there at least the
มี
boom
คนละ
bot
แถบ
will
อะ
reveal the
อี
trip
โค
on the
อ่ะ
floor.
ของมีแค่นี้แหละ
That's the
พี่
real danger averted, not that anyone could pounce on the back of it. Now pistols
Đột
on the
tí, đột tí.
retake. Unless they can deny the
ตาม
plan.
ก่อนอีกรอบ
And
นี่
it's going to do
อุ้ย
some
ตายไปเลย
good
โอ้โหเหลือหนึ่งเหลือทำ
damage.
เหี้ยอะไรเนี่ย
Lucky boy.
ไอ้สัตว์
Very, very lucky.
โอ้โห
Now I am looking at that.
โอ้
knife.
รอจ่าย
A lot
ของ
of the
เลย
time,
เฮีย
one kill
มัน
is
แบบมัน
enough
เจ็บ
to
แล้วอะ
trigger it. We've seen that in the past, especially with
เฮ้ย
pistols.
อย่าจ่าย
Puts
จ่าย
them
ไม่ได้เลย
down. to low HP.
เพื่อนเอาไหวเพื่อนเอาไหวโอ้โห
And actually, the pressure being held on the other side, but now they should know that the majority coming in from the spawn, Paranoia sent through, still not enough to activate that Nightfall, and you can see why. Slowly being picked apart, and one by one, the defensive side will fall. A good hold from the side of all games, even Shrimp surviving on just 1 HP. They won't mind. That's 4 alive.
ต้องวินนี้แล้วเนี่ยตัดไป 1แล้ว
The most important factor of that, because if not, they
ลุ้น
might fall through. Like,
ขอยากนะ
there's a
มาค
good
รับผม
chance that they do just spur of the moment.
And he couldn't put his through, which gave them the information that there wasn't anybody towards the waterfall.
A really nice play as well by Bai. His flash was perfect. The second that they came out to take the battle, I think it might have been the end of Kira if that hadn't have popped exactly when it did. And that's a number of rounds now where MIBR, despite early on showing signs of life, have been kind of shut out. It has been all gamers looking like they've got full control, and now a timeout is going to be called very early on. Remember, this map in this tournament started out so well for MIBR. They stepped onto the stage 13-2'd, if memory doesn't betray me on this one. Global Esports. And then from there, it was a labored overtime against Heretics. And I think that honestly took the wind out of MIBR's sails. They went into the next map and got absolutely trashed. So that kind of turnaround, it feels like, you know, most teams we look at is kind of wanting to heat up as the tournament goes on, whereas it feels like MIBR put their best foot forward in that first game, and then they took a bit of a stumble.
Yeah, I think as well, you have to think back even to the very beginning of the year with all gamers not being a massively known quantity when it comes to the international stage. That event felt like a learning curve, but also people looked at, I think it was Gentlemates, and went, oh, they got all gamers next, they're going to get through that game. And it was underestimating their opponent, and also all gamers being a decent squad. Like, they've got some very talented players on their side. Now, sure, the names
ไปต่อจบแล้ว
on the other side. And well,
สวยค
an
รับ
early fake plant, but that fake hasn't really done too much.
ชิล
It's been spotted. It
เอ้า
has pulled
โน่
3 players over, but
Bye.
again, they can
Bye.
get back.
Bye.
Verno under serious pressure, though, and now the response being
ออกมารับเลย
attempted. It's not been connected by one, but it has been found by Mazzino.
Yeah, Mazzino was a bit too
Fun
quick,
cheer.
got ahead of the rocket. But a kill's kill, that's all that matters. Thank you.
โอ้ยคมอีก
Oh,
แล้ว
he's going to be taken out by Aspis, an angle he checked
เฮ้ย
just
วางเลยเหรอ
moments ago.
เชื่อใจมึงได้นะ
Nightfall goes through and a player up close, isolated, caught off
Hold on,
guard,
Dado.
you would think, but GRQ somehow gets away with that kill. The spam taking him low and Aspis taking him out. Leaves it 3v2. Still a chance for all gamers here. Kira, the unknown,
เพื่อนต้องมาช่วย
to
วะ
be the later play through mid. No nade left to play with. Oh, that's tough. Shrimps being caught by the seas. Out of the round and damage done. Looks good for all gamers. Aspis and Tex
เกือบแย่เห็นแล้วที่เขา
holding
แวะผม
on
ไปดู
for dear
เอฟเฟกต์
life
แข่ง
by
ก่อ
a
น
thread,
ที่เจอกัน
but
ทีมไทยโล
they
หนัง
made
มัน
it
เกือบได้
through.
วีซ่า
It's
ไม่
the
ทัน
second round
โอเค
for
ครับผม
MIBR.
I feel like it's been the case
ที่
in
ดู
both
5-5
rounds
จบเมื่อ
where
กี้
Aspis has found the
ไอ้ดู
most
เป็นวิธี
impactful kills to sort of turn it into
เชี่ยเกือบ
their
แพ้
favor, having to deny
ไป
what
ต่อ
was an
ครับ
incredibly fast take.
แต่ผมว่าอย่างงี้
Spams
ก็
helped.
ก็ไม่ยากนะ
pushing
จากที่ดู
players
ไลน์อัพ
into his
แบบว่า
position.
เนี่ยที่เจอนะ
They still expended an awful lot into this round.
แต่
And
ก็
of course,
จะพูด
for
ว่าง่ายก็ไม่ได้
the
ครับ
attack side having a few
น่า
in a
ตึงๆอยู่
row, they should
มัน
comfortably be able to buy
ผ
back
มว่า
into
ไม่
this
เกินมือ
one.
5-5ครับถ้ายิงอย่างเงี้ยนะ
I
เนี่ย
think
ต้องยอมรับ
Kyrus
ว่า
is having
อินเดียแม่ง
a thought of
ใช้ได้เหมือนกัน
what
นะ
to go for. This now needs to be the springboard
Ui,
for the
khổ lắm.
defense. A few players surviving, give them a bit of extra.
มันก็ไม่แปลกครับ
Buy back
มัน
up
โดน
with,
แก้แผน
but
แล้วถูกแล้ว
They would still
เพราะ
be in
ว่าเรา
trouble in the
เรา
next
แข่งมาจาก
round
ก่อนรายการก่อนห
if
น้านี้
they
แล้ว
were to lose all their players.
ที่เหลือก็ต้องพลิกแพลงเอา
Well, we have certainly seen the
แต่เรายัง
patience
เก็บ
from
ชัย
all
ชนะมาได้
gamers.
แสดงว่าเราก็ยังเหนือกว่าครับ
A lot of these
ต่อ
attack
ไปน่าจะ
rounds have
ยาก
started
ขึ้น
like this. Full
เยอะว่าทีมมันจะ
default
กากลง
play.
พอไปได้
By this time covering the
เหนื่อย
vice
ล้า
wall
ทาง
for
ความ
that
รู้สึก
A
ด้วย
aggression, making sure there's no early flank. That's a risky blast pack, but a lot of information
yep.
garnered, but a player lost. Tex gets out.
แถบโคตรลึก
Aspis, of course, is no trouble. Being able to dash right back to the site, and for their trouble, all gamers get an orb, but they're a man down, and Shrimp down as well. It's a player who's really helping to clear these angles and get you into sites.
เพลเยอร์
Go
มัน
a
ส
bit
มอง
more
ทั้งคู่
blind now.
Yeah, I
ไอ
feel
หมี
like
ดู
he
โต
still
ขึ้นเยอะ
has
นะ
been
แบบ
the
เก่ง
guy
ขึ้นเย
that's
อะครับ
been
เมื่อ
picked
ก่อน
off
นี่ไม่
quite
เอาเลยนะ
often
เรื่อง
earlier
แผ
in
น
the
เรื่อ
rounds.
ง
Like they
ลู
have
ก
been
เกม
using
เกีย
the
ร์อะไร
prowlers, but he's currently
Nhìn
1 and
dạng
6
điệu
and having a bit of a rough time. And some of their earlier matches, he was incredible. He was by far their best player.
แต่พอไม่ได้ดูแล้วแบบเปลี่ยนไปเลยสไตล์
But
การ
that
เล่น
does
เปลี่ยน
also
ไปครับ
mean, as said, from the 4v5s, all gamers have done a good job at recovery. Into the side they
โดน
go.
บวก25
Again, the trip is there, but it's been spotted.
โอ้ยแถบ
They
เพี้ย
haven't
มาก
broken it though. They didn't break it. The purple went through, but it goes straight back online. That gave Tex a freebie, and now Aspas is the defender of the site. A bit of a weird scenario, because that trip coming back online, sure, it was only the 1-for-1 trade, but it did make things a little bit easier for Tex.
Yeah, listen.
I think he's there.
If Texas I actually looked over where you
You did.
well.
I was
อินโดกับดอลฟี่นี่บวกปกติฮะ
Did you sleep?
เราคนอื่นบวกบ้าง
I did actually.
อินเดียแม่งหยิบแบบผ่อน
overslept
เรามา
last
ด้วย
night. Now it's starting to catch up on me.
ไม่เขาเลือกที่จะหยิบได้เราไม่แบนเองก็ต้องรับไปแต่เราชนะนะช่างแม่งครับ
Okay, well,
นะ
that
เรา
was a
ดูทีมถัด
confusing
ไปเลย
moment for me.
หมายถึงว่าเราต้องเจอทีมต่อ
As
ไป
I'm
เลย
sure that last round was for all gamers, giving away the pick and giving Tex the opportunity, and it seems like MIBR capitalizing on every chance they're given. A 5 versus 3 right off rip. We said it's been these slower rounds from all gamers, but this was an attempt to change pace, to challenge for that A main that MIBR have been throwing utility at early, at least trying to manage, that all gamers have been leaving the Vice ball outside, conceding the space, fighting late for. This time they go aggressive, and it does not work out, at least to start. They've got themselves A main, whoop-dee-dee, but I think the orb's about the biggest reward they've got.
The 2-for-1 or 2-for-1 orb trade.
นี่ทำเองสุดโดใช้เงินดิเฮียเขารวยจัดโดสวัสดีครับชายใหญ่ครับวันนี้คือดัดมากลุ้นทุกวินสวัสดีครับน้องต้าสวัสดีครับโอ้สองเป้าอย่างงี้จบเลย
This double duelist 1-2 punch is
one
of the most terrifying on earth,
ชนะไฟนี้ก็ชนะ
facing
วิน
into
นี้
a
ได้
high-low. You'd bet your house on one of them to hit
โอ้ย
it.
อย่าตายนะมาซิโน่
That's
นะ
exactly what they've done. For Shrimp, well,
Oh,
he's a
he did
late
Madan-
for the
Madan
round.
too.
Nice work from Hero.
เดี๋ยวอะไร
They've got to be careful. They've already lost 1-2v4 in this game, and I think that's why we saw the pause. A 2v5, and they might have to use their second.
One more for Kieran. It's a showstopper.
โดนฉกตลอดทางเลยเว้ย AG โอ้ต้องรวมทำแล้วครับแม่งรวมทำแล้วรวมไฟพาวเวอร์แล้วเดี๋ยวคอยเลยที่โดนฉกก่อนเข้าบอมไม่เหลือใครเลยโง่ยังด่าโดอยู่ว่าทำไมเขาได้แชมป์โลกนี่ผมปกป้องพี่โดสวัสดีครับสวัสดีครับคุณแพรวดีผมแพรวเป็นไงบ้างเมื่อตีมครับสตรีมยังได้เล่นบ้างไหมเล่นแรงปะถามเล่นแรงปะสวัสดีครับน้องตับตาสวัสดีครับผม
3 rounds in a row and a convincing start to that one.
สวัสดีทุกคนนะค
No
รับ
surprise that they go for the timeout.
Yeah, and I think similarly as well to what we saw from Kreven, the last Lotus that we cast.
ยังรอคัตตาเลี้ยง
Those
ข้าวอยู่
trips
นะ
have
ตา
been
ไม่
really
เลี้ยงเลย
annoying. Like when they've tried to get into the C site or A, I think we've seen multiple
พ
kill
อเข้า
trips,
ใจว่า
which
สิ่ง
a
ที่โด
lot of
เล่
the
นฟุตบอล
time
คือ
you're
อะไร
going to be able to avoid it.
คำนี้ที่
especially
เขา
if
อยู่
you
อะไร
have, like, raise, you can use that
สื่อ
name
มา
to effect, try and get rid of
สื่อ
some
มา
of the angles that you're pushing. But then, like, hitting it with
เล่น
the
กับใน
Pokemon
มินิ
not
ย่า
breaking
เนี่ย
it,
อ๋อ
those are silly mistakes.
ก็ว่าดิ
I think these are moments that you're going to want to see the
อ้า
coaching
ว
start
อ้าว
pick up,
โอ้โห
because then you
จ
go
บเลย
for
ไม่เป็นไร
a
ครับ
harder, more aggressive, let's just fight A, and you
คัต
lose
ตาเล่นกับเขา
both
ปะเนี่ย
fights
คัตตา
immediately.
เล่นเกมมาหมดเลย
That's
เนี่ย
a little bit
ไม่เห็นเล่น
more
เกมเลยเลย
worrying. And seeing some
เมื่
of
อก่อน
the
เนี่ยผมเล่นกับผม
superstars
อะ
on MIBR,
เดี๋ยวนี้เล่น
that's
เกมมา
why there's so much sort of
หรือว่าอ่านหนังสือ
pressure,
อย่าง
but
เงี้ย
also put in high regard on this team. These are players that,
เฮ้ยเก็บ
from
ไว้ก่อน
top
เก็
to
บตังค์
bottom,
ไว้ไม่
we've
เอาไม่เอา
talked about
เก็บไว้ก่อน
as
เก็บไว้ก่อน
superstars of their team. I even think like one of my favorite players to
ไม่
watch
รู้
of
ว่า
all
กะเพราห
time
มู
is Mazzino back in the crew days. That guy has
ลุงดาพอ
unbelievable
ตรงเอกอยู่
individual
ตรงไหนจะไป
talent.
กิน
So you're then
อยู่ตรง
looking
ปั๊ม
at the
เชล
likes
ครับ
of Aspas
ทาง
and
เข้า
Tex
หน้าเอก
getting
เลย
going.
เห็นปั๊มเชลขวา
Maybe
มื
you
อ
want
ปุ๊
to
บ
pause just
ถ้า
to
เข้าหน้า
try
เอก
and
มา
slow
ใช่ไหม
them down a little
เห็น
bit.
ปั๊มเชลอยู่ขวามือ
Which
ปุ๊บ
is
เข้า
easier
ปั๊ม
said
เชล
than
เลย
done.
ดาพออยู่ตรงนั้นเลยครับ
Well,
อยู่ข้างใน
Tex at least it's been
จริงๆ
high
มึงเอกมี
impact
ปั๊มเชล
off
ปั๊ม
his
เดียวนะ
utility,
อยู่
be it on the
เสิร์ช
A
หาก็
or
เจอ
the
แล้ว
C site. Now he swapped up to the B site just to
ใช่
be
ใช่
more
ใช่
of the headache. Any adaptations that they
ผม
have
ไม่เคยไปกิน
around
นะ
his impact
ผมแค่ไปเติมน้ำมันแล้วผมเจอ
will
เฉย
now have to be
ๆ
readjusted.
ลองไปกินดูครับ
And it does appear that all
ถ้าอร่อย
gamers
มา
are
บอกเลย
going
นะ
for this approach. Look at where the Vice wall is, and look at where
ผม
Vice
ยังไม่
is.
ได้กินเลยครับ
The gap here is a
โอ้โห
seat
ผ
push,
มแบบ
and this is because they
เหี้ย
intend to be relatively quick.
ผมแบบ
Making
โดน
presence
ค่า
towards
นู่น
the A
ค่า
site,
นี่ไป
opening
ผม
the
แบบ
door
ตังค์
sure.
แบบว่าผม
But I think
ต้องบ
this
ริ
is
หาร
a
เงินให้
B
ดี
split,
กินแพง
which
ไม่
is
ได้
the
ครับ
perfect round for
กินไม่ได้เลย
MIBR when
กิน
they
อะไรแบบ
have
แพง
put
ๆไม่ได้เลยครับ
all of their fortifying utility towards that site. They've got players in position in the
สมัค
form
ร
of
คนไปกิ
Aspas
นด้วย
with
ครับ
big
เย้
utility, big ultimates in the
เย้
back pocket
นี่
and the
นี่
convergence path.
ไม่แพ้ไปกับปัวเขา
Much as they're
ไปกับแฟนเขาแพ้
delaying. Oh, no, I think they've adjusted to A. The spike's
Yeah,
going
I
in.
guess-
They're going to go for it.
They've ended up with a lot of space.
Vice wall for this.
Defense.
อุ้ยโอ้โหระยะนี้
Play through the smoke, which versus the pistols is definitely a bit of a
เอ้า
gamble.
แพ้เฉย
And
วินนี่
there
บอก
is
นะ
Shrimp. Said he's been the hero of a lot of rounds. It's only going to be the one as well for Aspas off the back of his ult. Burno a little bit further away.
หาบายแหละแต่
And this contact through the smoke was hoping for so much more, and it gets almost
ออกทะลุสมอง
nothing.
เพื่ออะไร
It is
เนี่ย
a
บัณฑิต
quick
แต่ไม่เป็น
round.
ไม่เลี้ยงไม่ไป
Quick
โอ้โห
close, I should
คุณ
say,
แพร
for the
ไม่รู้
attack
จักซะ
side.
แล้ว
And after the pause, they're
แพรไม่
able
รู้จัก
to
คัตตาร์ด
immediately find
อย่า
a
ให้พลาด
response.
อย่าให้พลาดครับ
But that's going to be a
เอาเงินที่โด
frustrating
เนท
one
เลี้ยง
because
ค่า
as
ข
you
อง
said,
นี่เลย
it
โอกาส
looked
นี้เลย
like the setup
เอาไป
was going
เลี้ย
to
ง
be
ซะ
correct. I think especially more of a default round that you get with a
เฮ้ย
low
คุณไปนัด
buy
กัน
is
เลย
heading
หลังไม้
towards
นะ
that
ไป
B
นัดกันห
side.
ลังไม้นะ
But they
แล้วมา
get
บอกผม
caught
ด้วย
trying
ว่า
to
คุณไป
walk
กินกัน
through
มาอร่อยเปล่า
utility.
โอเคปะ
Yeah, it's very weird
คัด
because
แตดนะ
the whole round
คัด
to
แต
me
ดหลอด
looked
นะ
like
เว้ย
all gamers were primed. Like that Vice
หนุ่ม
wall was
ตี
so
ยิ้ม
weird
หวาน
because
นะ
they
บอกไว้
kept
ก่อน
covering the B
คัด
wall.
แตด
I don't know what
แต่
they
ว่าผม
saw.
ขึ้นยังวะ
I'm led to believe that
เป็น
they
หนุ่มในเครื่องแบบ
changed
แต่
it
แบบไฟผมสั้น
mid-round. I don't know why, but it was the perfect read.
ผมยาวยัง
Great play to get 5 on the board. Of all the rounds, holding that smoke walk up, and now look at GRQ
อ้าวโห
walked right through.
มันก็ต้องแบบเช็คบิล
Position
ดิ
that
วะ
they've been waiting non-stop, but he
ไว้
just
ที่โดเนท
TPs
นะช่อง
across
เฉ
a
ย
little
เล
later.
ย
The reward. Aspis in the ground. Mazzino
เขาบอก
following, and a
เขาเดี๋ยวผมเลี้ยงเอง
showstopper
ค
to
รับ
drop second.
ขอแค่
All
คุณไป
gamers
ก็
look
พอ
like
คุณ
they
แค่บอก
had
ผมอะ
slowed down,
คั
but
ด
they
แตะ
just
รู้
took
ด้วย
a
ว่าอยู่ไหน
break. They're right back
วัน
to
นี้เป็นทัวร์
winning
แม่
ways.
น้ำมากับเสื้อตัวใหม่
Finally see the Aspas orb, but it gets
คนละเกม
absolutely
กันแต่เข้ากันได้
nothing.
เฉย
Just
ทัว
shut
ร์แม่น้ำ
out
อะไร
by a
วะ
player
ทัวร์อะไรวะ
walking
ทัวร์
across.
เกมอะไรวะ
It was definitely
พ่อหนุ่มใน
something
เครื่อง
that
แบบเก๋กูดเอ้ยหนุ่มในเครื่องแบบ
they weren't
จริง
not
หล่อ
aware
จ
of.
ริงเว้ย
Verno trying to fight back alone. Bear in mind the economy
ไปกินกัน
of
บอกได้
MIBR is not in a
มาบอกเลยนะ
particularly
ว่า
good
อร่อยเปล่า
spot.
มันใกล้ผมมากอะแต่ว่าผม
The
ไม่เค
Tech's
ยไปกิน
going
เลย
for a 1v5.
ผมเคยไปกินแต่ตอนเป็น
I'll be
ซุ
honest,
กี้
that
จิน
seems
ดา
really audacious.
คัดแตะรู้
Holding
ใช่ปะ
onto the weaponry,
ตอนเป็น
at least
ซุ
from
กี้
my
จินดาคือตรงนั้นแหละ
perspective,
ที่เดียวกัน
holds a lot
ผมเคยไปกิ
more
นแต่ตอนเป็น
value
ซุ
than
กี้จินดา
attempting an
พอ
all-in
เปลี่ยนเป็นดาพอดแล้วผม
gamble
ไม่เคยกินเลย
of a retake.
Yeah, I can definitely see that. I think
ไป
for
เติมแต่
the
น้ำมัน
start
เนี่
of
ย
this,
โอ้โหเหี้ย
the thing we're
AG
missing
มันยิง
compared
หนัก
to a
ดีว่ะ
normal setup, right? You see that Robo
ผม
fight.
บอกไปใน
normally
จีนะ
you've
ใคร
got
ไม่
your
ลง
own
ตานี่
TP,
จบอะนะ
you're
โอดเลยนะ
taking the Robo control. You've got a Neon sliding through. In this case, maybe an Aspis diving deep.
อ่า
And he
บอก
had the
ว่า
option.
ชวน
He
พี่ไป
didn't
กิน
want
อยู่
to. He didn't go for that last round, and that small gap
ชวนไป
left
เลยเนี่ยคัดแตะ
was enough for all gamers to step in and take that control. Now a buy for MIBR.
มันว่างอยู่แล้ว
It's
คัด
a
แตะ
weapon
มันสอบ
Aspis,
เสร็จ
but
แล้วว่างตลอดเวลา
and
คุณชวนตัวไหนก็ไป
Mazzino
เนี่ย
with the rest on a full
คือ
buy, and the
คือเพื่อน
adjustment is there.
เพื่อน
The
ชวน
dash
ผมไป
up
เที่ยว
this time
คาเฟ่ริม
quickly
แม่น้ำนี่แหละ
clears
ใส่เสื้อ
Robo
พื้นเหมื
after
อนกัน
the
แต่คน
nade.
ละเก
They
ม
know that there's no one here. But all
ไป
gamers
ชาบู
have
หม่าล่าเหรออ๋อไอ้คัดแตะไม่กินหมูเหรอ
no longer this direct approach. No
มุสลิม
longer
เหรอ
looking to steal the map control.
เอ้าเขามี
Wrestle
เนื้
it
อ
out of the hands of their opponents. Instead, they pump the
หรือว่าแพล
brakes
เป็นมุสลิม
and I've really liked
เพื่
watching
อนผมเป็นทหาร
the
ชอบใช้มุกนี้
variance
ครับ
of
พวก
how
กับ
they're
พี่ได้
approaching this. I think
ได้
it's
นะ
very hard for MIBR to read this pace.
ค่าเทอมลูกเบิกได้
Oh yeah, it creates an awkward line in the sand, especially when you have this double duel.
คัดแตะกินเผ็ดไม่ได้เหรอ กินหมดถ้าไปกับคุณแพลนี่
You're gonna have early map control, but then they've been happy to sort of default back late into the round.
ผมมาอยู่โคตรใกล้เลยแต่ผมไม่ไปนะ
Ace in this
พวก
one.
คุณไปกันเลย แล้วบอกผมด้วยว่าอร่อยเปล่า
Utility is gone.
แต่เท่าไหนมีเพื่อนไปกิน
45
ทาง
seconds
มันบอก
left
ได้
as they look to try and clear positioning once again.
ทางก็บอกได้คุณแพลไปกิน
This
ทางก็บอก
time
ได้
there is a player up close, but he's already been caught. Verno
ไปคนเดียวได้ไม่เป็นไร
get clear from this position, but they're looking to
ไม่
try
คัด
and
แตะก็หมายถึง
battle
ว่า
and brawl for
คือ
this.
รู้ว่าคนเดียวได้ แต่ถ้าแบบวันไหนแบบแบบไม่มีเพื่อนไปหรือแบบอยากกินอยากอะไรเงี้ยเขาว่างเขาไปได้ไปด้วยได้อ่า
They're continuing this pressure and now going all the way back. They played the late lurk so perfectly.
เขามากับหัว
But okay,
เฮลมากับแฟนเขาดิ
space maybe worried that there's a trip as there has been almost
นั่ง
every
กัน
single time.
อึดอัดเลยนะ
There's nothing
อึดอัดเลย
technically good about this.
อึดอัดเลย
Forced to give them the plant.
ไม่ละแก๊งแพลคืออยู่ไกลมาก
All gamers
คือ
has
แบบ
been a
ทั้ง
nightmare.
เอ
This round even
กะ
more
เพรา
so.
ทั้ง
Showstopper! Caught right back here. That is a lifeline for all
ต้องได้แบบนี้
gamers.
ว่ะ
That could have been a
ระ
double
วังแบบวาง
opener.
ปิดด้วยครับวางสู้
But
ด้วย
instead, the
คือ
numbers
ไอ้นก
they
ไอ้
say even
กะ
for
เพรา
now.
ยัดเข้อยู่แบบ
MIBR kept back and with the
มินิ
ult
ย้ายอยู่
taking
เป็นคนจังหวัดอะไร
Mazzino
ครับ
out
มินิย้ายอยู่
and
ปะวะ
Aspas.
มิ
They
นิย้าย
have
จัง
no
หวัด
choice but to concede.
มินิย้าย
Surely
จะพอ
no,
ไป
they
กินกันเอง
press
ได้อยู่
on.
นะ
They press forward into
ผม
Fangir.
ไม่รู้อะ
A
ว่าใครอยู่
4K
จังหวัดไหน
for
บ้า
the
ง
Neon as all gamers
เชี่ย
push
โอ
up
เค
to
ไม่เอาเรื่อง
7. A guaranteed lead at the half.
ใส่สบายได้อยู่
And
ก็
what
อยาก
a
เปิดตัวนัก
resurgence
แข่ง
from
ที่
the
โฮจิมิน
squad.
ห์ดาวไวเต้
I'll
น
be honest with you, I thought he won them the round with the first op shot that he
ตัวใหม่
hit,
มาส่งกัน
and
เหรอ
then he hits 3 more after that. That is a
คน
beautiful
เหงา
round
มัน
from
เหงา
Fangir
นะ
because
สองคนดี
second
กว่า
was,
นี่
I
นั่น
want to
ดิ
say,
ตัดแฟะ
0.2 of a second from eliminating
ได้
two
เหมือนกัน
players on his team.
I think he clicked the
จะ
second. He
รู้
died. Like that was
ไม่มีใครอยู่
ridiculous.
ระแวกเราบ้างวะแพล
Such a fast reaction shot, and then everything else from there on was just
แพล
perfect
มี
from Fangir.
เผื่อแพลแบบรู้ว่าใครอยู่ ระแวงระวังเนี่ยแถวเนี้ย
I don't believe
มีปะ
he
ก
would
ท
have
มก็ได้
been caught. It was one they picked up off the corpse of
ชุนุมูกับน้องนุ๊ก
Aspas
ไม่ต้องพึ่งคนอื่น
and then used it to their own demise. What was a level scoreline? Came a pause for all gamers, and now they find themselves
ไม่มีเลยแถวนี้ไม่มีครับผม
the advantage. For the last one, I put them out of
เอ
sight.
มาตีเกมเนี่ยผมบอกในจีแล้วว่าวันนี้เอจีมาครับผมแต่ก็ไม่แน่นะด่านนี้ด่านในเบียร์ด้วยแล้วแบบมันเผื่อด่านเขาเราเก่งคุณเอาอยู่หลังแผงยังหลังแผงไกลจัดเลย
I'd already be saying, and here they go, they're ready to break into the B site, but I've learned my lesson. I've learned my lesson from these guys. They play a
เขาไม่อยากอยู่แถวรังสิตดีรังสิตมันร้ายเฮ้ย
I don't think I've seen it like that.
ไม่ร้ายครับ
They give up all control, go late back towards it, look
Paragon.
to fight. Nate's perfect,
You
by the
Paragon
way.
เลย
It's
เหรอ
called Mizzino.
ไอ้ต้า
It's left him down to 46
บ้านมึง
HP.
อยู่
It's
โซ
got
น
the
แพงเหรอ
nightfall out of them as well.
วันไหนต้าไม่อยู่
This
บ้าน
is
ก็
such
บ
an
อกพี่ไปนอน
annoying
ได้
game
แถ
to
วนั้น
play against because for MIBR, of course, you want to go pushing up. Of course, you want to take space, you want to find information.
คุณก็
As
รู้
you do,
ผ
you
มเป็น
lose
คนยังไง
Mizzino now.
ผม
You're
ขี้
low
แกล้ง
HP
ขี้แซวจริ
player.
งแต่
You
ว่า
float
เรื่อง
back out through these
เรื่องความ
doors
สัม
with
พันธ์
no
นี่ผม
idea
ไม่
that a flank is on its way. The ult now popped and look who's
ไม่
right
มีไม่ได้เปลี่ยน
behind
ชื่อ
you.
เนาะอุ้ยโอ้โห
Back
เละ
air.
มันโดนตุ๋ยอีกแล้วอ่ะ
Beautiful from all gamers. They are playing a cerebral
แพ้
game in
ชัวร์เลยว่ะไอ้แม
MIBR.
ว
They're not even coming close to getting a read.
It's just perfect. We said it. They had one bad round in terms of timing where Bai ends up getting caught. And since then, since the pause,
ไม่ได้เปลี่ยนชื่อครับพอดีว่ามันได้สปอนใหม่มา
every
ส
single
ปอนใหม่ก็
double
เลยเอา
back
ชื่อส
or
ปอนมาผ
wrap
สมกับ
around
ชื่อ
has
ชื่อ
been
ตัวเองจะเป็น
utterly
แมว
perfect.
สปอนชื่ออะไรนะ
A player that goes from
Lost
being
ปะ
the
สปอน
hard
Lost
entry
อะไรสักอย่าง
goes
นี่แห
into
ละ
a lurk, goes back to hard entry, back into lurk again. Like
ผ
you've
ม
got to be sat there
เคยไป
on the other side of MIBR trying to
Paragon
call this, going,
ไม่
okay,
ไม่
they're
บ่อยมาก
pushing A, let's take B.
ผม
There
ช
was
อบ
a guy B.
ไปวัด
Let's
อยู่
go
ข้า
back.
ง
Let's
ๆข้าง
hold there.
ส
And
ยาม
you're just
พารากอ
having
น
to wrap around
วัดอะไร
consistently.
นะ
And
ชื่อ
then
วัด
when
อะไรผ
you're
มจำไม่ได้
finally
เข้า
in
ไป
the
เดินเล่น
fight,
ใน
you
นั้น
go,
คนแบบ
okay.
มันไม่มีคนเลย
They
ครับ
are
ทั้งที่มัน
A,
อยู่กลาง
and
สยาม
then
แต่ว่า
someone swings you from
คน
behind
น้อย
and
มาก
kills
แล้ว
through
มัน
your
ล่มลื่น
players.
มากเข้าไปเดินเล่นในนั้นไม่รู้วันเลย
I genuinely think of all the games that we've cast, of all the games we've watched so far,
บ้านผมอยู่แถวเซ็นทรัลนอต
this map in
นอตวิว
particular, because we've cast even all
เซ็นทรัล
gamers
นอตวิวนี่
before,
เพิ่ง
and
เปิ
I
ดป่าว
wouldn't
วะ
say
ใช่
this
ป่ะ
was
จะเดาไม่ถูก
anywhere near the level that they're putting up. This is some of the
พารากอน
best
นั้นถึงคน
calling
เดียว
on
ข้าม
the
มา
attack.
ถึงใครวะ
And I know that because I'm just trying to imagine playing against it. I'm trying to put myself in the shoes of the MIBR players and pretend that I could actually hit shots as well. And it's so annoying because they give you
ผม
so
มา
many
อยู่
false
รังสิตใช่ไหม
signals.
แล้วเดี๋ยวมันจะมี
You're
เปิดเซ็น
pushing
ทรัล
early, you're
เซ็น
seeing
ทรัล
the
รังสิต
space is clear.
ที่
They
ใหญ่
fight
ที่
back
สุด
for
ของ
that
เซ็นทรัล
space
ซึ่ง
late. So
แม่งใหญ่
late that
สั
it
ตว์
seems
ถ้า
that
มันเปิดจริงนะ แต่มันก็
that's
น่าจะเปิด
clearly
จริง
where
แต่
the
มันมี
hits
แบบ
coming in.
วางโครงสร้างวางสเกลแล้ว
From the other
แต่ว่า
side.
ประมาณ
Sometimes
7
they
ปีไหน
wrap
ไม่รู้อ่ะ
all
แต่
the
ว่า
way
ใหญ่
back
จัด
to the other side of the
อยู่
map.
แถวมอกุ้งปะเกือบมอกุ้ง
Really
เฮ้ย
impressive
เดี๋ยวผม
stuff
มา
from
นะขอเข้า
them.
นั้น
And
นึงครับ
again, this started out, I felt like MIBR were the ones to take command of this series, but it has been anything but.
No, it's been very impressive. And it also forced MIBR into basically doing very similar things. Like, I think one of the main problems I had was you look towards rubble. This spot, thank you, that was perfect. Unintentional, but perfect. The amount of players that I saw play on that rubble wall, either get by a nade or hit by a seize, they were saving a piece of utility every single round to kill that player. And I don't think once I saw them get out alive.
Well, this is the thing. They were doing that before they were even competing for that spot. And that's why you can then have Omen TP across, because they throw their first utility, and then they don't fill that space in because they know that you're going to fight for it or at least throw utility there. So they play a little further back, and now your Omen's able to slip the net and get behind Aspas and take down the first Aspas op we saw bought. Like, I'm so
people with it.
Yeah, literally. The next one used that same weapon. I'm so impressed by what I've seen here, even just from round like 4 onwards, where I thought MIBR were getting back into things. Round 2 was close, round 3 was good, and then for all gamers, they just ran away with things. Back to the pistol now. MIBR get to play out this attack side, and I'm curious to see how all gamers approach the defense. You can see Vice set up. The wall is covering the A push. There's a flash that won't last very long on B after that initial burst.
Got the sight. Put themselves in a post plant with little to no resistance. The attack side, though, are not just sitting back. Aspas is pushed up, and he knows his opponent's on the other side. Both players, in fact, have the information. The attackers fall back and almost force their opponents away from that position. Although saying that, Buying now goes into a later flank. Paranoia is perfect, but they're going to stand close. And that means that kills all too easy. Kira in position to try and trade some of this back, but the shots aren't firing. Eventually does get one, but the trades are just too thick and too fast. Leaves only one standing, and Bai, the last man in, will fall as well. A lifeline for MIBR, a pistol.
Yeah, lose this pistol, and I think all gamers are running away with it, but claiming this should at least give them that little injection of rounds, close in the gap, provide that opportunity to fight right back. But to be honest, what I'm most afraid of isn't even necessarily the score line right now. It's that Fangir seems to have hit a gear that we didn't see him on throughout the last few games. And GRQ, 13-6, he has been a consistent factor for this squad. Considering that he's shown up, Fangir's been there, and Bai's been having a lot of space on those lurks. I think here, early flanks could play a role. Nah, that's not going to work. That's a nice try. A little smoke in mound. I love the attempt on the classic Bai, but MIBR, they've got that cam to clear.
I do think it's good, though, that now MIBR get the opportunity to set the pace. Like, I think Verno's been having a rough time trying to deal with everything that's been thrown at him from the all-gamer side. But now you get to define where those battles are. Even if you end up walking into a stacked site, at least you have the execution utility. Not bad from Bai already, though, of course, for MIBR. This is a slightly lighter purchase, just a couple of rifles alongside pistols and a Marshall. They can, of course, buy into the next round, but it's mainly those couple of guns you don't want to lose, and so far, it's looking so good. They'll keep everything onto the board, get themselves up to 6, and then maybe even have an upgraded rifle or 2 to go back into this one with.
Indeed, for MIBR, things looking to pick up, but this is the real test coming up now for them. All gamers in with a full buy. Fangir playing the outlaw. Looking at the other side, there's not too many players that he can catch with that one shot, but MIBR are going towards A. There's going to be a nade coming their way. There's going to be a paranoia prep for GRQ. In fact, it's only the boombot to start.
มาแล้วผมไปปิดหน้าต่างหมดเลยเข้ารัวๆเลยเฮ้ย
It's a shame. This time we could
ขอบ
see
คุณนะครับน้อง
probably eaten a bunch of those HP bars.
น้องโก้สำหรับซับสไครครับตัวหนานชิวของเราเนี่ย ของครับผมซับสไครครับผมสวัสดีครับน้องทีมมี่จริงรอมันเปิดเลยของผมอยู่แบงคอกอารีนากำลังสร้างอยู่เป็นรูปเป็นร่างจะมีห้างมาลงฟิวเจอร์ผมแล้วหรอเอาเฮียกูว่านะถ้ามันสร้างจริงอ่ะคนฝั่งมอกรุงมอทอคือที่มาฟิวเจอร์คือหายไปเลยนะหายไปเลยครับขอบคุณนะครับผมมากครับสำหรับซับสไครครับน้องโก้น้องโก้มึงชื่อเหมือนอะไรไว้สัตว์
Again, a slower pace with Bangir just
บ้านผมอยู่ใกล้
trying to
4 เซน
find
ขั้น
out
1 เดอะมอลล์แค่
information.
นี้ส
He
บายใจ
gets
แล้ว
it,
เอาจริง
spots
ผมไม่ค่อยได้
multiple
เดิน
players
แล้ว
on
นะ
that side of the map, and now
ส
there's
ปอนโด
somewhat
ย
ruse that's
เบา
being
เบา
sent
รวย
on
สัต
A.
ว์สปอน
It's
เอ
not
จีรวย
anywhere
จัด
near as much value. The defense are actually giving nothing. They're just sitting
ครับ
all
จ้า
the
สวัสดี
way
ครับจอ
back,
ดบ่อยเดี๋ยวผม
similarly to what we saw on the other side. But it's whether or not they can bait the rotations the right way. And looking at a solo defender of GRQ, who's about to get some support, but will it be too little too late?
โอ้มาเลยฮะไม่สโมกด้วย
Still with a shrouded step if he needs it.
เขาไม่มีฮะ
May well need it, but he's sticking around. He's looking for the battle, and Aspis is gone. And Kira, a headshot on that second swing. Bought them all the space to get this plant and a man advantage under their belt as a result. MIBR have just been gifted the upper hand by Aspis.
โอ้โหเหลี่ยมนี้มันน่าจะออกยากครับออกยากเลย
The gift you get when you purchase one of the best players to ever touch the game, and that double opener sets them up in aggressive positions. Fangit maybe hope to get something here, and now they've spotted the remaining player. It's the 1-2 punch. The bait taken. And Mazzino with an easy frag in the end. Fangit has no choice but to try and run for the hills. And what started as a bonus round that had a Marshall and some weaker weaponry, even the Outlaw in the mix for Aspas, which, well, clearly wasn't a weaker weapon. Now turns into them currently having 4 rifles, some mass upgrades, and a fantastic start to the second half.
For Aspas to get the first kill was impressive, but to then swing deep with 1 bullet left in the Outlaw, he had 100% confidence he was hitting that headshot. And for good reason too. Like, look at this, 1 shot left, and he goes, screw it. Does he know that guy's low? No, he doesn't have a clue. He thinks I need to hit his head, or I'm gonna 140 and probably get traded. But we got 10 seconds. We need a plant. Screw it. Throws it out there. It works. All gamers now, after a strong first half, an 8-4 scoreline where they did look like they had their hands glued to the reins. Now it's come back to that gap is closed into just 1. And MIBR hot on their heels like this gets a timeout from that side.
Yeah, the last pause they had was what took them from a 4-4 scoreline all the way to winning the half. But this will be their second pause
ว่าคนไปกิน
taken.
เยอะจังตังค์โดเนทไงตังค์โดเนทกูก็ต้องจ่ายค่าเน็ต
101, this
ค่า
is an
มือถือ
opportunity
ค่า
to
หอ
potentially do the same again.
ค่า
Like,
ไฟ
try and get them back.
นั่นแหละ
It's
ตังค์
not
โดเนท
not the end of the world so far.
จ่ายหมดแล้ว
I think you definitely
มี
see
ค่ารักษาพยาบาล
Express
พ่อ
able
อีก
to basically fight 2 players at once and come out on top, and you do start to worry a little bit
ยังต้อง
that
ผ่อน
this
จ่าย
map
เลย
could slip away from them. And of course, for MIBR, this is
พูดตัว
important
อย่างลดน้ำหนัก
because
ทรมานมาก
they are going into
เฮ้ยกินได้คนลดน้ำหนัก
what
กิ
is
นได้
their
ก็
own
กิน
map
เนื้อไม่
choice
ติดมัน
split
สิ
coming up next, which I think is still
ได้
a
โปรตีน
fairly
เยอะด้วย
comfortable pick for them. I was maybe surprised that we didn't see all gamers go a slightly different way. But you're not going to want to go in with a deficit. And
วัน
they
หนึ่ง
are
น้อง
still
เข้าใจว่า
currently around behind, although
เมื่อน้องทานตัวเอ
the
งเป็น The Bag
signs of this attack side have
น้อง
been
น่าจะ
fairly
เข้าใจนะ
promising.
เมื่อวันหนึ่งเราไปเป็น The Bag มันเหนื่อยมากเลยครับ
Well, it
Tap.
looks like all gamers have got
ผมเต็มใจ
decent
ว่ะ
read early on.
ผมเต็มใจครับ
Gambled correctly. 3 players towards
พ่อ
the
แม่ดู
C
แลผม
site.
ดีมาก
Prowlers going out on A, trying to
ได้เด็กจน
distract,
โต
but
มันจะไปยาก
MIBR
เลยวะ
unknowingly still walking into this stack. Paranoia is perfect. It's caught so many, but that cage
ต่าง
from
คนต่างไป
Tex
The Bag กันคนละ
that
ช่วงชีวิ
saved
ต
them all. There were 3 players blinded and easily about to be taken down. A single cage
พ่อแม่แบกเราตอนเด็กแล้ว
They
ถึ
get
งเราแบกพวกท่านบ้างละ
to take a breather, to reset, to fight on their terms and put a 5v3
เปิดมา
on
ปุ๊บ
the
โดน
board when this
แล้วปาของพร้อมกัน
fades. It's not going to look pretty
โอ้
for
ย
Kira. Even with 2, it's left
เกือบไปแล้ว
Shrimp
มึง
alone, weaponless, and against the odds.
คนน้ำหนักก็กินได้ดีเลย
Not
โปรตีน
having
ใช่
the
ตอนที่ผม
greatest
คัต
of
ติ้ง
games
ครับกินได้แค่3 แคล
individually started
โอ้โห
incredibly slow, and this would
กู
have
นี่
to
เรียกว่าอะไร
be
เรียกบัก
enough to
5 ปี
turn around in a round where
บัก5 ปีไอ้เหี้ย
expectations
ไม่ใช่นะ
at this
กูอ้วน
stage almost zero.
สู้ๆนะน้องต้าสู้
MIBR
ครับผม
managed to negate the stack
พี่
with
เดี๋ยวพี่ลองกันเดี๋ยวตอน
relative
นี้ออก
ease
กันเดี๋ยวพี่จะไป
considering the
ฟิตเนส
initial
ละ
setup looked incredibly dangerous. Now
พี่แค่
Zekin
ทำรูทีนตอนนอนให้ดีก่อน
has
ตอน
already
นี้
tagged low and
Why?
will go down. But the remaining 2 players full
เซคเคน
HP
ยิง
and
ไปก่อนการไม่โดนเลย
looking
เลย
to
สัก
try
เม็ด
and play this together. 3 bullets remaining in that sheriff, but the main
ค่าฟิตเนส
problem
พัน
is the
กว่า
time.
บาท
Needs to almost
เนี่ย
be
แถว
on
ผ
that
มถูกอยู่
defusal
พัน
already
นิด
if they're going to get it to half and try and bait players in. And that is
Oi.
the goal. Another nice shot from Shrimp. The problem is the second player may be expected to be further away. It's a crazy shot again
สุ่ม
from
เสี่ยงนะ
Shrimp.
สุ่มเสี่ยงนะ
But unfortunately, that clock was already gone. A
Ui,
nice amount of damage
Lord.
and a low buy round. And well, MIBR are a little bit lucky
ใคร
to
ได้
even
เข้า
get
ที
out
นึงก็
with
พัน
it.
แคล
Yeah, I
แล้ว
think they realized at the end, if
วัน
he
นี้ลง
gets
มา
a half,
24 โล
he
จาก
has a
95
chance. But if
ยั
I
งต้องไป
stop it
ต่อ
now,
เยี่ยมครับผม
he doesn't, and that was incredibly close.
รูทีนต้าเป็นไงบ้างอะ
A
แบบว่า
millisecond either
ต้า
side.
นอนไว
This
จัด
could
อะโคตรดี
completely
ครับ
change
นอน
the
ไว
game.
ตื่น
And that's
แบบ
in a number of
ตื่น
different
เช้าใช่ไหม
fights. Kira,
เราฟิตเนส
remarkably
วันละ
well
กี่
defined 2 up
กี่วัน
top.
ต่อสัปดาห์
Lucky that
แล้วมี
they
แบบ
were
ว่า
throwing the C's nade
มีแบบนี้ไหม
as the
แบบว่า
smoke
มี
faded, so
คา
2
ร์ดิ
of
โอ
those
ด้วยไหม
players weren't ready to fight. And close as they made it, costly as they made
สรุป
it.
จะไปกินวันไหน
MIBR still have decent credits.
เขาพูดเล่น
even
เบ้า
after
คั
the
ต
bye.
ตาร์ด
Come in here,
เขาพูดเล่นเขาไม่ไปหรอกมั้ง
path on the attack side.
หรือไม่ก็เขาจะไปก็ได้เขาจะไปกับครอบครัวอะไรอย่างงี้
All gamers want to get
ชวน
aggressive
เป็นพิ
right
ธี
away.
เลยโอ้โห
They've
ต่างกลัว
decided
จั
to
ดกัน
try to catch Kira, and he has been stunned up by the
โอ้
convergence
โห
path.
เฮีย
No chance with the showstopper yet. It's still a couple
กู
kills
เป็นนัก
back
กันเอาเอง
in
ว่า
their
จะไปกินวันไหน
direction. Fighting through
I'll
the
have him
doors with great success.
ไม่รู้ว่ะ
All gamers have a man advantage.
If anything,
I'll
Kira
do
with the
surely
showstopper
for
kind of saved the rest of his teammates.
ไม่อยากใช้เงินเลย
Nightfall
ไม่อยา
now
ก
being
ใช้เลย
thrown out
ไม่
as
อยากเลย
well.
ไม่อยากใช้เลยสักบาท
Berno sat in the corner, but
โอ้
Fangio
โด
is
นกิน
still
ฟรีอีกแล้ว
a relative unknown.
โอ้ปล่อยวางให้เลย
The
ครับ
attack
พีเค
side
เลย
looking to try and take space
เมื่อ
on
คืน
the
ตัด
other
ต่อ
side
ค
of
ลิป
the
งาน
map,
ที่
but
ด
of
องมา
course
เสร็จ
in
แล้
a
วคือลง
massive
ติ๊กต็อก
deficit.
เยี่ยมครับผมบอกเองครับพี่ออกกำลังกาย3 วัน
Well,
คาร์ดิโอ
Tex
5
might be in trouble
5
with
วัน
P2.
เหรอ
I think
ผม
the
มีอาการ
rifle
เจ็บ
might
ข้อ
have
ศอกเลย
been
ทำได้
spotted
หน่อย
just
ครับ
the tip is
ทำ
enough
เฮียอะไรมา
to
จากข้อศอก
give
วะ
the game away, but Tex
มึงทำท่าอะไรวะ
has managed to escape, but will he escape by timing? Couldn't be any worse. Just as he drops
Mình
down,
cười-
and
cười
now
nó kình
Aspas
rồi,
will
yeah.
walk into the same
แก้
man.
เกมเอาไว้แล้วครับ AG
Lead not taken by MIBR
พี่
just
อยาก
yet.
พี่อยาก
As a
เว
break
ท
back
สัก4
is
วันครับ
immediate.
คาร์ดิโอสัก
Oh, that's essential for all gamers to stand their ground there. I think if they lose
one.
the lead and then end up on an eco, MIBR have all the momentum to just run away with this.
เดี๋ยวรอ
But
เงินก้อนนี้
standing
ออก
tall
ไป
in this
ฟิต
moment,
เนสนะ
a bunch of problems there with
Yeah,
like the
they'll come
nightfall
on,
not
guys.
hitting, and
Bang
yet they're
fall.
aware. They're filling in the gaps
เฮียกูสตรีม
in
มา
those fights.
ก็
The
มีเดือนก่อนมั้ง
showstopper
กำไรประมาณ
being caught by the convergence path,
กำไร
but
การสตรีมประมาณ
Actually
1,000
saving, yeah.
yeah, it ended up working
ถ้ามีโด
out
เนทจากพวก
favorably for
ไอ้
them
หมอ
for
ไอ้จาร์ด
MIBR. trading out
เควส
that
อย่างเงี้ย
ultimate, and they
เจ๊ง
come to
ไอ้
this
สั
one
สเจ๊ง
away from a showstopper. And I think Zekin finding that orb would
ที
be
นี้
a
โบ
dead
โอ้
sentence.
ที
They
นี้โบ
look to
หา
defend
ยาก
it though on all gamers.
ยากแม่งน่ารำคาญเลยทีนี้โบ
Oh,
อุ้ย
okay.
เชี่ยไม่ต้องเห็นแล้วมั้ง
There's the orb for Zekin. He gets it on
คู่
a
เลยครับ
blind spam.
วิ่งตามเสียง
Grenade
เอ้ย
almost
ยิงตามเสียง
lands
เขาที
perfectly, but Pangear dodges it. now has backup as well. The problem is they're going to
แล้ว
know
ก็กิน
exactly
หน
who
มไป
these
ติ
players
ไม่กูรู้
are.
มึงเจ็บข้อศอกคือมันก็เทนเนอร์โบแหละแต่กูอยากจะรู้ว่าสาเหตุที่มันเป็นเทนเนอร์โบคืออะไร
He was about to dive in
สา
and
เห
then
ตุ
goes,
สาเหตุ
oh,
มัน
there's
ทำอะไร
two
มา
there. No, I'm not doing that anymore. Well, we can just play with the rotation. Second has just turned on this
แต่ก็มีกิน
round
หนม
though.
ไปติมแล้วกินได้
A
คนกิน
shot
ได้
through
ชิล
the
เลยถ้ามึงออก
smoke.
กำลังกาย
A
มึงกินเถ
shot
อะ
in a
เอาจริง
pixel
อะมึงกิน
gap
ไปเถอะ
through the door.
จริงๆมึงกินได้มากกว่า3 แคลด้วยซ้ำอะ
Now the remaining 2. Again, there's been a lot of
ทีเจ
rounds
กูจะ
where
ให้
I
หน
feel
ม
like
น้างเดียวเลย
MBR have had
ทีเจกูจะหนมน้างเดียวเลยชอบ
ridiculous
เหลือเกินเลย
advantages. But this one, I like how they played it. They have just paused. They've stood still. They know there's trips on the other side of the map as well. One holding B, one holding A, so they cannot be flanked without that information. And because they just stood completely still, the all gamers players went, okay, I'm going to get aggressive on B, try and find info. You go aggressive on A, let's try and get something. And well, they might get 1 kill at least onto Aspas. But other than that,
ทำไมรู้ล่ะเองก็เหมือนไอโอม
it should be
ซิล
much,
เดียวกันเลย
much tougher. Although I am looking at the attack side splitting up and looking for clues. I'm going to be honest, I don't like the current positioning of the MIBR players. They're giving chances. But in the end, it doesn't matter.
พี่เคยเป็นเทนเนอร์โบแต่เชื่อปะอาจจะแปลกเลยนะพี่ช่างแม่งครับกูพูดจริงอดทนครับอดทนอยู่หลายเดือนอะ2-3 เดือนได้อะใช้ทั้งที่เป็นพี่ตีแบตครับแล้วก็แบบขึ้นเกิดจากการที่ไม้มันแข็งมากบวกกับเอ็นที่พี่ขึ้นตึงมากครับมันเลยแบบเวลากระแทกลูกทีแบบแม่งสะเทือนถึงข้อศอก
But it looks like Fangir has managed to fly under the radar for now.
Well, that is the one thing I will say though.
หลังจากนั้นไปทหารต่อย
Raw gamers, they
ยาวเลยตอนนี้
can
การที่
rebuy
มา
no matter
โอ้
what.
โหนานเป็นนานเลยไอ้สัตว์
If you lost too many weapons by getting aggressive, it would
อย่าไป
have
กลัวที่จะ
actually
ใช้เว้ย
hurt them more.
มึงต้องให้ร่างกายมันคอยเตือนไว้ว่าเฮ้ย
So
เราเจ็บตรงนี้พอเจ็บปุ๊บร่างกายมันจะไป recovery ตรงนั้นอะ
feeling like their
อย่า
opponents
ไป
were
หลีก
going
เลี่ย
to
งมันมาก
save
ใช้
the second they didn't spot them
แต่
on the
แค่
side.
มัน
But
จะ
this
เสียว
was
หน่อย
second
อด
round.
ทนหน่อยอะไรเงี้ย
Again, we know the peak
คนหนึ่ง
potential
ชาวเวอร์คนหนึ่งหนุ่มนะ
of what this man can do. In fact,
โอ้สไนมาเฉยเลยครับ
just over there who definitely knows the peak potential of what Second can do.
แล้วชอบเดินคอนแทคเลยนะไอ้สัตว์กูว่าโดน
Rob Moore is back.
กูว่าโดนแน่โอ้แต่ไม่อยู่หน้าบีว่ะหน้าบีมาเต็มเลยครับ
This is a much faster take coming out.
อุ้ยรอดครับไม่มีใครโดนดีเลย
Showstopper.
ไม่น่ามีใครกล้ามาโดนนะ
Teammate to at least hold on to the
เฮ้ย
space.
ไอ้สัต
Four
ว์กี
players
ฬา
outside of this A site, and they've got to be a little bit careful. But it's only space taken, no lives.
That's okay. Crowd control was all they wanted. Now they can just fade away from where that ulti's coming through. 2 players still going to be caught by it.
โอ้โดนเยอะ
The
เลย
Nightfall right back should slow down all gamers. Should, but it might not. The shorty up close here, a death sentence for Kira. He was 20 HP, swinging that angle and text has torn him a new one.
แฟนเจียตัดไปหนึ่ง
Although,
แฟนเจียต้องเปลี่ยนปืน
it's
ว่ะ
not over
อู้
just
เท
yet.
สอง
Big swing in,
ไม่ดี
leads
นะ
all
ไม่ดี
gamers
นะไม่ดี
ahead.
นะไม่ดีนะ
It's a 2v2. They were behind moments ago, but now neck and neck in this fight, coming in from both
แฟนเจีย
angles.
ยังมี
GRQ
เรียบร้อยกับโดน
isolates
แน่
the fight to start, and the swing in from
เทส
Fangir is
โอ้
beautiful. All
ไอ้
gamers
เหี้ยคนเยอะกว่า
look
ไม่
like
น่า
they
ไป
were falling
ไม่น่า
behind.
เลยครับ
The chances
ไม่น่า
slipping
เซคเคน
through
ไม่
their
น่าไปแบบนั้น
fingers,
เล
but
ย
they
ครับ
got their grip back
แม่
on this map just in time.
มันยิงแล้วมันฉากถอยได้
in
ครับเรี
every
ยบร้อยเลย
single position there. Because you looked at the amount of counter ults, you mentioned it, the
ผมเป็น
Nightfall,
คาซังอ่ะ
but
พี่
they've
น่าเบื่อ
already
ฮ่า
claimed that space.
พี่เข้าใจ
And
ค
we're
รับ
still
ทุกวันนี้
fighting
แก้
through it,
ภาพ
even
ไม่
with
พักเลย
having
กู
some of
รอง
that
เท้า
later
ยัง
HP.
เลยครับ
It left MIBR
ไม่ได้
with
กินอะไร
not
แล้ว
really
ไม่อยาก
any
กินอะไร
map
เลย
control to try and hold on to. Like, they're basically boxed in on that B site, and because of that, it made it very, very difficult to avoid any utility that was thrown through, any ultimates that took their guns away. The back and forth continues in that matter. Operator now in as well for Fangir. And it really does feel like potentially the team that wins 2 in a row might be the one to take the map. Whoa. He's able to get out of there. He takes a lot of damage for it.
Yeah, down the half already. Zakin looking for a bit of space towards this B site. The crew right behind him, but they've heard the wall now. Whether debate it out or it looks like push through it all together. Well, that was the idea. Few players have been isolated. Now left to just Zakin.
We're almost all in this together.
Yeah, it's been left behind by the gang. But a plan found, and no real contest from all gamers. They gave that to them. Happy to play the retake, and after how last round worked out, I'm not too surprised.
ชีวิตต้อง
But
สู้
the
ไม่งั้น
difference is
ไม่รอด
they
จริง
pushed
ค
them
รับ
out of those key positions with the steel guard.
สู้
And it's not there anymore.
ไหวอยู่สู้ได้อยู่
Different ults to be
ยาก
expended.
หน่อยแต่ว่ามันมีช่วงสบายไปแล้ว
Already
ต่อไป
the
เป็นช่วงลำบาก
overdrive getting
อุ้ย
one
เหี้ย
out
อะไร
of
อ่ะ
second as well.
ไอสัตว์แม่ง
Great
ฉีด
work
เป็น
from
แฮกเลย
Fangir
ไอ
once
สัตว์
again. Up top is
โอ้โห
Aspas.
เละ
He
เทะ
still
เลยค
has
รับ
some shots.
ML
Asperno alongside him, and again the
เรียบ
trading
ร้อยฮะ
is enough for all gamers. This B site retake. Sure, maybe they do need an ult or two, but this time it was the overdrive that did the work.
Yeah, well, I mean, look, I realize why they're so confident in the retakes when Fangir is just going to pull BS out like that. Like, he sprayed 2 people down, took barely any damage for it, and is able to get out and reset for a big 5-3 retake. This is insane. He's down to 41 HP, and none of the spams catch him. Verno really stepped up to the plate in this round, but it's them to get knocked out of the park. And for all gamers, this is all they need. 11-9, 2 rounds in a row, and an eco coming out of MIBR. Very low buy at best. We should be seeing overtime locked in, and the timeout from MIBR coming in here, they're going to discuss that. Is it even worth fighting for victory in regulation and potentially throwing the map away?
That's the tough spot. I mentioned it earlier when they started this comeback. They were 8-4 down.
ผมเชื่อว่าปีหน้าผมจะเป็นของพี่แน่
Brought it back to level a couple of times, but all gamers
อ๋อเป็นปีของพี่ไอ้ตัดกูตกใจเลยไอ้ตาจะเป็นของกูซะแล้ว
the extra little bit of depth
ปีหน้าผมว่าเป็นปีเป็นของพี่เป็นปีของพี่ใช่ไหม
really been working out like we saw in the
อ๋อ
first half
มึงเขียนดีๆดิตาเฮียใจให้แวบเลยสัตว์
fantastic even if it was a 1v3 in some occasions
ไอ้เชี่ยสีลุ้งเลยขอบคุณครับผมพี่ไม่สนใจครับพี่ทำเต็มที่ตลอดอ่ะจะครึ่งปีนี้จะปีหน้าจะปีไหนเรื่องของแม่งครับคนมันโชคดีได้มันต้องทำด้วยตัวเองเว้ยพี่จะพยายามครับเสียวเลยเมื่อกี้เสียวเลยคิดไว้ไม่ผิดเอจีชนะผมบอกแล้วครับแต่ยังไม่จบไอ้ท่านยังไม่จบนะเพิ่งแบบแรกเองนะเฮ้ยมันเอาได้ด้วยเอาโดนตัดครับตัวเขาไม่ได้ติดหนามย่อกับหนามบ่งทีมตกชีวิตเปลี่ยนจริงโอ้โหเหลืองเลยเสียวแบบงงไอ้เหี้ยถ้ากูเป็นของมึงซะแล้วต้าไอ้เหี้ยทำไมต้าทำกับพี่แบบนี้โหจ่ายเลยจ่ายดีด้วยครับเหมือนเอากล้องล่อตำแหน่งครับกล้องพอยิงกล้องปุ๊บนั่นแหละโดนเลยยังไม่จบนะ
They're winning every battle here. A missed shot from Fangir.
แต่รอดูเลสถ้าเลสตัดได้นะแต่เอาต่อเซฟเลยครับ
For all gamers, it's not worth even giving them the extra weapons.
You don't want to give an AWP over. You don't want to give another rifle. They'll be able to get some upgrades here and there, but that round again was all.
ผมเบ็ดไว้แบบนี้ว่าน่าจะเป็น AG กับน้องชิน
Pop the ult, hit I think everyone that was on that site. They looked like they lined up. And then that SMG is nowhere near as weak anymore because you have an instant shot and I just have to spray wildly or moving all over the shop. So
7.7 ลุงได้อะไรไหม
great round from him and that has been the case in a lot of this map so far. Like I think if you look at openers
ผมช้อปปิ้งไม่ได้ด้วยซ้ำ
maybe I'm wrong but I feel like
ไม่ได้เลยนะผมไม่ซื้ออะไรเลยครับแบบว่าคืองี้ผมมันจะตุนของจำเป็นไม่ต้องใช้แบบว่าไว้ก่อนแล้วครับตอนมีตังค์นะตุนไว้หมดแล้ว
They're unable to fight back. A singular ultimate has been able to turn the tide and give them a 10th.
พวก
I think it's crazy that
แชมพูสบู่อะไรผมมีหมดแล้วผมไม่ซื้ออะไรเลยครับเพราะว่าช่วงนี้ผมจะต้องใช้เงินอ่ะต้องใช้จริงๆนะว่าโหแบบเข้าใจแบบว่าเวลาเป็นแบบว่าแบบนั้นเลยเราจะใช้อะไรไม่ต้องคิดหนักครับคิดหนักครับต้องบริหารเงินให้เป็นครับเสียเงินไม่พอกินข้าวต้องคิดกันต้องคิดตอนนี้ไม่ซื้อเหมือนกันนี่บอลเข็มขัดช่วงนี้จนพอกันจริงผมจะไม่จนตลอดไปหรอกทุกคนผมพูดตรงเคยรวยครับเพราะว่ามันก็ด้วยความประมาทของเราเองแล้วก็ประกันไม่ได้เพราะว่ารักษาไปตามหน้างานแต่ผมมั่นใจว่าผมรวยได้ผมก็รวยใหม่ได้ผมจะรวยครับแค่ยังไม่ใช่ตอนนี้เลยตอนนี้เราต้องแบบตัดกลุ่มให้ดีสุดเพราะไม่งั้นเราจะรวยอีกไม่ได้เลยครับต้องวางแผนที่ดีอยู่ให้รอดไปวันๆกันตอนนี้ตอนนี้ใครรวยใช่ไหมใครรวยวะเฮีย
Forced an awkward position, and there's that patience from Fangir. He said one of the major dangers, the differences to the B side takes was having text in the background. Second though again,
ตาจะคำว่าหนูเฮียเอ้ยตาแปลกๆแล้วเฮียวันนี้มันเป็นอะไรวะไอ้เฮียแต่ก็ผมเป็นของพี่เด็กก็มาหนูอะไรกันตา
They've trimmed the shrubbery and a great paranoia into the back. It hasn't got the play up though. Verno still able to provide that cover. Now jump in, caught by Verno as well. And MIBR, they fight their way back into this round, back into this map. 11 to 11.
เอามามอบเลยกระโดดไม่รู้จะยิงใครกระโดดหมุนป้าแม่งเลย
from the defense initially, like those opening picks that they found, like the nade combo to get rid of Mazzino. Then you have the catch on the lurker as well, but it's those 3 players just hunkered down at the back.
And it's Verno as well, who he was like 1 in 10 or something. He had a really bad start, and that's 2 rounds now. I can point to and say, without him, they don't have a chance. They did end up losing one of those, but this one here, that's all him. He saved that backside.
It stops.
Very good.
He protected the president. He kept Aspas alive
ก็ขอบคุณ
long
คนมาก
enough.
ที่แวะมาครับขอบคุณมากที่สนับสนุนด้วยที่มาแวะมาดูมากดฟอร์มาซับสไครต์ทุกคนสำหรับโดเนทขอบคุณครับผม
A weaker purchase, but there is a showstopper. I don't know if it's going to be used in this round. No, it's not.
โหเหลี่ยมนี้ได้เยอะเหลี่ยมนี้ได้เยอะ
Aspas banging in position once again.
โอ้โห
Gets 3.
โอ้ไอ้เหี้ยไม่น่าเลยไม่ได้แล้วปุ๊บแม่งเอา3ไอ้สัตว์เฮ้ย
Even a TP in behind.
ต้องมี POV ให้ดูนะเมื่อกี้
Weaponry to be found.
ครับ
We love Saw L donate มา10 บาท
No ultimates to play with.
ซอไม่ต้องรัดเข็
Verno
ม
will
ขัด
get
ค
his,
รับ
but
เพราะ
its
แฟนเกง
viability
ครับอยู่แล้ว
in this
ห
sort
ย
of
อก
moment.
อยากได้อะไรบอกครับ เดี๋ยวผมจัดการเองครับ
He's just faked that out. That
เดี๋ยว
TP
ให้
purely
ร้าน
for
ไป
bait
ซื้อให้
purposes.
เครื่องหมาย
They
สี่
were
เห
picking
ลี่ย
those
ม
rifles,
รับ
saying
ซอ
let's get them and
แ
fight our way back into this one. Buy
Ôi,
into these
ảo.
strong gamers, but they might have to fight
ขนาดนั้นนะ
RT, but with
อุ๊ย
Verno
ทำไม
down, maybe not. Tex, the man who's been a problem. Look at his position. Look at the plant. He
ขอบคุณ
has
สำหรับ
to
โดเนทครับ
be quick
โอ้โหซอ
moving
แอ
to
ล
sight. They're going to see him very
มี
early
เร็วซอ
on.
แอลครับ
He'll cut off the first head of the Hydra, but plenty
เฮ้ย
more
เฮ้ย
remain. Tex,
เอ้า
a
มีคน
chance
TP
in the 1 versus 1. Has his cam, but look for the
What?
fight. Tex delivers MIBR to 12 with a huge clutch.
That's just insanity. Like,
โอ้ไม่พร้อม
again,
ยิงครับ
you
เมื่อ
look
กี้
at this
ยิงปาด
defensive
2ได้
side,
นะ
you
ข
go,
นอง
hey,
จึงเลยบอกเลยปาด
Bangir should have had the play of the round.
โอ้โหเหี้ยโดน
Genuinely might have wiped out the entire
โอ้
squad if he was
1-3
given
ครับ
an
ทุกคน
extra bullet or 2.
โอ้ easy man
But that was perfectly played from Tex. A reposition first player, you could forgive it. The second
หยาบ
look to
คาย
jump
มาก
across as bait almost,
AG
and then gets wrecked. And then
วันนี้
because
น่าจะ
of
นอนแต่
that,
2 ทุ่มเบลอ
he has the time to flip it back 3 in a
ๆไหน
row
อะทักก็ได้
for
จะยิ้มเงี้ย
MIBR.
นี่เขาไม่ทักหรอกเดี๋ยวเขาก็รู้เลยว่าเป็นใคร
They're not going to care.
คุณแอล
And for the
ชอบคุณแอล
defense,
ก็ดูแลด้วยนะ
They now have
น้อง
ultimates.
รู้เปล่าโอเคไหม
they have weaponry.
ชอบเขาก็ดู
They're
แล
in a
เขา
good
ด้วย
position to take us to overtime, but have they been broken by those last couple of rounds?
They've been broken by Tex. I mean, what a Herculean
แนวคิด
effort
จริง
in
เนอะ
that last.
ทำไปเล่นไป
Unbelievable play. The confidence,
อย่า
not
ให้
even
ความ
letting
หวั
him
ง
get to
ของ
half,
แก
swinging
คน
in
นี้
early in
เล
the smoke.
ย
Cool under pressure with MIBR. They've weathered the storm and found themselves to safer waters. At least an overtime guaranteed now. But 13 on the board early is what they want. Prowler again sent to B. We've seen this. MIBR like to push and pull the map. For all gamers, they're left without a read. But if I set up
อย่า
on
ทำให้
the
คน
A
แก่
side,
หวั่นไหว
should
น้องเชื่อ
leave them
พี่
a bit more confident to send forces in that other direction. The thing is, where's MIBR going? This is looking like one of those
Bang
all
Air มีจริง
gamers
ไหม
rounds.
มีจริงครับผม
They're playing
มี Bang Air
across the
Bang Air
map, grabbing their orbs, and it's a huge fake of the C site, but it hasn't pulled rotations.
It's not yet.
ครับผม
Because of that,
We
questions
love
are being
Saw
asked.
L
Two
donate
ultimates have been
มา
used on the
10
A side of the
ขอบคุณครับ
map. It felt like they had the right read, and honestly, about 2 seconds ago they did, but
กินข้าว
because
หรือยังค
there
รั
was
บ
no contact made towards Zekin,
ไอสัตว์
he's
ไอ
called
สั
for
ต
the
ว์มึง
rotation.
ชื่อวีเลฟซอแอลไอ
12
สัตว์
seconds to get that plant in. Aspas with an operator in a peculiar
อันนี้
spot.
ไม่ค่อยมีคน
Now
จีบ
they
ดาบ
look to
พี่
move.
แล้ว
If they drop this
ดาบ
bomb,
นี้
that
มีแฟ
might
น
be the
แล้วอุ้ย
round. I don't know if
เรียบ
they've
ร้อย
got
ครับ
time to plant.
GG
I don't think they do.
GG เวลาไม่มี
All Shrimp has to do is
GG
survive, and they've taken it
เวลาไม่มี
on their own.
ชิบหายแล้วเบนเทอร์เบรกแน่เลยว่ะ
Live to tell the tale
เหี้ย
of
แล้ว
a
ครับ
singular kill.
โอ้โหไทม์แบบไม่น่าโอเวอร์ไทม์เลยฮะ
In the nick of
เออไม่น่า
time.
วีเลฟซอแอลทำคุยเลย
They picked the spike up with 3.5
เซลซ่าแต่เป็น
seconds
พี่แพลว
left.
ไปเรื่อยมึงไปเรื่อยแล้ว
Just
ชกไปเรื่อย
shy
แล้ว
of
นี่
what they needed. That is a
เปลี่ยน
huge
ด้อมเฉย
play. And all gamers, they deserve an
มึงเรียนเปลี่ยน
overtime
ชื่อ
with how
เปลี่
they
ยนชื่อด้วย
played.
ทีหลังอะ
And their attack side is really what looked the scariest.
Oh my
but
God.
but Fangir, every step of the way, has been the shining light The spark of hope for all gamers. Now they look to fan the flames in overtime.
They're going to see his face in their nightmares tonight. Like, that is genuinely... He couldn't have timed it any better. Like, literally, it's not possible. Gets it on the 6-second mark.
หลายใจนี่หว่าแต่ขอบคุณสำหรับเลยครับผม
long enough.
จริงๆด่าช่องผมนิสัยดีทุกคนเลยนะวันนี้ผมการันตีได้แต่ว่าชีวิตจริงกูไม่รู้นะแต่ว่าอยู่ในช่องนิสัยดีสร้างภาพดีเก่ง
Banger's got to be feeling confident at this stage.
แต่นิสัยดีนิสัยดี
Like every decision he makes turns to
ชีวิต
gold.
จริงก็ไปวัดดวงกันเอาเองนะเห็นปะ
The attack side now looking to put pressure back onto
โมโน่
Tex.
เนียนอะไรเปล่าวะเนียนโย
They
นเลย
suffered at the hands of his trips, and again you can see how wary they are of running through that utility, but
แปลก
this time there's no kill trip in that spot.
คือจริงครับไปแล้ว
MIBR everybody in the water
นิสัยดีทุกคนครับจริงๆผมอยากคือทุกคนผมว่าเอาจริงว่าทุกคนนิสัยดีหมดแหละ
Mike's not here.
แต่ว่ามันมีบางครั้งที่เราทำตัวไม่น่ารักบ้างกันเรื่องปกติครับแต่ว่าก็อยากให้มันเป็นบ่อยมากก็พอแล้วถ้าเรารู้ตัวว่าเราไม่น่ารักเลยเราก็บางครั้งเราโกรธใครหรือแบบเราน้อยใจใครแต่มีเรื่องอะไรที่เรารู้สึกว่ามันแบบเรารู้สึกไม่ดีอะหายใจสัก5 วิ10 วิถามเขาก็ได้ถ้าเราน้อยใจหรือแบบเรารู้สึกไม่ดีทำตัวไม่ดีเนี่ยลองให้โอกาสตัวเองก่อนให้โอกาสคนอื่น
Good work by Aspas to still be wary even though the trip was broken so late but he will be caught by Bai in the end
มีธงมีเธอ
AG in the post plant. That's where they were
ที่ใส่
truly
ดีแล้ว
deadly.
มากองอะไรช่องนี้
Buying
น่า
one
จะ
away
ดึง
from
พี่
an
ขึ้น
ultimate. Instead, they're going to look to get aggressive. Timing worked out for them, but Mazzino as his teammate
อยา
covered.
กตาม
Now
เทส
Kira
จี
is
ว่า
all that's left.
อยากตามเทสจีว่าเขา
They've not been broken by that previous round.
เซลเสียหลักเลย
13
เซลเสียหลักเลย
a map point on the attack.
Another chance to close this out last
เสีย
time.
หลักเลยครับ
It was a very narrow margin by which they lost out on the chance to start this series 1-0. 16-14 against Heretics. I'm even talking about the last 2 rounds ago.
Oh.
Half a second.
Oh, I let you in the last time they played this map.
Indeed, yeah, that match against Heretics was laborious, and this may be the same. You look across the stage from MIBR though, and like Fangir,
โคตรแย่จำดีเทลไว้ชงแล้วเนี่ย
leagues above the rest. But for MIBR, Aspas is impressive as ever.
มันจะมีอยู่คนนึงขึ้นต้นด้วย ELL
What this was all about.
คนนี้ครับของดีนะเว้ยเขาวาดรูปเก่งเว้ยเขาถ่ายรูปสวยเว้ยอุ้ย
And now they have, but it's a little too late. He'll still get 2. And with GRQ adding to the equation,
โดนหันครับ
it's MIBR miles behind.
คนนี้นะเขาฟังอะไรนะจำไม่ผิดเหรอ
Again, just the decision making. He almost gets another triple kill.
เขาเป็นแบบไทยแรปอันเดอร์กราวฟังเพลงกับไทยแรปอันเดอร์กราวเลยคนเนี้ยโคตรเท่เลยลูกโป่เขาแบบฟีลแบบคลาสสิกอะแบบว่าวินเทจยิ้มแบบรอยยิ้มแบบสวยๆอะเฮียเขาเท่ครับเฮียของจริงจังอะ
How much can he truly hope to find?
แต่ว่าเขาถ่ายรูปสวยมากเลยนะยิ้มเลยเขายิ้มอยู่เว้ยเขายิ้มอยู่เว้ยแล้วก็แบบคุยแบงค์แม่งคุยเนี่ยประมาณนี้ผมว่านะ
All he gets, the nade puts him down to just 4 HP. He can't afford to take any damage along the way, trying to dodge the boom bot, but even finding his opponent's going to be difficult. Nice shot on the first. That's the ultimate, but the spam is enough. We go again. With Bai finding another double and 13-13 the score.
แฮวไม่ได้อยู่เหรอ
It starts to be a bit of deja vu for MIBR. Last time around, a similar story. It went the distance and then some. And this time, again, the snake in the grass of Fangir to start this round. The reveal came in just a smidge too late. He'd already got 2, and GRQ fighting from that open door was able to trade out to make it an even bigger advantage. Going into the next OT.
We love saw L donate มา 10 บาท
ขอบคุณครับ
เจอเรือเครื่องหมายสี่เหลี่ยมแบงค์ L แบบนี้ผมก็แพ้ตั้งแต่ยังไม่เริ่มสิครับ
จริงครับ
ขอยอมแพ้ตรงนี้เลยนะกันครับขอให้รักกันนานๆครับ
ขอบคุณครับผม
As now the pace picked up by all gamers, and you expect a very direct hit. Tex is going to have his work cut out for him.
อันนี้ไปถามเองนะไม่รู้นะ
Be forced to play the retake now.
อาจจะมีคนในใจด้วยคนนอกใจด้วยคนข้างๆด้วยหรือเปล่าแบบหลายนี่หน่อย
the late round, but it's spam actually takes down GRQ. That's a man advantage now. Another opening kill for Aspas to add to the ever glowing growing
สูสี
collection.
เฮ้ยโดดมาอย่างนี้เลยโอ้ยันแม่เฮ้ยเข้าสไลด์ต่อนะโคตรเท่ยากครับยากครับแต่ว่าเป็นไปได้ยากครับได้ครับเทคเอาให้ไหลวิลล่าเรียบร้อยEWC กับนำแล้ว
3 kills for the Rays. Lead taken. And the
เปิดก็
first
ด้วยอยาก
map
ดู
point now for all gamers.
เมื่อวานฮาจัดเลยเฮลเห็นฮาจัดเลยวันฮาจัดเลยไม่รู้ว่าตอนไหนไม่รู้ตอนช่วงไหนครับแต่ว่าฮาจัดเฮีย
The calls on the attack left MIBR guessing.
เริ่มจากอาร์มเลยอาร์มก่อนเลย
Found the answers
อาร์ม
that
โด
they
นก่อนเลย
needed. Now they call a timeout in a series in a map that they had the chance to close out more than once. And now they have to fight for survival with Aspas topping the board. 27 there, but Fangir, the one drawing all our eyes. He has looked like the star of the show. Just in that last round from the top rope, denying all that space that they were attempting to take back through.
อย่าเปิดคนโดนกระทบเยอะอย่าเปิดเลยครับ
Fun to watch, and I do keep waiting for that moment where he slows down. I think the worst I've seen from him is a single missed upshot. But the round before,
ไม่เคยเข้าไปดู IG ใครเลยแต่จะมีสายรับส่งมาให้ไม่มีสายรับส่งมาให้สายรับส่งให้ทุกแบบทุกคนนะส่งมาให้แต่ว่ามีคนส่งมาให้อยู่นี่คนนี้นี่
Sublime and whatever's been said to these players, be it from losing a streak of 4 rounds in a row to immediate winning 3 of the next 4, the same in the first half as well, 4-4.
โอ้โหจะได้ไหมเจมไม่อยู่เมื่อวานเลย
After the pause, he's been impeccable.
ว่ะเจมทักเล่นในส่วนเล่นโนวันนี่ว่ะ
and MIBR gifted that pause over to the other side. I will say all gamers had the same opportunity to take a pause, but evidently whatever's been said by the players, he didn't feel like it was necessary on his side.
เดี๋ยวคนไหนเนี่ยไอ้สัตว์ใครเนี่ยไอ้เฮียเจมใครวะไม่มีเฮ้ย
From what we've seen, especially for Fangir, but the squad overall, every leaf has been a flower, and now they bloom late, but just in time.
โอ้ยสมัยนั้นตอนนี้ก็มีผัวแล้วบ้างเจมมีผัวแล้วบ้าง
This is not ideal for all gamers. A 4-man stack up on C. They had read the favorite site.
ผมไม่ได้ฟอยจีใครเลยไม่ได้ฟอยจีคุณนกไม่ได้ฟอยจีกับเขาเลยแต่ผมรู้หมดผมรู้หมดครับผมรู้หมดอ่ะ
The vice utility is there, of course, but nobody.
ช่วงนี้ไม่ได้กูนอนต้องนอนไวกูนอนดึกไม่ได้แล้วกูต้องกำลังกายให้สุขภาพกูแย่จัดไม่มีน้องนุ่มนิ่มไม่มีนะผม
Could be easier to go for the split, but that will work in all gamers' favor.
ใครวะ
Terrifying thing as well is
มึงเดาไม่ถูกแน่ครับบอกเลยมึงเดาไม่ถูกฮะ
coming out from all games.
เราแวงกันเองแล้วไหม
Nice shot from Tex though.
เราแวงกันเองแล้วไอ้เหี้ยตอนนี้
He was under serious pressure.
เหี้ยใครวะไอ้สัตว์มึงวะ
Manages to get rid of Fangir. He's been the tip of the spear in all of the retakes. Think about it. Using that overdrive, getting in their face while they put the ults through. Him being gone could give them another opportunity.
เหี้ยกูลงคีย์อะไรไม่ได้แล้วไอ้สัตว์เลย
What happens when Fangir goes quiet? Well, now a 4-4.
กัดกันยับเหี้ย
It's all gamers' chance. To break back into this, a sees nade thrown down below, a slow at least to buy some time, and the paranoia does the same. The clock keeps ticking, and now Kira finds the first shrimp with another. Okay, the number's thin, and MIBR are left with just second standing against the rising tide of all gamers. The tap on the spike, the swing. Already happened. He'll get the first. But he won't get anything else. All gamers wash MIBR away.
ผมยังไม่เคยเห็นหน้าใครบ้างวะ
Taking the lead and taking the dub moments later.
คุณนกคุณเตยคัตตาร์ดเคยเห็นอยู่
A second defeat at overtime on Lotus in just a matter of days. But it shows the resilience of all gamers. We said it at the beginning of the game. I think a lot of teams, especially teams with high caliber players who've been there, done that, got the t-shirt, and go up against this squad and feel like it's going to be an easy road. And every single time they prove it doesn't matter the opponent, they are able to take it close. They're able to battle and brawl. And while in map number 1, they're able to take the dub.
Maybe say there were signs of it up
FPS
against
เกมครับแบบคนเล่น FPS เกมครับ
Now for MIBR, it looks like Lotus might be a bit more of a weak point than we expected, but that's not for us to say.
แล้วไม่แบบคนฟังเพลงของไทยแล้วมันจะกล่าวด้วยไอ้เหี้ยเกียร์ปากมึงเสียมึงควรจะหุบปาก
Thank you very much, Mitch and Tom. Great call, and yet again in overtime. It's hard for MIBR on
แพลเขามีแฟน
Lotus.
แล้วผม
They
ไม่ได้
fall
ครับ
to
ไปดูไม่ได้
AGAL, who
ตั้งแต่
clutch it
เตย
out.
ตั้งแต่น้อง
And
มี
I
แฟนผม
just
ก็
need
ไม่ดู
to
ละ
go back to round 22, 23, and 24. Those final 3 in regulation, they were absolutely crazy as we welcome back Kukuka in big time. Both teams having hero moments, number disadvantages, crazy headshots,
ไม่ได้ไปเจอ
and
หน้า
still
ใครแล้ว
go to overtime. It
ราย
goes
การนี้
all
แค่
the
เข้า
way
ร่วมก็ได้
to
เงินแล้วใช่ไหมครับ
AGAL.
And that was a fantastic game to watch. That's what we talk. When you talk about heroes, when you talk about the storylines,
ไม่คือมันไม่ใช่ว่าได้เข้าร่วม
a man like
คือมันต้อง
Fangir,
คัดเข้า
this guy came to
คัด
play
เข้ามา
today after the last
แค่คัดเข้ามาก็
rest of the group stage.
มันก็
Everyone's
ได้
talking
แล้ว
about GRQ. Everyone's like, oh
จบ
GRQ
แบบจบแบบแพ้มาถึงแพ้รัวเลยได้ 30,000
He comes in and goes, no, it's all about me, guys. Take a look at my neon. Look what I can do. Look how I can make this operator work. MIBR had no answers, and they have, you know, when we talk about the all-star operator players, they have the guy. They have
It is him. It do be him. Seriously, what a fantastic show and what a dominant also start of the map. Do not forget, at the end of the day, as we said, they are coming in as being the underdog. MIBR should be the favorite here, but we have to say, all gamers, not for a second, not in this match and not in previous matches, have shown any kind of fear to the opponent that they have in front of them. And what a moment also to be here and be able to witness the way that they were playing it, the way they were celebrating once they managed to get into overtime and get and save that spike plant that was absolutely insane. From then, the momentum was on their side.
I think they stole away so many rounds. Fangir did it. The rest did it. My mind goes back to that 5v2 retake MIBR had, but they got shut down because the individual prowess on this AG team.
เสียงข่าวมากตัวจริงน่ารักมากครับผม
the server there, which feels insane to say when we look at the names on this MIBR squad. Now, don't get me wrong, Aspas really pulled his weight. So did Tech, someone who's had a little bit of a fall forward. He did a great job on that cipher, but ultimately, it's not enough here on Lotus, and this is MIBR's map pick.
Yeah, and I know Verno is IGLing this squad, but he was at 1-9 in the first half. It's very difficult to get yourself across the line.
น่ารักจริงไม่เคยเห็นเลย
carried a little bit more, at least going 1-1 in the second half, but it was such a slow
ยิ้มเฉยเลย
Seriously, the resilience that all gamers show when if you
ดึงไว้ก่อนดึงก่อนร้อยไล่สัตว์ดึงก่อนแถว
for example,
ร้อยแล้วร้อยแล้ว
having a very good time at the beginning of that map.
พี่แพลวตีทุกวันหน่อยครับ
So many of the circumstances that they were able to turn around where they were one man down
แล้วทำเสียง
did
ข่าว
not
จัดเลย
matter.
แพล
The
ว
refracts came in very fast. Something also that Tom was highlighting how Fangir was so
อยู่บ้านไอ้แพลวตื่นยังมึงอะตื่นยังแพลวลูก
Again, so
เข้า
on
มา
top
ตีบอกว่า
of their game.
ชื่อพี่แพลวครับ
I just so impressed. I think especially the macro in that first half for all gamers. I think when people talk about the CM region, people often mention macro, right? It's still what they're known for, and if anything, they're put down about it internationally. But I didn't get that impression at all. And even when we watched all gamers against Heretics, I feel like game planning is very, very strong. I'm very enormously impressed with this roster.
Man, what's happening with
ตีม
Lotus?
หน่อยครับเธอ
It's always OT.
If you want to be here forever, pick Lotus because there has not been really one team. Wasn't it? Well, BBL, no? Bar.
เบื่อตัวเองเหมือนกัน
Yeah, there was the play those last couple of rounds there with the 3K that kicked it off, but the Tex clutches it out, and then of course the stun during the plant gets the kill, waits out the time.
สวัสดีครับน้องวินนี่โปรเพลเยอร์สปีดดิฟเตอร์
kill here in overtime. You're thinking this is it, but AGL battle back on
นี่
that
ตัวแทน
as well.
ตัวแทนจักรวาลนะ
It was a
วินนี่
fantastic
ตัวแทน
map
จักรวาล
of
นะ
Lotus
ที่
here.
จำได้อยู่
Again, it's all gamers, so the
เป็นนัก
shooting
แข่
is
ง
going to be absolutely
โมบาย
incredible.
แต่ว่าน้องใช้ตีเล่น
The show is
ก็คือเอามือ
guaranteed
ไว้
when they are
ทำ
on
เท่
the
เฉย
stage. It doesn't matter if it's
ทำไม
against
ทำมือแต่
Team
ใช้
Heretics
ตี
now
เล่นแค่ตี
against
แข่งของเกมไอ้เหี้ย
MIBR. I think that after getting and saving that
รอ
round,
แม่เถอะ
Fangir
อยู่
was
ไว้
like,
ถึง
I
แล้ว
am
บ้าน
losing.
กูเป็นหมาเศรษฐี
I can tell you that.
These are the type of games that make me
Think
love
ปิดกล้องที่ร้าน
Valorant.
เกม
When you have those moments where
นี่เปิดกล้อง
someone
ได้
is
ผม
able
เปิด
to
ตลอด
step
อะผม
up,
ไม่เปิดเอ
be
ง
that hero. Just I
เปิดได้หรอ
love watching
เปิดแล้วกู
them
ส้น
all
ตีน
on
ด้วย
the
จริง
stage.
ๆเปิดแล้วแบบ
MIBR have to
หน้า
find a
ตา
way to
ท่าทาง
bounce
มันส้น
back
ตีน
here, or they will be
ผมไม่อยาก
eliminated
เปิด
from EWC.
And
ให้เห็น
as
แค่แบบ
always,
แค่สาย
like
ตา
I
อย่างนี้พอละ
like to
แค่
do
สาย
on
ตา
my
กู
desk,
ตีแล้ว
like, due to the callbacks, and you said earlier, we talked about GRQ, we talked about
อยาก
Shrimp,
ให้
we
ลุง
gave
ขึ้นแล้ว
shout-outs
ตะ
to
โกน
Kira,
โวย
but you're like,
กลางร้าน
Fangir's the guy
อุ้ยดีนะ
that
เขาไม่ได้หา
normally is here for this roster and hasn't had that opportunity yet, but he does so here today in that first map.
He showed just how capable he can be. That's what we saw from them at the start of the year. That's what we were all expecting to see in Santiago, but they couldn't make it work over there. They, the one win, but ultimately not enough for them. But right now, if he can continue this form that we're seeing from him, right here, I think his name will become bigger and bigger. One map away from playoffs now. He might have a shot to do this on the biggest stage.
KC Academy, what can I say? It's all the talent comes from EMEA. we just nurture all of them. It's good to see though the fan gear, because as you're saying, the beginning of the year it was his realm.
Yes.
He played so incredibly well, and he was the difference maker in this team. Everybody doesn't speak English for him. He's learning a little bit, you know, here and there, but he's definitely worth the effort.
Well, MIBR are now down to their last loss before leaving EWC 2026, but their guns can change their fate. Will they be able to do so? We'll find out after the break. You're watching EWC 2026.
ตบหัวตลอดเวลาแบงค์มันถอดเสื้อใช่อยู่ห้องผมตีผมไม่ค่อยใส่เสื้อครับจนมีถ่ายงานเมื่อวานแต่งหน้าถ่ายโปรโมทท่าโพสท่าแอคเขินเลยพวกนี้ถ่ายคลิปเปิดตัวเย็ดเฮียของจริงจัดอ่ะน้องเดี๋ยวไปดูเดี๋ยวกูไปดาวเลยคนไหนวินนี่เฮียไปดูว่าเท่ๆเว้ยโคตรหล่อคิดถึงบ้านเลยเน็ตแรมกากสเตจแข่งก็เน็ตกากแต่พี่ใหญ่จัดเลยจัดพี่ใหญ่จัดเลยไม่มันเราไปไม่กี่วันเองไปแป๊บเดียวเราซึมซับให้เต็มที่น้องเฮียไปถึงผมคิดถึงบ้านจัดไปอะไรลุงบุญดูแข่งเอเปกไหมไม่ได้ดูครับจริงๆผมเล่นในเอเปกแต่ช่วงนี้ไม่ค่อยได้เฉยส่วนเบิร์นนิ่งไม่ค่อยเล่นคุณแพลวเล่นในเปกด้วยเหรอผมท้าไปชวนเพื่อนผมไปเบิร์นนิ่งแม่งบิดตลอดเลยหมดลมเล่นละเฮียเล่นแต่กับสาวๆไอ้สัตว์เวลาอ๋อคาตาเล่นในเปกกูนี่หว่ามันก็เล่นทุกเกมอยากด่าว่ะเบื่อเปิดตัวผมมาส่งให้เลยครับได้ครับผมโอ้ยนานปะเนี่ยมันทำวันเดียวเสร็จหรอเรามาเมื่อไหร่เปิดตัวอะไรส่งเลยด้วยดีครับลุงสวัสดีครับน้องซัดเซลเลยครับผม
The human body was built to move not trapped at a desk in one singular posture
กินข้าวไหมทุกคนกินข้าวดีกว่าทานข้าวดีกว่าวันนี้มีแค่2คู่ด้วยคู่นี้ให้จบ2 0ก็ไวจี๋เลย
This is Secret Lab Titan Evo ergonomically engineered for you gamers hybrid workers artists backing your every move
เฮียตังค์จะหมดเฮียสัตว์สักครู่นะครับผมวันนี้ข้าวจะหายไหมไม่หายแล้วพี่ลงไปเอาเองนะครับแบบว่าลงไปรับเลยไม่รอให้แบบว่าเขาวางไว้ไม่หายฮะ
The final opportunity for VCT China to have representation in the EWC playoffs is up to AGAL, and they're on the right start. 1-0 over MIBR. Los Tigan here alongside Kukuka and Big Time. That was a lot of acronyms that I just did Big Time. However, there is no question about what I mean, which is MIBR. I have their backs against the wall and need to figure it out.
Yeah, look, this is a fantastic roster. We all know it. We all know how. Everybody knows these names. If you know Valorant, this is a squad that should be amazing. This is a squad that should be winning. It's a squad that should be lifting trophies. But then it looked like maybe EWC could be different after that opening game, smashing global esports. But then they dropped a lot. Now it's ultimately back against the wall for this superstar high-powered squad that's going out to all gamers of all teams, which is not something you would ever expect on paper.
Stop disrespecting all gamers. They have all of the gamers. They're here to win, okay? No. I get it. I get it. Because we've had this happen previously in Valorant. You know, where we have squads that have very good names, players that have performed incredibly in the past. And I think that there is a very big difference between
พี่ผมไปดูดอท EWC มาโปรดักชั่นดีกว่าเยอะเลยว่ะโอ้ยดอทมันอย่างนี้อยู่แล้ว
That is a big difference and you can
ผ่านมาหลายวันแล้วยังไม่ move on นะพี่ move เหี้ยอะไรไอ้สัตว์ถ้าในบัญชีมึงมีตังค์แค่200อ่ะสมมติในบัญชีมีตังค์200อ่ะ มึงสั่งข้าวไป89 บาท
What were you doing? Like, what is the excuse?
Sat at home.
To not
แล้วข้าวมึงหาย
do everything here. Okay,
มึงต้องรู้สึกไงวะ
I totally agree. I think for me it doesn't even matter.
กูต้องเอาอีก100ที่กูเหลือสั่งใหม่
Gamers haven't you fan in me today. I will be watching.
มึงจะรู้อ่ะ
quite seriously from now on because I think they've shown
ถ่าย
that
เสร็
they
จเขาไป
can
บอก
handle
ก็
the
ไม่รู้
very
ครับ
big
แต่ว่า
press. I've been
เขา
so
5 ดาวเลย
impressed
นะ
with the macro, the
ก็เลยคิดว่า
IGL
เขาคงไม่หรอกมั้ง
leadership, the
หรือเขาเอาไปไม่
backroom
รู้
staff. The game planning is rock solid, but then also you add onto that the firepower, the flashy plays, Fangier's
ส
ability.
วัสดีครับผมเอง
with
วิ
the
นนี่สวัสดีครับผม
GRQ,
ไหนมึง
he's
ส่งรูปมา
on
สิ
top
วิน
of
นี่
the world. He's looking brilliant. So I think this is a squad that can really make some damage here at EWC.
Especially when
เฮีย
you
วิน
have
นี่
a
หล่อ
lot of
จั
the
งวะ
big
ไอ้สัต
names
ว์
have already gone out and now are making space for a name to
เฮ้ย
be
แต่น้องมี
made.
แฟนแล้วนะ
Yeah,
บอกก่อน
like
นะน้อง
for
มีแฟนแล้ว
AGAL.
อุ้ยหล่อ
When
จัด
Fnatic
เฮีย
doesn't qualify for the tournament. When Paper X goes crashing out. When RQ
กูซื้อ
doesn't
มาม่า
have
ให้
a
2 แพ็ค
as
เลือกรถ
well. Now is an opportunity for AGAL to
ถ้า
step
คนน่า
up.
จะสันดานหมา
Not to
ไม่
mention
เอาจริงปะ
EDG
กู
and
มองไปแล้วแหละ
XLG,
ไม่เป็นไร
right?
ไม่เป็นไร
They had fantastic
คือกูมองอย่างงี้เว้ย
performances over in London.
กู
They
อะไม่เคย
re-put CN
ไม่เคยมี
back
ไม่เคย
on
มี
the
แบบ
map.
ข้าวหาย
But
มาก่อน
it's
ไม่เคย
those
เลยครับ
two
ไม่เคยเลย
that
ครับ
are already out.
นี่
They
เป็นครั้ง
don't
แรกครับ
have
แล้ว
that
กูรู้สึกว่า
chance. Now it's all
เขาเลือก
gamers
จะขโมยข้าวเราอะ
having to fly that
89 บาท
flag
อะ
for
กูโอเคนะ
VCT
กูให้ได้
Can they
แต่เขา
bring
จะ
that
หิวหรืออะไรก็ไม่รู้แหละ
representation
แบบว่า
to the playoffs
แต่
as
มัน
we
ไม่ใช่
move
สิ่งที่ดีนะเว้ย
across
มันคือสันดานไม่ดี
here
บางคน
onto
แม่งมี
Split?
ตังค์แต่แม่ง
Yeah,
เอา
and
คนอื่น
all
ไปกินก็มี
gamers decided
แต่อย่างน้อยอะ
this.
กู
They
ก็รู้สึก
picked
ว่า
this map. As you can see
เอ
in
อ
the
แม่งเอาของ
graphic
กิน
right
ไป
now
แม่ง
for
ก็
the
คงเอาไป
side
กิน
of
แหละ
MIBR. They played it
มันอาจจะ
last
หิว
in
ห
the
รือมันเป็นสันดานของแม่ง
qualifier
ก็เรื่องของแม่ง
to
คือกูชักอัพ
EWC
แบบ
versus
ช่างแม่งก็ฟักอัพ
Leviathan.
ไป
For all gamers, they won
เอาแม่ง
on
ให้แม่ง
it
ไปกิน
against the Global Esports. They already have a little bit of a rep. To me, it has to be about keeping the confidence. We were
ก็เลย
speaking about
ช่างแม่ง
GRQ, the cheeky plays here and
เรา
there.
ก็หาไม่ครับหา
Guys,
ไม่
we need to learn how to open angles
ข้าวกิน
together. We cannot one opens the other one TPs.
ผมไม่ได้ขอ
and
เงิน
there's
ที่
a
บ้าน
fun
เลยค
one
รับ
that
ไม่
just
เลยครับ
jumps
แบบไม่เลย
later
ครับ
onto
มี
the
แต่ให้
side.
เงิ
We
นที่
still
บ้าน
need to
ตอน
work
นี้ก็
on
เลยแบบ
those
ว่า
synergies. I know that the
หนักยาก
pressure is very, very high onto them. They're still going for the picks. Do not get me wrong. And of course, all the pressure right now is on MIBR.
Yeah, I love it that
ของ
in
ครับผม
this
ของสำหรับ
map
เด็กครับ
now
ของครับผม
the backs are truly against the wall. It's a pure mirror matchup. Fangear is going to be head to head against
ไม่เอาเจ๊
Aspas
ไม่เอาไม่เอา
on
เก็บไว้
that
เก็บไว้
jet. Everybody's going to know how to play this comp. You know what the other team is going to want to do. It's all about execution. It's all about who's performing in the
เฮียวิน
server.
นี่แม่ง
No
โคตรเท่เลย
excuses
ว่ะ
left here.
A mirror match here.
เฮียหล่อ
in
จัด
map number 2 as we head on over to Split. AGAL
เอ็
one
ด
win
แร
away
ก
from booking their ticket
โอ้ยมัน
into
ส
the
ตูใหญ่จัง
playoffs.
วะวินนี่
MIBR got to dig
อ๋อนี่
deep.
คือ
They
เว
were
ทีมันเลยปะ
close on their map pick, but now have to come up with the upset.
เฮีย
Let's send it on over to Tom and Mitch.
เฮ้ยยินดีด้วยครับน้องโหได้ไปแข่งที่นู่นเลยเว้ย
Thank you, D-Gon. All gamers, one map to the good, stepping in.
เฮียโคตรแอคอะไอ้สัตว์ก็เท่เลยเฮีย
Step up from them. MIBR a team that I think almost everybody expects to see in playoffs, but now they're in danger of going out in the groups.
Yeah, I think especially
ขอบคุณนะครับ ขอบคุณมากครับ
when
ที่
you
ส
look
นับ
at
สนุน
their
ครับ
area,
ขอบคุณ
I
น้
think
องๆไล
getting
น์
to
ขอบ
this
คุณผม
stage,
ที่
put
นี่
them
ตัว
up
เองครับ
against
เข้า
all
ไปครับ
gamers.
แมป2เลือกใครครับ
Again, if you've
AG
not
ครับผม
watched much of all gamers or
ถูกต้อง
only
ฮะ
seen
เดี๋
a
ยวก่อน
little
ขอดู
bit
ความก่อนเฮ้ยอะไรเนี่ย
Master Santiago, you might be going, okay, yeah, they beat one team here
ลอก
and
กันมา
there,
ปะ
but
เนี่ย
they weren't able to take anyone else down.
เฮ้ยแต่
This
AG
squad
กัน
is
ก่อน
looking
ผมว่าไง
legit
ก็น่าจะ
by
AG
a
จบ
lot
ได้
of
ครับ
depth
2-0 ครับ
of talent. I think especially we didn't see the best game from Shrimp.
ใหญ่
but
มาก
there were
ตื่นเต้น
definitely
เลย
other
ใหญ่จ
players
ริง
that
ไอ้เหี้ยใหญ่
stepped
สั
up
ตว์
while he was fantastic
ขอบคุณครับ
earlier
ผม
in the
ยินดี
tournament.
ครับผม
Bangir
ขอให้
just
สู้
had
ๆน้อง
probably
เตรียม
his
ตัวให้ดีค
best
รับ
map of the
เรามีโอกาส
tournament
ไป
so
เอา
far.
พี่พุ่งตรงนะ
And we look at the other side and like
อย่าไปกดดันตัวเองครับ
Aspas was still performing well.
แพ้ช่างแม่ง
Had a
แต่ขอ
great
ไว้
map.
ลายหน่อยโอเค
It
ปะ
wasn't enough to get them
เล่น
over
ให้
the
เต็ม
line
ที่
on
ครับ
their own map choice. And now coming into Split, still,
เฮียวินนี่
it
กู
is
รูด
their
เลยแพ้เลย
opponent's
เกม
choice.
ศูน
But
ย์
I
จ
think
บ
it's one where they have looked relatively comfortable in the past, like going head to head with some
4-5
pretty good teams regionally. It's
เฮ้ย
just
ลาเต้
whether
มัน
or
รู้ได้
not,
ไง
like,
วะ
if they're going to have enough
ว่าพี่ไม่ถึง
to take us to a
49
third map.
It's crazy to lose a
Hey.
game as well. Like in that last one, MIBR went plus 10 on opening duels between
was telling
Tex and
you.
Aspas. Yeah, like,
Ate.
it's wild to have it
ดูจากไหนเนี่ย
spin
พี่หลุด
back
เหรอ
in favor of all gamers like that.
มีคลิป
But
หลุดเหรอ
you said Fangir was that savior who pulled
Yeah,
back
Tate
so
รู้ได้
many
ไงวะ
of the rounds for them. MIBR
อ้าวเข้าง่ายอ
starting
ย่างงี้
the attack side here.
ชิปหายแล้วมึง
No
มี
time
ฮิว
getting
ด้วย
into the A side. Spike still
แต่
needs
สกาย
to
ฮิว
go
ตัวเอง
with
ไม่
the
ได้
rest
นะ
of the squad. And those smokes, yeah, they're not going to last
เดี๋ยวแป๊บ นึงนะขอดูรีเทคแป๊บนึง
Finally they will make it through. In the nick of time, the plant.
รอสกรีนครับเราไม่เล่นสกรีนเลยอุ้ยบายดันสกรีนอุ้ยรู้แล้วครับว่าดัน
Give them a fight, give them a scrap, and now they have to
จะ
go
โฉก
looking
ไม่ได้
for
โฉก
a
ครับ
deep push in towards the spawn.
อุ้ยแล้วเขาบีบจากไอ้นี่มาจบเลยเนี่ย
They've got a foothold now.
Beat
Now it's
Amen
more on
มา
all gamers to fight back.
เรียบร้อยเห็น
They
ส
know
กรีน
they've
3
lost
ครับ
screens. And
ไอ้บอม2
reclaiming
ดู
that
ทร
is
ง
going to be difficult.
เรียบร้อยเฮเว่นโดนในบอกเอ้า
Now the plant is
ระวังไม่ได้เปิดดีด้วย
for the side of MIBR. In fact, I would
เฮ้
say
ย
a pretty poor one already to half. They need to get a move.
รอไม่หมดแล้ว
They're just looking to try and defuse it in front of them.
โดนแน่มึง
MIBR
วางอะไร
so ready and raring to try the wrapper
ไอ้สัตว์อยู่ๆก็นักกันดันแต่วางแบบไม่ได้เอื้อเลยครับที่
That's
หา
the
ยแล้วฮะ
danger. They planted for back sight. Remember, those smokes were fading by the time that they pushed in.
จาก
It
4-5
was
ไป
a couple
3-8
seconds left on them, but
นี่
not
ไส้เดือน
enough
บอก
to
เนี่
go
ยเหี้ย
planting up for heaven. A piece of utility to disrupt, and all
ไส้
of a
ที่สอบ
sudden you're
ก
on
ด
the back foot in the round. So instead, they take a safe plant
ผมวาง
and
ผมวาง
try
ที่
to
บอร์ด
use
แล้วมัน
those
ลั่นครับ
sky
นี่
flashes to fight deep into the spawn.
เฮ้ย
Sure,
ลา
it
เต้
works out, but like you said, the plant isn't for there. And the second that all gamers
รู้
get
ได้
some
ไงเนี่ย
presence
เบอร์
on
บี้
the
ลงท้าย
site, get boots on the ground,
พวกมึง
it
คิดอะไรกันเนี่ย
already flips things massively in their favor. That is a big pistol pickup. Fangir again showing that he's
โอ้ไม่น่า
still got
แพ้
chops in this mirror matchup.
เข้าบอมก็ง่ายดันสวยด้วยตัดได้ก่อน
And
ด้วย
Eco
สัตว์
coming out of
โอ้โห
MIBR. That's a spam on the back of the
บาย
GRQ
อุ้ย
just
บายสวย
connecting forward, and
ถ้าตัดตัวแรก
now
โอ้ไปหมดเลยทีเนี้ย
he's in danger. Never mind. He'll go down eventually, but the
เอ้ย
work has been done.
หวานเจี๊ยบ
Yeah, comfortable in the end.
แล้วไม่
I
มัน
think
ดุ
as
จังวะ
well, that one thing
ไม่
I'm loving
มันดุจริง
the
เว้ย
most
แต่ว่า
about
วิธีการ
Fangir
เล่น
is
แม่ง
I think there would be a lot of people who go
แปลก
into
เว้ย
this
สู้ให้
game
ได้
and
เลย
go
เหี้ย
like, look at
แต่
the
ด้านมันเก่งมาก
careers
นะ
of the players on the other side. Like,
Second
these are players
at part
that
แบบว่าโอ้โห
have been champions, that have won champions, won masters. Like there's so much depth in terms of who
กำลั
has
งจะ
been
กำลัง
there,
จะกลับ
done
บ้าน
that,
นะ
got the
จริงกำลังจะแพ้
T-shirt. And Fangir doesn't care. Not even for a second. Like he's like, I'm gonna
มัน
full
ดุนะ
stick
แต่ผล
this,
ออกมา
and
ไม่ค่อย
if
ดี
you
เท่าไหร่
guys are nearby, cool. If not, I don't care. Like it is just a confident player, no matter who he is up against.
เดี๋ยวจบนี่แม่งต่อยกันเหมือนจีทำไงสัต
It's
ว์
got to be tough to play against. Now, bear in
ต่อย
mind,
เหมือน
a
จี
few rifles kept over
เฮีย
into
เซ
this
เกตกูโด
round,
น
an
หิ้ว
SMG for
ตัว
buy,
จักหน้อย
but there's definitely some
โอ้ย
vulnerabilities
เฮีย
because
ดันเลย
the
โบนัส
defense
ลาว
is
ครับ
going pushing.
All gamers
โอ้โห
not
ดันแบบ
scared
ดันรุน
of
แรงด้วย
their
เขารู้นะ
opposition. That is for sure. It's a blitz, but Mizzino is ready. Plenty of backup there. I don't want to see him push that with the spike, and thankfully
ต้องไป
he
เลย
does
ว่ะเราเป็นต้อง
cancel
ไป
that
ครับ
aggression. Might be time to flee.
เจอ
But
คม
MIBR show no signs of running away, of turning tail. Instead, they're looking to fight their way back through. The dog's going to make it awkward. The stun on Shrimp ends his life after
ไม่น่าดัน
one
อย่าง
good
นี้เลย
trades. For MIBR to start, and the main
นี่
thing
ข่าว
about
จี
this
ป่ะ
is
ไม่มีครับผมว่า
it's
ไลออด
dangerous
ไม่ให้
when
นี่
that
แล้ว
low buy comes running
ไลออ
at
ด
you.
น่าจะคุมแล้วครับ
It's
พอมี
dangerous when some of your players
คือ
can
ที่หลุดมา
potentially
มันเป็นแบบว่า
isolate,
จาก
but
คนห้อง
MIBR
ข้างๆอะไรเงี้ย
stayed
ว่าแบบ
calm
จี
and
มี
just
ปัญหากันต่อยกันอะไร
pulled
เงี้ย
together to deal with it.
ใคร
Obviously,
ไม่
with
ทัน
the
ข่าว
exception
นะ
of
จี
Tex,
ต่อย
who
กัน
was
ครั
the
บ
flank
ต่อย
controller.
กันในห้องรับรองนะ
I liked as well that Werner was just happy to go, I'm going to paranoia my own teammate because he's close enough that it doesn't matter. And
ถ้าเป็น
I
ถ้าเป็น
don't
ปก
want
ติ
to
แล้ว
die.
น่าจะไม่ให้
So,
โพสต์ลงสื่อหรืออะไรก็ตาม
clearly
ครับไม่งั้นเดี๋ยว
happy to hold their ground and
เดี๋ยวมันจะเป็นปัญ
hey,
หา
I don't mind.
แต่เขาเป็นทีมพาร์ทเนอร์ด้วยไง
You got
มัน
a
จะ
weaker
ยิ่ง
buy
แย่
your
ในมุมมอง
SMGs,
ของ
and I don't even think they had one like full price rifle. They just go for something risky. You catch them.
เอ้ย
you have
เป็น
a far
แพทเมน
higher
ครับ
chance
แพ
to
ทเมน
win
กับ
the
คน
round.
เป็นสตาฟเสิร์ฟน้ำครับ
I think it's good limit
สตาฟ
testing
เดิน
as
มา
well.
แล้วแบบว่า
Like, you do something like
ทำ
that,
น้ำห
you
ก
just
ใส่แพท
see
เมนครับ
what
เป็น
do
แบบ
the
ว่า
opponents do. Like,
พวกชน
they
ชั้น
hear
ต่ำ
four of us rushing and they instantly
มึงไม่เคย
run
ถื
to
อ
the
ถ้วย
A
มาก่อน
site,
เลย
and
ถือ
we
แก้ว
know
ไม่
that a
เป็น
little bit of early aggression
เหี้
could
ยแม่
potentially
ง
push them into our
แพท
heavier
เมน
setup if
ต
we
บ
want.
หน้าดีครับ
I
เด็กถือ
think
แก้ว
it's
แม่
a
ง
really good idea to
มึง
get
ใหญ่
out
มา
of
จากไหน
there.
วะ
MIBR
เหี้ย ถือแก้วแม่ง
contained that aggression
โดด
beautifully.
เข้าไปสว
That's a
บปุ้ง
rifle
ปังปุ้ง
now,
ปัง
and he's
ไอ้
just
เหี้ย
gonna
แบ
pop
บ
the snake bite and run for the hills.
เหี้ยแม่งอีโก้จัด
Not bad in
เหี้ย
terms
แค่
of
แก้ว
a low
น้ำ
buy.
มา
You
หก
get
นิ
out
ด
with
เดียว
an
ไอ้
extra
สัตว์
gun.
กูจะรู้อะ
You drop 2 of their guns. For MIBR, they'll probably be quite happy with that as well. 3 players alive versus the low buys. They've definitely had some troubles here and there with
สาระไหมพี่
players to pistols. So
ไม่รู้ว่าใครกับใครไม่รู้ค
I
รับไม่
don't
รู้
think
เหมื
either
อนกัน
side are going to be too disappointed with that one.
แม่ง
But
มี
there's
หลาย
the
ข่าว
paradox
หลาย
though. There's like,
นี่เหลื
Werner's
อ
like,
เกินกูไม่
screw
รู้
it.
ใคร
If they're going to run at us, they're at least going to be blind while they do it. But this is where
ไม่ถือถ้วยถือ
the
แก้ว
game
ไม่เป็น
really should get going. Rifles across the board.
ฉันรู้
Even
อะ
outlaw for Fangir being put into play.
อ๋อ YouTube โดนรีพอร์ตทุกวันเลยเว้ย
Does seem like there's heavy shields across the board though, so it's not going to be an insta-kill. In fact, he's not going to land the
ทำ
shot
งาน
at
ประ
all.
จำอะไรครับงานสตรีมครับผมงานประจำของผมตอน
Fangir's movement to get out was nice, but Verno is hot on
ตก
their
ใจว่า
heels.
จริงจะบ้า
And MIBR
ไม่ได้ต่อยกัน
they
จริง
have made this one
ต่อยกัน
look
จริง
incredibly
ต่อยกันจริง
easy.
แต่ไม่รู้ว่าใครกับใคร
Running
เขา
it
บอกว่า
down
มี
on that
มี
A
เหตุการ
site
ณ์
and
ทับปะ
taking
ทะกัน
every
ครับ
fight with great success. And another sign that's important, Verno online early on, like we said, he had a
มีเหตุการณ์ใน
really
ห้อง
tough
ห้องรับ
start.
รอง
The
ครับ
desk
แต่ผม
talked
ไม่รู้ว่า
about
ใคร
it
กับ
as
ใครนะ
well, but well, he certainly didn't let that knock
เขาก็บอกชื่อแหละแต่ว่า
his
ผมไม่รู้ว่า คือเราไม่รู้อะว่าแบบใครอะชื่อจริงๆ โอ้ตัดจะลึกเลยโอ้ยโดนจะบอกนะโดนตัดด้วยนี่มาปืนตกหน่อยครับปืนตกหน่อยครับ หมายถึงนึกว่าแพทจะแบดบอยแบบไงแพทเป็นอีกหนึ่งในตัวตั้งตัวตีที่ทำให้มีปัญหาที่ต่อยเนี่ยต่อยจริงแต่เด็กเสิร์ฟน้ำมาแถมมาต่อยกันจริงต่อยจริง มีแพทอยู่ในนั้นด้วยดูทรงอ่ะแต่ว่าเด็กเสิร์ฟน้ำนี่แถมมาเฉยเป็นเอ็กซ์ตร้ามาเข้ากล้องเข้าฉาก
saving 2 weapons here, it puts them in a spot where they could force buy around it, especially with the validity of like a judge on this map, for example, playing up in heaven. But I think playing around those rifles and saving up for the next.
Well, the other thing as well, I want to bring it up with you mentioning Verno. I think that ultimately, on the attack side of the last map, he was okay. It was the defensive side where they were being pushed and pulled across. So the fact that they've got that attack side start might actually help him out individually, because he can now just go like, okay, I know what I'm doing. I'm TPing up. I'm making these aggressive plays. I'm taking space alongside Aspas and being a thorn in their side rather than trying to figure out what the opponents are doing. And while you mentioned it, it is more of that half bite. 3 rifles in plate. One of the pistols already dropped to the deck, and the B side completely under control of the attack.
ประธานต่อยกันแย่งซูไปคุมโอ้โหแต่แม่งเอาฟิลิปปินส์เข้าทีมเต็มเลยนะเว้ยแบบเต็มไปหมดเลยหุ้ยกันก่อนกันไม่อยู่อ่ะพี่ชายแอบเชียร์จีครับผมแม่งยิงโหดเชียร์ด่านตัวเองด้วยสัตว์กันไม่อยู่โดนลูดเลยอย่านะหาเรื่องนะไอ้นี่ KDA player ไปแบงค์ไปเลยยังไม่กดไม่ได้เล่นเลยครับไม่ได้เล่นเลยที่ยังไม่ได้กดนะครับมีวอลปาร์ตี้คือดูวอลปาร์ตี้เดียวเพราะแค่วอลปาร์ตี้ก็เหนื่อยแล้วครับเดี๋ยวพอวันว่างกดดีครับน้องหมูตัวนี้ครับผมเอ็งไปเล่นเหรอลิฟไอ้ลิฟไม่แบกกูเลยอ่ะ
The compositional switch
อยู่ตรงข้ามก็ไม่ยิงไม่ช่วยเพื่อนเลยลีฟ
Obviously
น้อง
you look at it on the other side, it's not like they've reinvented the wheel or anything, but I do just look at these agents as
ผมมาการหนักเดี๋ยวกูตามไปซีซั่นนี้ผมยังไม่อยากดันตัวเองขึ้นเลยเดียนครับดันไปเดี๋ยวซีซั่นหน้าแม่งตกลูด
sort of aggressive tandem. I think
เอาแค่แบบยินอิม3ก่อน
swapping
แบบรักษาอิม3ไว้เปิดมาน่าจะอิม1แล้วดันขึ้นอิม3ง่าย
They do this anyway with depending on what the
เดี๋ยวค่อยว่ากัน
putting onto the Omen. We already saw the
แฮก
impact
เยอะ
that it
สัต
can
ว์
have.
เฮียกูเจอแบบกูแบนกูได้แต้มคือรัวๆกูเลยไม่ค่อยอยากเล่นเลย
for MIBR and even just some of the early rounds, the fact that Aspas is again he's taking that aggressive space with the dashes and the follow up. It's very similar to
อย่าลืมกินข้าวนะทุกคนผม
worked great. Like that was the bit of the gameplay that was fantastic. Was when they get the entry, when they get these more direct plays, their execution is fantastic because the guy at the tip of the spear is one of the best entry fraggers in the world.
Now, like you said, all gamers have been having a lot of success off the back of these timeouts, but this one does feel a little bit more difficult because on the defense, how it's panned out for them so far has been, well, they haven't gotten to play strong retakes for those first 2. They are constantly having to save. They're constantly having to call it off with 2 players left alive. Even there in a 3v5, because they only had the 2 rifles, 1 guy's going to save. They haven't been able to avoid the early aggression with
กูจะขอกล้องจอปิดมาดู
at all. And they haven't been able to deal with those heads-up battles.
ผมต้องไปรับไว้ผมเสี่ยงไม่ได้ครับ
It literally looked like MIBR walked into an eco. In fact, I think it would have been more dangerous against an eco because there probably would have been more players there. So for all gamers, it isn't just about finding the solution. It's about avoiding that early burst, not losing 2 players in the initial aggression from MIBR, and all the while MIBR now come in and pump the brakes themselves. I imagine they're expecting to see some pointed aggression from the defense now. Okay, we can't sit back and wait. We have to instead fight for mid, or we got to push A main, or we need the info early. But that hasn't been the approach. It seems like they're just taking much more
เดินมาคืน
passive
หน่อย
positions
เดินคืน
overall.
เฮียอะไรกูลงไปดูแม่งไม่เห็นก็กลับมาหากูเลย
Gives you a little bit more
ข่าว
of
กู
an
หมดแล้ว
avenue to find those opening picks.
หายไปแล้วหายเลย
Mid seems to be the point of call for Banger, and it's something that we're yet to see in this game. Already, he's been smoked off, but he does not care! He's just faster than anybody else. Straight into mid. Tex didn't even get a chance to blink, and he's already gone. The read they have, though, is wrong. The flash might just give the game away. Instead, the execution coming through. From MIBR, this time they don't have that tip of the spear. It's
ไม่จ่ายของด้วยถือเป้า100ครับ
He's gone down immediately.
โอ้เชี่ยแม่
In fact, everybody stepping up to the plate. He's taken a lot of damage though, but so is Mazzino.
And now the ops in position.
จ่ายเลยครับดูอยู่
They sit
ครบ
and they wait, knowing Verno's in that corner, knowing that Mazzino is in main, but he can't
น่าจะ
afford
มี
to
โดนล็อก
leave
แล้วออก
this.
ไม่ได้แล้ว
He
เจ็บ
is
จัดเลยมาซิโน่
so
โผล่มาแตก
desperately
เลย
low. It's on to Verno.
เราต้องเดินให้ฮะโอ้โหแล้วทิ้งพอดี
from the performance earlier on, but he has to plant. Before that, he wants a pick, and that will be the end of it. From what we can see. Fangir swung in, but the rest of the squad did just the same, and all gamers, they managed to seal a pretty convincing round off.
I'd love to see that from Tex's point of view. Because it's literally like there is a half second where he reveals himself through the smoke, insta hits the shot, and it makes things so difficult because then you have the immediate gamble of the third player over onto the other side of the map, and then the flash that comes through that gives them all the information on the other side. Sure, though, those two players still had to do well, but you don't have that 1-2 punch of Aspas and Zekken. It was just Zekken that went in first, and definitely became a little bit more troublesome.
สวัสดีครับน้องไอซ์บอลสวัสดีครับผม
All Seekers right away. MIBR going for a much more pointed attack. The B side under threat. Kira had a rough time so far, and the Seeker seems to have sent him out of the site.
ยังไง
แอดปาร์ตยังไง
แอดปาร์ตเซคันด์เดินก่อนแอดปาร์ตเบส ฮัลโหล
And again, that has been the problem. When they try to stand their ground, MIBR wash them away. So instead, they'll look to fight back, which was really the upside for their defense on Lotus. They were very good at the retakes. Blade Storm from Aspas to deal with, though, could be a different story, and the Showstopper certainly will.
Gets rid of any chance of having smokes on the retake. That's going to make it a lot more difficult. Denied the dog, but needs a little more. 2 quick kills coming up for the defensive side on the way back through. Even still, though, Zekken's there again, and because of that, he has a nade. Up above comes Fangir, but it's only the one. Trading evenly once again, leaves it close and down to just Verno. And he's definitely back in the server after that one. Another high impact round for the IGL.
When he's 8-2 now, yeah, that's definitely a different flavor than what we saw from Verno starting out the previous map. As you said, it might change when we swap sides. That's where the pressure was put onto him, but seeing a slow start here would be even more worrying. Giving them a lifeline. In 2 buy rounds now, Verno has been the difference maker for this squad, considering they've only got 4 on the board. Not 4 buy rounds, 4 rounds overall. It's no surprise that he's our highlight. All gamers, right back in with a full buy, right back in with the operator, but 3 players towards the A side, and it looks like, again, MIBR are going to play this very pointed aggression. It's why the op is such a good counter to this, because they're contacting so many of the early angles, but if it's in the wrong place, the rest of the squad will have to answer up. Kira does well to get one, but the trades firmly in favor of MIBR.
โอ้มันบีรัวๆเลยว่ะเขาเองไม่ได้มันบียับเลยว่ะ
You have the jet, you have the raise, you have a sky for the flash, and you're in as quick as possible. Viper's pit for the post, and this becomes an incredibly harsh retake, especially when you have an operator. That operator goes from being your most valuable asset to a weakness. And in the last round, they had a Blade Storm. Well, they don't have that anymore. Bai's trying to find a gap. That gap is exploited by Mazzino instead. And for the remaining couple, do you want to throw the operator into this? You might just now. That's one, but that time is too far gone. It's a consolation frag and a lead extension for
MIBR.
Yeah, this is their way back through.
คงไม่พอหรอกครับแต่ว่าดูดิว่าไอเจียจะสั่งให้แก้บียังไง
From MIBR, some of the quieter players in that first half of Lotus finding their rhythm early on, and I guess looking across though for Fangir, for Aspas, definitely taking a step back, and it makes sense when you look at the
ตีแตกทุกทางเลยครับกลางเข้าบีก็ได้หน้าบีก็เข้าได้
Or for Aspas, sorry, playing on the
ตัดสูงก็ยากนะ
attack side, but you look at it from the perspective of Fangir, things have slowed. And I do think that, in my mind, that's not so much.
โดนหลอกแล้ว
It's a matter of time before he finds
โดนหลอกแล้วฮะ
them again.
Wrong place,
วินนี้มาเอว่ะ
been the issue so
โอ้2ดูไปสู้หน้าบีนะครับ
his operator was in position
แล้วเขาตีเอครับวินนี้
perfect
เอาแล้วเทมโปเกมเป็นของ MIBR แล้วครับ
almost feels like he's
MIBR เลือกที่จะทำได้นะครับ
reactionarily moving
แต่ถ้าตีไม่แตกก็
okay
จะ
they
ยาก
did
อยู่นะ
beat fast last couple of rounds let me go B
ยกเจอครับ
now they're not doing that anymore 3 players walking up A
สกายเหมือนรู้ครับ
about to
ถอยแบบเว้นแบบปลอด
rejoin
ภัย
the rest of the players on that side of the map
หรือเปล่าเนี่ยปลอดภัยไหม
you get the
มาล
early
งปุ๊บมึงโดน
warning
นะส
system
กาย
of those sky flashes but it only tells you that somebody is there it doesn't go
อุ้ยโดนแล้ว
players they don't have
อุ้ย
a
timing
they can't gamble everything over
อุ้ยเหมือนรู้
the
ครับ
position allows them a third player while second maybe a little audacious
โอ้ผม
most definitely. I mean, Aspas down
บอ
as
ม
well.
เอไม่ใช่อาจจะไม่ใช่บอมของ MIBR ครับตอนนี้
MIBR falling like flies one at a time they face and one at a time they fall. rotates in. Texas up against numbers on this cross, won't even get close. A double jump peek onto Messino. Well, certainly got the shot out of him. To be fair, he could run to the B site for the plant, but he'll have to get through a few players if that's to even be a possibility.
ปอมเป็นไงบ้างครับพี่ไม่ค่อยดีครับ
feels so unlucky. You look at the last round, he's on the A side, he's ready to pick them. And I do like the approach. What's working for MIBR? They play contact with the choke points, and they burst out of the choke points and overwhelm you. How do you counter that?
ใจมันสลายหมด
Hold
แล้ว
ahead of the choke point with an
มันต้อง
operator.
ไปต่อต้องไปต่อ
Easy pickup.
อย่ามึงยอมแพ้
He's
น้อง
done that every round, and every round he's been sat
คิดซะว่ารันใส่ล่าง
his teammates on the other side of the map go, yeah, we got nade, we got paranoias coming, there's a dash. It's been an
เอาแล้ว
annoyance
กลับ
for
มา
him
บูล
for
ลี่
sure,
เหมื
but
อน
he's
จะ
still
หลอก
7
เหมือน
and
จะหลอก
5.
หลอกตี
We
บี
see him
ครับ
here in the late round have success.
แต่ก็ยังไม่รู้จะจบไหน
Hopefully he's on the right side of the map.
Maybe this will be the one.
กูดูอยู่ช
Looking
นะ
like more of a mid press for MIBR.
ไม่เหมือนแบบคือมึงพลาดตอนรอบชิงกับชาร์เปอร์ไงมึงก็คิดซะว่า LCQ เป็นเหมือนวิ่งสายล่างเข้าใจไหมเข้าใจความหมายกูเนี่ยสัตว์
versus Leviathan. I believe that was in the qualifier to make it to this event.
หยั่งวะหมูตุ่นหยั่งวะ
Where they sent the previous Masters
โอ้
winners
โหบายสวยจัด
packing already. Burno, who has
Killing
been the
Dio.
best player so far for
แอด
MIBR.
ปาดเป้าอะไรเนี่ย
And not only does that cause the problem of your top rank going down, but also your
จุด
smokes.
ผสมเหรอผสม
Paranoia
คอสแทร์เหรอผสมไอ้นี่เหรอ
leaves you with limited
Som kakabak.
utility with this
Oh,
double
yeah.
duelist, and we're right back to contact again. But that contact has a pop flash ready, and the
That's
pop
right.
flash has blinded a couple, but nobody actually reacts off it.
แล้วเอเล่นข้างในบอมด้วยเฮียเล่นในบอมนี่
The
เทค
smoke
ยาก
is
จัด
delaying slightly. But this looks now like an
ทำมาม่า
A.
เกาหลีตกพอละ50 บาท
Fake
แดก
goes through towards the
เฮี
B
ย
site. That will keep them in position a
เพราะว่า
moment
เกาหลีแพ
longer,
ง
but it thins the herd for
พี่แบงค์ได้ลง
MIBR.
ชื่อไหมในรายการ
And
UC
towards the A
กล้า
site,
บอกสตรีมแล้วได้
30
เงินด้วย
seconds left. They still have to get past by.
ไม่ได้
Who has
ลงครับ
been a consistent menace for this
ไม่ลง
squad. The snake bite
ดูได้เงิน
stops the
ปะ
wrap around, and he'll catch the
ขอบ
spike
คุณครับผม
on the way across. Now they've got Kira to deal with and the TP
ปาด
from GRQ.
หนึ่งเขาหวังผล
15 seconds to get that plan through.
เฮ้ย
Both will be dealt with.
ลังเล
MIBR
เฉ
looks
ย
like they
เมื่อกี้
were
ยิงไอโบ
against all
ตาย
odds,
นะครับ
but
แอ
now
ดปากูล่วง
it's
แล้ว
back to even.
เหมือนจะเห็นอยู่นะมันจะเห็นว่ามีสตรีมมาได้เงินครับแต่ผมไม่รู้ว่า
Felt like
ข้อ
an
จำกัด
attempt
มัน
to be a hero, maybe not
มันต้อง
realizing
ยังไง
the
บ้าง
text
แล้ว
was
ก็
still up
ช่องผม
above, and
แบบจะกระตึงนึงไง
instead
ถ้าช่องใหญ่ได้
gave
เงิน
them
เยอะ
away
ครับ
back into the round. The duo that was
ขอบคุณครับผม
so
รู้สึก
impactful
AG ยิงโหดตั้งแต่เจอเทียนแล้วครับถูกต้องครับผม
over on Lotus.
ถ้าด่านนี้ก็อาจจะโดนไมบีอาร์ได้นะถ้าโดนด่านนี้
And
ไม่
they
แน่เหมือนกัน
drag home around. It's patient from the attack. They're
เอ
not
อ
doing anything.
รู้แล้ว
You can even see
ก็ต้องมาลงชื่อก่อนเขาจะให้กูไง
wrap around fully
กูแค่ไปขอสิทธิ์เขามาเฉย
towards the heavens, and again the second the
เรียบร้อยครับ
dash is sent out. Tex is there to
แพ้เฉย
punish every single
ขอบคุณมาก
movement
ครับผม
ability
ครับผม
that before his eyes ended up with the death of an all gamers player.
Yeah, great work by Tex as well. That backside hold. He ends up finding a triple, and then all the while waiting for the wraparound to come in. This round did not look like it was going to come even close for MIBR. 2 versus 4. A player waiting on the A side. The TP taken from GRQ.
เทคพอร์ต
It was even a 5v2.
เกิดอะไรขึ้นครับเนี่ย
Bai was alive initially, getting picked off on the cross.
นานปะ
And to end up
โหเกิดกับ AG ด้วย
with control back in your favor there is definitely something that's going to put a smile on
ฟัง
your
แบบหมด
face.
แล้ว
A little bit of a tech pause coming in from all gamers. We're getting towards the end of the half. I think it's a good moment for players to take a breather as well, though.
Yeah, I think, to be honest, the moment in that round that fully felt like a bit of a throw was when Kira Blast packs up. It's like, you want the kill badly enough that you're going to try and offset your opponent, but if you just sit in the back with the showstopper, there really is nothing they can do, and all you have to do is get one.
They also don't know that he's there at that point, right? They knew about the TP from GRQ, or at least they could assume it. They knew about Bai, but they hadn't spotted Kira, unless I'm mistaken. And so even the showstopper activated, even just sitting there, there's a chance that they're so pigeonholed on the time, because it was like 10 seconds left to plant. They just rush in to go for it. And you get the pickup, you get the round. It's a little over-eager, a little jumpy to try and close the round out.
The thing is, I don't hate the showstopper with, like, what was it, like 15 to 18 seconds left. It's more so just
wait.
Yeah, if you just stand there, they then have to run at you. And I think that's actually what Tex did fantastically, was just, okay, just wait, and a player flies into his crosshair. It's like, okay, it's not a bad one. But it's a good recovery. And finally, one of those cut rounds actually going the way of MIBR. I think back to the first map, and a lot of the time it was them with the advantages. You mentioned it with the opening jewels. They were getting a lot of them. And then all gamers were able to fight back. Half equal at a minimum, and considering they lost pistol in second round for MIBR, this is already a pretty decent half on the attack. But they're going to want a little bit more. Right back to regular programming. It's looking like a fast A hit.
อะไรลังเล
Smoke and orb up top. Okay,
in the right
place. Taking down Tech somehow. A spam straight through, and it's going to be 5 versus 4 in the post plant. All gamers, as we've said, very confident when it comes to those retakes that they can get on the site. There's a Viper's Pit, and if not, it's there for the next. Good work by Shrimp.
ต้องเทรดด้วยกันต้องเทรดกันไอ้ป้าน่าจะคมกี่
Kept the advantage in their court. That little sneaky spot by Aspis will be checked. Jumping across.
โอ้โหครบเลย
Kira
เฮียมันเล่นคอร์ดไฟกันดีจัด
so GRQ could find the headshot and leave Zekin all
อย่าบอกนะพี่เซเกนอย่าบอกนะ
The first is his, but time ticking. He can try to use that to his advantage, but finding these picks should be nearly impossible. Boxed in, nice work, and the nade thrown out. Goodbye time. He's evaded the shots to start with, but the op will find him in the end. As tight as it will be, there is enough time on that clock for all gamers to push up to 5.
It's a nice attempt in a scenario that definitely felt impossible. And I think you might have been sat there at home going, yeah, these guys are talking an awful lot about if Fangir was in the right place, the right time. And I don't know what they're on about. Well, this is the example. Like 3 kills, an opening kill, 1 on the way back in, and then 1 to close the round. Like this guy, when he is in position, has been a real problem for MIBR, but it is just the all-in gamble every single time of if he's in the right place at the right time. A chance for a 6-6. Maybe not the greatest defensive half from all gamers, but if they go in level, they won't mind. That's an immediate showstopper, and it's close. Bai is down to 40 HP, but will live to tell the tale. He's going to get back into the vibes, but I don't think he can.
No,
he's going to let it fade. With Aspis holding up close, it would have been a risky fight. The judge invading with the decay, but Aspis on the other side. Not a gamble they wanted to take. Forced back by the grenade as well, but Kira does really well! It's a triple for Kira! He'll fall in the end. Tex and Verno still have some life left to give.
แต่ผมว่าเกมบุกก็
อาจ
จะบุกไม่เข้าไม่รู้
In fact, he drops it just the wrong moment, picks up the judge, and it's a little bit of an oopsie. Now look who's posted on the angle, or who was. It's Tex right down below. He's managed to slip the net.
ไม่วางเขาก็ไม่ทำครับรอ
The Seekers will find him though.
Ooh, that makes it a little bit more awkward. 35 seconds. They've still got time to play with. MIBR are hoping that somebody makes a mistake. That might have been it.
A quick
double for this attack side. And Shrimp still expecting further aggression. And well, to be honest, he might be right. They're still not planting just yet. Are they about to try and hightail it to the other side? It'll be very late. No, they want to make sure that the spawn is clear.
เวลาไม่เหลือแล้วครับต้องวางแล้ว
Another smoke. Another attempt to get that planted. This one will be stuck, and in the meantime, Shrimp is going to try with the That was the planter. This time, Tex now has to stick it all the way through. His opponent gets a chance to reaggress. The orb utilized on the other side, and a sneaky move from Tex to escape and close the round. Again, another nice attempt for Shrimp, but it will be MIBR to go in with the lead at the half.
Yeah, I think Tex finishes that one with double digits in terms of kills, and I think every single one was high impact. Verno in the same boat as well. They both stepped up to the plate
ไม่มีโค้ดมันยากไว้พี่พอหรือเล่นตามตำราได้ตามตำราคือมึงชนะใครไม่ได้เลยครับแต่มันคือพื้นฐานที่ดี
A big upside for them to bring us to a map 3. It feels like
แบบว่ามันแค่พื้นฐานนะแต่ถ้ามีโค้ดมันจะแบบมีแปลกแหวกแนวมีเขาโครงการทำการเล่นการอะไรเงี้ยมากขึ้น
Well, that's not going to be the case for them anymore. No, they get to dictate that pace. And considering it's still a close half after them being deactivated in those kind of round 3 to 5, still anyone's game.
Yeah, it's worth saying that both teams on the previous map were able to win it out over on their attack side. And then their defense felt like much more of a grind. I think both teams able to, well, in the case of all gamers play with the rotations, and on the other side, the more direct entry style was working wonderfully for them. Even still, though, I think MIBR not winning the pistol and coming out with 7 rounds. Sure, there were, I think, multiple either 2v3 or 2v4s that they had to clutch out. It's definitely looking like a better scenario for them, rather than I would say in the last map where they needed that 4-0 start to have the closer attack side.
แต่กล้าชนะนี่ใช่ไหม
Feels like the competition a bit tighter. That was a great round as well. We just saw in the replay from Zek in the 2.5 seconds, considering he was a 1v4. The nade almost taken out a player. And even there for Shrimp. What a try. The spam, the reposition, the flash down to try to cancel the plant, force the fight. It was a very nice try, but Tex in those clutch moments finds himself in the post-plant backside. Something activates in, and we saw it on both sides of the map.
ทีมฝั่งไม่ช็อกเลยวะที่จะโดนงี้แล้วทีมฝั่งก็ไม่ใช่หมู่ด้วยนะแบบโอ้โหเก่งๆกัน
They're down by 2, but they know this is a chance to close the series, to take it 2-0, to send MIBR home and lock in playoffs. And a pistol round could put them right back to neck and neck, considering how the attack went last map. Yeah, as we said, MIBR not out of the woods yet. This pistol could make it a bit more comfortable for the defense.
Yeah, they are.
วินพงมาก่อนเลยไม่งั้นโดนครับ AG ด่านนี้
Of China left. MIBR look to join 100 Thieves and NRG. Maybe even G2 later in the day. It could be 4v4 in terms of Americas versus EMEA. Depending on how these two
แล้วคอมเดียวกันนะแต่ว่า
อุ้ยดูโอ้โหเหี้ย This is a ruse again. This is exactly what we spoke about.
โยกไวจัดโยกไวจัดโยกไวจัดไม่เข้าตอนนี้ก็ไม่ทันแล้วพี่ไม่กลับเอเหรอไม่กลับแล้วครับไม่อะไรมันแยกกันไหนวะเพราะมันยังเข้าไม่จริงกันเนี่ยผมว่า
It's only going to be the one player. It almost makes me question, are they going to go back again?
อุ้ยโดนหลอกในหลอกไอ้เหี้ย
This is like ruse on ruse on ruse on ruse. And I can't really blame him.
Damn, bro. เหี้ยหลอกในหลอกในหลอกไอ้สัตว์
Same as what we saw on Lotus, Tom.
อุ้ยแล้วบอมเอแบบได้โอ้โหเจ็ตไปสูงปะเนี่ยเลสรอตุ๋ยจังหวะสุดท้ายแน่นะครับไอ้ยาเลี้ยวเลยเลี้ยวเลยเอแตกแล้วพี่โอ้ตายแล้ว
Exactly. Normally it's Bai who's left behind.
เลสมาแล้วครับเลสมาแล้วตกไกลมากเลยนะ
All they have to do here is delay. This is the problem, though. If MIBR do go direct,
เอาเลยมันเอาเร็วเลยว่ะมันรู้ว่ามันรู้ว่ะ
flanks won't matter. The position at least
อุ้ยไวจัด
for heaven, but Aspas
เรียบร้อยครับ
clean up the
ช้า
side
ไปแล้ว
immediately. GRQ trying his best to slow them down. The heaven position needed from Shrimp, but he will not find anything.
แล้ว MIBR แก้จังหวะเกมไวมากครับบอกว่ารู้ว่าแบบอยู่ตรงนี้น่าจะตัว2ตัวแหละตัวนึงอะแม่งรีเทคไวจัดเลยครับไวจีเดินยิงเลยฮะ
that they get to the choke point.
I really like that as a pistol round from MIBR.
ต้องชมทั้งสองทีมนะครับ AG แม่งก็หลอกสวยครับ
Oh yeah.
They've gone this way, then that way, then this way, and then I've rotated through spawn and I've been killed by a late flank. They then implanted a player on B as I lead B. I get killed by that guy, and then it's like, okay, now we have a 3v5 retake. Okay, all 5 of us wait somewhere in the middle of the map. We then rotate all together. Even if we trade 1 for 1, we come out far more even than before. And then in this case, Aspas hits 2 immediate headshots on the players holding. They are now the panicky team and not us.
It's going to be a full eco from all gamers, as you'd expect. The classics across the board. Paranoia left just to take fence.
ปาดถึงวางผลไม่ปาด
It's already a bit of an investment, even with that piece of utility thrown through. And now you've lost Kieran. No nade for this round. No smokes anymore with GRQ down. But if they can find another pick or two, it'll be damage done. The thing is, for MIBR, the buy isn't what we see a lot of the time, where like you have a lot of bulldogs, or you even have some players playing low buy for the Vandals and so on. It's SMGs. It's a Marshall. Losing these for the next won't be the end of the world. And I think 2 picks probably won't get any sweat on the brow of the defensive side. We'll need it to be a little bit more than that. And it doesn't look like we'll get any more than the 1. Last man is Shrimp. Spike in his control at the very least. And there we go. I was going to say, Zakin must be aware that he could be coming from screen.
ผมต้องคอยดูมือถือวะเดี๋ยวข้าวหายต้องคอยดูมือถือไว้ก่อนเดี๋ยวข้าวหาย
Not even punish him when he walks out a little further. Catch him in the doorway. Nice work.
พี่มาส่งพี่แค่บอกผมครับ
I think they did a good job of avoiding the real dangers around mid there.
Yeah, I think this looked like a round of just like, let's make sure we get the conversion. Everybody has a weapon. We have a chance to farm up orbs. We can go for something risky in close range. Like, I think Split allows you to do that. Like, you can play some angles where, firstly, if anybody has light shields, That Spectre can do a lot of work, same with the Stinger. But also, if they don't, if I sit on a tight angle, I have a chance to
โค้ชเห็นมุมมองอีกฝั่งไหมพี่
it means
ไม่
that
ครับ
the likelihood of winning
เห็น
this
มุมมอง
round
ฝั่ง
is
ตัว
a
เอง
lot
สิ
less than if you go
เห็
for
น
all
แค่
the
ฝั่งตัวเอง
rifles.
ค
But
รับ
also it means that you're not going to have crazy costly rounds if you lose those
คนพี่
rifles.
แบงค์61คนพี่แบงค์ขอบคุณครับผม
recovered by the opponents that are really that scary up
เยอะนะ
against you. And with the way that the economy is going,
นึกว่าไม่ถึง
an
30
operator as soon as they want it in
ส
the
วัสดีครับ
hands
น้
of
อง
Aspas.
4 light shields.
Trinity หรือเปล่า
For all gamers, there's
เคียร์เขาบุกแตกยับรัวๆนะเอทีต้อง
especially
บุก
close
โห
range
ดกว่า
like
เขานะ
those SMGs are now going to find a much easier fight when push comes to shove. Look how they're set up as well. Initially, there was the attempt of a crossfire.
ปัจจุบันด่านนี้เขาเล่นเฟกกันแล้วทุกคน
setup
ใช้เป็นเฟสแทนนะ
towards A main.
แต่สองทีมนี้ยังไม่ได้ใช้นะ
All gamers
ใช้เป็นสกายเหมือ
want
นเดิ
to
ม
take it in this direction. 2 mid, spike outside A. It's just clearly going to be a split there, and I think that info should be pieced together.
น่าอยากได้แฟลชครับ
Maybe not. They might think that they've gone back on A main, I suppose. Re-clear of the flash and B. Very soon, all gamers are going to have rotations coming their way or a flank.
โอ้ไวเปอร์ได้เคลียร์ปะเนี่ย
Pick up the pace.
Oh, a tight low angle that's not been cleared. Tex is the snake in the grass. The
เรียบร้อย
chance to do so much damage first
โอ้
and the
ยได้
second
สอง
as well. This gives
ไปคุ้ม
Aspas an opportunity.
คุ้มเลย
back on
แอดปาร์ต
those
ไอ้
light
เหี้ย
shields, and that's
สเป
where
กเตอ
the
ร์
Spectre is all the more deadly.
3-1 เฉยครับไม่
He's
เช็คฮะ
landed
เหลี่ยม
his shots and left it all
โอ้
onto
โหนัดลาวเจอเหลี่ยมไวเปอร์เข้าไป
And
ค
they
รับ
don't have to
เหลี่ยม
peek.
ม่านฮะ
They can just wait for him to go for a plant. There's only 15 seconds. He doesn't have
หวาน
much
เจี๊ยบเลย
on the clock to play with. He's being flanked as well. There's still a flash
จ
available.
ำใส่ใจ
And
ไว้
he
เลยครับเหลี่ยม
desperately
นี้
needs someone to fight him. And
จำใส่
when
ใจ
they
ไว้เลย
do, Mazzino wins
แต่
the
เหลี่ยมต้อง
fight
เช็ค
at
มันเยอะไง
range.
มันก็เลยแบบว่า
A fantastic round from Tex.
นะ
And I'll be honest, that duo
มี
of
โอกาส
Tex
โดนได้อยู่ครับ
and Aspas is not necessarily one. You look at their roles, you go, well, they're not going to play in tandem. But the way they play off of each other is genuinely fantastic.
Yeah, and this is the thing. When you leave the clock that low, you're pushing in towards the site. Still, it was like 40 seconds left. They have enough time, but it's that tiny little gap from Tex for him to be able to fly under the radar like that, for them to not have the utility to clear it out. Like, you're pushing towards that A site, a boombot, a dog, something has to clear it, but it doesn't. And that narrow gap left. And that's the thing. Every time that Tex has been in that position, you think of the first half, his backside
นี่
plays
กูมี
on
นัด
both
ปาร์ตหรือนี่
sides. Right there as well.
มีนัดปาร์ตหรือนี่
Give
ครับ
him a chance.
ด่านนี้มันเอา
Takes
ให้
it
นะ
and
ปาร์ต
runs to the bank with it every
ด่านก่อนหน้านี่
single time.
ไม่น่าแพ้เลย
MIBR.
ไม่งั้นจบ2-0แล้ว
Look,
ดูทรง
that last map, Lotus in general
มันจะมีซ้ำแมป
has been a problem for them in the last 2 series that they've played, but bouncing back like this, if this is a dominant win, I think third map favor swaps massively in my mind. But I have adored how all gamers have played the attack so far. I really don't think it's over just yet. Even look at that pistol round. They did manage to sell the fake, but MIBR were too quick on the retake. And I guess that's the other question, is have MIBR adapted to that slow style? Because pistol, they certainly had
I think they have.
the read.
I also think as well, the thing I like there from Aspas is the patience. He knows his teammate has a play. He lets him make the play and then goes for his own. Like, it's good synergy. Well, now a chance to farm up orbs towards the ultimate. Even see Kira shying away. Does seem like Kira's more of a ruse in this scenario, though. 3 players already taking deep control.
ขึ้นมาแบบนี้
Well
ขึ้นมาแบบนี้
aware of the position that has been lost. And the
กดทะลุ
closer
มา
they
เหี่ยว
get,
แน่
the
นอนไอ้
more
สัตว์
deadly their weapons
จะ
become.
ทะลุด้วยเรียบร้อยครับอุ้ยได้เฉย
Nice work from Bai. That's
อุ้ยแล้ว
Tex
ตัด
down
ลงเม็ดเลย
already. The wall falling
เห็นแล้ว
doesn't go down in time for Zekin to catch them on
เด
that
ทไม่เดินครับ
cross.
เดทรอบตัวสุดท้ายแน่เลยอยู่หน้าบีคนเดียวตาย
He's
ไม่ได้
heard
ตาย
it.
นร
Burno
ก
now
เกิด
knows to give up that heaven space. The smoke in to make
Yo,
it
Mario, nah.
uncomfortable, but the dog clears everything behind it. Flashback out could come through though. Look at this sneaky little position from
โอ้โห
Mazzino.
วาซิโน่
A triple again. MIBR
เคียร์ช็อตโอ้
strike from the shadows. And all
โอ้ย
gamers
ยิงทำไมอ่ะ
can't adjust. The
Oh,
ace
okay,
might be
well,
stolen,
no.
but it's
No,
all
Kau Pao
smiles
niไม่ได้
from Mazzino. As MIBR look to take this in
อาจจะตกรอบให้
dominant
พี่เท่าไหร่ดี
fashion.
ครับ
That was such a nice setup. He got in that smoke just at the right moment, and no one
พี่
was
ว่าไม่ตก
looking
รอบ
his
หรอก
way.
พี่ว่าเจนไปต่อโอม
Maybe not a round that you expect
They were
to
top now.
lead a play like this.
แข่งยัง
But I don't think it's going to do any harm. And that's the thing. Like, you're able to come back in moments where it looked like it was about to slip away. 11-5. They're now far and away from all gamers. And from that map one,
Hey,
a
mày
map
khao
that
của
ended
nàng
in
cháu.
overtime, a map that
5 ทุ่มเหรอ
showed
อา
the
เจนไม่แพ้
caliber
หร
of
อ
players But their own map choice of split is looking like more of a blunder. Now, the operator purchased up for Fangir, him being one away from Bladestorm as well. Gives them opportunities, but his counterpart in Aspas has also bought up that operator.
เซียสคลาสซีพี่ดูไหมไม่ดูครับ
Bladestorm, so swings and roundabouts.
Minute 5 on the clock, and the AWP now rings out, but the shot doesn't land. All gamers at least know where that is.
คนนี้เขาเล่นสไนแมนอยู่แล้วตั้งแต่แรกแล้วปะผมเห็นเขาแข่งเคาน์เตอร์อย่างเดียวนี่เคาน์เตอร์อย่างเดียวเลยครับเก่งมาตั้งนานแต่คนอื่นๆนะใครวะอโนนี่ดีวายเคอะไรทั้งอย่างใครวะเนี่ยเล่นดีทุกคนเนี่ยตอน AG ทำไมไม่พายแบบนี้เล่า
And mid is still very much defended for the time being, at least. Tex waiting with 2 players on the other side. They're invading the smoke. They're looking for this.
เปิดได้เฉยเลย
That's a huge pick from Bai, but Aspas being in position, deadly as ever. The blade's drawn, but he's put to bed. Trades for now. Keep it workable for all gamers. They'll even get the plant, and that all being dropped. It might be the mistake that cost them the round.
Leaves it on to GRQ. It's safe to say he's had his moments throughout this tournament so far, but this one might be enough to cling to life. He spots out the first. That's the easiest one done, but the wraparound already coming through closer than maybe expected, and the blood good enough to just completely discombobulate GRQ's aim. That's 12 now for MIBR. 1 away and 7 in a row needed from all gamers.
ยังไม่แพ้ก็หน่อยไปต่อ
You know what, Mitch? If they take a pause here,
มันจบแล้ววะจบแล้วยิงด่านนี้มาให้เขาทำไมเนี่ย
You've been a day 1 believer of the new 12-5 meta.
Well, after they did it.
Day 1. I remember. First time they did it, you said, "Oh, this is a good idea. This is exactly when I want to see that."
Yeah, no, the first time they
ขากระดอนเฉย
But no, there's not going to be a timeout here. No moment to breathe. Instead, perhaps Ascent is on the horizon for MIBR. What a resurgence. A dominant map here, the choice of all gamers, but
เหลือไอ้อ่องวะ
doubt they choose it again.
ใครวะได้ไม่ช่างแม่งไอ้เหี้ยยิงด้วยครับ
Fangir Blade
Oh!
one, a clean opener. They should get the plant off that.
เอาไปจำมันเอาไปใช้นะทุกคนมีมีดเลยขึ้นแลบนิดนึงแล้วก็กระโดดออกมาแล้วอัพดับเห็นหมดเลย
A post plant and a blade storm makes it quite difficult to break back in.
โอ้หลังดอกพี่เทคแบกเฉยด้านนี้
Maybe the one player that has a
ดอก
gap.
แน่ครับทุกคนในถัดเรียบร้อย
How long that gap stays open for? How long does GRQ face the wrong way? Well, the entire time. And Kira actually hasn't reacted either. Just moves into the corner instead.
ครับผม
Not wanting to rush to take that fight. But Seconds just saved his teammate. That couldn't have been better timing. Fangir though. Seemingly had enough of the blades. Wanted to go back to the SMG and well. Either way, whatever it is, it's working. Verno left to try and fight versus
ฝืนไง
3.
ฝืนไง
It's going to be shrimp
อยากคัมแบ็กเหมือนทีมอื่นเขา
first.
ให้มันจบไป2 ทุ่มแล้วน้องไม่เกิน3 ทุ่มจบคู่นี้อีกคู่นึงไม่เกินเที่ยงคืนโอ้ยไวอยู่ขอบคุณมากครับสำหรับเนี่ยครับผม
What, triple kill, double kill with the blades, and then just, I don't need these anymore.
I don't want to play with you anymore.
Right clicks them into the ground. That's enough of that.
ต้องม็อกเทล
Look at this. Yeah. I guess he expected the re-swing from bottom ramp, so he's pre-firing it with the right click.
I like it as, yeah, pre-fire or right click. Like, yeah, maybe back like in 2021, that might not even land still.
That looks so funny. Well, 6 rounds in a row, it's a big task. Up against a squad like MIBR, players like Tex, like Aspas, showing up in these moments when they're needed the most. They have delivered.
ผมยังรอแมปพูเป็นบีทซันเซ็ตเพลซัมมิตคอร์ลอดนี่หายไปเลยวะ
And Ascent may have to be where that bounce back happens, but let's see. Momentum can only carry you so far. A start for Mazzino as they look to shut this one down, and it seems like mission complete. Shrimp,
จบแล้วครับมันจบแล้วทุกคนมันจบแล้วทุกคนอย่าฝืนแอสเซนต์อย่าดูแอสเซนต์ไปมาต่อไปแอสเซนต์ไปได้เลย
What do we do from here? Surrounded in every sense of the word. No lane open to him. A minute on the clock, and if he wins this, I believe in the 6 rounds in a row. I believe in the comeback.
ไม่เป็นไรครับคุณโดเนทมากครับผมแค่โดเนทก็ดีใจแล้วครับน้องโดเนทก็ดูได้แต่ว่าต้องดูโฆษณานิดนึงนะ
More importantly, even the lower HP Aspas is now being healed up as well. It's not like you're saving that heal for a rainy day. He is going to bypass his way towards the side, but instead he has to face Mazzino, who hasn't really missed a beat in this round. Finally, he shows his mortality. But speaking of mortality, a man with surely no more lives to be had eventually will fall. It is Tex to confirm a 13-6 victory from a tight OT loss on their own map choice. That was incredibly clean from MIBR.
Yeah, well, the sharp blade of all gamers from that first half, or first map, certainly blunted here. They tried the same plays on the attack that worked so well on Lotus, but MIBR this time were ready for every trick that they had up their sleeve. Now we go all the way to Ascent, somewhere that Flare isn't really what we get to see. Variety goes out the window, and considering we had a mirror matchup there, I think it is going to come down to those head-to-head matchups. It's going to come down to if Fangir can find that same form as map number 1, because here, map 2 belonged to MIBR. Before we get into our third map, it's time once more to go back to the desk with Deacon.
I love that there from Mitch, man. He was correct. When we go to Ascent, it's about the guns going ablazing, less about the strategy there. And we will do exactly that as MIBR take control of the second half and run away with it before AGAL can get back on the board. So it is 1-1 in our decider match here in Group D. We welcome back big time. And that was more of the MIBR, America's potential team. The one that needs to achieve it with all those names on the roster. That's what we wanted to see more of.
Yeah, I think that it got easier as the map was progressing, especially when we swapped halves. Good to see that Texas carried a lot of the team for today. Good to see especially that in those last rounds, Mazzino found a little bit of a bounce back. He did not have a first good map. The first half, it was very, very shaky. But I think that by the end of it, they would have never been able to close it without the confidence that he got.
Yeah, absolutely. I think this was a little bit of a class difference for me on this map. MIBR looked well drilled, well prepared, and it didn't feel like all gamers could really find the answers, especially in that second half, like you say. When they get over to that attack, they really do begin to struggle. Started out well for all gamers. I thought this could have been a much closer game, but I think MIBR really just, like you say, settled into the game, really showed their class as it progressed.
Yeah, I think as well, when we were speaking about this last half that we were seeing and how dominant MIBR was being, we think about the flooding, right? Think about literally the last round that we saw being incredibly quick in not letting them set for postline, barely even getting the spike down, if they even managed to get up to that point. Difficult task also to keep the mental in, especially with how back and forth this map also started for both of these squads.
Yeah, I think also, I love the comp in general, but I like it a lot more for MIBR. When we look at who's able to play what, it looks very, very comfortable. Aspas, Jet, Zek and Raze, big names, but all the supporting cast comfortable. You know, we spoke before, GRQ, he's having to play this Omen. Is it as good? And I will say, on this map at least, it didn't look like these were the most comfortable roles. I felt moments where there wasn't fluency with all of the utility, which is what you want to see. But when we move across to Ascent, fingers crossed that will be a different story, but it's hard to know.
Yes, and on that Ascent, GRQ did play Phoenix, topped the lobby, 300 ACS+.
You were waiting all day for this. You were waiting all day for this.
The young kid GRQ on the Phoenix.
Yes.
I know Kira is normally the duelist, but please give him the opportunity to do so, because that's your tournament lives are on the line. We've seen what he can do.
I think there's even more interesting things to talk about when we talk about Ascent. The end of the day, they are in the same group. Both of them played Ascent against Heretics. The results very, very different. And MIBR, the thought that they found a weakness to exploit. And Heretics that definitely bounced back on that map the second time that they played it, having an almost flawless defense against MIBR. For the side of all gamers, RC Saying playing with the duelist, having GRQ almost doing everything that he wanted to. It's going to be definitely an interesting one for the decider.
Yeah, I will say for MIBR, though, winning this map 2 in pretty comfortable fashion is exactly what they needed to get themselves back into this series. There's no more doubts about firepower. They got outshot in map 1, in my mind, but map 2, they dealt with it very, very easily. So they will be the ones moving forward with that momentum now, taking away their opponent's map pick.
Yeah, that's always the thing that you're afraid of when you lose your first map pick Are they asleep for the day, or will they be able to bounce back and have a strategy prepared for the other team's map pick? And here on Split, the answer was a resounding yes by MIBR Los. They're going to go ahead and regroup as we have our elimination, not match, but map. This is it here for both these squads, and one of them will move on to the playoffs. One of them will go home. We'll find out who after this short break. You're watching EWC 2026.
ไม่เบียร์ไม่ชนะเลยนะพี่มันจะมาชนะอันนี้แหละน้อง มันจะมาชนะอันนี้แหละคิดแต่ AG แม่งยิงดีจริงว่ะเฮียพี่แอบเชียร์เหมือนกันนะไม่เบียร์มันเล่นเก่งกว่านี้ได้ไหมต่อมันเหมือนแบบมันทำระบบทีมมันไม่ค่อยดีมันเลยแพ้เขาบ่อยครับ
It becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind. And we're here. Now, the proud founding partner of EWC. Powering the biggest event in gaming. Shoulder to shoulder with the world's best. Making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible.
ทุกคนครับผมขออนุญาตไปเอาข้าวแป๊บนึงนะเดี๋ยวมานะ
Hi, I'm Zekin. I'm from MIBR. I'm going to be playing against a mystery opponent in a 1v1 team. This is good. They're using a Phantom. This should be a hint already. Yeah. Who would use the Phantom here? And he's beating my ass, so he's probably good. Oh, he's degging me. Oh. This guy's frying me. Who would it be?
สวัสดีครับลุงซุดสวัสดีครับผมน้องม้าพี่เบลข้าวเดี๋ยวมานะม้า
Phantom guy from not my region. He's jumping. Wait. I saw his knife. The only person I've seen use that skin, I think, is Jing. But it's hard. Is the correct region so specific? Phantom guy from Pacific. Ascension winner. Okay, this is someone from Nongshim, but who?
Hello.
Oh my god, he said hello.
Hello, again.
Is it you, David?
Yeah, I'm Dumby.
Hello.
Okay, knife. Let's go.
You're gonna punch me with your water fist.
Punch me. Yeah. Come here.
Come here! No! Whoa!
Whoa!
Calm down! Hey!
Come here!
Get away from me!
Omar, come here!
No!
Nice.
GG. Very happy, I guess, right? Very, very happy.
Welcome back to EWC 2026 Valorant. It is day number 6. We are in match number 1 in the final map for one of these squads in their EWC journey. It is MIBR Los versus AGAL. We got to see Zekin there just for a little bit, chatting with Dan B. And I love the fact that in EWC you have some of the greatest players all here, and the respect between them because they know each other, they watch the other regions, and just great to see the personality between them.
I mean, any excuse to see cross-regional play is what we're all about. I think one thing a lot of people who aren't super up on Valorant don't get is this game developed in COVID. The regions developed separately. The metas are very different. Everyone hates the MEA. It's all comes together.
Whoa. I was not expecting that one. Let's just catch it straight. You're like, oh my God, COVID, we were so sad. We're all so different. And then somehow you hate us?
I just had to get it in there, but it's okay. It is always
Is that
nice.
the best you could do?
I mean, you can
And
always
you're
just
still
bring it. Hey, what's
God.
the big time? You're a stats guy. What's the Pacific record here so far at EWC?
So we're moving on to Ascent here. Map number 3. I can't address
it's 1 and 7, by the way.
We'll get to that for the next one. No Shimmer here. They're going to do fine. But right now, maybe they will.
Or not. You're not supporting Baby. You're like such a fake friend. I will say about that video, love to see also those two from MVP to MVP, you know, like Zekin in Madrid. Like, I just think that it's good to have history and have players that, although the game attracts a lot of new youngsters that can shoot, it's good to see that players can actually stay throughout the years at the top. And especially when we're moving on to Ascent and we were speaking about Zekin, we have to re-highlight the duelist. A massive bounce back there on the second map. I don't think that they really needed that much different from that first map at the end of the day. Another Lotus, another overtime, a map that could have gone either way. But everything ends here in Ascent. As we were saying, both of these teams showed their cards against Team Heretics. One of them was successful, and the other one got the other side of the coin in MIBR.
Yeah, look, MIBR only got 2 rounds. I was kind of surprised to see them be okay with this coming up in the veto once again. Over on the side of All Gamers, they're running with Vangear on that chamber, and GRQ, I want to see you lock in this Phoenix.
Lock it in!
Oh, he will. He will.
I mean, Kira's already on the Omen, so unless he's going to pull out a different duelist or there's like a final lock here, this is the pick where GRQ put himself on the map during this tournament. And so I'm very, very excited to see what he can do up against Aspas and Zekin.
Economy here is super important, right, for both of the teams. We've seen the impact that the operator has been having on both of them. For Vangear, of course, with him having the chamber and whatnot, it's going to be easier to get an operator in hand. But when we think about Aspas, even Zek, and the rest of the players as well, to even catch a flank, care for mid, a lot of aggression from the side of All Gamers, but not that much utility. If they misuse it, the round should go for MIBR.
Yeah, over on the side of MIBR, there are no changes from what we saw coming out last time. This means they've board reviewed. They felt like it was some, different types of mistakes. It's not a comp issue. They think they have everything they need to make it work here. But can we see that improvement? Otherwise, they will be going home if they played this map like they did against Team Heretics.
MIBR Los and AGAL. Only one can continue through. 2 teams from Americas has already qualified 100% so far, whereas AGAL are the final opportunity for VCT China to have representation in that playoffs, but they've got to earn it. Who will step up and who will rise above here at EWC 2026 Paris? Let's find out as we send it on over for the final time to Mitch and Tom.
Thank you, Degon. The final map of the series. We've gone all the way to Ascent. All Gamers stayed alive on map number 1, but signs of life started to disappear in the previous, Tom. MIBR coming in hot to the touch, but how do you feel about All Gamers' composition? They're bringing in one that I've grown to love. Looking at this Phoenix, at the Neon, at the Chamber. Do you think that will give them the edge here?
To be honest, the thing I love about this is that and when I first saw it, I was like, wait, the guy who was playing Smokes is now playing Phoenix. They swap it up directly. It's Kira really likes the Raze, so he'll play the Raze. And GRQ really likes the Phoenix. His Phoenix was nuts. Exactly. Like, it was probably the highlight when they came up against Heretics. Of course, you're going to look at this and do the kind of proxy thing where it's like, well, one of these teams beat Heretics 30 days. Easy for All Gamers, right? It's like, no, I don't think it's going to go that way at all. It shows that was more of a blip on the radar, maybe being boomed after taking a defeat earlier in the tournament. This is a different scenario. They've just dominated a map. They come in with most of their players having highlight moments. I think we're in for a very level game.
Well, let's hope so.
มีความสุขเว้ย
After that first map, a tight affair. Oh, damage done. Shock
สัตว์ได้เสือกได้ตังค์ซะเร็วเลย
down Bangir. He just about.
ราคากูสารอให้ราคาขึ้นไปกว่านี้สักหน่อยชิบหาย
He's still waiting for that push up inside of B main.
แฟต
Stalemate across the map.
แลกไปครับโอ้ไม่คุ้มเลยไอจีจ่ายเยอะกว่าครับ
Traded out in that short fight.
โหเปิดไปแชมเบอร์น่าจะแดกว่ะ
Clear direction for the attack just yet. Fangir just moments away from stepping into Verno's angle. 40 HP. Could be an easier fight. Or the defender and just depends if that could be landed. The jumping 40 HP is crazy. He's left down to 1.
They're pincering though. The flank coming in, and the defenders know this. I like this from Verno. He knew if he sits back and waits, he's going to get pressure from behind. The dart is going to help him out massively. The paranoia nullified, and Verno is having a crazy round once again. And now his teammates are looking to try and wrap him. Kira, though, has given an opportunity. But they're both so desperately low that it ended easy for MIBR. Verno, a hero once more in the early rounds.
Yeah, huge work by Verno. I don't know how that reveal didn't get broken. It allows a second pulse out, and that, I think, gives him the upper hand. Mistakes made. There's Verno holds the line. I like the idea as well from MIBR. It was a stalemate for so long, but they were ready to push B main. They were ready to fight. We're so ready to fight A main. And the second that push comes in through mid, they're like, okay, now we got to go. We go back, we're dead. But we go forward, we have a chance. And that chance converts to a round win.
Is that a round 2 Odin?
มีเงินแล้วอย่าต้องทำงานนะต้องทำงานนะโอเคป่ะต้องอยากทำงานเหมือนเดิม
It's a nice strategy. I have to say. You look at the trips that are in play here. The idea, if they go straight through a mid flood, you're going to already deal with them quite easily. It's shooting.
I really want him to get one shot.
Then you've got that reveal that would come off the back of it.
Oh, no, there was a chance for a second. There was a chance.
He gave him a moment to aim, but not to pull the trigger, at least.
Yeah, okay. They've managed to bypass his angle, but he's given it up. Has second for support.
นกมีหนุ่มเลี้ยงแล้วรออะไรอ่ะเฮ้ยจริงเหรอ
He ended that
เนี่ยคุณนกอยู่ไกลคุณแพลวไม่งั้นคุณแพลวไปกินกับคุณนกได้นะ
Came up with like 7 or 8 kills. Like just Mizzino just popped off, and that does make me a little bit more worried for all gamers that it does seem like every single member of this squad has started to rise to the occasion. I know that at times there's been a lot of criticism Hex, but I think in this series he's been one of their best players.
ขอหล่อ นกบอกขอถุงละ
second round coming out from MIBR. The Odin hasn't been lost, and we'll be coming back in.
นกจะเอาหล่ออย่างเดียวเลย
which I'll be honest, you don't normally see an Odin in a bonus round.
รู้มือไม่พูดเยอะฮะเจ็บคอ
It is a different setup though from MIBR. This time Odin's going to be sent towards the B side again. It's going to be that heads-up duel with Fangir.
ก็แบบอะไรอะ
He's lost 2 in a row, which I wouldn't want to fight him at this point.
แค่พิมพ์กับใครเข้ากับ180เฉยๆแต่แม่งแอบยิ้มด้วยนกอะแอบยิ้มด้วยก็แบบแต่กูก็อยากได้180แบบว่าจะได้แบบรู้สึกตะเล็กตะน้อยอะไรอย่างเงี้ย
Maybe even twice, but an old saying in Texas. I know it's in Tennessee. Texas. A chance now for 3 for MIBR.
อยากเป็นตัวน้อยของเธอครับ
นี่ Shame on. Shame on you. Fool me, can't get fooled again.
I thought from Tennessee it was. Are you from 10IC? Or are you from Tennessee because you're the only 10 I see?
That was excellent. Are you from 10IC?
There you go.
ก็ตนกเตี้ยไงกับหนุ่มขอถุงละ80ครับ
That's the only saying I know from that. Fool me once. I don't know where that's from.
ใต้บ้านเหรอเล่นใต้บ้านโอ้โหเล่นใต้จริงด้วยเล่นแท็บโคดอยู่นะแต่ถ้าเข้าเจนมานี่คือชิบหายเลยเรียบร้อยโดนแล้วหนึ่งชิวเลย
That's not the only one. There's another kill trip on the back in the camera, landing a tag, and maybe a little bit more. The door's gotten in the way. Save the day.
อย่าปาดไอ้เทคปาดลำคุยแล้ว
Difficult as he normally is to deal with. They've got him in one, and now the alt Odin retake.
โหยากครับ
They might not want to go for this anymore, but Verno, he's giving them a chance. It's so close. The shoelaces taken off of Shrimp. GRQ tagged heavy as well. Down to 1. The Odin spam would be enough. He needs to tuck in that corner. He needs to find a safe
โอ้สกินได้
haven.
เปรียบนะถ้าแง้มอ่ะข้อ
Zekin
นี้
doesn't know how desperately low that player is. He'll still be
แต่ไม่
peeking
แง้ม
over
เลย
the
เฮีย
off,
เอา
and
เล
it's
ย
a death sentence. Verno, 5-1. The ult to deal with. He's found him to start with. The spam can take him down with ease. And now
โอ้ย
with the mag
ลูกหมด
runs
เหรอ
dry.
ไม่ดูลูกด้วยเมื่อกี้
All gamers just about finding the round.
It's a weird one because normally going out of a bonus round, you sit there and go, okay, that's not
แพ้
great.
สูง
But they had an operator
ใช่
and
แพ้สูง
loaded,
10
so
And the op went in the hands of the
yeah,
opponent.
it was barely a bonus at that point. It had a lot of bite too. I think Mazzino did fantastically well to play off of the utility that was thrown in front. But they actually do still have enough to buy him with another operator. Sure, it's at the cost of Mazzino, who's been their best player so far. So maybe a little bit surprising to see him have to take the bullet. But then also,
คือแบบ
the
เอาครบ
operators
เลย
on the other hand
ใส่
for
แว่น
Fangio, which I wouldn't want
ปั
to
ก
give
เนิร์ด
him
อะไร
that
เงี้ย
for
น
free.
กแม่งแบบโอ้โหสเปคแม่งสูงเท่าภูเขาเอเวอเรสต์อะ
Sent back, Blaze his bottom space.
สูงเท่าภูเขาเอเวอเรสต์อะ
Passage through middle, although Fangir's looking
แต่
to
เข้าใจ
fill
เข้า
in
ใจ
the
ปก
space
ตินะปก
after
ติ
he can't cross
เกิดมา
anymore.
ครั้งหนึ่งมันต้องอย่างเงี้ยนก
Not
พี่
without
เข้าใจไหม
looking for a fight. So short's going to be his responsibility. All gamers
That's
gearing up
nasty.
for an A play.
If he pings him, then there's a chance that you can maybe get the kill with a wall bang. Instead, it's going to be the Hunter's Fury thrown out.
โอ้ยตาย เอ้า
Seemingly
ตาย
off
หาหมดเลย
nothing,
อะไร
and
วะ
that's an early
โด
double
น
for
อีกเอา
Verno.
เรียบร้อยค
He's
รับ
been playing incredibly well so far. And one, and then out. And in fact, no, Aspas feeling confident, goes for the repeat, the swing off his contact from Tex. And this trap setup has worked, well, I want to say more than perfectly. That is as good as
ถ้า
that
มึงได้
could
ส
have
เปง
gone.
ที่คุณนกบอกเมื่อกี้นะที่กูพูดไปเมื่อกี้ที่คุณนก
Looking
ชอบ
at
อะ
the
นะ
last map,
มึงไม่ต้องมี
you
ตังค์
said it. It's an
ไม่ต้องมีตังค์
unusual
เดี๋ยวน
pairing,
ก
but
เลี้ยงเอง
Aspas and Tex
เดี๋ยว
get
แบบ
so
เดี๋ยว
much
นก
work
จัดการ
done
เอง
together. Kira,
เรื่องเงิน
you
ใช้
are
ชีวิต
head
อยู่
to
หน้าเราหลอก
rights
พอ
here. Big stun landed.
But that Tex cam was just enough for the contact of the Hunter's Fury. Because you've got to be sat there as the attacking side going, why the hell have they randomly popped top mid? Who Hunter's Fury straight into top mid? But it's because they could see them on the cam. Like he's able to get just that little pixel of information and go, look, there's guys here in a narrow laneway. If you line this up, you're going to get a couple of opening kills. That's really lovely stuff coming out
ขอ
from
แค่เธอ
MIBR.
ยืนถ่ายรูปหน้ากระจกเป็นเพื่อนเราก็พอแล้วครับ
Sneaky
นี่
little play that ends up sending all gamers down to an eco. Round number 5.
นกรวยแล้วเลี้ยงเดี๋ยวน
Two
ก
away
เลี้ยง
from
เอง
Fangir, having a big old gun to work with, so there's definitely
Ah.
still dangers, and they didn't notice Kira slide right past. Zekin down and out, a rifle into the hands of the attackers. Mazzino, he's got a player behind him. He doesn't have a clue. The buy's already passed. It's 2
ผู้หญิงบอก
players
ชอบกันเรื่องเป็นดูน่ารักดีนะ
striking from
ผู้
behind.
ชายบอกชอบกันแล้วบอกเขินนะแปลก
Well, now all of a sudden it's a
ถ้า
competitive
หน้าตา
round.
ไม่ดี
Those
ด้วยยิ่ง
rifles
แปลกเข้า
not
ไปใหญ่เลย
recovered
ถ้า
just
หน้าตา
yet.
ดี
They
ผู้หญิง
can
ว้ายจริง
be,
เหรอ
they
ไม่เขิน
could
จับ
be.
จริงจับวายสัตว์หน้าตาเฮียหน่อยนะ
Constant
เฮ้ย
rotations
ใช่เหรอวะ
coming out of
ใช่เหรอมึง
MIBR.
อะ
The timing here on that main peak could be
เฮี
everything.
ยผู้ชายแม่ง
Tex has already
ใช้ชีวิต
cleaned
ยากเลย
house before the
แม่ง
swing
โดนกด
comes
ดัน
through.
จากหลายทางว่ะเฮีย
That all revealed as well. Looked like that was going to get seriously dangerous.
ต้องแบบ
intense.
yo my man bro
He dropped in alone.
Butter.
Like, it was a little bit
Yeah.
risky, but because they didn't have the plant down, he just looks for a timing. And unfortunately for all gamers, I think one of the first players he drops is the spike underneath Balk, which as a place to drop the spike, it's about as bad as it could be for where the remainder are. Still, a little bit of initial damage coming out from the side of all gamers. But this defensive side is looking good so far from MIBR. And you have to bear in mind, last time they played this map, they only managed 2 rounds total. So, yeah, it's safe to say it's going
เฮียไม่มาไป
a little
4 แล้ว
better.
วะเฮ้ยแล้วกูเบทว่าวันนี้ AG จะมา AG กูไปแล้วปะ
A
นี่
4-1 start, and
AG
the
ไป
wind is in their sails now. For all gamers, oh, that paranoia has landed, but doesn't look like they're going to continue the
ผมไม่
push
ยอม
on
คิดให้
MIBR, sitting
แต่
back,
เขาได้อะไรไปอ่ะ
sitting safe. up
แค่
against
โดนก
these
ดดันก็ไม่ต้อง
rifles
คิดอะไร
now.
เยอะแล้วเรายอม
One of the things
เขาเอง
I'm
อะ
curious to see, because Lotus, it was much easier to push and pull that
ไม่หรอ
map. They attempted it
แล้ว
on
แต่คนว่ะ
split, but MIBR
ไม่มีใครกดดัน
did
ผม
not
ได้
fall for it anymore. They had the responses, they had the reactions, and now here on Ascent, I'm curious to see how this attack side will shape up. We've had a lot of failures here with the slower plays, and now an attempt to start with a bit of control towards the A site. Late move back in the other direction, but again, MIBR haven't moved. They are sat still. An operator in a position that I don't think they could have ever expected. The angle onto GRQ and a big player removed. Still the Cypher setup to push through as well.
Yeah, they've got the TP to the backside if they need it. There goes Mazzino. That will now be a third player defending this site. And
ที่ต้องเรียนรู้
whether or not they want to fall back. No, they're going to try and pressure into what is now a pretty hefty setup. In fact, I think Mazzino even cancelled. He was like, you know what? I'm going to TP, then realized that Aspas has already rotated in and went, I don't need to. Let's hold up the other side of the map just in case. A player tagged up as well. They know exactly where they are, and they've got 20 seconds, Mitch.
Well, I think Mazzino would have committed that TP if not for map number 1, if not for the attempts in map number 2. Like, you see that push, you see it stagger for a moment, you think, okay, but the others are outside my site. I'm going to fake the TP across, they'll push in, we'll clean them up. This time it was a more direct play from all gamers. The problem is, as they decide to save, they're not allowed to.
เชี่ยตีไม่เข้าโดนตัดปืนนะครับ
One side of the trash compactor as the walls close in. A couple seconds left, and I guess we'll never know if he saved the weapon. That's how it goes sometimes. That's life.
They did celebrate very quickly, so I'm going to assume they killed him. I'm going based off purely celebrations. No one wants to hear that.
สไนด์ปาทำงานนะจริงๆภาพที่ผมคิดไว้ก็คือ
See, there you go.
สลับกันนะสลับกันหมายถึงว่า AG หน้าตัด MBR ได้แบบนี้มากกว่าแต่กลายเป็นว่าตัดไม่ได้ครับกลายว่า MBR เป็นฝ่ายเล่นแทนเดินตัดพังหมด
5-1 defensive side building, and now those pauses that we spoke about in map number 1 become imperative. They need to find a response here. Sure, versus Heretics, it was a pretty horrific.
เอาจริงคอนโทรลเลอร์มันเป็นตำแหน่งที่ต้อง
out from MIBR.
จะบอกว่าเล่นคนมักจะคิดว่าคอนโทรลเลอร์เล่นเพื่อเพื่อนเยอะนะเว้ยแต่จริงๆคอนโทรลเลอร์ต้องเล่นเพื่อตัวเองเยอะครับถึงจะดี
having a performance to remember, but as of right now, they're getting shut down.
มันบางจังหวะจ่ายสโมกแบบเพื่อเซฟตัวเองหรือแบบเพื่อเซฟเพื่อนหรือแบบต้องเหลือไว้แก้บอมมันต้องคิดหลายตลบครับแบบว่าคือในเกมจริงๆอ่ะเวลาเล่นจริงอ่ะมันมีทั้งแบบว่าต้องสโมกเพื่อให้เพื่อนปลอดภัยสโมกเพื่อให้เราดำสโมกได้เทคพื้นที่ได้นานขึ้นแล้วก็สโมกเพื่อแก้บอมอะไรเงี้ยมันมีหลายรูปแบบหรือสโมกเพื่อกดแพนก็แล้วแต่อะไรเงี้ยมันต้องอ่านเกมให้ออกครับว่าเราจะทำแบบไหนซึ่งจริงๆสถานการณ์ตรงหน้าจริงอ่ะมันไม่ได้เป็นไปตามแผนหรอกซึ่งสโมกถ้าเหลือนะมันมักจะเล่นเป็นเกมสดพอเกมสดปุ๊บเราจะต้องรู้แล้วสโมกแค่ลูกเดียวแม่งเปลี่ยนเกมได้ครับเปลี่ยนเกมได้เราตัดปุ๊บดึงตัดปุ๊บอะไรมันเล่น 2-1-1-2 ได้หมดครับขอคนที่เล่นแบบเล่นคอนโทรลเลอร์แล้วแบบว่า
Being a little quiet, a little missing. This time picked off from the side, but it is only the ultimate that's taken down. That trade good for the start. Enough finish. Aspas has opt him through the floor. The convergence path goes through. The spam is fantastic, but hold on. GRQ and Kira. They've got some life left in them. Caught by the ult, they might have been, but they fired back at the start. Now it's Kira. Alone, he was getting some great shots.
จริงๆคอนโทรลเลอร์ก็เหมือนตำแหน่งนึงแหละถ้านิยามเรื่องความคิดเรื่องอะไรมันต้อง
Kira could never expect that level of aggression
คิดนำคนอื่นขั้นหนึ่งครับแต่ว่าไม่ได้นำเยอะจนเกินไปไม่งั้นเดี๋ยวมันจ่ายมั่ว
There was definitely a bit of
เร็วไปก็ไม่ดีโดน
danger
เพื่อน
there,
ได้
but considering the
ช้า
ult
ไป
is
ก็ไม่ดี
thrown by the other side, that's just fine.
Yeah, they throw in the running back even while not having a weapon into the hands of the player using it, but it was basically just take space, try and trade. That wallbang shot.
พี่เคยบอกแล้วสำหรับพี่ตำแหน่งที่ยากสุดเกมนี้คือคอนโทรลเลอร์ครับ
because Zekken is dead. If he doesn't hit that, he's dead, and he's the guy who ends up cleaning up the rest of the round. Tex continuing to be a safe pair of hands, and the problem is you look at that run and go, hey, it was a low buy. They use Tour de Force, they use Overdrive, they use Run It Back, they use Hunter's Fury. That is 4 ultimates committed to 1 round, and it doesn't net you a win.
That reveal sending him scurrying. Look at the push up from Aspas.
ไม่ใช่ครับ
Aggression cancelled
อันนี้มันตัวเบส
for a moment. Now they
มัน
start
จ่ายของ
to
แบบชัดเจน
fight
อันนี้
Aspas loses his TP back. He's a
มึงเอาไปเล่นคอนโทรลเลอร์ดูเข้าใจ
The drone is going to send him flying. Dash out, but now look who's
แต่
stuck
กลับ
in
กันนะ
it.
ถ้านี้จ่ายของ
Mazzino has to
พลาด
stand his
จ่าย
ground,
ของ
has
แฟดพลาด
to
เด้ง
stand
โดนตัวเอง
tall,
อัน
and
นั้น
that
ผม
he
ควรโดนด่า
does.
อยู่
A double kill on the
แต่
fact
กลับ
that
กัน
they were
ถ้า
so
เป็นคอนโทรลเลอร์แล้วแบบว่า
pigeonholed trying to
จ่าย
deal with
ของไม่ดี
Aspas.
อ่ะแบบว่า
He forgot that he might have had help.
Even still, that's
เพื่อนขอสโมกแล้วแบบไม่มีสโมกฮะมึงไปสโมกตรงไหนเราสโมกเฟลไปแต่สโมกแบบว่าเซฟตัวเองไปเงี้ย
Instead,
ก็
you've
โดนด่า
taken 2 bodies in response.
คอนโทรลเลอร์จะไม่โดนด่าเลยถ้าเล่นเป็นทีมครับไม่โดนด่าเลย
This is
แต่ถ้ากดแรง
the
โอ้
best
โห
we've
ไอ้
seen.
สัตว์
MLBR look so far this tournament.
Sure,
Sure, they had those blowout games initially, but everybody can have a round, can have a moment. And that's exactly what they're doing now. Aspas, the man who was saved, has dropped the spike into middle. The remaining 2 players are running around like headless chickens. They're having to try and just get that spike back, and instead they are caught from every single angle. 7-1 in the lead. MIBR are running away with this.
Yeah, things have really changed since that first map where throughout the entirety of it, all gamers were competing, or even at times, especially on the attack, looking like a better squad.
Lose opening, win round. That was how it was going every round.
It was, I think, +4 overall for the team, but you had 2 players combined, +10 in opening duels. On the side of MIBR, and they lose that map. It was Tex putting up numbers. All gamers dealt with it every step of the way. Now GRQ goes on their favorite agent, and still, we're not seeing
จะมีคอนโทรลเลอร์ที่ถูกล็อกกับตัวนึงคือเป็นพวกไวเปอร์อะไรเงี้ยส่วนอีกสมองที่เหลือที่ดูชอบไปเล่นจะเป็นพวกโอเมนเป็นพวกโคฟอะไรแบบนั้นมากกว่ามันเป็นคอนโทรลเลอร์ที่เอาเพย์ได้อะมันเป็นคอนโทรลเลอร์ที่แบบไฟได้มีบายมี
When you're 7-1 down, and this is the purchase. No ultimate still.
มีจุ๊บของโคฟอะไรให้มันแบบเพิ่ม activity ในการเล่นได้อะไรเงี้ย
They've eliminated Fangit.
มันเป็นคอนโทรลเลอร์ไฟครับ เล่นแบบก็คือเอาง่ายๆเอาคอนโทรลเลอร์มาเล่นเป็นดูดีบานเลย
They get to keep the rifle
คอนโทรลเลอร์นั้นสไตล์ในการเล่นเป็นดูดีครับ
I don't think that trade was worth it.
No, normally you're going to see players drop that up first, go in with the shorty, and then refract back. Of course, Aspis
แต่ปัจจัยนึงก็คือว่าต้อง flexible คือ ทีมขาดตำแหน่งนี้จริงไอ้ที่เล่นตัวนี้เก่งกว่าเพราะว่าจริงๆน้อยคนที่จะเล่นตัวนี้เก่งตัวครับน้อยคน
Great delivery service.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Honestly, Aspas delivery. You'll get more than you bargained for.
Problem is,
มึงจะไม่ค่อยเห็นไอ้ปลาเล่นฟินิกหรอกไม่ค่อยเห็นปลาเล่นเลน่าอะไรเงี้ยแต่เซคเคนเล่นได้เข้าใจปะมันมีหลายตัวหลายปัจจัยที่จะใช้ถ้าเขาต้องการ2คอนโทรลเลอร์อย่างเงี้ยต้องมีคนหนึ่งที่เฟกเป็นคอนโทรลเลอร์ได้อุ้ย
Two players through the smoke on this initial push. GRQ tagged low again, even after his heal. He's on 23 HP. And they've barely any time left. This plant should be impossible with an Odin still in play, and it will be. Time running dry. And chances for all gamers are running out.
เพิ่งเริ่มกินคำแรกเหมือนที่ผมเคี้ยวในคำแรกเลยแล้วข้าวเพิ่งมาส่ง
this one I watch Verno that he looks like
นาน
a
ชิบ
player
หาย
above his age.
ต่างแบบทุ่ม
Because in that moment you could forgive him to go, oh, if that guy's fought like 3 of my teammates, I can probably just go in and kill him. But he's like, nope, I'll wait 4 seconds, and then it's like 3.7 seconds. He's like, and now I'm fighting because I know that he can't plant the spike anymore. I'll just sit in the back line and make sure this round is over, and then I'll be a little bit greedy with the kill. It's just smart stuff that basically makes it impossible for GRQ to get anything sure. He's got that run it back online. They've been farming up those orbs from all the way through the game, but we are yet to see that same heroic play that he was pulling out.
มาถึง5ทีมเรามีตัวยิง2ตัวหรออินนี้ครับหรือไม่ก็เป็น
After a very competitive first map, it does feel like these last two have left something to be desired from all gamers. The last
มันแล้วแต่เกมว่ะแล้วแต่คอมว่ะมันไม่ได้ฟีลว่าต้องเล่นตัวไหนหรือแบบยังไงอ่ะแล้วแต่ว่าเราจะบิวคอมมันมาแบบไหนมากกว่าอุ้ยตันตัวจัดเรียบร้อยครับเทไม่ได้
And bye indeed, it seems to all gamers we need someone to step up to fill these shoes as players drop across the board. Zekin's on 10 HP, and he survived that fight. Shot back for the kill, and with 9-1 on the board, is there any hope left for all gamers?
Okay, that is the second round I've now watched where Zekin 100% should have died. But bear in mind, they knew he was in that corner since the run it back. So that was when they still had their entire team. They then peek him from short as well, while swinging him at the same time. He ends up with 3 kills, and then the fourth player that runs in just goes, nah, I'm killing him, and just runs full swing, and it gets killed by Aspas because he's so tunnel visioned in on just getting a singular kill onto Zekin. Just look at the scoreboard. I think the bottom fragger right now on MIBR has 9 kills. There is nobody underperforming. And
ผมว่านะเอเชียหวังเกมกันครับแต่ว่า
you're almost laughing at the fact that Zekin has managed to go and join
เกมบุกสตรีไม่
the
เข้าเลย
same team. You're almost looking at the fact that they've held on to Verno and built this superstar-studded roster, and it's not quite delivered. But when it does work, this is what you get. It feels like they are fighting a literal war, and everything they do, they just run headfirst into it.
That's been the same for the last map as well. Like that first half was close. It was a chance to be 6-6 if I'm not mistaken. We swapped sides and MIBR ran away with things now. On this map, GRQ. Look, he's top fragging at least, but I did think that I liked the comp. I liked seeing them play last time. I think GRQ especially is a huge step up, and he wasn't bad so far in this series. So you imagine that ceiling's going to raise. Map 1 which is one hell of a feat. But now it looks like he hasn't even started playing. Indeed, nobody had to go one round of the board. 9-3, the best scoreline that they can hope and pray for, and even then, the Divine will have to answer for them to have a chance, and perhaps he has. Aspis has made a mistake. He's missed a shot. A rare miss on one side, but then an immediate filling in of the blank shrimp. Tries on the wraparound, but look how confident Second is. He's running at them, and maybe he shouldn't be. Fangir, quiet so far, but now a chance against one of the world's best.
He's down to just a classic. He used his last headhunter bullet just to try and escape. And now with 7 HP, what he can hope for is that either Aspas makes a mistake or he can get towards that site and find a gun. But you can already tell that the information has been given over. A rifle in the hands of Aspas, and it really does just become a game of chicken. And at least for the moment, it seemed like the Brazilian had the right idea. It's been long enough. Both players decided to move at the exact same moment, moving in tandem. Aspas is low enough that the classic could just do the work, but his opponent at this stage might end up running out of time. That's going to be the bigger problem. He has to now get in and get that plant. And in fact, Aspas was starting to believe that this was a move towards the other side of the map. Instead, now he's got to go running back towards B.
Available for Fangir, but he's not going to take the risk of even placing it. He doesn't know how close Aspas is. Of course, Aspas went to A thinking this might be taking it, seen it for so long. As time ticks away, the info not yet given away. Aspas.
ไม่ดีตรงไหนอะถ้าเราได้แฟนของเราไปจริงไม่ดีหรอกไอโฟนกูเพิ่งมา93เรียบร้อย10-1
burying them under round after round. This attack side, they may end the half with one.
It's looking more likely as they go by. An incredibly nice attempt from Fangir. This round shouldn't have been particularly close, especially after Zekin put him so desperately low and just seemed to have it dead to rights. This correction with a singular bullet left seemed like it might have been enough, but in the end, the final boss. Look at the scoreboard. 11-11, 11-11, 10. Like, there really has just not been a missing piece to the MIBR puzzle.
เรียบร้อยครับ
Zekin's getting more
ไปดันด้วยโอ้จ่าย
sheer rundown. Bai is having to just try and hold on for life, and even an escape route doesn't exist. They are being surrounded, choked out, and they think maybe, okay.
หมดฮะกล้องเปิดกล้องเรียบร้อยฮะ
Is this the open site? Is it the one that nobody's holding? No, it isn't. There's still
เล่นสนุกแล้วกีฬากูบอกเล่นสนุกแล้ว
3 and a 4th. Wrapping round, and well, it was Verno to close 11-1. The team that faced off against GE is showing up once again.
I don't think there's many teams out there that would look at, especially an elimination match and a qualification match at the same time, and say, I'd like to face MIBR in that one. But you definitely don't want to face MIBR in this form. You know how strong of a player someone like Aspas can be. We've seen Tex from the very get-go be activated. But now Mazzino, Verno, they're there alongside him. Zekin looks like he's unkillable. The amount of times I've seen him take what for anyone else would be a death blow and keep on moving. Even at times having Aspas as his savior with the op wall bang.
If he hadn't died a couple of rounds ago to the Headhunter, and you'd said to me, oh, he was in God mode by accident, I'd go, oh, you know, actually that makes sense, because there were rounds where, he gets wallbang like that while being spammed out by an overdrive. The round after where he gets 3 kills while stuck in the same corner for a whole round, and then a player runs at him just to kill him, and Aspas goes, did you forget about me? Like, come on, guys. Like, please don't forget the guy who has a champion's gun buddy. But even still, even with every once in a while a glimmer of hope, It gets shut down. This was probably one of the best opportunities they had, and even still it didn't go their way. And right after that, a complete decimation. 11-1.
Surrender ได้ไหม Surrender เลย
last time out
เหนื่อยวะ
for all gamers.
11-1 เฮีย
At this point, every single round is like hanging off a cliff edge.
Well, yeah, a pistol round will end the game. More or less any round after that will end the game as well, even if you take it. All gamers have to be perfect. Maybe at 12-1 we can see a pause. I do think though, like, the game that they played on map number 1, they made MIBR at times look like fools. They caught them off guard. They played double to
เขาซื้อ3 ฐานกันวะ แฟนเจียฟังจีนไม่น่าออกอะหรือฟังออกไว้เฮีย
Bai was lurking in mid and catching so many players off guard.
โอ้โห
But
ตะกอแบบ
once
ว่า
MIBR realized what was happening,
10
once they had that time between maps to discuss, hey, how should we react to those kind of plays? How should we react to them pushing and pulling like that? Ever since then, they cracked the code, and all gamers haven't had that extra gear to shift into. Now,
they need the fan gear.
They need the
เละเลยครับ AG กู
They're gonna have
โอ้ย
any chance, and there he is to start it off.
เฮียโหดว่ะ
Fan gear activated. I don't know what that means if you're still going for a car analogy, but who cares about that at this point? Anything that will work
อยู่ที่จะรีเทคได้เปล่าเฮ้ยมีแท็บด้วยสั
has
ตว์
to come through for all gamers.
อันนี้ใส่ล่างครับ
It's about the best scenario they've had, but Zekid just looks
อุ้ย
like
บายสวยแล้ว
he's
บายตอน
in
นี้
a completely different
บาย
gear, a different level.
อุ้ยสวยจัดเลย
In fact,
อุ้ยมีแฟดด้วย
an even
โค
scenario,
ม
a nice work from
AG หน่อยเว้ย AG เว้ย
player revealed
AG
they are losing as they go. Just the 2 players underneath the flag.
ว่าเรียบร้อยครับผม
And a second round will come
ไปกันต่อ
through.
ฮะ
The lifeline has been garnered, and more importantly, GRQ getting most of those kills gets him closer to that ult.
Yeah, perhaps a consolation prize, but you never want to count yourself out. Remember, this isn't the situation where they can fly on a lower bracket. There's no extra layer. There is no safety net to fall into.
ไม่เอาเฮียเลย
It's a long way down and a long way back home for all gamers. This pistol guarantees them at least a bit of runway. And I was waiting to see if, as confident as they feel, they go in for the crazy force buy here, but MIBR are looking to get this over as quickly as possible in a more conventional way.
โอ้ไว
And take the eco. Fan gear an opportunity to pick up a couple more orbs, but it's really GRQ you want to see with a few coming out of this. The buy in the next for MIBR could be the beginning of the end. Keeping this clean as well is exactly what they want. All 5 alive for all gamers. It's a good start to the half.
Yeah, especially when they've invested on every single player. Like they have to do that. You can't be playing a conventional bonus round where you're risking it here and there. And for Fangir, getting a few additional orbs, it's not going to help him in this next round, but if he could do
31เลยเหรอเฮีย31เลยเหรอ
the work with the operator,
แต่ก็ไม่แน่นะ
one for free. The problem is he
ไม่
lost
แน่นะ
all
เว้ย
of
เพ
his
ราะว่า
shields.
ฝ่าย
He's
ตรง
gonna
ข้าม
come back in with an
MIBR ไม่มี
operator,
แฟลชนะเว้ย
but no shields alongside it.
ถ้ามันสโมกทันสโมกสวยอ่ะมันทะลุแฟลชไอ้สโมกโคตรยากครับ
Another round onto the board, and his opponents with an operator on the attack.
อุ้ยปล่อยเลย
The buy has been bypassed. Oh, he's just shot, but I don't think they noticed this yet. Never mind. They turn on a dime, catch him off, but the trades keep on going in favor of all gamers until they don't. Verno dropping shrimp. Means the spike makes it to the site. Means a 3 versus 2 in the post plant. And there's not much to help all gamers get back into this. The operator would love a pick, but I think they've spotted it now. They've seen that big gun. Paranoia for Kira can perhaps... In fact, it could catch them all if it's at the right angle, but waiting to get into position before it's fired through. It'll find one towards the backside. Clean pickup on Aspis, but Tex was not blinded by it at this point for Fangir. 11-3, you need the round, but the time should be too far gone. And by now, it most certainly is with 2 left to get. It's all about orbs. It's all about punishing the attacking side, making it costly, but nothing to be found. No op saved, and 3-piece for Verno gets 12-3 on the board. The beginning of the end is here.
สร้างไงตำนานขาดขนาดนี้
I think at that stage, saving the operator holds so much more value than a singular kill. Like that round was already over. And definitely mistakes starting to creep in a little bit more. I think Shrimp walking back into the site after they've already completely lost it. It just seems panicking.
แล้วแมตช์ก่อนๆแม่งยิงอย่างโหดเลยกูว่าอุ้ยทีมไม่น่าเสียไว้ที่แม่งมามือเปล่าวะ
The last representative of VCT China, and it looks like Americas might be getting one more team at least
เทคเคนชิปมา
towards
ระเบิด
the playoff stage. They all have a man up for now. Not a bad start.
มึงก็หวังนะไอโฟนมึงใจมึงสู้ดีกว่าเฮีย
He bleeds.
Finally. Early pickup, but still some weaknesses here. They're certainly not out of the woods. Paranoia Prime fires caught one, but not the second player. Luckily, Aspas is quick to get out of there. He heard a shot coming at him from behind and bailed. Bai's now rotated in to help the squad, and Spawn still cut off by Kira with the flank up by Fangir. All gamers have MIBR boxed in with a man advantage to play with as well. This is looking set 12-4.
Yeah, they've got to run it back if they need it. GRQ sat at the back of the site, and that's
ออกมาหาเอง
exactly
เลย
what
ว่ะ
he's going for now. Just try and make things even more awkward for them, even just a singular pick. But no, he's denied by text. The problem is, should now know that there's a decent amount of players at the back of this site. Aspas desperately low already. And Bai will hold his ground.
เข้าบีไม่ได้นะไปเอก็ยากกันต้องได้โดน
Move towards the other side of the map doesn't even seem like an option anymore. They've only got 15 seconds to try and make this move, and although eventually we'll see a player lost, it's not going to matter too much. Although, if he got that TP off, there was a chance at a plant, but
หวังที่พี่แทงมีไปถามจริง
They just got there in time to take him out before he slipped into the shadows. Another opportunity. For the streak of rounds for a legendary comeback against some of the best that the world has to offer for all gamers. They proved themselves on map number 1. But this task, it seems too tall for any team to make 8 rounds against MIBR in a row from this point forward. Tour de Force online for Fangir. I don't think he's going to save that for the next. I don't hear it popped.
Yeah, I think with the fact that they don't have the credits.
โหดูมันดิเฮียมันแบบไม่ซื้อเฮียเลยแหละมีปืนในฟ้าก็บอกเดียว
Also, yeah, all of them are one shot to the outlaw anyway. Bar, Aspas. Interestingly going for that.
มันเอาชัวร์จัด
Here are gun in this round.
He's heard them right. He's heard them right. Oh my god!
โอ้ยโอ้
What is happening?
โอ้เรียบร้อย
They were stepping for the last 5 seconds. The man's deaf. He's unplugged his headphones. It's a 5v3. And Aspas has got by. The dawn of this series looks so bright for all gamers. They pushed MIBR to the limits, but as dawn turns to day, a dark night on the horizon for VCTCN. They are going home, and MIBR push through the playoffs.
It seemed like it was going to be a worrying day.
แฟนเจียนั่งแบบนั่งซึมเลยครับ
They had themselves in a pretty decent position.
ไม่มีคอนเนคกับเพื่อนเลยแฟนเจีย
from their opponents, but on map 2 and map 3, this is the MIBR we hoped to see here at EWC. A brilliant performance, adaptations in map 2 and map 3. Honestly, it could have been an email. That was so quick with how they were able to get through their opponents. They look very, very good in this matchup.
Oh, they absolutely do. What a bounce back. I mean, all gamers' plan on map number 1 worked to perfection. Their preparation paid off, but the adjustments from MIBR were there. From the second we stepped into map number 2 on Split, we saw those issues fixed. In the pistol round, MIBR were ready for what was thrown at them. And from that point forward, it became more and more dominant. But this last map, it shines a light to just how strong MIBR can be. A big team now locked in for playoffs. And that's all the time we've got in the game. It's time to throw this one back to the desk with the beautiful,
ฟอร์มแกว่งมาหน่อย AG เดี๋ยวดีเดี๋ยวร้ายฮะ
Thank you very much, Mitch, man. As it is MIBR Los getting the job done here against AGAL, and as he so eloquently said, crushing the hopes of a VCT China representative in the playoffs. It also means it's 100% win rate so far, qualification rate so far here for VCT Americas. They are 3 for 3 and will go 4 for 4, attempt to, in our next series. But it's time to celebrate MIBR Los hitting the right notes and finally achieving that potential we've been waiting for them to see. It's good to see that it is in Ascent, right, as well. To see that face, to see the bounce back from Brazil against Team Heretics. All of the players, I believe, showed up. Verno, I think that throughout the series, redemption arc complete.
Yeah, I mean, I think I love that they went back to Ascent. I think it shows good prep work and fantastic coaching from this squad.
You can play Ascent.
But I think when you get destroyed on a map like that, I love that they go back to it because it means that they felt prepared and it felt like also all gamers showed their Ascent as well. That shows to me that they feel like they have a very, very confident read. And I think when I watched this game, that's what it felt like. Every move all gamers tried to make was so confidently shut down because they had all the information. This was prepped well ahead of time and great IGLing there. I think I really want to give flowers to Verno because that map 1 looked very poor. It looked poor. We were, saying sat there at 1 and 9. Is he going to be able to pick himself back up into the game? He did a fantastic job individually in this map 3, but calling structure rock solid here for MIBR.
There were also a lot of unforced mistakes for the side of all gamers. I know that in the last round it seemed a little bit tragic. Love to see the voice. They'll love to hear the voice that Mitch was given to that situation, because I think that was going through all of our heads. Yeah. Like, oh, come on, no, not this way. You can battle through after the series that you've given us today, after what you've given us throughout the tournament. This is the way we're gonna say goodbye to you. Bit sad.
Yeah, I want to go back to the Verno point just because it was a difficult start for him. The 1 and 9 on that first map, first half, and then finishes top of the lobby here in the match that matters while still calling the game for the rest of the squad.
I think that also something that we didn't get to mention in the first one is that in head-to-head duels against Fangir, he was like 8-0 to Fangir. I said like Verno was like, I can't kill this man. He's coming at me. I shoot my weapon. Don't work.
Yeah.
But that didn't happen for the rest of the series.
I mean, it's great resilience. That's why these are top-level players. That's why these are players that when Froster was built, we keep saying it, was expected to lift trophies. Great names across the board. A fantastic organization behind them. I think they truly showed their potential today, locking themselves into that playoffs.
All right, well, we can hear more now about MIBR Los' last series with Tex standing by right now with Janiro.
All right, Tex, that's another win. Assuming a weight off your shoulder now that you've qualified for the playoffs.
Feels so good. I can't even lie. It feels so relieving.
I'm not gonna lie, you guys also had us in that first half. So I want to talk about Lotus first things first. What went right, and then wrong, and then right again, and then wrong again?
Yeah, I don't know. These Lotus games are getting a little too close. I don't know. We have it, but we don't have it. We're making some weird mistakes. We even figured it out right after the game what we were doing wrong. So it should be better for the future. But yeah, just a lot of momentum. They honestly played really well as well. So yeah, props to them.
Would you say being able to figure out what went wrong on Lotus allowed you to adapt for the second and that third map? Because the last one, respect.
Yeah, so they have a pretty similar playstyle in all of their maps. So honestly, figuring out what we're doing wrong and how they're going to play in the future is really important.
And then now that you're heading into playoffs, of course, you've had a couple of learning lessons, I assume, so far from the group stage. What's been the biggest takeaway that you think will make the biggest impact once you are in front of a crowd?
I don't think the crowd will bother us too much, but I think we really need to focus on ourselves. We're our biggest enemy, honestly. So once we defeat that, and which we did today, it looks good.
Speaking of focusing on yourselves, you individually had a really good performance even on that Lotus map. So what do you think allows players to really just lock in when they are on the stage competing?
Honestly, my teammates make it really easy for me. They have a lot of confidence in me.
ทีมนี้เขาไปตกรอบมาสเตอร์เร็ว
งั้นเนี่ย confidence. So my teammates hype me up. They tell me nice shots, and I don't know. I feel comfortable.
ผลลัพธ์ก็เป็นอย่างที่บอก
That sounds like a lovely group environment. I'm going to say congratulations once again. Thank you so much for the interview.
มาสเตอร์ใส่เต็มก็รายการ
We're
นี้ก็
heading back over to the desk.
Thank you very much, Ginny, as it is Tex, who has been a rock for this squad. Plus 21 in this whole series. You know, we talk about the firepower that Aspas brings, that Zekken brings, but Tech's just so solid throughout.
Yeah, I mean, I think these kind of some more supportive players. They're a big name duelist in a big duelist meta will often get talked about, but it's the quiet players, the support players. I know, they're the guys I like the most. You know, when they start to fry, that's when teams find this next level. So full credit to Tex and the squad for bringing this one home. They are advancing to the playoffs on the big stage now. To get the job done for America, doing fantastically as a region here.
Is this when I say that Tex also comes from EMEA? Like, how many times can I just say that? Is that every team? Yeah, I can always spin it because there's always some talent coming from our way. I think that it is important what you're saying about figuring out how they play and how they replicate it in the rest of the maps. And I think that one of the things that has characterized, especially the old gamers that we saw today, is how quickly they skyrocketed. They escalated their own mistakes. It's like there was no one to de-escalate the situation. As in, somebody makes a mistake and everybody triples down onto that. MIBR takes advantage of every single one of the situations. You cannot lose sight of what your goal is when you're playing against a team of this caliber.
Yeah, I mean, I think composure and experience are massive things when the pressure starts to ramp up. All the guys on MIBR here have been there and done that, even if they are quite young. They really know what it's like to compete internationally. For all gamers, not had as many reps at that, and I do feel like
and as I always like to do, the callbacks here when we're right, when we're wrong. And this was a time where I was wrong. GRQ got his hands on the Phoenix. I was very excited to see it. It just him and the team didn't quite have the same setups and the same impact to put him in positions of success, but still, hopefully a growing moment for this young squad.
Honestly, I do think that it was also the capabilities that MIBR had to bring back some of the rounds. In so many of them, all gamers were start with the opening pick and just putting pressure onto them, and MIBR were the ones that were able to really play together and turn around the situation.
Yeah, I mean, look, coming from someone who was a former coach, right? You know, a lot of people talk about those pre-round strats, right? But really, that breakdown in the middle of the round when it gets scrappy, having the good enough fundamentals to be able to get that out, that's where you earn your salt, to be honest, as a good support staff, good IGLs, good leadership, developing those fundamentals, and I really feel like MIBR had that in spades today.
All right, well, with that victory, that does lock up Group D for us as we take a look at the bracket one more time to close it on out here on this Group D before we turn our focus to Group C. It started off with Heretics and AL to kick off not just this bracket, but their starting tournament. It was such a fantastic game. MIBR Los taking care of business against Global Esports. 5 rounds. You heard us hammer that one home. AGAL defeat Global Esports, who woke up and won a couple of rounds there, but still didn't win a single map. And then afterwards, we had the upper bracket. Pretty great series between Heretics and MIBR Los, and now we have our two teams moving on in. It already is those two teams. Do you feel like that was the fair result for this bracket here?
I think so. I would have loved to see all gamers make it. I actually do think they had a good tournament overall.
It would have been fun.
It would have been really fun, but I think MIBR had that experience. I feel like if one of these teams was able to make a deep run, it would have been MIBR, so I'm happy to see them in the playoffs where I do think they can do real damage.
I'm always down for an underdog story. I think that is literally the one singular best thing about sports is seeing someone that you do not expect that much to win, or especially going up against Goliaths such as this one and managing to get the victory. I think that is seriously the thing I like the most about sports. This time around, it could not be, but at the same time, we were speaking about the highlight that this MIBR roster is in itself and how we want to see them succeed. I agree. For them, having a deep tournament run could also mean them adapting to bigger teams, seeing players unleashed on the bigger stage, and that is something that we have to be excited about.
All right, well, with that means Group D is done and dusted, and it's our final spot into the playoffs up for grabs. It's a rematch of day number 1, the champs of NA against the final hope against Pacific. It's G2 Esports up against Nongshim Red Force. We'll set you up with the pre-match after this short break. Don't go anywhere. You're watching EWC 2026.
แมตช์ใหญ่ซะด้วย จบหน้ามัน5 ทุ่มกว่าครับประมาณนะ5 ทุ่มกว่า
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind, and we're here. Now, the proud founding partner of EWC, powering the biggest event in gaming, shoulder to shoulder with the world's best, making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion, reach your impossible.
กินข้าวนะทุกคนกินรีบข้าวหมดก่อน เหี้ยนานจังวะ5 นาทีแต่เลยรอให้ถึงเวลาก่อนเหรอ3 ทุ่มกว่าเหรอนานแท้วะกินข้าวเสร็จแล้วแป๊บนะเดี๋ยวเก็บตอนข้าวปลานี่จัดไม่ให้6ไอ้เนี่ยเดี๋ยวเลิกโต๊ะมาคู่ท้ายครับวันนี้รายการเงินถุงเงินถังที่ทีมเต็งๆไปหมดแล้วก็ถือว่าเต็งนะรายการก่อนก็เต็งพ
พอเล่นเองพอเล่นจริงๆตูเลงไอ้สัตว์ออกพม่าเลยดูทรงไม่มี
7 teams have booked their spots into the playoffs, but only 2 have the opportunity to get that final number 1. It is the Group C decider match between Nongshim Red Force and G2 Esports, a rematch of day number 1, and the lone win for Pacific as a region here at EWC. Pacific sitting at 1-7, the Americas sitting at 7-3. Will they be able to go 100% qualification to the playoffs? Let's find out together as we break it all down. Kukuka and Big Time here for you to kind of give insight on these squads who are now on stage and almost ready to go.
I'm a super big Nongshim fan.
This is crazy hate.
Crazy hate. Crazy. Yes.
I see where it is. You
Whoa.
I bet look, we all love Baby Bay. Yeah, we all love Baby Bay.
ถ้าแพ้ขึ้นมาขอได้ไวนะ
I feel like some people like Baby Bay a little bit more than others.
Look,
some people.
I love my region. I'm here for Pacific. I'm here for the boys on Nongshim. We have to get a team in playoffs, people, and Nongshim is by far our best shot, like you say. Look, they got the only win. It was against G2, and I was impressed by them. Look, in Pacific, Nongshim have been a team I might have doubted a little bit. I might have slept on a little bit. I think they made some mistakes. I think that they did some things with the roles that I didn't love, but they're back to normal. Dambi's back home on the Neon. X-Ross is now in that supportive second man in that secondary duelist, and I love the changes from them. I think we've seen them play very, very good Valorant here, so maybe now's the time.
Tell us about G2.
No, you disagree?
Listen, Breeze, I understand.
Yeah.
It was a mistake, okay? The 2 times that G2 has gone against Nongshim, that has been both of them this year, they have lost. We've always gone the distance, but you can never count G2 out. I think that the history is just Andre just like doing his things. I remember the story about the previous mouse mat that he had, but I think that Valen, this man here, this entire squad is the pride and joy of North America. So many times that we have believed in them, and I know that there's been some hearts that have been broken. I guess that you can say the same for Nongshim when they made certain decisions, but G2 is a team that always manages to reinvent themselves, to look for the next wave of Valorant, to just keep innovating with incredible individuals and just always topping the Americas region. And I think that, the only thing funnier, I am willing to sacrifice having all the Americas teams in playoffs if that means we do not get any Pacific ones, because I'm going to have such cool week just pissing you off all the time.
Yeah, that will be very fun for me, but let's hope that doesn't happen. One thing I want to cast your mind back to is G2 Esports. They're in the final of Masters Bangkok. This is their best chance to lift the trophy. They looked amazing all the time. Who's on the other side? It's a full Korean squad of T1. T1 are the ones who get the win. Cast your mind back. I will say, I think G2 struggle with the Koreans. I think they struggle with the style that they bring out there. And I know the empirical evidence is kind of on my side here, Kukuka.
Exactly. I'm going with the underdog then, okay? They've won both of the times. Technically, G2 should be the underdog coming into this encounter. I do agree. The face that we're seeing from Nongshim reminds us of the brilliance that we saw at the beginning of the year. They've been very close. They've already won against G2. In fact, they haven't lost against G2. Exploiting every single one of the weaknesses. So all the changes that G2 made into their maps fell short against a Nongshim that was all through and through better prepared.
Yeah, I'm so happy to see this Nongshim team have that return to form. The start of the year was unbelievable for them. They didn't lose a match in Pacific. They went to Santiago and they didn't lose a match. They couldn't have been better. It did take that dip in the middle though. The meta changed, the roles changed. They had to figure it out. But now I feel like they're finding their footing once again. But the thing is, it's not just Dambi on the Neon anymore. I want to talk about Ivy as well. This guy was sensational for the team, and he always is. I think this is a very stand that if anything, it's probably slept on after a slightly disappointing.
คนละระดับกันกับ G2 สำหรับพี่นะคนละระดับกันน้องทีมกินเก่งกว่าไส้ไหล
The potential was there.
I wouldn't disagree.
The wings were there, and they were like, how about not? And it's like,
yeah, they did kind of just go, we're amazing, let's ruin it.
I mean, one of the things was like, all right, we're going to move Dambi off of the Neon that he's so good at, probably one of the best in the world. Some would say the best in the world. And we'll figure it out, right? And that didn't quite work out. Now they switch him back onto the Neon. Things look fantastic. Ivy also firing off as well. it is a very scary Nongshim roster that G2 have to come up against.
โอ้เข้ามาได้ 90,000 เหรียญ
putting training weights on, you know.
I'm gonna need some explaining. You said training weights, and I thought about the scene in Mulan where she has to go and climb the tree trunk. Is that what you mean?
It's like trying to run underwater, and then when you run on land, you're so fast. They play without Danby on the neon, just as practice. How do we sync up as a team? How can we make this work? And then when it really matters here at EWC, they swap it back. They go, okay, Danby, let's go. You're back on it, and now they're ready to go. It was the plan all along. Silkanon, I never doubted you.
Listen, if Puckett was here, I would make a Dragon Ball reference, but he's not, so I will save it for the next time the Nongshim play, if they are to make it out of this group. Let's take a look at the map, Vito, because it looks pretty familiar.
I mean, it's the same so far. Nongshim picking Breeze. They were very, very good on this map. A lot of A spam.
They went A.
ลองชิมเลือกก่อนรออะไรครับแรก
And then we went Sunset on the second map.
เฮ้ยแต่ลองชิมเลือกบุกก่อนไอ้สัตว์
Literally, G2 just wants revenge.
Yeah,
it looks like.
Yeah, so.
Oh no. That's the switch there. It will be Haven closing out there, not split by G2.
Okay, so yeah, G2 are the ones that make that little move. Obviously, map 3 didn't go their way in the past, so now they think they have a little
change it.
I think they have a better shot on Haven.
Win.
Yeah, I mean,
what are you gonna do?
I like it. I think I always think it shows a lot of confidence when both teams run back the same veto, because the winning team is going, we beat you at exactly this, we can do it, and the losing team has gone, well, we learned from that, we know we can take you next time. So it's always a nice little bit of mind gaming when these first two maps are going to be exactly the same. So a lot of weight goes on to the coaching staff then, in my mind. If you're going to run these games back,
sorry.
You're okay. But if you run these games back, it really does mean that the coaching staff from both sides feel like they've learned from that game and will have a read now. So it's read versus read.
I expect this game to go to a third map, and I think that we all should be on the same boat, not only based on the past matches that we've seen from them, but also from the form that we have seen. But to me, seriously, the most important is that Breeze. We were speaking about and laughing it off a little bit on how Nongshim just kept going A, but the massive hold that G2 had on that side of the map was exploitable. So we cannot blame that in the slightest. They have, however, kept playing it and got another rep. They have fixed some of the mistakes. To me, still, the one player to look at is Jogemo and how much he's suffering playing on that KO. Baby was saying that he was setting him up time after time, giving him his kudos for obviously playing for the team. But at the end of the day, I want to see a Jogemo that is unleashed as well.
Yeah, I agree.
9 and 15 was Jog in that first Breeze. 8 and 16 was Baby Bay on the Neon. So again, we'll see if they stick with it as we move towards Agent Select.
Yeah, look, it looks like G2 doubling down and they're sticking with this composition again, even though it didn't work against Nongshim before. You know, it's tough when Gamma's the Neon on the other side. Baby Bay has a lot to live up to in that direct head-to-head. Can they make it work this time? Because I will say, when we saw it from them again later down the bracket, I did like it a lot more, but it's all about
แต่ถ้าไปสุดมันไปสุดเลยนะเจ้ากิโมถ้ามาแม่งมาสุดเลยแต่ตัวโลโซนไม่ได้แบบตัวมันไม่ได้ไฟ
I also like the harbor a lot. I think that in this map there's so much versatility that you can have with it. So many walls on the side of Nongshim. You have the Neon, you have the Phoenix, you have the Harbor, you have the Viper. It is incredibly annoying to deal with that, and that's probably why you want to play. There's so many ways to segment that in some occasions it's Jogemo doesn't hit the first knife because of the nerfs to the initiators. It kind of loses value.
The thing I want to see from G2 is fight forward in a main. If you give a main, Extros will farm the orbs. He will get the online. That's the game plan. Everybody knows it, so I don't want to see G2 sit too far back. Normally you see A being played for reason. You can't do that against the Phoenix. You can beat them there. Look for that area of the map, especially in the first 6 rounds.
Agent Select has been completed, but you could see Baby Bay pointing something out there with the light, so I think it'll take a little bit of time as they try to set that one up.
He actually didn't want to pick Neon.
What a misclick.
จัดไปครับผมสุดอยู่แล้ว
It was in my eyes. I picked Neon. I didn't mean to.
มาสุดผมก็เอาสุดเหมือนกัน
Jogemo just happened to lock KO as well, and that just happened to be the same composition.
แต่ส่วนตัวพี่ก็เชียร์ของทีมนะมันเป็นทีมแปซิฟิกทีมสุดท้ายแล้วอะที่ยังอยู่แบบแต่ฟอร์มแบบว่ามันเพิ่งจบจากมาสเตอร์มาผมว่าฟอร์มแม่งน่าจะ
I will say for me one thing that I don't think is touched on enough in this G2 comp is the use of Astra. We've seen a couple other teams try Astra. I do think it's a really nice fit across the map. I think on the attacker side it unlocks B a little bit more, which is very, very important. And the theory is that you should be able to fight a main a lot more aggressively. You can place those stars to kind of limit the attacker's movement.
Yeah, but you're speaking about the attack. They first need to get onto that attack in a healthy enough form so they can get some rounds on the board. And as you're saying, for the defense, all of these possibilities are definitely there. But the way that Nongshim were playing it, sometimes through main, sometimes through mid, being so abrasive with the walls and the utility falling onto it, it's almost like you cannot blame Valiant. He really tried to create those situations, but Nongshim were on top of all of them.
เขาตามจริงบุกยากมากเลยมี KO โดนแม่งไม่ได้เล่นครับแต่ว่า KO แม่งมีดโดนทิ้งหมด And I will say I've been very impressed with Exros
ไม่โดนก็ KO ไม่จ่ายแม่งต้องหา default หา KO ก่อน
It's a role that fits him incredibly well. For those of you who don't know, before he came to Tier 1, he was a duelist guy. He played a lot of Yoru. He actually adapted across to that initiator to fit the team. And now he's even more unleashed.
And here we go. Nongshim Red Force, winners of Masters Santiago.
เมื่อวานเกือบได้แล้วเท่านึงไอ้เหี้ยกูอยากรู้อะไรช็อตเดียวเลยแบบถ้ายิงตัวนั้นโดนเอาไว้ตรงในแชมเบอร์เอช็อตถ้าแม่งยิงโดนนะไอ้สัตว์เป้าตรงๆปุ๊บแม่งขยับเป้าหนีเป้าเลี้ยวไอ้เหี้ยกูจะรู้อ่ะไอ้สัตว์เลยห่างกันตัวเดียวเมื่อวานได้ลุ้นอยู่นะ
G2 make it a perfect 4 out of 4 or will Nongshim finally rise up for the Pacific who the rest of the squads did not show up in global esports are very surprisingly paper Rex. There's only one still remaining here. And we will start with that breeze as we hand it on over to our casters for the call. It's Achilles and Paper Thin.
Thank you very much, Degon. Yes, here we go.
มี2-3 ช็อตเลยพี่ที่มันรอเป้าได้เปรียบแล้วยิงไม่ได้
Again between these two squads. A rematch not just from Master Santiago from an earlier
ขนาดแบบแม่งต่อไปให้4ตัวแรกก่อนเลยขวาดีกว่าปะไม่เว้ยไม่เสมอไปคือคอมดีทั้ง2คอมเลยดีทั้งคู่ดีคนละแบบคือแอตตามันทำให้เกมกันแข็งขึ้นครับแต่ว่าเกมบุกมันผมว่ามันไม่ได้ดีขนาดนั้นแอตตาแต่เกมกันดีถ้าคอมกันนะถ้าเน้นเกมกันนะฝั่งของ G2 ดีกว่าแต่ถ้าเกมบุกก็ถูกแล้วก็เขาฝั่งของหนองชิมดีกว่ามันได้เลือกบุกก่อนไงแต่เกมกันหนองชิมมันสไตล์การเล่นมันไม่ได้กันในบอมคือมันสู้หน้าบอมครับมาเลยฟินิกมาเอาฟินิกมาเอานีออนมาเอาฟินิกมาเทรดเลยแฟตปุ๊บแล้วเทรดเลย KO มันหย่อนแล้วบางทีมันเทรดแบบไม่ทันเทรดช้าหรือไม่ถ้าป๊อปก็มันก็ต้องใช้คนเยอะ3คนนะถ้าป๊อปปุ๊บต้องมีคนไปเทรด2คนหรือคนนึงถ้าตายฟรีคือตายฟรีเลยมันไม่เสี่ยงหรอกดีคนละแบบเนี่ยตอนนี้คือเนี่ยตอนนี้โลตอนนี้ต่างฝ่ายต่างอยู่ในโพซิชั่นของตัวเองคือเกมบุกก็เกมบุกเกมกันก็เกมกันใครทำได้เยอะกว่าจะได้เปรียบครับหนองชิมเป็นคนเลือกบุกก่อนด้วยแต่ไม่ได้ความว่าจะตีเข้านะเพราะกูยังมองว่า KO แม่งเคาน์เตอร์ได้หลายตัวอยู่ด่านนี้
G2 though looking decently prepared as they have this double stack ready to strike into mid. Slide across leaf, playing this very cautiously, carefully, and absolutely annihilates them.
ไม่เช็คเฉยเลยว่ะเฮียหนองชิมฮัลโหลเฮียเกาหลีปลอมจัดไอ้สัตว์เฮียเกาหลีปลอมจัดเลยอะทุกคนเฮ้ย
0 point not to connect with a swing out. He will be overwhelmed and taken down. Jogamo to find the second kill as G2 find the opening.
โคตรปลอมเลยเฮีย
Good read.
อะไรเนี่ยหนองชิมเกาหลีที่แบบเนียบหายไปไหนเนี่ยเดินกลางก็แบบว่าอะไรวะเนี่ยรู้เลย
That is not easy to do even when you're offered the
โอ้โห
time.
กินนิ่มเลยครับ
That third one.
Clean. Big round win.
เจ้ากูไป2แล้วไอ้สัตว์เอาไว้ดามเบะไว้โอ้ฟูอีโคเลยครับเครื่องกลับบ้านหมดแล้วอยากกลับด้วยไอ้สัตว์เขินเลยไปที่กูมอร์นิ่งเฮีย3 ทุ่มครึ่งแล้วอ๋อมึงก็เหมือนมึงมอร์นิ่งทุกเวลานี่หว่า
For Nongshim, Ivy, who is a real menace on a lot of maps against G2 last time, faltered in their follow-up, but
เขาเปิดมาหน้าไม่ยาวไม่ได้หรอใจร้ายใจเย็นเราวินบายเนาะ
RB's smoke, and they're kind of ready for it. They're at least gonna spam him out of there, but
เกมเพิ่งเริ่มอย่าเพิ่งนับศพทหาร
too much damage at all, so RB suffers quite a bit more.
Down to 46. Space still looking to be taking those down.
โอ้โหพี่แดมบี
sliding out of that through that wall around there.
พี่แดมบีกูซ่าจัดไอ้เหี้ยนี่กูแดมเป็นซี่
come through Gravwell to try to hold Ivy in position. He can't quite make that bandit sing the same way, so does end up getting taken down. Pole position for a flawless retake here. RG2 as Baby Bay will be able to finish the job. It's sort of RB and X-Rolls just with the classic isn't able to find too much value there at that range. The last one will jump out. We'll stop it from being a flawless, but Trent, only one not really bringing a weapon into this outside of the Sheriff, so Diffuse to come in and G2 start things off hot.
Yeah, they're looking really well drilled right now. Some good reads on some timings. You can see there's a little bit of practice and preparation.
เอาไว้ดับบิวเว้ยมีปืนแล้วมีซิงกับสีไว้เฮีย
gonna want to
มีซิงกับสีว่ะ
lurks with Ivy. They had the grab well ready
โชว์พี่หน่อยดิว่ามีอะไร
so
Pacific
really just very solid understanding prep. It's tough to beat a team 2 times in one event. G2, very, very good. Comes to their practice and their ability to adapt. Baby Bay 3-0 already. Much better start than we saw the last time out.
Yeah, I mean, maybe a little bit of a warm-up for him.
Yeah, I mean, if he gets one more kill, he's already halfway to his kill total from the last time they played on this map, so.
The chamber is a little bit different than Neon.
A little.
So there's some adjustments to be made.
ที่ถ้าแพ้โบนัสนี่คือกลัววันนี้ไม่ใช่วันของจิมแล้วแพ้โบนัสมึงถอนตังค์เลยใช่ไหมแพ้โบนัสสัตว์เลยจ่ายมาคดีไอวี่ป่วยเหรอที่ไอวี่ใส่แมสเฉยอ้างนะไอ้นี่
Allen just gonna go getting inserted at double doors. Stop that Viper from being able to flank through. For now, though, site will be taking the plan to come in.
เพราะว่าแดบบีแม่งน่าไปอยู่ทีวันเล่นกับไอ้สู้
But Ivy not winning the fight. Leaf is able to take him down.
ยิงไม่โดนไม่ไปนอนบ้านวะ
Valen gets spammed
ยิงไม่โดนไม่เอาคนอื่นลงว่าเฮีย
G2 maybe just gonna have to try to play for a
ป่วย
few
ตีเกเลยกู
exits here. We'll see though. They've got an opportunity.
รีเทคปะเนี่ยเหมือนจะรีเทคนะ
Fragment out. X-Ross knows exactly where Jogamo is. Francis is able to find the one. The double swing is going to be coming in, but Jogamo not fast enough to find that punish.
เฮ้ยจะเอากี่โม
getting taken down, but
ไอ้เหี้ยมันลั่นไอ้เหี้ยอะไรตอนนี้ไรสัตว์ก่อนอันนี้ไม่เห็นยิงเลย
get onto this defuse.
ลั่นเฉยเลยเจ้าสัตว์โลก
of winning this one out, but Leaf now knows that it's going to be over. So we'll
เอาไป
just
ซี่
take
แล้ว
him
พี่แดม
down.
กู
See
เพิ่ง
if
นึ
we
ง
can find anything additional on the back of this, but he will not. 2 players surviving. Still good damage for
G2. น่าจะสู้ได้
get on the board.
Yeah, so even though they played a bit of retake here, one of the things that Desk was talking about was how important it's going to be for G2 to not give up those easy A hits or just kind of have plans around it. Playing for retake very difficult against this Nongshim comp. In particular because the Phoenix makes it really tricky sometimes when you're getting flashed trying to clear a little bit of extra space towards those pyramids. It's going to be X-Ross with his ult coming into this 4th round. It's going to be the outlaw there for Baby Bay. It's only 2 players who are 1-tap to it, RB and Ivy.
อุ้ยพอปหลอกด้วย
Baby Bay hoping to find that
เริ่มเหมือนเขารู้ครับ
player from the side of Nongshim, but actually they leave Francis
ได้ยิน
here
นะเนี่ย
as the lurk, and he's kind of got his hands full. He can't really clear too much space. The recon goes pretty deep. He's just going to peel back. So
รอโซว่าปะรอโซว่า
I think probably pretty aware.
โอ้ไม่รอแล้วมีอันติ
A little bit different, but so much util here at the door. Lock can be absorbed.
อุ้ยคลิปไปก่อนเลยครับได้ไปก่อนเลย
That snake bite from Leaf is able to find him. Kill to come in, all to expire. Now Leaf just poking forward, finds RB, down be dead. X-Ross now needing the rescale forward, but as these walls fall, so shall he. Francis going to be able to find just the 1 more kill. Is wary about this flank, but can't really do anything. Has the jump.
เฮ้ยอย่าไปตายอ่ะไอ้สัตว์
3-1 now on the scoreboard.
เริ่มซึมเลย เริ่มแล้ว
stuff already from G2 showing that they're
แล้ว
willing
อยาก
to
บุก
contest
ก่อน
that
ด้วย
A
ครับ
main a
จะ
little
ยาก
bit
ด้วยนะ
more and have good ideas on how to hold the B executes.
ถ้าบุกไม่ได้นี่ลำบากครับ
They're, maybe just relying a little bit too much on the run it back.
ทำไมตีไม่มีทรงเลยวะนะ
There's just
เข้าแบบว่าเข้าแบบโต้งๆแบบว่าโต้งๆเลยให้เราไปถูก
just tries to disrespect
ถ้าไม่มีโดนมันฟินิกมันหายากมากเลยแบบมันต้องไปคำในบอมเองไง
He was walking through that snake bite goes down to it, so you're back onto an eco.
โอ้โห
Quick shot, Domby trying to up the pace with Baby.
ยิงเหมือนโนโขบเลยเฮีย
denies it, pumps the brakes for them, and Jogamo back up forward for another extra kill, but will end up getting taken down. Weapon potentially to be grabbed. RB will be able to slink forward, takes that Vandal into hand.
จะมีเอเชียรอบ8 ทีมเหรอใช่ไม่มีเลยเรียกว่าใครไม่ชนะเลยก็จบละจริง
Ivy will give them a glimpse.
They opt not to challenge him this time. Just gonna instead split 2-2. Try to play it a little bit safer.
เข้าตรงไม่หลอกไม่หาตัดจะได้ไหมล่ะวันนี้แม่งมาพลังกล้ามเนื้อแล้วกันหนองชิม ML ชนะครับผม 2-1 ครับเล่นแปลกจริงเว้ยก็อย่างที่มึงบอกนะกูเห็นเหมือนกันมันไม่เชิงไม่หลอกหรอกมันแค่แบบมันอยากจะไปด้วยกันนะไฟพาวเวอร์แต่ว่าไอ้เหี้ยแบบไม่มีโดนอ่ะกดเขาไม่ลงคุณนึกว่ามันจะรอโซว่าไปโดนก่อนเว้ยพอโซว่าโดนว่ามันยิงผิดปุ๊บถ้าติดผิดก็ไม่เข้าก็เข้าใจได้แม่งไม่รอด้วยซ้ำแม่งกดอันติเดินเข้าไปเลยเพื่อนตามมาโดนสแปมปุ๊บแป๊บเดียวตายหาเลยแพ้สัตว์มีโดนไล่ดีกว่าใช่
Push forward though, it's going to be Trent taking that contact. Takes him down, no damage to be suffered. 2 players to try to hold the line here for Nongshim.
ปืนโคตรเหี้ย RB อ่ะ
Get around back into their favor, but it's another kill for Leaf with a snake bite. He has the follow-up as well. He's on fire already. As G2 starting things off 4-1 ahead of the next buy. Some ults cycled in here for Nongshim.
ดูดิวินบายนี่มันจะเปลี่ยนวิธีการเล่นปะกลัวมีโอกาสพอนั้นเนี่ย
I think you're gonna have to talk here pretty quickly about how you want to address this. Like, do you want to try to take some more aggressive?
แต่ไม่ถ้าเพย์เข้าใจก็น่าจะไม่ได้พอ
shown that they're willing
ว่าต้องเปลี่ยนวิธีการ
to
เล่น
contest that space, use some of their flashes to try to make sure that it's not just going to be a free run into the front of A. Instead, Silkanon gonna let this run down at least one more round to see if RB
ทำอะไร
dial up the proper response. You do have a couple
แล้วเขาดันหน้า B
on both sides. No command for Jog.
ไม่ล็อกวินโดว์ไม่ดัน
and Francis is all available. So
แฟดพ็อปป้ามเรียบร้อยรู้แล้วครับว่าดันไอวี่โดนฉีกแน่โอ้ไอวี่ไอสัตว์มันสู้จังวะแล้วสู้ไม่ได้ด้วยป่วยก็ไปนอนไหนเฮียไอ้ยังไม่ไหวว่าไม่ไหวอยู่ไม่ไหวเฮ้ยเอ้า
Again, that space going to be given up on A, taken by Nongshim, but now here comes the retake starting.
แล้วรีบจ่ายจัดเลยวางปุ๊บจ่ายปั๊บเลยเว้ย
null command, so is able to send out the wall.
เอาพื้นที่เหรอ
Dambi, he's going to go chasing forward, try to catch them off guard.
แดมบีนั้นสูงมากเห็นแล้วครับ
Tucked away, 3 swings, Jogamo will end up falling. The null command now expired, so no res to be had. Francis able to find Leaf, Trent peeling one back, Dambi.
แฟดสวยจังหวะทำไม่ดีจังใช้ได้ใช้ได้ครับไปยังได้อยู่เราต้องดูวินหน้าแล้วอันนี้คือมันขึ้นตีเยอะแล้วต้องดูไวเปอร์จ่ายไหนครับกับโซว่าจะจ่ายหน้าเมย์เลยหรือเปล่า
oppressive it is to try to play retake against this comp. Yes, you have the comfort
ที่
of
ทูน
having
รวม
the harbor
รวบแมปได้ทุกราวเลย
little
ใช่
bit of extra space to get Dombi next to Orange, but
นี่ถือวัดวาไหม
a lot of value there.
แม่งขยันตุ๋ยด้วยใช่
Nice little start though to isolate Ivy, take him out of the round. Give yourself that 5v4
ไวเปอร์จ่าย
advantage.
B เหรอ
Still though, Nongshim very fearsome, and they're still going
จ่าย
to
B
be
จริง
carrying
ด้วย
over a bunch of all
ถ้าโดนมาน่าจะ
second
ใช้
running back.
ไม่จ่าย
Francis still holding onto the hunters. Fury, Dombi into an
ยังไม่จ่ายค
overdrive.
รับ
So you used one of yours last time. G2 can match with a lot of their ults too. Pit available for Leaf.
Standing ahead.
See if he's not in a position to drop it early, so happy to maybe think about it as a retake option. Still G2
มีเคโอน่ารำคาญนะเฮีย
giving up
โซว่าไม่ชอบครับ
that front A space again. And Nongshim will just take this all day. I mean, they're so good at these A
ไอพี่
takes
เป็น
that
แพ
they
นทอม
don't
เลย
care
ไม่มั่นใจแพนดอลเฉ
if
ย
you know what they're doing.
ยิงแพนดอลไปโดนเป็นแพ
They'll
นทอ
just
มเลย
keep doing it. And very few have been able to really stop it
โดนมา
consistently.
โดนกัดไม่โกง
But they see one there and
แล้วออกเองไง
it's
แค่
taking
โดน
their
ไม่มี
time. They really
ม่านไม่มีด้วย
too sure. They're looking for some of those aggressive push-outs.
ฮาร์เบอร์ต้องรังสรรค์
Couple
แล้ว
rounds now from G2, so being very cautious, being sure that Ivy's not in a position where he's going to get just dusted on his own.
Start the ready.
โอ้แฟดตัวเองไอ้เหี้ย
Will be tabled for now. As
ม่านตรงเลยว่ะ
sprinting around the back of side alongside Dombi, just scouting as much as he possibly can, but nothing to be seen. Nongshim know that they're.
Oh
my God!
Holy shit! ที่อะไรเนี่ย
The look on Balance face.
ไอ้เหี้ยโคตรสวยแดมบี้ยัดแร่
Unbelievable. Hunter's Fury sends blind there, but draws to cover, keeps him protected for now as Jogamo straight across at Molly. Cleans up two. Francis now.
ไม่น่า
And Hunter's Fury a lot of weight going to be put on his shoulders with this one.
น่าจะตีได้อยู่แต่ว่า
So Bite sent previously. The fuse going to be interrupted. Jogamo down to 8. The bursts coming through the hold to begin. Spray over to the wall. Will connect on the
สวยจัดเลย
4K formula round. It was an
แล้วเลือก
absolute
ตัวถูกด้วยเลือกตัว
monster
นี้
for
ก่อนนะ
Nongshim the last outing. Very
ใจ
quiet
เย็นใจเย็น
beginning,
ใจ
but
เย็น
that
ไม่
is
คนละ
a
ฟอร์มไม่คนละ
massive
ฟอร์มใจ
way
เย็นใจเย็น
get right back into this
เพื่อน
game.
เพื่อนมาอยู่
Yeah, I
มาอยู่
mean,
พอเพื่อนมาปุ๊บ
I-
เดี๋ยวได้บินมาเว้ย
You could really
อันนี้มัน
see
ซวยอันนี้มันซวย
the thought process
Show me,
from
show me.
Nongshim in this
Yeah,
round.
man,
It's
รู้ตัวละ
make sure that nobody's going to be able to get those lurks really established. Why? So you have that Hunter's Fury, a safe position for it to cover that post.
พี่บอกนี่วันเป็นทอม
You know, Nongshim,
ตอนแร
a
กไม่
team
จับแวน
that's
ดอล
well known for their
ยิงไม่โดนเลย
you know,
ครับ
pseudo W key style, right? They're going to come at you with Dombi, but they know how to slow it down. They know how to take a pause, and they know why and when to do it. RB's been around for a damn long time, so you best believe he's wise to some of the games. Dombi this time slow creep up, but another flash at the ready.
Oh, there's going to be the exchange here.
Dombi
hits the transfer. The cleanup too.
โอ้โหโดนที่เจ้าโดนที่เจ้ายิงอีกนะครับ
That stinger, the weapon
เฮ้ย
may
เอา
be
ต่อ
a bit out of grasp. Wants to maybe try to recover that, but
ได้
instead will end up falling to the wayside. As Trent similarly going to be caught in mid. Ivy starting to get these lurks going as he scales forward.
เรียบร้อย
He'll
วัน
be
แฟ
able
น
to
ทอม
intercept Leaf as well. Back to
เมคอัพ
back
ละ
rounds here
99
for
แน่นอน
Nongshim as they tie it up 4 to
แมปอัพ
4.
And this is what makes Dombi so scary. Yes, weaker buy for G2. I get it, but also he can just disrespect your util.
แต่เมื่อกี้เอาสวย
They
อยู่
know
ครับ
he's coming and they still
เดี๋ยวมา
can't
เดี๋ยว
stop
มา
it.
แล้วเริ่มมาแล้ว
So maybe rifles there. It's a different
มันเป็น
story.
ตัวเทจังหวะ2ไว้เจ้ากิโมะมันก็เลยได้ยิงเยอะ
Yeah, look at this. I mean, just ridiculous.
ถ้าได้เจ้ากิโมะตัวสวยเลย
No fear. Tough one. Yeah. I know G2 has to feel like they might have had a moment where if they could have killed Dombi there, maybe it could be a different round. Maybe you can get that Thrifty to go, but
โหมันเล่นไม่เหมือนของชิมเราทุกคนรู้
Valen has a cosmic
มันเล่น
divide.
ไม่เหมือนของชิมที่เรารู้จักเลยว่ะ
Getting close to another null command.
With the op online as well for Baby Bay, but for the moment, I mean, it's being avoided. Nongshim have just forgotten that the B side exists.
Yes.
Try to go for it the one time, and it didn't work. They say, okay, well, let's just keep hitting A over and over again.
If they change this to just a one-site map, Nongshim would be perfectly fine. Like they would just be like, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. We agree.
ไวเปอร์ไงหน้าบี
B-site, why? Who needs that? Although they might be rotating back this time because I think they figured out there's quite a heavy stack here again. And even though they've been able to best the 3-man stack at A at times, they're trying to make them think they went the other way. But G2 knows better. I'm a little bit worried about Baby Bay.
โหจบ A ให้ได้เลยเว้ย
Look where Ivy's gotten to. And they have no idea. They have no info on that. And I don't think there's any way that
เหมือนน้องชิมจะปล่อยให้ G2 คิดไปเองครับ
unless he
โอ้
goes
เรียบร้อย
like
ครับ
this.
Yeah.
Oh.
They're dead to
กะ
rights.
ไหลฮะ
Swing that corner, immediately going to fall. And now Nongshim are pushing into the
โอ้
stack.
โหออกมาพร้อมแฟกเมนต์ในสัตว์
Headshot on that push and Jogamo. Right
แฟก
up
เม
in
นต์กระดู
between
ด
the
รั่ว
pyramids.
เลยครับ
Finds it. Push through. And it's
ฝื
going to
น
be
จัด
Jog
ไอ้
coming
เหี้ย
away with
ฝืนจัดเลย
3. Shuts them all down on entry.
เห็นปุ๊บ
and
แม่งแฟกเมน
Nongshim
ต์ลด
not
เห็น
able
เดียว
to
ปุ๊บ
gain
แม่ง
the
แฟกเมน
lead
ต์เลย
for
ครับ
themselves.
Yeah, I
อ๋อโดน
really
หัว
like
กระดิ่งเป็นเม็ดนึง
G2's
เรีย
approach
บร้
so
อ
far
ย
here on Breeze. And why? Because it plays
เมื่อคนอื่นยิงดีแดมบี
a bit
สัตว์
like
แม่งเข้าหาโด
how
นเจ้า
they
กิโม
used
กู
to
ยิง
play
รัวเลย
Breeze with the Harbor comp in that
เพราะว่าให้วี
they
เล่นยากกว่าหน่อย
throw
ว่ะ
all this util at the chokes, right? There's the flash, there's the shock dart.
ไป
There's
ไกลเลยทีนี้
probably
ไกล
an
เลย
extra
เจ้ากิโม
util
กู
in there
ไปไกล
sometimes as well. And then they're
ไอ้เจ้ายิงทุกวิน
aggressively hitting
ไอ้
you
เหี้ยเอ้ย
with
มึง
a
เลือกดีว่ะน้อง
counterpunch while you're trying to make your execute.
มึงเลือกดีว่ะไอ้เหี้ย
I really like that
เหี้ย
Valen
วัน
used to
วัน
do a lot
กู
with
จะ
the Harbor.
เวทมัน
Now
หลบ
they've
กู
kinda
อะ
got
ที่
some
เควส
new
มันเลี้ยว
ideas as well baked into
เดี๋ยว
this.
ปีนี้ไม่ใช่ปีของ
Really
กูอะน้อง
shut down Nongshim. So finally,
เควสไม่เข้าสักเควสเลยไอ้เหี้ย
Nongshim consider other parts of the map.
No, it's all
กู
a
ดูเป็น
ruse.
ผู้
It's
กำหนด
all
ครั
to
บ
try to make them think that they're
เลี้ยว
going to be. Make them think that they've
ไอ้
rediscovered
สัตว์
Surely
เอ้ย
this
section of the map.
Knife only catches on Francis, but now you're seeing 2 guns. So now as G2, you should be like, okay, they're coming this way again, surely.
อุ้ยรวบเลยปะ
You have no info in
ไอ้พี่อย่าโดนฟรีนะลูก
I mean, you have no idea.
They've given up the space. That's why Trent's getting back over to Ness. Would suspect that he's going to be maybe trying to drone out of that position, but the strike is going to be coming in a hell of a lot faster than they can afford. So Ivy, curious how aggressively he wants to play this. Could go for a very deep backside pit. Will send this. Going to occupy a bit of space around Orange as well as the mid doors. Really just funneling all of G2 either onto a flank, which Francis is watching for, or just from the spawn. Stun will connect, but Jogamo going to be put down on the floor. The res can come in, and is.
โอ้ชุบโคตรเร็วเลยสัตว์
But there's the backstab. Francis
หมด
arriving out
หมด
in the mid. He's able to find that kill. Now suddenly it's just Trent. Sucked within the smoke, pushes forward, finds Ivy, looks for a little bit more, but nothing more to go his way.
สูสีสูสีไปสูสีมีโอกาสอยู่
They will keep it
มี
neck
ชง
and neck.
ชงลงเลี้ยว
Yeah, so actually this
เฮ้ยปี
does
นี้ชง
end up
จริง
kind of
สำหรับผม
working,
นะ
but also
ปีนี้
G2
ชงจริงเว้ย
loses a bunch of information control on the map.
ขนาดไม่ใช่เชื่อเรื่องพวกนี้นะ
Aggressive moves
แต่ปีนี้
early,
แบบว่า
and
หนัก
Nongshim's
เลย
able to take just a short pause to use it against them. Some really good back and forth in the shot calling right now. Really impressed with some of the adjustments being made. RB again finding another little micro change in some of their macro. Get the round win, but Valen's been good about
ชงลงเลี้ยว
counter-adjusting.
เชียวลงลง
Putting in a lot of good prep for today. EWC going to be on op duty in mid again, this time up from window.
Just when the spike started inching further up cannons. It'll drift back into the spawn.
Don't worry. Surely this time they'll buy it.
Ivy has to be wary.
It's a tough spot to be in for Baby Bay, though.
Oh. Lucky for Ivy. Can go for a full speed swing, but Baby Bay immediately is pivoting over. That 0 point should have spotted out quite a bit, and Balance done it again. This time will be counter spam. Fragment will fly to stop the flood. That smokes down on either side, but also the reckoning out of the equation for Nongshim. I have to suspect that was going to be a big part of the plan to try to take this site.
Yeah, so Nongshim's going to try to
มันโยก
send an extra player over with Ivy
ดาว
this
กิโมได้
time.
เล่นก่อนปะเนี่ย
Create the extra angle. May work a treat.
อุ้ยโดนนะ
He really wanted to get in there, but that was a really nice recon dart. It slowed him completely down. Couldn't clear it.
I mean, the overdrive.
อุ้ย timing สวย
Ivy finds the timing through mid.
สวยแดมบีแดมโอ้สวยครับ เซฟไปสัตว์เซฟไปKDA player เหรอมีปืนนะผมซื้อได้นี่หว่า
I think you just have to give this one up. Leaf is not coming to the
ลอง
rescue.
ของเหรอไอ้นี่เซฟแล้ว
He
ไอ้เซฟ
knows
แล้ว
this is going to be a save. Baby Bay's just trying to see if he can find a pick and then rotate out.
อยากตัดเหรอ
If they
แอบบี
find
ไป
out
หาม
where
เลย
he
เนาะ
is,
Oh,
I can see Domby sprinting right at him, so he will keep it quiet. Drift away.
เฮ้ยแต่ถ้าบุกได้เยอะกว่าก็ถือว่าสำลีผลนะ
yeah, so
ได้บุก
I
ดาวบุก
mean,
มาก่อนแล้วแบบได้
it's
เยอะก
still
ว่า
a
ได้สัก7
similar
แจ่มเลยได้6
answer
ผม
for
ไม่ค่อยดีเท่าไหร่
Nongshim in terms of
แต่เกาหลีกันมันเนี้ยบอยู่นะ
mess around on the map a little bit, take a pause, make them rethink their ideas, then eventually go back to A once you've kind of maybe confused them a little bit. But it's sending that extra layer over in towards mid. Not sure it was necessary. Ivy was actually pretty much on point there regardless, but you know, Nongshim round around making little micro adaptations, adjustments, make it difficult for G2 here. G2 again tried to go for that
แด
choke
มบี
point
เอก
punch
สัก
and
บินน้องโอ้โหขอยากเลยขอยากเลย
and they just
ต้องมาบินที่มันอี
have
โคอ่ะมี
enough
โอ
of
กาส
a
อยู่
response. Again, able to slow down
เพราะ
the
ได้บินไม่ได้เป็นตัวแร
overdrive.
ก
Sure. There's
ถ้า
so
เปิดตัวแรก
much
ได้
more
มันไหลตัว2ได้
in that Nongshim
พอเป็นไปได้อยู่หนองชิมชนะ
explosive
แมป
entry
1
power.
หนองชิม
It's
2
really
แพ็ค
tough.
ใหญ่
Unless you are able to gum it up in the chokes like we've seen a
อ๋อ
couple
ซื้อหนองชิม
times.
ไม่กินเลยเหรอแบบว่าในนี่เลยเหรอ
This time around,
ได้ให้
Harbor
เฮีย
spoke
ของ
in
คุณ
front
มี
of
เครื่อง
B.
ทำร้อนด้วยตัดแดงกันไหมเนี่ย
See
แต่
if
ได้
that
มีเครื่องทำร้อนอยู่
alarm bells. No, G2 holding the line.
เอ็งซื้อกินนะเอ็งซื้อกินนะเอ็งซื้อกินเองใช่ไหมเฮ้ยโอ้โหแดมบี้ คือสนับสนุนเลยฮะสนับสนุนหนองชิมเลยส่งมาให้กูสักห่อได้ไหมวะอยากลองชิม
Spike
ขอบใจมากนะ
be brought forward to be planted, but they're still taking their time with this one. Nongshim.
มึงจ่ายจริงเปล่าสัตว์กูสั่งก็ไม่จ่ายนะไม่มีตังค์จ่ายเขานะเฮีย
Still just checking on that
ช่องกูเป็นเควสของกินไปแล้วโหเรียมดีนะฟานซิต้องไม่ตายครับโอ้โหไม่สัตว์เอ็กร้อยจะปาดทำคุยแล้ววะโอ้ไม่งั้นได้เล่น2ตัวแล้วเนี่ยอุ้ยโดนไม่ตาย2 ล้านดาวิดน่าจะสไลด์เอาหน้าไปแล้วถูกตายตัวแรกมา3 ทีแล้วใช่แต่เควสมึงน่าสนใจเว้ยเรียกกูว่ามันยังพอมีโอกาสจริงๆเจ้าไม่ควรจะยิงเยอะขนาดนี้นะพูดตามตรงเลยเจ้าควรจะแบบเล่นตำแหน่งแบบท้ายเกมจาก2อะไรเงี้ยแต่มันเอาให้เยอะจัง
Jump up over the half wall. Noise.
เขาเห็นยังไม่แก้ครับ
There he is. A swap of the guns to dive forward.
โอ้สวยจัดเลย
Play distraction as Ivy from window.
เชี่ย7-5เราได้จริงว่ะ
Blow them down. Nongshim
เราได้จริงครับ
managed to make this a 7-5 half in their favor.
Yeah, showing they've got some legs on that B side too. Been a lot of A hits, but this one, we're able to get going. Even though it looked like maybe Leaf was just gonna close the door on him, but Xross
วินเนี่ยสำคัญเลยหลังจากนี้ไปแดมบีต้องคือแดมบีจะเป็นดูเอลเล่นเกมตัดใช่ปะถ้ามันตัดได้สกอร์จะตามมาได้เรื่อยๆครับ
Opening pistol where Leaf pretty sick bandit play and a good start here and obviously a much better defender side than we saw last time.
Oh, for sure.
Because they didn't win a single round.
Yeah, I mean there's a hell of a lot of improvements here for G2, but still curious about with this run back with Nongshim continuing to just hit this A side over and over again.
ส่วนใหญ่เกมบุกจะกลายเป็นสลับกันแล้วคือ KO จะเป็นตัวส่งแทนครับไม่ใช่เป็นตัวแรกถ้าส่งแล้วเพื่อนไปแล้วเพื่อนไปแตกอ่ะมันจะทำอะไรไม่ค่อยได้หรือถ้าไปแล้วเพื่อนไปยิงได้มันก็จะไม่ได้ยิงเข้าใจความหมายป่ะแต่กับการแดมบีมันเกมกันมันพุทก่อนดันก่อนตัดก่อนมันโอกาสมันสูงกว่าโอกาสยิงสูงกว่าถ้ามันยิงได้นะเก็บคองอเข่าให้ดี
I think from what I've seen on this defender side I think from Josh's perspective, I'd be pretty confident that hey, my boys are following the game plan pretty well. It seems like they have a pretty good read
เก็บคอได้อยู่เก็บดอไม่ได้ครับ
opponents for the most part. Yeah, some rounds in there maybe you'd like to have back for sure, but there is a sense of the game plan.
เจ้าแม่งได้ยิง
pretty locked in
2-3 ตลอด
overall.
แม่งไอซียูเองเล่นยังไงวะเองเล่นตัวท็อปแฟกอะไอ้เหี้ยใครยิงเยอะตัวท็อปแฟกอะแอบยากนะ
G2 can find that second pistol here on the map, or if it's going to be Nongshim building up the streak even further.
Or maybe his timeout button's broken,
Frantically slamming the damn hit it too hard and now it's not working. So.
You just blame Alex. It's the same coach's booth. It's him. It's his fault.
Really, for G2, a bit of comfort, but not going to be feeling relieved. You're not going to be feeling truly comfortable at all until you're through this series with the win.
Yeah.
Loser goes home. The winner will be advancing forward into the playoffs, playing on the big stage.
I mean, if you can get this map to go, you got to be feeling real good about that sunset.
Oh, yeah.
Do not like the way that Nongshim played it. Do not like their agent comp on it. But we'll see. Maybe they made changes. I hope. My hope of hopes. See a little bit more consistency. Francis clear the drone and under a ton of pressure just says nope.
โอ้เขาบอมคิวด้วยเฮียกิมตี้ครับ
Tagged by a dart. They're throwing stuff out.
ดัน
It's a gamble stack for Nongshim that is not going to
ที่นั่น
find
มีจังหวะแรก
success.
เขาบอมในจังหวะ2ว่า
G2 was just going to look at the playbook from Nongshim and say, yeah, hitting A seems pretty good. Here at shop, there's Xross going to be overwhelmed. That's out of bridge.
โอ้ยเจ้าล่วงแดมบีกูก็ล่วงด้วย
Oh my god.
Francis looking for timing, but Trent
โดนครับ
just not ready
เก
for
ม
him
ยาว
to
ละมึง
also swing up towards bridge. And now they're completely surrounded. Fighting on multiple fronts, but Valen has the backstab opportunity. Ivy will fall, and RB now has to do it all. G2 looking well slated here to get themselves right back into this to tie things up. At 7-7, if they can just close out a clean anti-eco. It's a solid tap there from RB, but it's a matter of time before one of the players will find him. It's going to be Trent. G2 now just one round away.
สูสีอยู่อ่ะ
Giving themselves a real shot in this map.
เข้ารูปเข้าร้อย
Love the aggressive post plant play from them. A very different look to G2 here today. And a lot of different ideas. They're being much more proactive on the map. And that's really catching Nongshim off guard at times. Two players coming up towards bridge there. Absolutely
อันนี้กำลังเน้นฝั่งที่ตัวเองไม่ค่อยถนัดมากกว่าต้องดูว่าจะออกเป็นไงวะ
Two like that, especially a G2. I think they're a team that likes to play that fundamental set up crossfires on the site, post plant style. Here today, come to match firepower with firepower, and I am all about it.
เลยครับ
This time gamble stack on to A, looking to be correct for now. Maybe with a right now, I mean Leaf maybe with a minor spot out here on to Ivy. Now has it fully confirmed.
Ivy by this time, no. Actually, RB's got a ghost.
Yeah, the only one.
Yeah.
Everybody else just with classics. And G2, they're going to look to explore elsewhere, at least fake back for a brief moment.
มันยังกลัวดันอ่ะไม่ได้รัดกุมจัดอ่ะไอ้เหี้ย G2 แมตช์นี้สำคัญครับถ้าชนะมันบวกเงินรางวัลมาอีก 40,000 เหรียญนะ 50,000 เหรียญป่ะ 60,000 เหรียญป่ะไม่รู้ว่า3 ล้านอะแค่เข้าไปก็3 ล้านแล้วไอ้เหี้ย
The cove situated, pushes forward. A couple right clicks going to be sent out. They know that somebody's going to be playing up close. 40 seconds remaining. It looks like that's going to be the pivot call now for G2. Rerouting over to B, where for the moment it's still just Ivy alone. Gambi on the walk out in the mid. Immediately going to be dispatched as Leaf finds that kill, and they say, well, we got one here, so let's just go right back into A. Defensive hold going to be significantly weaker. As Xros, he didn't check to the side. He was ready to try to shut down the crunch from mid, and he ends up getting caught by Baby Bay. He should have been able to have that kill for free. That would have been a bulldog scooped up off the corpse.
ทีมสุดท้ายเรา
Absolutely misses the
ถ้าวินบายมาได้ไหลยาวครับ
try to see if he can get any
แต่ถ้าวินบายเสียแล้วก็เฮียเลยครับ
He needs 2 kills.
เฮียเลยครับแดบีต้องเล่นสไนด์ว่ะเฮียมันเดินแบบเดินหน้าหลังได้แต่เล่นยากนะเล่นสไนด์เพราะมันเป็น2 อินนี้ครับมันมีเช็คได้แฟลชเช็คได้มีโดนเช็คได้รีคอนเช็คได้มันหาสไนด์ง่ายครับ
Kind of almost walked into the trap, but Nongshim pulled the trigger on it just a little bit too soon. I think they actually could have had G2 dead to rights if they wait for just a little bit longer, or at least done a lot of damage to him. And instead, they were just a little bit too trigger happy. That gave G2 enough time there for that mid round to move in towards double doors. But as Valen, I'm probably going, ooh, I almost sent the boys into the grinder.
เดินมามอบเลยให้แดบีกูสัตว์เอ้ย
So let's try something a little bit different, maybe. Like to see toy with some different ideas. Now, Nongshim's strategy here today continues to be gamble stack.
Just stack up.
Just gamble.
เชี่ยจะดันอย่างเดียวเลยเว้ยน้องชิม
Going for it again. Maybe a push in the mid. Flash out, but and now the lead back on A where it's just RB alone.
อุ้ยหลอกว่าออกกลางว่ะ
Boys, we're in Paris.
คุณต้องบอกนะครับสำหรับใครครับผมครับผม
Going for here.
17 เดือนแล้วขอบคุณครับต่อไปสีอะไรจากสีฟ้าเป็นสีอะไร
Swing of the elbow. Nothing there. No one home. Nongshim now getting ready to have the bad news. Hear the sprint forward from Baby Bang, and RB just has to try to stay tucked back.
It's got to be full retake now, and I mean, yeah, you've got 4 coming from spawn that you may be able to just kind of.
Trent hears all this.
Yeah. That's so many footsteps. Oh. What a read.
Will stun him up, and Dami with the slide in is able to find that kill. Wise to that. Meanwhile, RB was still able to find a location as well. Turns to the side, Baby Bang trying to barrel stuff, but RB still comes away with another before finally getting taken down.
อุ้ยแฟลชสวย
Curveball fully connecting with a swing a little bit late.
โอ้เรียบร้อยเลยชิบหายแล้ว
His IGL protected at least for the
โอ้
moment.
เชี่ยเจ้ากี่โมงน้องให้ปะเนี่ย
Gets this into a 1v1. Ivy sprinting, tapping, the swing coming in, and Jogamo does it again.
มันจบแล้วอะ
The 4K to take them back into the lead and convert the bonus.
ถ้า G2 ตกรอบแชมป์แบบน่าผิดหวังควรปรับทีมยังไงดี
Looking significantly improved.
เลือกปรับที่ระบบทีมเว้ยเพลเยอร์มันเก่งทีม พี่แย้งคิดว่ารายการแบบนี้เขาเอาแผนมาใช้กันบ้างไหมหรือปกติไม่ครับแผนใช้สิใช่ครับใช้แผนแน่นอนครับ18ได้เป็นสีม่วง2 ปีเป็นสีเขียวโอเคครับผมดีครับดีเจ้าวันนี้มาจากไอสัตว์ห่างทิ้งห่างไปจะเท่าตัวแล้วไอ้ที่
And G2, they want to try to up the pace. Not going to go for the more precautionary play against the Thrifty. That could have cost them everything. Be able to stabilize and take down Dambi. RB has weapons now recoverable.
เฮ้ยซียูแบบได้ไหมวะแบบได้ไหม
The one passed over.
แบบได้ไหมเฮีย
Trying to assess where they want this to go.
โอ้โหอะไรวะ
The hands of Xros after all.
แม่งโดนตันโดนรีคอนโดนของเยอะแยะเลยมันยิงแบบ
fanning out, looking into spawn to see if anybody's out there before they could turn their attention back to the site. Turns out that's where all of Nongshim is.
แต่ยังไม่จบนะยังไม่จบนะไอ้สัตว์สรุปวันนี้แฟนซีชนะออส 2-1 ใครคนดีมึงซีหมูไม่สนเลยขอ 5-5 เข้าพีอินพอเลยแค่นั้นเลยโอ้ยที่เจ้าโยลั่นจัดเลยว่ะไอ้สัตว์เองเลือกวันดีนะสไลด์มาเป็นชั่วโมงยิงไม่ตายโอ้โห
Valen just dancing around this. He's able to find Francis in there. Leaf now can strike. Xros hearing the footsteps, but know that this is going to be over. Takes down Jogamo, but nothing more to be found. Looked like it was going to be the Thrifty confirmed, but G2 still stabilized. One player surviving. They're still now up 9-7.
ผมน้อยวิชัยสวัสดีครับผมสวัสดีครับน้องต้าฝันดีครับ
This is a very different G2 in a lot of ways. They're being so aggressive post plan.
โอ้โหไม่ใช่
willing to take some risks.
ไอ้สัตว์
fast counter moves.
ไม่ใช่ยิงไม่ตายเว้ย
On this eco.
ศูนย์ดาเมจยัดแม่
See all the time. Turns up the tempo.
ศูนย์ดาเมจไอ้สัตว์เลือดมันไม่ลดเลยสักหนึ่งไอ้เหี้ยกูจะหลุด
Nongshim actually going to take a timeout.
โอ้
Finally,
โห
someone does.
บอสแฟกเลยดาเบะ
It's getting a little too out of hand. You're coming into a big buy as well. You're
ห่างกันสองเท่า
potentially going to have that operator for Dambi. So some things that
ดาเบะยิง9เจ้ายิง
Silkenon wants to
18
talk
ไอ้เหี้
about.
ย
And
ความหวัง
I imagine this is
นั่ง
probably
ห้ามตา
something like, yo, let's
ข้าวปลาไม่
go
กิน
back to the game plan here,
หนัง
guys.
เล่นกิน
So
แต่
how we
เก็บไว้นะ
usually play our defender's side.
ยังเก็บเงินไว้ไม่ต้องปลอบใจเก็บไว้เล่นเควสหน้าไอ้สัตว์
Have him take
ถ้า
some
มันจะยิงอย่างเงี้ยไอ้เหี้ย
control, split it up 2-2.
ตะวะ
Right
เกิน
in front of B. Everybody else over towards A, and maybe somewhere a floating player out there like Francis.
One of the things that they've started leaning into more
เกินไป
with
จริง
Downbeat is using that operator, but
เกินไปจัดอ่ะแม่งโดนตั้งโดนเหี้ยเต็มหมดเลยเหี้ยดาเบะกูยิงไม่โดนสักเม็ดไอ้สัตว์
No.
เออ
I think it still isn't fully comfortable
หัวที่ปวด
for them and for him. I mean, as good as he was with it the other day, it's still maybe not something he's.
Well, I mentioned it. They have it now.
Yeah. I figured it'd be coming here in this round. But I think it's hard on the attacker side too. Like you want Dambi to just be getting in their faces.
Oh, on that side, sure.
Yeah. But here, this is the first time they've had money for it.
See if he's going to be able to find value, because for now, G2 completely avoiding it. They are going to go into the heavier stack side of this map.
Like some of this from G2, they've thrown up a bunch of smokes in mid to try to deny info over to Nongshim, but Nongshim went 3-2 from the get-go.
Oh, well. Hell of a shot from Francis to start things off. Shuts down Baby Bay right as the man comes
ดาเบะ
through.
อยู่ไหนดาเบะอยู่ไหนดาเบะอยู่เอคุย
Clear neutral win.
เอ้ย
Francis going to be further spotted out. Fragment over
ดา
the
เบะ
backside. Another going to be layered in. With those flashes at back pillar, Ivy gonna hold his own, but Xross getting the spot out, relays that over immediately, and Dambi will
สวยดาเบะสวยสไนนี่ไงมาแล้ว
on that deep lurk.
ตัดวีละ2ตัวเว้ยดาเบะวีละ2
For now, looking to be held at bay, especially as RB does that.
ถอยวีสูงให้ดาเบะได้เล่นเยอะหน่อย
Cleans him up. It's just Xross killed through the ult. Still on board for a flawless, which would be a huge way to jumpstart their economy. Get them back into this game, and yep, RB will be able to find the third and final.
RB ต้องเผื่อให้ได้ไปยิงบ้างดิ
Nongshim, once again, just one round behind G2.
Yeah, the op really doesn't mean much in this round. It's more that Nongshim just sticks to their early round read, the 3-2 setup, and a really nice opening shot from Francis. Take down Baby Bay. That's so much of that entry power denied. You need that neon on these executes.
ดาเบะมันมัลติคิวมั้งยัง
Just be
ไม่มีเลย
instantly headshot.
ไม่มีเลยครับไม่เปิดตายก็
That slows you down so much 'cause you know that
ไม่เปิดตายก็
that
เทรดไม่ได้
spike
ให้มีเลย
is gonna be
ได้เทียร์1-1อ่ะ
And it's just going to be so much harder for you to make entry. You're only running the single duelist. As G2, Nongshim runs double.
เจ้ากี่โมงเรา3เอา4เอา4รัวเฮียทั่ว
As you as G2 don't really have the same comfort. We're going to try again, though, a little bit faster this time.
Two players on the side to drop down from Baby Bay. Going to be spotted here as Francis will fall. Leaf able to find that opening kill. G2 trying to make this happen.
โอ้โหไอ้เหี้ยเจ้าก็ยิงไม่หยุดเลยเว้ย
Oh, Trust Dad leaves RB
แม่งจะ
all alone
20แล้ว
now. The 1v3. 6 bullets remaining.
ไม่นะ
Now down to 5. G2 trying to find the timing on that catch. He managed to make it happen. Gets the reload and swing out. Balin has the headshot. G2 get it.
ไม่สูงแม่งโอกาสแม่งไม่มีแล้ว
once again.
ต้องมีสูงแล้วต้องเอาตีโอทามไม่ได้ครับ
This is all Valen for me, and it's the play call at the beginning of the round. We're just going to turn up the tempo. They're not going to be ready for the fast B hit. It's the last thing they're going to expect based on all the conditioning we've shown so far. It's like we're either going A or we're doing a delayed hit B. This time, they just turn on the jets. Well, sort of. They go in there quick, I should say. Get some space, have a good flash to clear the back of that space. RB almost plays spoiler.
Oh boy, this is a glass cannon, and Dammy's about to peek in the mid.
Well,
all of G2 are there, and he cannot find a shot. Dogamo taking him down.
เหี้ยมันอ่อนจัดเลย
Suspecting that op is going to be playing
โอ้
along.
ไปเหี้ย
Just dances back up behind the door. Is able to dodge that out.
โอ้ยสัตว์เลย
Will have it on the trade. Meanwhile, Ivy out of the cannons. Valen going to be taken down.
มันรีบจัดอะรีบตอนสไลด์ปุ๊บยิงไม่โดนทำไมวะที่หลังไม่ต้องรีบก็ได้นะถ้ามึงยิงไม่โดนจัดเอา15ถึงก่อนคุยแดมบี้อะเฮีย
Francis needs to win that one. He's
เหมือนรีบเล่นรีบเลิกอะไอ้เจ้า
Leaf and Trent will get taken down the opposite.
อันเดอร์พอแมชชิบหาย
And Nongshim will spare their blushes a bit.
ไอ้
Still
เฮี
ended
ย
up being a bit of a nail biter for them, but they scrape by
ไม่ต้องเก็บสไลด์แม่งไงสัตว์
one away from tying it up.
Yeah, I mean, I think doubling down on the
นี่ดู
fast pace makes a lot of sense
อยากจะรีบ
because you take down that operator so quick. But then Baby Bay doesn't fully clear the corner.
ใช้แฟดซ้ายแฟดขวา
There's a little bit of confusion because of that. He
เดินชน
checked
ติ
it,
ตัวเอง
but
หน้า
he
มืด
didn't look
เว
far
ลี่
enough
คู่
to
ทีม
his right to really confirm.
แบบหน้าแดมบี้มาแน่ไม่หมดแล้วไอ้สัตว์หมดทุนเลยเฮีย
They will cut funds
มา
for
แน่
that overdrive. Gonna mention
แบบนี้
he
เสือกไม่
picked up
มาไอ้เฮีย
previous round.
เดี๋ยวไอ้ชอบไปตีบอมที่ไม่มีแดมบี้ด้วยนะ
He's
ไอ้
just
สัตว์
gonna dive on in.
Sending it out. Not spotting anything. Francis, who sends out a shot. Might have been a bit of a misclick there either way. It's a drone and will have that neon rerouted. Meanwhile, Ivy trying to hold forward for the full blind. Going to be connecting as he backs away. It's still going to be 2 kills going over to G2. RB only able to find
ไม่ได้
Valen.
คอร์ดไฟกันเหรอ
But Ivy again looking to try to refill this space. Catches Trent. Can he find Baby Bay? No, he cannot. That elimination to come through. The overdrive.
แดมบี้ยังไง
Down. His peek from window could be everything, but Baby Bay just turns back, plants his feet, and holds his own.
Huge shot there from Baby Bay. Very well, may have saved the round.
I think if you're G2, messing the pit here even might be good enough to go for. You still are going to have 3 more ultimates to work with going into the previous.
กูเหลือจะเชื่อ
I think it's pretty worth.
เหลือ2-2ที่แดมบี้ทิ้งไปทิ้ง
No idea where Xros
กู
went.
จะหลุด
I mean, I don't know if they've seen him at all. He's got a full util.
ล่าสุดมันยิงแค่9ไงอันนี้แม่งยิงไป22ไอ้สัตว์แล้วแดมบี้กูอะไร10จบแล้ว
Spot out any of these players in transit towards A. Didn't used to think
สวัส
this
ดี
was
ค
going
รับ
to
คุณ
be
ครู
B.
แอคได้
I
สวัส
think
ดี
you
ครับ
have to pit
ดาวแอคอื่นมา
because you don't
ต
know
อบ
where
พี่
he
ก็ได้
is.
แค่บอกว่าเป็นดาก็พอแล้วสวัสดี
Give
ครับ
that
ผม
extra layer of safety.
ต้อนรับครับผม
Beautiful.
ผู้จัดการดา
Yep,
มี
they also gamble on the right side of the pillar. Backside
เราไม่สไลด์นะ
try to make this
กะเก็บสไลด์ไว้กับตัว
impossible for Xros.
2เป็นไงไรสัตว์ทำเพื่อเล่นยากเลยมันหิวคิวจัดเหมือนรู้อะเนี่ยพอซียูให้เควสกูปุ๊บนะ
Really now
เลี้ยว
he's
ไอ้
in a
สัตว์
quandary.
มีเควสปุ๊บ
Safe
เลี้ยว
job.
โอ้โหตาย
Try to
แน่
play it
เข้า
out.
แบบ
He's
นี้
gonna try to play this. Try peek at the corner.
Ui.
Finds the first.
โอ้โหเวรี่กูที่ต้องเข้ามุมทำควยแล้ววะเข้ามุมเฉยเลย ทำอะไรอะ
Monster!
หลบเหรอ
What a hero for Nongshim!
โอ้โหแดบบี้มึงกลับซะกลับไอ้เอ็กลอสนะ
Oh, wins an ungodly clutch to tie it at 10-10.
That is unbelievable. The youngster for Nongshim absolutely crushing.
โหให้มันยิงไปแล้ว
G2 there in that moment.
สามตัวไม่
They
ทัน
had
เลย
a real chance. There's a nice little execute, able to get that extra little off angle created.
โอ้ดูดิดูมันทำดิไอ้เหี้ย
Opens up a lot of space. It's gonna drag a gun. I mean, just disgusting. Just disgusting. I don't know how I feel about
คิดไงครับอนาคต
there.
เซฟิลอตทำตำแหน่ง IGL แทนพี่ทีมได้แล้วให้พี่ทีมออกเป็นโค้ชหรือผู้ช่วยโค้ชของคอร์สเราเอนโดมาแทนครูส่วนสำรองก็เป็นเทียบไวหรือไอ้นายคนใดคนหนึ่ง
That is just unbelievable.
ผมว่าเอนโดไม่มาหรอกแต่ถ้าเอนโดมาผมว่าเอนโดเป็นช้อยดีสุดเลยครับ
Around like that, it could be just soul crushing if you're G2.
แต่
you leave the pit. Also, you're playing it in those
ใช่
circumstances.
คือเอาเอนโดมาเล่นดูคู่พิมมี่ใช่ป่ะแล้วก็เอาไอจิตบอยอะไปเล่นตำแหน่งแทนในทีมไปเล่นเซนติเนลไปเล่นอะไรอะไปเล่นเฟกอะแทนทีมก็น่าจะลงล็อกมากเลยแล้วก็เอาน้องนายกับน้องบอลสำรองเพราะไม่งั้นถ้าเอานายลงก็จะทับตำแหน่งอีกกลายเป็น2คอนโทรลอีกเอาน้องบอลลงก็ไม่รู้บอลจะเล่นน้องบอลจะเล่นดูได้เหมือนเดิมหรือเปล่า3 ตาติดกับไทยไปบอลโลกอะไรจะเกิดขึ้นก่อนกันโอ้โหสัตว์ไม่น่าเกิดทั้งคู่เลยน่าได้มาติดต่อโค้ชซุนไหมครับไม่ครับผมมันไปขนาดนั้นมันต้องติดต่อกูด้วยเหรอวะติดต่อกูแล้วแพ้ทำไงไม่คืออย่างนี้เองจำไว้นะเว้ยการทำทีมของโค้ชอะมันไม่ใช่ว่าอยู่ๆโค้ชเข้าไปแล้วจะเก่งเลยไม่ใช่ครับ มันต้องเกิดจากการทำโครงสร้างทำวิธีการหาความสามารถของเพลเยอร์ให้เจอเพราะว่าเพลเยอร์จะเป็นคนโชว์ศักยภาพให้โค้ชเห็นว่าคนไหนเล่นแบบไหนได้บ้างแล้วโค้ชจะปรับตรงนั้นตรงนี้เพื่อแก้ไขครับถ้าเข้าไปแล้วเก่งเลยยากเข้าไปแล้วเก่งเลยยากครับต้องใช้เวลาในการทำทีมครับยาวๆกล้องอีนี้หาข่าวเก่งไปกลับไปเซ็นได้เล่นเลิกได้คิวน่าจะเฟกเอนโดดูเอลประมาณนั้นเอนโดจะมาถ้าฉีกสัญญาไหมตำแหน่งเสิร์ฟน้ำให้พี่หมีผมว่านะมันพูดยากจังเลยเราเดาได้ไหมแต่ว่าผมก็ไม่กล้าพูดไม่รู้ว่าผมมองว่านายก็เล่นได้นะเอาเซฟิลอตไปเล่นแบบว่าตำแหน่งแบบเซนติเนลไงผมว่าก็มีปัญหามึงดูไอ้เจ้ามันยิงดิเฮ้ย
Rotates out to try to hold on to this gun.
1 เท่าเหลือ 0
Joggermo will fall to his hand, but G2 win the round.
ซียูมึงนี่ของจริงวะ
Well, this is exactly one of the rounds.
ไอ้เหี้ยมึงแม่งของจริงวะวันก่อนมันยิง9จริงเว้ย
Just that
อินโดมาเรื่องเงียบอันนี้จริงครับผม
on-site crossfire setup post. Yes, they're watching for the late lurk and things like that, so they're hanging some players out in their spawn a little bit longer to linger. But that is so well executed, and Jog continues to thrive. 25 and 15 on the KO. Huge glow up for him today. The difference maker right now here for G2 for sure. And you put Dongshim on another week bye. It's going to be 1 rifle in Ivy's hands. He keeps it over. 2 since Exros has a Guardian. They're going to go for a 3-man slow creep out of A main. 2 towards mid. G2 curious about where exactly Dongshim's going to try to cheat on the map a little bit to take space, and they don't see it over at elbow, but a quick pivot.
เฮ้ยขอบคุณนะครับขอบคุณน้องดาครับขอบคุณน้องวักนอวักนอเหรอเควสคือเจ้ากิโมยิงน้อยกว่าแดมบิได้ไปยิงเยอะกว่าเควสเข้าเลยแล้วดูสกอร์ดิเจ้ากิโมยิง26อีสัตว์เพื่อนไม่มีปืนมั้งแดมบิกวิ่งอะไร10ตุ้ยนี่ขอบคุณซับสไครต์นะครับผมเกือบสุดๆไปครับผมขอบคุณครับยินดีต้อนรับนะครับช่องผมสตรีมทุกวันฮะได้มาได้ตลอดเลยคุยปรึกษาได้นะครับทุกเรื่องครับเรื่องเกมก็ได้เรื่องนอกเกมก็ได้ครับผมยกเว้นยืมตังค์เพราะกูไม่มีเฮ้ยแดมบี้12 โต 11 โตไม่แล้วคือเควสง่ายด้วยนะแอลเพราะว่ารอบก่อน G2 ด่านเนี้ยเจ้ากิโมยิง9 ตัวครับแล้วดูวันนี้มันยิงห่วยจริงๆโอ้ยากไปหน่อยแดนเบรกวิ่ง12เจ้ากิโมยิง26จากสถิติไม่ได้ยากขนาดนั้นนะก็ใช่ไงพี่บอกแล้วช่องเนี้ยมันของจริงน้องเองไม่อยากเสียตังค์มาช่องพี่ครับ
It's so rare that you're going to see them kind of do the same thing
มึงถามใครในช่องกูก็ได้
unless you know they've conditioned
กูไม่ได้เป็นคนเลือกเควสด้วยนะกูไม่ได้เป็นคนเลือกเลยนะคือเขาเอาเควสมาให้เลยถ้าแบบนี้พี่เอาไปเลยเควสแม่งเลี้ยวเลยพอให้กูเลือกเองนะกูเลือกซ้ายแม่งออกขวากูเลือกขวาแม่งออกซ้ายกูเลือกซ้ายแม่งออกขวาปีชงจริงๆไอสัตว์ชงมัทฉะเก่งออกสู่สีแต่ดูสกอร์คิวเลือกได้ดีน้องชาย C2 UC2 UC2 to U2C
really on the map is Star over at Double Doors in mid right in front of Exros there. That doesn't tell you much. They're pretty much going to perma put that smoke down. I think the poison cloud is in there too there potentially.
แดนบีกูสไลด์ล้มอย่างเดียวเลยแฟนผมสวยมากแต่ผมก็หล่อมากทำไมดีครับดีด้วยครับผมดีแล้วครับจะทำที่ใหญ่ละอยากทำอะไรกันครับอยากจะหน้าตาส้นตีนกว่านี้แล้วอยากหน้าตาเครียดทั้งคู่ครับพี่บอกกูนี่เอาตีนให้เดี๋ยวกูตีนไปหน้าให้
RB trying to find that timing, but Geronimo again, the 1-2 deliver.
มันยิงทุกวินไอ้เหี้ยเจ้ากิโมทุกวินเดียวตัว2ตัว3ตัว4ตัวไอ้สัตว์
Never
เหี้ยแม่ง
rotated.
30แล้วมึง
Stayed stagnant and Dami now.
โอ้โหแดมบีกู
Taken out of the equation. Francis having to do it all in a 2v4.
โอ้โห
Now
ไม่มีภาพเลยเฮ้ย
his work cut out for him. He finds the first.
กูสิอ้วก
Util is still an all command will expire, but on the swing, Valen takes the fight and takes his life. 13-10.
เสียใจ
A massive rebound. G2.
ผมร้อนน้อยกับพี่นะพี่แบงค์วง
They
แค
were
ส
prepared for Nongshim to go back to Breeze.
And it's
Ooh,
really on that defender side where they made some really nice adjustment to get some rounds, to get some big rounds.
มาก็ไม่แดก
Getting up to 5, they win both pistols. That's huge too. But it's all in the preparation. You could see it right from that first pistol round where they tucked the player into a position. Nongshim had no idea they were going to be there, and it devastated them.
A 13-5 on the first outing. Now we get ready to go to Sunset G2's pick, where they were able to take down Nongshim in 13-7 fashion. Nongshim, their backs are up against the wall. They need to fight back, otherwise their run at EWC
เอาจริงวันนี้กูให้โพยหนองชิมในสัตว์
Let's send back over
ด่านแรกโดนเป็นขี้เลยให้โพยหนองชิมนะ
13-5
เราดูแบบหน้านะ
Achilles
เราดูแบบหน้า
was the last time that these
หน้ามาเลยดีดเลย
did battle in Breeze. But this time,
พวกนี้ไม่มีแข่งคุณลุงมากดแรงเปล่า
and they stick it out. It was a very close series of back and forth, but ultimately goes the way of G2, and they are 1-0 and one match away of making it an all-Western affair in the playoffs of EWC 2026. Welcome back, Kukuka. And big time on that last one, and big time. You just winced there at the very end as RB on the harbor, holding down the site, just gets a little too curious, a little too greedy to get information, gets picked, then the site's wide open, no harbor for retake. And that seemed to be a problem that was happening on rounds that Nongshim were losing.
I mean, like, that's the one thing you can't do on Harbor is you can't die before that spike is getting planted. We did see them play that A retake a couple of times, and I think G2 had the answers, but I do want to echo just what Paper Thing was saying. I think that first half is really showing improvements. I love that they came out of the gate swinging. They fought for A main, they listened to me. You're welcome, G2, that's all me. They fought in A main, they used that Astra stuff well to be able to condition Nongshim. Nongshim managed to recover that pretty decently as well overall, but ultimately it's just not good enough here for the Nongshim squad. They let it slip far too much in my mind.
Well, thank you for what you did for your region.
Yep.
To me, it was
sending them home.
Yeah. Just send them home. But I love to see also that Jogamo was unleashed the way that he was.
Yeah.
Today, it's not only having the balls for going for these duels. I think that he was much more right into where to use the utility and where to actually be a surprise for Nongshim. Not only that, shutting down Dambi was one of the main keys for G2 to actually get this map on the board for them, and that is something that they definitely achieved. Do not get me wrong, it did go the distance and it wasn't perfect, but it is so good to see that in just 3 showings the phase that we're seeing from G2 goes from that loss to this win, because it's only been a few days.
That's the thing for me. I don't think this was terrible for Nongshim. I think they still had good ideas, and the execution, you know, it wasn't perfect, but it was still solid. I think they lose both pistols. They lose a bonus. They can't get momentum in the game. That is backbreaking, but I do think it's G2 that showed dramatic improvement on this map to get the win now. But as we're going to move across the sunset, I need to see Nongshim find the same level of answer, or they will be going home. They couldn't get it done here.
I think that they also learned what positions to play and how to take advantage of them, how to surprise them. Leaf and Valen on the defense, amazing the way that they were playing, the way that Valen was trying to read them time and time again. Very good showing from G2. We said we expect this series to go the distance, but that was kind of accounting for Nongshim getting this first map.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I kind of feel like they needed this into the series. It's hard to know, but it's going to have to go the distance, and they need something better on Sunset.
Just speaking about this Breeze one more time on G2 side, this is that composition that they pulled out earlier in the tournament. They had the second match to try it again, see if they were switching. They did not. They stuck to their guns.
ไอ้สัตว์แต่แบงรูดเหมือนเดิมรูดเหมือนเดิมไอ้เหี้ยไปนอนนะคุณแบงค์ไว้มาแววๆใหม่นะครับฝันดีครับผมน้องดาของพี่ไว้มานะครับว่าดาแม่งหายไปไหนไปทำงานคิดว่างานหนักปะวะโหดามาไม่ทันตอนแซวกันยับหมาโหมันจัด
Yeah, he's got that dog.
มันจัดฮะ
He's jogging well. He's got it. He's always had it.
Yeah, look, we got to give him his flowers. We criticized him when we first saw him play this KO. We said, is this the
just because, but the reason why we criticize it is because like we know he's so good and he can be such a big win condition.
ทีมไทยไม่ค่อยทำวาโลแล้วว่ะปีหน้าก็อาจจะไม่มีด้วยซ้ำ
Yeah, for sure. But I mean, I think he proved those stats when he proved that he is able to hit that same level of performance on that KO. We heard from Baby Ray and they said the reason we went for this is because he's so good on that Phoenix. So I think a lot of it was about letting him be a little bit more aggressive. They don't want him to be this incredibly supportive KO.
บอกไม่ได้ไม่เปิดตัวเลยไปบอกสปอยเขาเฉยเลยไม่ได้
definitely win them as we saw this game.
That was your STC replay from map number 1. Breeze going the way of G2 and Kakuka. We have to talk about it now because it's one win away.
เพราะเราทำแพงเกินไปทีมไทยเลยไม่คุ้มที่ทำเหรอพี่
playoffs. Like
ไม่ใช่
just seems like wrong. That just seems wrong.
ฐานเงินเดือนวาโลในบ้านเรามันสูงไปหน่อย
had such a variety of teams all throughout the tournaments that we have had. China, Pacific, but if G2, as you're saying, is to win this next map, it will only be 14 from DMEA and 14 from Americas making it into playoffs.
ผมพูดกล้าพูดมันระดับเข้าลีกได้เลยครับแล้วเขาก็ต้องเรียกเบเนฟิตให้เขาเยอะถูกป่ะ55ต้องเป็นของผมของเงินเดือนเท่านี้ครับถ้ากลับกันถ้าสมมตินะเขาไปเล่นในลีกเนี่ยเขาเซ็นไปแล้วได้เงินเดือน 8,000 แต่ไปเพย์อินเขาไปเล่นในลีกถึงจะไปแบบแค่แบบรายการเดียวแบบเล็กๆแต่ว่าเงินเดือน 8,000 เข้าใจปะแบบเปิดเขากำหนดกันไม่เขาไม่ได้กำหนดเงินเดือนแบบโอเพนปีหน้าเขากำหนดเงินเดือนแค่ทีมที่อยู่ในพาร์ทเนอร์เฉยที่เป็นพาร์ทเนอร์เขาพาร์ทเนอร์จะเป็น8ทีมใช่ไหมโซนละ8ทีมถูกปะเขาจะมีแค่พาร์ทเนอร์ที่ได้กำหนดเงินเดือนนอกนั้นนะทีมที่เข้ามาอยู่เป็นทีมอื่นที่โอเพนเข้ามาหรือก็ตามเข้ามาอยู่ในลีกมันจะไม่ได้อยู่ในพาร์ทเนอร์ครับแล้วก็ต้องไปกำหนดเงินเดือนเอาเอง
Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower.
เราถึงแข่งกันได้ครับผม
Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
มันต้องดูหลายอย่างไอ้เหี้ยเราต้องมาดูทีมันแบบเขาจัดซิสเต็มมีทีมไทยน่าจะทำเยอะขึ้นนะแต่ไม่รู้ว่ะแต่เงินเดือนเยอะมากไม่ได้ครับโอเคโทษผิดเราระบบแบบเปิดน่าจะดึงดูดกว่าไม่รู้สิแม่ว่าพี่ว่าไม่มีว่ะโอมไม่มีว่ะไม่ค่อยมีใครมาเล่นตลาดวาโลครับตลาดวาโลมันเริ่มแข่งโป๊กแล้วมันเข้ามาตอนที่ยากครับถ้าทำทีมวาโลจริงนะที่บอกตรงนะจ่ายเปล่าได้เลยปีหนึ่งจริงถ้าทำจากศูนย์นะจ่ายเปล่าได้เลยปีหนึ่งครับเพราะฉะนั้นตอนนี้55เป็นชอยที่ดีสุดแล้วถ้าจะทำนะแต่มันจะใครก็จะเริ่มกลางปีถูกปะเทคกลางปีเขาบอกเผื่อปีหน้าหมดสัญญา55ชาร์เปอร์หมดสัญญาดึงชาร์เปอร์มาเป็นทีมเราดีกว่าเว้ยดึง55เป็นทีมเราดีกว่าอาจจะเป็นอย่างนั้นก็ได้เข้าใจปะต้องมาดูกันปีหน้าปีต่อปีไปผมบอกเลยนะชาร์เปอร์เนี่ยถ้าหมดสัญญาในปีหน้านะสมมติเสร็จทั้งหมดนะแล้วเขาต่อนะ55จะเนื้อหอมมาก55จะเนื้อหอมมากครับโอกาสที่55จะไปแบบสูสีกับชาร์เปอร์ได้แม่งเยอะมากเพราะฉะนั้นต้องสติ๊กกันไว้ยาวๆครับถ้าเขาดึงชาร์เปอร์ไม่ได้เขาต้องมาดึง55ใช่ครับวันนี้บอลโลกมีเมสซี่ครับตอน5 ทุ่มครับใกล้เตะแล้วผมว่าอาร์เจนน่าจะผ่านได้นะวันนี้แต่ส่วนตัวอยากให้นอร์เวย์ได้แชมป์โลกแล้วทีมไหนมีโอกาสมาเทคสุดตะลุงนะครับโอ้โหมันถามกว้างอย่างว่าไอ้เหี้ยไม่รู้เลยครับพี่ไม่รู้นะแต่พี่รู้ว่าใครได้55ไปพี่รู้แล้วแต่พี่บอกไม่ได้ครับเขาดูที่ไหนกันนะนี่เขาใช้กล้องจุลทรรศน์ส่องทางไกลสะท้อนดวงจันทร์ลงมาที่พื้นสนามฟุตบอลอีกทีนึงดูผ่านกล้องเอาผมจ้างน้องที่บ้านขับเฮลิคอปเตอร์ไปบนสนามแล้วก็ยิงภาพมาเปิดคอกันคอผ่านไลน์แล้วยิงภาพมาจากสนามผมดูงั้นเลยผมรวยเหมือนดูสดดู PVP
Like I say, I agree. I love their composition, and I loved how they played it. They're a very smart team. They've always been good at Sunset. So I love that they were.
ลงเยอะนะทีมไทยเยอะแต่เขาทำทีมโมบายกันที ทีมไทยอ่ะเขาไม่ทำวาโลหรอกตอนแรกก็อยากดูช่างแม่งแล้วเนี่ยคุณแอลอิจฉาคนรวยอีกแล้วผมก็รวยซะด้วยสิก็เปิดวิดีโอคอลดูผ่านสนามมาคิดว่าเฮียส่องกล้องจุลทรรศน์ดูอ่ะแบบทะลุดาวกูโตกลับมาอีกทียิงรถยิงตรงลงสนามแล้วพี่ซีส่วนใหญ่ไปพับจีใช่แต่เขาเก่งเว้ยพับจีอ่ะพับจีไทยเก่งมากครับทั้งมือถือทั้ง PC เลยต้องชมว่ะ
It was also the Cypher as well. Sage Cypher. Those were two different ones there. I think Sage was being ran by G2. Cypher was the one that was different. I'm very interested to see what it's like.
Just too good. Baby Base just too good. That's exactly what's gonna happen. To me, Morgan, you have to sell this to me. If there is any hope for Nongshim, how do they turn this around? Because now that we've actually put it into words and we've put it as in for EMEA for Americas, maybe I don't want G2 to win because that sounds kind of boring. Like, why?
เห็นข่าวเว็บเดลต้าฟอร์ในจีนตอนทำ55ใช่แต่ว่า operation ยังไงก็ยังผมว่าไง operation ก็ยังคงเรียกไงดีอะยังคงแบบเป็นที่นิยมมากกว่าอยู่ดีอะในมุมผมนะแต่ผมว่าเดลต้าฟอร์มันทำมาน่าจะดีอยู่แล้วล่ะแต่ว่าไม่รู้ว่าคนจะสนใจมากน้อยแค่ไหน
No, but you need to sell it to me now. I know what they're capable of.
I'm building into it.
I'm
building into it.
Yeah, but
what
I've heard this story.
Is Dambi going crazy on the Neon? Sunset is a fantastic Neon map. I want to see him bring it out. If they do bring out that Sage, I want Exros to be very, very aggressive. He has the capability to do it. When I felt him play it before, he was too far back. He wasn't getting in the mixer enough, but that's where he's at his best. On the Phoenix, for example, he was great in the last map. He was the bright star for Nongshim.
You say that you want Exros to be extra aggressive. Do you feel like sometimes Dambi is a little bit lonely? On the tip of the spear.
He can be for sure. I mean, I don't mind it if they swap away from it. If they want to go solo duelists, this is the team that can do that as well. When Nongshim were in the come up, cast your mind back to 2024. It was a lot of breach. It was a lot of supporting utility, and Dambi getting it done himself. So Dambi
ไม่ได้เข้าไปนานเข้าไปล่าสุดก็เดินยิงอยู่ในคอลอสเซียมจะรั่วสรรหาทำแบบหรือโหลดเดลต้าฟอร์มมาเล่นเดี๋ยวคุณแนวเล่นปะแต่ผมเล่น operation ไม่เป็นอะเล่นแล้วเดี๋ยวติดครับก็เลยไม่อยากเล่นครับไปยิงคนโง่ๆดีกว่ายิงบอทยิงอะไรอย่างเงี้ยด่านที่เล่นๆกันนะเอาไหมเดลต้าฟอร์มมันอยู่ในไหนนะในสตรีมปะแล้วโหลดแม่งเลยสัตว์โหลดแม่งนี้เลยกลับไปยิงพวกเด็กๆดีกว่า
You know how intense I am. Could you imagine if I was actually a fan of a team? Could you actually imagine?
That's a good point.
I mean, we saw it with España, who won their World Cup.
And you will keep seeing it.
As we get ourselves into map number 2 here in our final Group C decider, win and move.
ไม่เอาดีกว่าไม่เอาดีกว่าเดี๋ยวนอนดึก
Okay, so this
is breach. Do you want to defend yourself?
It's a very
หลายใจจัด
Defend yourself.
เฮ้ยไอ้เจ้าถ้ามึงมาอย่างงี้นะมึงโดนพี่แดมแน่เล่นโลเดียวกันตามในคอมเลยผมก็เหมือนเดิมอะคอมผมก็กระตุกเหมือนเดิมอะแต่ผมจะขายคอมให้คุณนกก่อนคอมคุณนกก็แรงเลยผมบอกเลยเจ้ากิโมยิงน้อยกว่าแดมบีครับเหมือนเดิมต้องน้อยกว่า2ตัวด้วยต้องแดมบีต้องยิงมากกว่า2ตัวด้วยหลังจาก2ตัวไปก็จะบวกเพิ่มไปเลยใช่ปะงานยากไอ้เหี้ยไอ้เหี้ยเจ้าลั่นจัดเหรอดิแดมบีถ้าด่านนี้มึงไม่มาไอ้เหี้ยตีเก้โอ้เฮียร้อนมากเลยทุกคนผมไม่ได้เปิดแอร์เลยครับเปิดแอร์5 ทุ่มแล้ว
is going to be enough. There is a lot of stunts, as you're saying. There is a lot of utility to force Chamber out of those angles, to not give Jogimo that much freedom. But I will say, Trent did play super, and I mean super well on this map.
He did. He's very, very good at it, no doubt there. But I do think they have their work cut out. I'm feeling hopeful. I'm feeling the it's growing. I'm believing.
It is the winners of Masters Santiago earlier this
เฮียแม่งเดี๋ยวค่าไฟมันกระฉูด
recapture that form in the quickest of moments. They
มา
have
เพิ่
to
มเสียง
do
ละ
it right now. And G2 have fought off the phantoms of failure on the international stage by defeating XLG earlier and trying to do it one more time here against Nongshim. It's map number 2 and match point for G2. Let's see what Nongshim have something to say
แล้วแบบ
about
นี้สำคัญ
it
ด้วยค
as
รับ
we send
ใคร
it
ชนะ
on
ได้
over
ไปต่อ
to
พี่เราครับ
Kilios and
ชนะ
Peter.
คือชนะแบบนี้คือเงินบวกมาเป็นล้านอะ
It can all come down to this. Sunset has to be.
มันจบแล้วเหรอ low power port full send
by the horns and take it into their own hands. They have to find this
Low
win.
power
Something
port
that they
full
failed
อะไร
to
วะ
do versus G2 in the last outing. A change of the composition.
มันคืออะไรวะยังไม่จบ
Back to
ยังไม่จบ
very old flavors.
Yeah.
Is that going to be enough?
Great question. You know, you kind of hope here as Nongshim that the map doesn't live up to its name for you at EWC, that this isn't going to be where you say goodbye. But there's still a hope, and I mean, I talked about it even during Breeze because it was already on my mind that I need to see a different comp from Nongshim on Sunset. Did not like what they were bringing to the table the first time. I think this is not only more in their wheelhouse, but I think suits going up against G2's style better. The desk was doing a great job of laying that out for you all, keeping the chamber uncomfortable. I think as well, having a little bit of extra oomph to kind of fight Trent Sky. There wasn't much that Nongshim had in the bag with their previous comp that could keep the Sky off balance, that could, you know, kind of have a counter punch against the Sky Flashes when they're coming your way. Now you've got that breach to allow for that
มาครับ
fault line.
ซันเซ็ตครับถ้าจะไปต่อต้องชนะด่านนี้ให้ได้ครับ
Haunt out to slow down G2.
ต้องชนะด่านนี้ให้ได้ครับ
Sky util. So a lot to keep in mind. Pretty aggressive here.
อุ้ยหลุดไปแล้วเฮียรู้ปะเนี่ย
Let's take a little bit of a pause and they're
โอ้
going
แล้ว
to
ไวเลยครับ
clearing some of these corners. Smoke.
อุ้ยหลังไม่มีของเลยทุกคนถ้าแชมเบอร์เลี้ยวไปก่อนนี่นรกเลยนะ
G2 does give them a little bit of
โอ้
space.
เราไปก่อนจริงด้วยว่ะ
Baby Bay to push
Timing
forward, but I
จัดครับ
think he heard or spotted Ivy, one of the two. He's on the hunt.
Quick slide
เฮ้ย
forward
มัน
to
ใช่เมื่อ
the
เหมือนได้ยิน
A
เสียง
site.
ไซเฟอร์แล้วปะ
Empty here from
โอ้ป้าตรง
G2.
นี้เหรอครับเนี่ย
Paranoia going to be sent through. Interrupting that plant for now. Baby Bay trying to note and get that kill on Ivy on that flank. Will take him down to 9 HP, but cannot finish the job. Ivy moves over to safety. Ivy now can slowly start to rescale. Get this space back, but how much impact is going to be able to have is the question. Has that ghost for the team?
บีน้องบีบี
Poke and prod, looking for some kills, but Dami will be the first one to fall. Francis shortly thereafter, but RB
อีควายเอ้ย
is able to find two.
ยิงหลังไม่โดนด้วย
Swing around the back as it's just Baby Bay remaining. 2 bullets in the headhunter.
เกือบไปสัตว์
Cannot get the classic out fast enough.
ก็ที่เขามีพอกันหมดเลย นี่เขามีฟอสแล้วไง
Yeah, RB just sending it in there. Just going for
ไอ้เหี้ย
the
เควส
right
เรื่องยิง
clicks.
สกอร์ยิงนี่ผมไม่เคยได้เลยนะเว้ย
There's
รู้ปะ
gonna be a lot of smokes on
ไม่เคย
site.
ได้เลย
I'm
ครับ
gonna
เที่ยงแต่ที่ไปที่กูตั้งแต่ตอนนั้นมากูไม่เคยเข้าอีกเลย CU เองอาจจะไม่รู้จัก PU นั้น
very nice from him.
แพทริกวู
Some good ideas from G2 here.
เควสแม่งให้กูอ่ะ
The fact that Baby
ขอแค่
Bay
แพทริกวูยิงเกิน
not able to
ยิง
get
เกิน
that kill
4 ตัว
onto Ivy.
ยิงเกิน
Leaves him at
4 ตัว
9
นะ
HP.
ไอ้ยิงเกิน
Means that
5 ตัว
he has to wrap all the way
กูได้
back
ตังค์
in through
3 แดง
Link instead of trying to come
เกิน
through
5 ตัวกู
spawn
ได้
or
3 แด
something
ง
like that.
ไอ้หน้าหีจบเกมมันยิง 4 ตัว
Guessing a little bit more goes for the early shot, does not connect. Flash there. Make it a little bit more difficult for him.
ไอ้เหี้ยกูอยากเอาตีนตบลุกเอาตีนขึ้นมาตบ
Should have somewhat
ตำนานเลย
access to the site, but
ไอ้สัตว์
actually
จะหลุด
something's
ไป
got them thinking otherwise.
ไปไหนก็ไปไอ้
Look
เหี้
at
ย
that trip. Ivy now to scale forward. Will miss his timing on Leaf. Just now slotted into market.
เฮียแดนบียิงไม่โดนเลยใช่ไหมอุ้ยจ่ายของครับเข้าบี
Always
ครับ
gonna be heard all around as Valen will get taken down. Trent
ดันลูกหิวหน่อยแดนบีดันหิวลูก
all the play leap in. Gets
เห
that
มือนไม่ได้แดก
backstab,
ข้าว
but
ลูก
Marshall
แม่ง
now
เหมือนไม่
gonna
ได้
be
กินข้าวมา
recovered.
ก่อนอ่ะไปดิสัตว์เอาหน่อยดิ
Taken into hand, but
ระยะมันไกลไปเจ้าคลาสสิกมันไม่โอ้โหเฮียปืนสวยว่ะแล้วแม่งป่องม่วงด้วยเฮียสวยจัง
shots flying through.
เฮ้ยมีแมงป่องม่วงปะเฮีย
Nongshim need this one to be clean.
กูไปหาบัดดี้สีม่วงใส่ดีกว่าปะ
They could not do
Sure,
in
Jim.
that previous map. He's just riding in alongside the smoke.
แดนบี
Excellent
หิวไอ้พี่หน่อย
behind
แดน
one.
บี
Gonna be struck down on that approach.
อย่านะอย่าเม็ดบีกูนะสวย
Time starting to tick away as Downbeat will be able to find the two at the back of sight.
มาครับมาแล้ว
So about as clean as it can
มา
get.
แล้วใจมาแล้ว
Also
ยิง
gonna be
ยิง
carried
โค
over all the key weaponry
Downbeat
retained. Nongshim find the
เข้าเดือนหน้านะผมได้ยิน
start.
ข่าวว่าเดือนนี้เราจะคุยกันที
They're
นี้
able
เรื่อง
to eventually suss out the correct
ฟิว
read. Sure, there's the Sky Flash in the mid, gets you the kill.
พี่
That's
ตีอย่าง
really
งี้เลย
all there was there for G2. Looking to maybe get that early head hunter
GE
kill.
Secret
and try to use that to scale into some success. Let Baby Bay go for those
2 เลย 2 ทีมก่อนเลย
just wasn't
ฟิลิปปินส์จะหายไปจากรายการนี้
that early util from Nongshim that keeps him a little bit off balance, makes
เหลือแค่
him pull the trigger a little bit sooner than he'd like. Only gonna have 1 bullet in the headhunter here.
เพราะเกาหลีเอาไปหน่อยมันเยอะไปก็จริงแต่เกาหลีแม่งแบบทีมไหนไม่ใหญ่อะทีมไหนไม่ใหญ่บ้างสวยแดมบี้ไอ้เหี้ยเท่านึงไม่เล่นงี้วะสับ20 บาทเล่นเก่งจัดนรกเหี้ยเท่า1 เท่าปุ๊บแดมบี้กูเหมือนมือไม้อ่อนอะแบบเหมือนไอ้เหี้ยอะไรนะอ๋อเคยช่องซูดอแบ็กเท่านึงหรอโอเคเหมือนตีเล่นไหนเหี้ยพอ20ปุ๊บแดมบี้กูล่างมารล่างปีศาจจากไหนเนี่ยไอ้เหี้ยเก่งใช่เกาหลีเหลือ2พี่5-5ที่เหลือก็ไปเล่นเปิดถ้าเกาหลีเหลือ2นะกูมองว่าT1 10G โห DX ไม่ได้อ่ะจะรั่วหนองชิมไม่ได้โอ้รั่วอีกอ่ะ
Very precarious position.
EWC hearing all of this noise that Dambi is making, and he should have Ivy falling into his trap. It's a quick little second to readjust now. Turns his sights back over and catches Dambi in midair. Good damage found from Leaf, but
ในวาโลเพราะว่า T1 LL ก็ยืน
I wouldn't be too surprised if
10G ก็ยืนเหมือนกัน
Josh rips a time out here or very soon.
ไปเปิดลีกตัวเองไปเว้ย
You got to talk about some of these setups and how they have counters to maybe some of the set plays you have where they didn't before, right? They've got flashes, they've got the breach in there this time, so that quick hit that Jogamo wants to make there, that slide behind the box outside of B main,
สวยได้บีสวย
isn't going to work this time because there's so much they can actually throw back at you. Whereas before they didn't have nearly as much. They had like a paranoia. It wasn't much.
ไม่ต้องเดาหรอกครับรอมันประกาศเลยว่าแบบทีมไหนได้ไปต่อครับผมมองว่าอะไรนะผมมองไงฟูเซนก็ได้ไปผมพูดจริงไงฟูเซนก็ติดครับแต่ทีมอื่นก็แล้วแต่เวรกรรมแม่ง เจ้ากิโมชี้ไม่เป็นที่เห็นใช่ไหมล่ะจ่าอุ้ยแฟดสวยเฮ้ยแดมบี้โอ้โหแดมบี้กูเมาเลยเมาแฟดไอ้สัตว์โอ้โหเละเทะเลยเฮียวินิโอ้เละโอ้ชิบหายละส่วนหนึ่งอินโดอาคิวอาจจะไม่ติดอันนี้มันอาจจะแล้วกูซื้อพวกฟูเซนมาแล้วด้วยไอ้เฮียถ้าฟูเซนไม่ติดนี่ไม่ใช่ใครนะไม่ใช่ใครนะโทษกูได้เลยลุมมาดราม่ากับกูได้เลยซื้อก้อยหลุดซื้อทารอนหลุดซื้อฟูเซนมาฟูเซนหลุดเฮ้ยไอสัตว์ทั้งเกมมีสกินเป็น20-30 สกินกูเลือก3 ทีที่หลุดไอสัตว์แปลกๆแล้วไม่ใช่นะเฮียหรือว่าจริงแล้วกูใหญ่วะนี่กูใหญ่ขนาดนั้นเลยเนี่ย
Hang on to the rifle for now. Since he had been cutting funds, I've been keeping track of his headhunter bullets. That's what kind of had my interest peaked. Still only at 2, but was for the Phantom this round. Maybe just since he scooped the gun up off the ground.
มึงสแปมมั่วนะ
RB though through the smoke.
I'll give it a bit of a freebie there. Trent dead. He was one of the big reasons why they were across the board with that pop flash through the smoke.
Back to home. Back home.
Not going to be the safest res ever, but still are going to be going for this one. As relay bolt's going to be sent through. Jogamo sliding across. Does manage to take down RB, but the trade is going to be there. Back into a 4v4. The Rolling Thunder will crash across, connecting on the 2, but the wall has them contained.
มาดิสัตว์ยิงหลังไม่โดนวาลินเละเทะเลยมึง
Should have had it absolutely screwed, but the cleanup is still looking decent. Leaf and Trent.
ชิบหายแล้วชิบหายแล้วพี่
That elimination Ivy now getting ready to swing, striking, and knocks them both out. There's a clutch for Nongshim to maintain a 3-round lead.
ฟูเซนเป็นแบบทีมสุดยอดฝั่งไทยแล้วไทยก็แบบ
But it all happened so fast.
เกตก็ไม่ได้แย่
There's the rolling thunder, there's the res, there's the cover of the res with the neon slide, there's the wall
กูให้ติด2เลย
from Leaf to block in this entry to set G2 up for a potential
ดีเอ็มเซต้าเหมือนเดิม
last minute
ไปต่อ
defuse, but it's a wrong guess on which way Ivy had gone. They just assumed he had racked
บอก1 เท่าปุ๊บไอ้เหี้ยแดมบี้กูเล่นเหมือน
but he actually was just staying behind A the whole time. Tough to read in that
ปุ๊บแดมบี้กูเก่งเลย
but nicely done by
เมื่อ
Ivy
กี้ก่อน
there.
มึงจะยิง5 รอบไปจะจบครึ่ง
Wait for his moment to strike. Zombie flashed up.
ไม่ให้ดูวะยิงไม่โดน
continue there Trent
มันจับงี้แหละ
Prowler
โปรดักชั่นมัน
see if he wants to keep reconfirming with the dog
รีเจ็คเป็นเนลไม่น่าผ่าน2ทีมนี้ได้เรื่องรากฐาน
setup
เย้เฮียจานโอมแม่งเฮียกูรูวาโลจัดอะเฮียของจริงจานโอมกูรูวาโลครับเฮียรากฐานต้อง2ทีมนี้วะจานโอมติดตามที่2ทีมนี้
you can lean your strong side into A now this is really comfortable
ยี่แบมเข้ามาโอ้มีใหม่นี่แบม
A site simulator
ช่องหลังนี่แหละช่องหลักขยี้ละโอเค
yeah oh you know
อุ้ยวาลิน
วา
ลินระเบิดวะ
Meanwhile, Valen on the scale forward is able to find Francis spike on a floor.
โอ้ไอ้เหี้ยซวยจัดลิฟ
The reposition from Valen.
It's a beautiful.
อุ้ยเห็นปะ
Now, no, Hat's going to be spotted. There's a strike. Jogamo intercepting Ivy. As he tries to enact that flank. Nabi, however, slow approach, pop flash, confirming his presence. And Valen has the counter swing. Meanwhile, Plant is going to be coming through. RB is all alone. And Xros needs to win that fight, and he does.
TP ออกเปล่า
maybe try to keep
TP
it
ออกไหม
safety, but
ว้าย
to the open, so it's an easy
TP
kill
มา
for
มอ
Baby to find. Now they know exactly where Xros is at. The swing, not even going to be allowed to get started. Baby Bay will just pre-fire it.
ทีมเฮียนะช่างแม่งไอ้สัตว์ขอแค่ฟูลเซตติดพอแล้ว
Yeah, this is exactly how G2 wants to draw up their defense. You get into that op with Baby Bay. He locks down B site pretty much by himself, and you can lean the rest of the players to the other side. You get the confirmation with the Sky util there. Even though Dombi almost gets away with 2, doesn't quite. They're still able to keep him contained outside of A. Then you're able to spread your wings on the map a little bit. Dombi will have that overdrive, so does Jog. Stinger there for Dombi, though. And accoutrement of pistols for Nongshim, though.
เก่าสู้เฮียอะไรไม่เชียร์ครับสัตว์เควสอยู่แดมบิเชียร์ต้องเจ้าเดี๋ยวไม่มีตังค์กินข้าวแดมบิกูระเบิดปะเนี่ย
Can they break the op? Sprint in. Baby Bay going to be good for the kill. Makes his exit. Leaf posted up on top of 10 spot. Here, Market will drop back.
หาข้าวกินเป็นมื้อๆนี่มันยากแท้เนาะ
Paranoia here.
บายแล้วไม่เล่นด้วยไม่เล่นกับเฮียโอ้ยเฮียวาลินเซฟสวยสัตว์รู้อยู่ติดอยู่นี่ครับไม่มีอะไรจ่ายเลยนี่ดีฟอลต์จ่ายเรียบร้อยเอาเฮียแล้วรู้แล้วไม่เช็ค
Francis can't find a damn thing. And some of it the heals, but frankly, none of the players in G2 really ever feeling like they were truly in any peril. All surviving with quite a bit of health. They will deny a thrifty attempt. They get it flawlessly done. Now they're one away from trying to tie things up.
What's funny is, in the back of my mind, I'm thinking, you know, Valen doesn't have a smoke. That's kind of a tricky crossfire. You might lose a couple players here as G2, and then he just shows up with the Phantom and answers the problem. Just absolutely great stuff from him. G2, again, getting into that op, so crucial on this defender side to start locking rounds down. Now they're going to reposition Baby Bay a little bit. Move him in towards mid. Nongshim maybe kind of sensing that. A big stack. Door shut, but he has the rendezvous.
Taking the top mid. Could even go for a repeat from there. But will still get rewarded.
แล้วสโมกตายก่อน
From RP, just enough shoulder.
หายแล้วเข้าไงนี่
Prowler didn't catch him. They went and thought that maybe they could do a little bit of peeking.
เอาว่ะเจ้าปะทะแดมว่ะเจ้าปะทะแดมมาแล้วแดมมาครับมาดิสัตว์เกี่ยวคืนครับโหตอนนี้สโมกตียากกว่าทุกคน
Was ambitious.
G2 วิน1แดงครับป๋าแม่งโดนนำอยู่ด้วยไอ้เหี้ยได้แต่ว่าขอเป็นแดมบิยิงเยอะกว่าเจ้ากิโมนะโหขึ้นมางี้เหมือนนรกต้องการตัวนรกเรียกหามานี่สิไอวี่เดินมาอีกหน่อยนึงนรกไม่รับไอ้เหี้ยนี่นรกไล่กลับบ้านไอ้สัตว์
I think Baby Bay hit him. It's just so much of the box ate through that. Unless he'd taken damage somewhere else.
เอาเชียร์เจ้าเหรอโอ้เละเทะเลยเหี้ยอย่างเงี้ย เละเทะแล้วไม่มีเควสอื่นน้องมีเควสมึงกับเควส G2 วินเฮียเจ้ากากเลยสัตว์ กูว่าเจ้าไม่เอาเลยวะมึงเชียร์สลับด่านไปหน่อยโอ้ยเทปยากครับ2-1
spotting him out on this approach and against that quandary
มันตามหลังอยู่เยอะด้วย
Go back, recover the operator. Do you try to play this out? A caliber of Leafs player, the player of Leafs.
ขอ G2 ชนะพอเอาแบบเจ้ายิงเยอะกว่าพอใช่ไหม
One work. He's gonna have to find them pretty damn soon. Now knows where they all are. Ring around the rosy here with Francis.
โอ้โหน่าหินหนังอินเดียปะเนี่ยเฮ้ยนิ่งเอ้ยโอ้โหโอ้โห
Going over to Nongshim.
ไอ้เฮ้ยแดกเลยยูไม่คิดจะเอาคนคมสักคนบ้างเหรอวะ
Yeah, even though the initial mid-pressure that Nongshim tries to create feels like it's going to be a round ender in itself. I mean, you lose RB, you lose that Omen so early, but they're just so good individually, and Dog kind of goes for a risky play. And then Ivy wins that big 1v1 up against Baby Bay's op in top mid. That really opens up the map.
So,
kind of one of those rounds that comes down to
ทำใจแล้วโอ้ดูสลับดูสิสลับกันเลยอะดูดิ
Nongshim able get ahead in that
เจ้ากิโมบอสแฟกแดมบี้ท็อปแฟกซียู
taking a bit of a timeout. Maybe want to readdress a few things.
ซียูลูกพี่เกมจบ13ตารอรับซับครับจัดไปครับผม
potentially, but honestly, I think they have a pretty decent idea. It's just a tough moment there for Baby Bay. Ivy just
ไม่กูรออยู่ซับไม่มาซับคอยดูนะถ้าจบเกมนี้นะหน่องชิมชนะปุ๊บกูอดแล้วเควสมึงแดมบี้ยิงเยอะกว่าเจ้ากิโมกูอดอีกเควสนึงตายหมดไอ้เหี้ยไปสัตว์เควสหลบกูหมดทุกเควสอะไอ้สัตว์มึงใส่เควสอะไรมาก็ได้อะหลบหมดอะจริงไม่คมพี่ไปเที่ยวทีตึงๆดีคมตรงไหนเอาจริงป่ะในบ้านมันคมมากเลยเว้ยในบ้านมันอะหลายทีมสู้ไม่ได้ครับอเมริกาแต่พอออกมานอกอเมริกาแหละเหมือนอาราเล่ไอ้เหี้ยทีมอาราเล่ทีมอีคิวซังไอ้สัตว์สู้ใครไม่ได้เลยยิงสู่4เขาอย่างเดียวเหมือนตื่นเต้นมาไอวี่มาไอ้ยี่นี่ยวงดีแท้วะสวยเจ้าสโลลูกเดียวพังเลยครับพาวเลอร์ตรงตันพี่หมดผมก็หมดพร้อมกันถ้าG2แพ้ผมอัดเต็มกำลังแล้วอัดเต็มกำลังเลยเหรอเฮียเก็บตังค์ไปกินข้าวไหม
Meanwhile, speaking of connections, Leaf, hell of a shot, takes down Downbeat. 3 players now left for Nongshim as sees. We'll be able to find a grab here, but now Valen as well, spilling forward into the site. Just the one casualty. Timeout call works a treat. 1 away from tying it up.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, a lot of this is just more back to their default, the 2-3 from B to A. And then a little bit of a reposition for Baby Bay. That extra layer there to punish Ivy if he went for that swing again. And then Leaf hitting some filthy shots. Another big round on the Sage.
เฮียพูดภาษาไทยเหรอ
Battle Sage online.
เฮียแคนเบเดียพูดภาษาไทยเหรอ
Got another res available. Didn't need to use it in that last round. I guess the good news
ไม่ห่างเว้ย
is that
ตามมาแล้ว
you know, you're not giving over ult charges, but you're on an eco. It's a very minor thing. The big picture. Francis has another Rolling Thunder. Are you gonna send this?
ต้องบ่ายเข้าอุ้ยแฟดสวย
Oh, Trent's in trouble.
Blinded up.
เฮ้ย
Paranoia in from behind.
เห็นเหรอ
Ivy's gonna be able to find that kill. Now the neural depth going to be invested immediately. Now just gonna be giving over the space. Francis did eat quite a bit of damage, just trying to get that spike in play.
Now you send the Rolling Thunder, I think.
ที่รีเทคได้ปะเนี่ยไม่มีปืน2 กระบอกครับ
Certainly,
โอ้โหแม่งสวนเลยครับ
Just go ahead. Pop that one. Joggo tucking
จะ
back
เอา
around
ครับ
relay bolt gonna be lobbed in as well. Trying to
ดัน
find
จัด
this
ครับต้อง
player.
เทได้โอ้โห
Gets the second.
ไอ้เบ
Leaf eliminated now. Just Val.
โอ้เลเทเลยครับด่านนี้เควสกูรู้อะเลยตอนนี้พี่โรนโอ้โหเฮียชื่อใหม่กูเนี่ยดีว่ะ กูบอกแล้วมึงเล่นช่องนี้นะจัดเลี้ยวน้อยไปช่องอื่นได้น้องเผื่อจะเข้าดวงจะเข้า ไอ้เหี้ยช่องพี่ไม่เคยได้เควสเลยเควสเข้ายากเหลือเกินมันพี่จะได้เควสก็ต่อเมื่อแบบว่ามันประมาณว่าพี่ครับน้องชิมชนะแดงหนึ่งพี่ของผมG2ชนะแดงหนึ่งครับพี่เนี่ยได้ทั้งขึ้นทั้งล่องมีโอกาสได้ชัวร์ไม่ใช่มีโอกาสได้ชัวร์เลยนอกนั้นไอสัตว์จะรู้อ่ะ
have a lot of good ideas in that round there. The smother they have on a Trent is really what just wins them the round because there isn't much.
หลังจากนี้ก็ที่เป็นผมอีกแล้วไปเก็บตังค์
They've got him.
เบในบ้านมันเก่งจัดเลยป่ะดูพี่กี่รอบไม่เคยเข้าตาเลยจริงครับผมบอกแล้วเล่นในบ้านมันเก่งจริง
That's all they need.
แต่ว่าพอออกมานอกเป็นรายการกอบอลมันเฉยๆครับกลางๆอยู่ทีมแบบกลางๆไม่ได้แบบมือหวาอะไร
Get that thrifty to go. Beautiful from Nongshim. This one feels like
ไม่เป็นไรถ้าคือพี่ช่องพี่เป็นแบบนี้เว้ยถ้าได้ก็ได้เต็มถ้าไม่ได้พี่ขอศูนย์เลยไม่ได้พี่ขอศูนย์เลย
in their ethos. So as G2, I think if you get this next round, you're feeling pretty okay.
Yeah.
But hard
ก
to
ระสุ
say.
นนัดสุดท้ายของชีวิตละ
Yeah, I mean, we don't always
ชีวิตยังไปต่อ
follow
ได้
the same
เนอะ
trends here, but this is the third time that these teams have ever played against each
ไปต่อ
other.
ได้
Twice in this event, obviously played against each other at Masters
ค่อยๆหา
for the first time. It's always gone to 3.
Yes.
So I feel like we're going to be sticking to that script rather than rewrite it, unless G2 buckle up, find these next 2 rounds, and then start things off with another pistol.
I mean, there's enough money here for G2, but this round's key because this is the one where you can get the op.
Yep. No tour de force after this one, should it drop. Push forward. Valen able to find one. Looks to just get out and will be able to do so. They're on him as well. So both players.
ถูกบอมแล้ว
Finding a critical timing on the Ivy.
เอาอยู่ครับผมคาดหวังให้พี่ได้ผมอยากให้คนส่วนไปหนองชิงไงG2 จะได้เข้าสัตว์
Just round after round. Someone else has a new counterpunch dialed up. This time it was G2's turn.
ให้พี่เจ้ายิงหน่อยเว้ย
Able to heal Valen up a little bit here. And Plant may go through, but there's a lot behind this. Jog even has his ult if he wants to rip that.
แบบแรกสูสีไหม
There is not a lot.
ไม่นะถึงสกอร์จะ10-13แต่กูว่า
Sprint coming in.
ไม่ค่อย
Try to hold them at bay.
โอ้โหมันเบรกอยู่เลยว่ะ
So far, delay tactics working decently, but Baby Bay is able to find X-Ross.
สวยเจ้าสวย
Now Francis fall and RP
เจ้าดิ
do it all. It's just not going to be
ให้เจ้ายิงหน่อยดิ
form at all.
โอ้แม่งหนีเลย
Backpedal out, save of the weapon. The rest of the squad going to be able to get the purchases through, but he needs to retain that gun. G2 once again knocking on Nongshim's door. Gonna make this a 6-6 half for themselves.
Yeah, it's a beautiful little setup at the beginning of this because oftentimes Dombi, if he's given free space outside of the orb, he's gonna try to crest the corner to check for information before he throws the relay bolt. So Valen knows he can punish that. He has the opportunity to get up there, spray that angle down, and then back. Really nice little understanding of their opponent's tendencies. Now is it gonna be Nongshim's turn again?
วอบีเหรอ
That up, still going to be there. Baby Bay is like, nope, never mind.
Now forced out of position very quickly. Meanwhile, Trent again playing the same angle, finding the same timings. Just going for it without that util. Meanwhile, swinging out at alleys.
Oh, Baby Bay.
Swarming forward. Baby Bay not fast enough on the draw. Cannot keep himself alive in the fight. RP is frantically just dancing his way back over towards relative safety.
อยู่ดีก็ยิงไม่เห็นหน้ากันแล้วอ่ะ
TPs around the back.
เน้นยิงสแปมละ
Backside plant. Nongshim get the spike in play. Flash Ivy.
Oh, what a read.
Angle, but yet Trent is watching for it. RB dead. The base
สวยฮะมาเว้ย
G2. They make it 6-6 at the half.
เกมบุกเว้ย
Just again, we saw it in the previous round. I didn't really get to mention it because there hasn't been enough time. These have been pretty fast-paced rounds, but Trent also repositioned 2 rounds ago after getting just bullied 3 rounds ago, where he moved further back up towards Link, in towards that box. Works a treat again. 2 rounds that he's able to find value. Yeah, I mean, once G2 gets into that op, gets into that comfort of Baby Bay's chamber, it opens up the map so much more for them to be aggressive.
แต่คอมมันก็กันนะเว้ยมันเชมเบอร์มัน2 เซนแล้วกันแบบเหมือนจะกันไม่อยู่ด้วยไอ้เหี้ยเกมบุกก็เอาอะไรแดกเกมบุกมันจะสู้ไหวเลย
able to now punch back against that sky a bit. They're able to create some of their own space, create some of their own trap plays with the
แต่ก็เป็นไปได้นะคือเกมบุกมันก็วอลปิดฝั่งนึงเพื่อเทฝั่งนึงทำได้อยู่
the last time out on this map.
ลองชิมภาพนี้มันคือยังไงนะแดมบี้ไม่ลั่นเหรอไม่ลั่นใกล้เฮียแล้วน้องลั่นสิมันยิงอยู่ในแดมบี้เนี่ยยิง10นี่เจ้ากิโมยิง7อย่างเงี้ยมัน2 เซนมันถึงได้ทำวินได้ขนาดนี้โอ้ยด่านนี้บุกยากนะมึงบุกได้ขนาดก็เยอะแล้วด่านบุกยากมาเลยแม่งบุก2 เซนเข้าเลยนี่6กูถือว่ากำไรนะ
For the series, starts looking like we might have some alterations.
I agree. I feel very confident about G2 right now. The way that they have approached this match. You can see the frustration on Nongshim. I mean, it is a better attacker side than they had last time, in a way, but it's also not in a way because of what you said, Achilleos. They won those first 3, right? Then after that, they only get 3 more.
They give up a thrifty.
Yeah.
ไม่ใกล้เคียงอะไรไม่ใกล้เคียงอะไรแล้วแต่มาจะไม่ได้สักเควสเลยยัดแร่
The last time out, they only got 2 rounds on their attacker side on Sunset.
ช่องอื่นก็เควสเข้ารัวๆช่องนี้หลบรัวๆ
Kind of it went 2-1-2-1-2.
ไอ้เหี้ย
Still not super confident.
เควสง่ายๆไอ้สัตว์
Good enough on this attacker side.
เควสยากๆก็ยิงไม่เข้าใหญ่เลยโอ้โหไม่กระเตื้องเลยเฮียไอ้นกอะไรเนี่ย
Nongshim's defender side is still up to snuff.
เทียสูงกว่าขนาด G2 เก๋
Without that sage in there. That's the big one.
พี่ว่าเท่ากันว่ะพอๆกันครับไม่สูงกว่าไม่กากกว่าเจ้าสวยมาดิสัตว์มาดิมาดิวะเฮียพี่เจ้ากูมาแล้วนี่ไงไปต่อดิพี่เจ้าพี่เฮียขอเควสนี่ก็ได้วะขอแม่งเข้าทั้ง2 เควสเลย20 บาทเอาจังหวะนี้ค่าข้าวพรุ่งนี้โอ้โหวอลเนี่ยวอลเล่นเกมบุกต้องเงี้ยฮะเสกต้องแบบว่าวอลปิดสักฝั่งเลยแล้ววินพกคือวอลแม่งโหดมากนะว่าจะยิงระเบิดได้คือแบบมึงทิ้งได้เลยไอ้เหี้ย
What brutality! I mean, to find nothing in this pistol to try to jumpstart things, even just to get the ult economy going. Ivy's still worried about a potential flank. But it's a clean tap from Leaf. Continues to deliver with that bandit. Flawless round for G2.
ให้มันได้ยิ้มมุมปากหน่อย
This is simple stuff for G2.
ให้มันได้ยิ้มมุมปากหน่อย
Overcommit towards the orb on A. Throw out a flash. Throw out a relay ball. Throw out a paranoia. In that order to smother out the 2 players.
เท่ากันแล้ว10 แล้วต้องยิงมากกว่า2 ตัวยิงมากกว่า2 ตัว
That's beautifully drawn up.
10 มาดิ
Hard to do it better than they just did right there. That's why you just sit in
เฮียมันสู้เอว่ะ
a lobby and practice those over
เจ้า
and
ปืนอะไร
over
อ่ะ
and over again.
เจ้าโอเคการเดียนได้อยู่
Moments like that feels so good as a player.
มาให้พระเจ้ากูยิงให้พระเจ้ากูยิง
Maybe they will be able to find the one, but Giacomo going to be traded out. Trent, however, keeping them in this round. And look at the damage suffered. Exros and Francis both down to slivers. One of them now finished off. It's a slow scale forward into immediate demise. Ivy again making his way over to this A site to try to find some additional damage.
ใครก็ได้เลยเมื่อกี้
They know where he is. Confirmation off that guiding line. If they really wanted, they could just pivot, but I think they still favor their chances. They just has a classic in hand. Trent eventually will be able to clean it up.
มันต้องสัก1เลยเมื่อกี้ไอ้สัตว์
A lot of firepower still in hand for G2 as they go into their bonus, and if they convert this, I think it's game over.
Yeah, right now they have a lot of good answers. Even though this one gets a little bit scrappier than they'd probably like.
โอ้ยการเดียนลองวางเป้าสวย
to really pin in a bunch of players. The paranoia too makes this actually dangerous for a moment for G2. So, and Nongshim having some good tools in the belt.
อะไรวะ
It's just the the strength of those tools in that round because of the weaponry
ช่องพี่
behind
หัน
it.
ษาน้องอยากสนุกมาช่องนี้เลย
Strong.
ลุ้นกันพลวัน
Oh my god.
Just sending it
ได้ดู
in.
กันมัน
Was nearly able to find that second
โอ้ย
kill.
แต่เบียวไปแดก
Cleanup will come through. Aftershock now going to be lobbed at his Trent down to a sliver, but still fighting.
เฮียกูนึกว่าขี้สไลด์ไป
More to be done.
นึกว่าขี้สไลด์ไปไอสัตว์
Nongshim.
โอ้โห
More impact behind it.
เจ้ากิโม
And it's all down to Baby Bay, who will get the tag, but Ivy's got full armor. Nongshim preventing the conversion. A bit of damage going to be suffered. Some armor to be rebought as well. Stop G2 from running away with a half.
Yeah, and now this is something you got to be aware of as G2, you know. This is a fearless Nongshim team, even when they're down, even when it seems like the rain is never going to stop outside. You know, they'll grab the umbrellas and they'll come out and play. Got to hang on. But like you talked about, the economic damage done there by G2. It's only 2 Guardians.
Means that this outlaw back in the hands of Baby Bay can still find a good amount of value. Paranoid the chase, but Downby this time going to be taken down over at Tiles. Trent with the turnaround is able to find that kill. He finds his second RB dead. Ivy peeling back one as Francis gets involved in the fight.
เฮียแล้วไง
Doggo gets valid and gets them into
เฮีย
a
ฟงเหมือน
2v2.
จะบุกไม่เข้าเลยว่ะต้องได้วินนี้ว่ะต้องได้วินนี้ว่ะทุกคนต้องตัดวินนี้ได้ครับ
Noise on the
เหลี่ยมดี
You know, to try to cheat this corner, the slow orb, trying to prevent them from being able to backpedal away, but instead they just step up, they go in for the fight, and they win it.
G2
Massive round from Francis, gets the 3K.
จะบ้าไม่ไรปวดใจเหลือเกิน
They might just be right back into this.
ไม่มีแพบ
I mean, I think G2 needs to kind of take one of those pauses like we saw on Breeze, where they're going to hold back towards spawn a bit. It looked like they were going to weather the storm, but there's that extra unaccounted for layer through mid.
มันเหลื่อมๆอยู่แค่นี้10 11 10 11อยู่แค่ใจกูจะวายวะ20กูยังไม่ได้นะตอนนี้20กูยังไม่ได้เลย
storming his way. So they're just going to overload it. They're just going to make sure that if you're going to keep doing this, we're going to have numbers, although they have a weak buy. A lot of stingers.
มาแล้วพวกโง่พวกโง่ตัดหมดแล้วหมดตัวแล้วพวกโง่กูถ้า G2 ไม่เข้าแล้วก็
Francis 2 away from having that roll.
เจ้าโอ้ไอ้สัตว์ไม่ทำเฮียทักอย่างมึงก็ช่วยหน่อยสิเฮียเพื่อนหลุดไปนู่นนะหลังไม่ดูให้กูจะรู้อ่ะเข้าพวกนี้ก็ได้ไอ้สัตว์
Orb going to be grabbed. Leaf just trying to get that
มาเข้าเป้าหน่อยดิ
when possible. Trent eventually will be overwhelmed.
แกบีเก่งบีเอา
Ivy finding one down, getting himself a second as Fallon will get taken down. It's just Leaf here at Alley, and he cannot hold his own, not with that stinger in hand. Flawless round for
Nongshim ไป 20 กูไม่ได้
Economy ready to explode here for this squad.
ต้องทำไงครับถึงจะได้ค่าข้าวแต่เชียร์
back into the lead.
ให้ G2 ชนะให้ G2 ชนะครับผมเก่งขึ้นมาเลย
breaks, I would think, from Josh, but you never know. He's been a little bit
มี2เควสน้องเควสแรกคือให้เจ้ากีโมยิงเยอะกว่าแดมบิเควส2ให้ G2 ชนะเป็นไงล่ะมึงดูดิเจ้ากีโมยิง10แดมบิยิง14แล้วเจ้ากีโมต้องยิงมากกว่าแดมบิ2ตัวหมายความว่าเจ้ากีโมต้องยิง16นั่นคือกูได้20 บาท
Here we go.
หาแก้วไว้นั่งขอทานหน้าเซเว่นไว้เฮียได้สัก30-40 บาทโอกาสมึงมาแล้ววะโอกาสของมึงมาแล้วเจ้ากิเฮียมาเลยเฮียไว้มาเว้ยพี่แบงค์ครับเมื่อไหร่พี่จะเปิดร้านก๋วยเตี๋ยวพูดมา3 ปีแล้วกูเปิดแล้วกูกลัวขาดทุนกูแดกเองกันเอง
And G2 absolutely punishes them for it.
I mean, the bonkers part about this is Nongshim has like prepared for this. The off the rip, the stun is hitting Baby Bay, so he has to fall back. They're throwing a paranoia. They're dashing in with the overdrive. This is exactly what Nongshim expected. And this time, though, G2 is able to hold on. Just a nice timing on that wall there by Leaf. Really heads-up play to slow that down just enough for them to reset their aim and create that angle density.
You think just once you see that out, you know that you've got them all contained. They're shoved back into the spawn, and there's only one way to go unless they break the wall themselves.
แล้วเทนใช้แผ่นรองเมาส์เจ้านีออนแพดนี้เล่นประมาณไหนเหรอครับเล่นแรงใช่ไหมเล่นแรงพี่มองว่าถ้าเป็นนีออนอะ ดันอย่างเดียวครับถ้าเกมกันนะดันอย่างเดียวจังหวะดันได้ดันครับแต่ถ้าเป็นเกมบุกต้องใช้ของนะเกมบุกนีออนอย่าเดาแบบอย่าเดาสุ่มเข้าบอมครับอย่าแบบไปฟาสเลนแล้วแบบวิ่งตามฟาสเลนแล้วไปสไลด์หลังบอมเงี้ยอย่าอย่างนั้นครับต้องไปพร้อมของอย่างน้อยต้องมีรีคอนอันนึงหรือไบโอเมนเพื่อนอะไรเงี้ยค่อยไปมันไม่ได้พิวแล้วอ่ะมันไม่ได้แบบดึงกระสุนได้เหมือนเมื่อก่อนแล้วครับมันก็ดึงได้แหละมันก็พิวอยู่แหละแต่ว่ามันไม่ได้ไวเหมือนเมื่อก่อนแล้วอ่ะถ้าโดนกระสุนเม็ดนึงคือนีออนมันกระตุกครับช้าแล้ว
The fact that you even get a little bit of confirmation there means that you're happy to start leaning B as your strong side. And that's exactly what they're doing.
Caesar tried to hold him in place, but Baby Bay push up through
ออก
tiles.
ยากนะออกยากนะฝืนออกมาแล้วครับ
They're at top mid. Overdrive now from Jogamo. Gonna be popping Dombey on the peak. Is able to hold out from market, but Leaf trades it back.
เอาว่าขอจีทูชนะเลยวะเฮีย
Back up into the site.
อย่างน้อยก็ให้ไอ้พวกโง่มีตังค์วะเฮียมึงก็ออินหมดเลยนะไอ้สัตว์พนันเข้าสิงแล้วตอนนี้มาไล่พวกโง่พนันเข้าสิงพวกโง่แล้วโอ้ยจะแพ้เอา
has him through the smoke. A strong and necessary response round from Nongshim. Get themselves up to 10.
Yeah, good read. Just from the outset, this is RB getting into the mind of his opponent there. They knew that finally maybe it's going to be a bit of a different approach towards that B main angle. That Prowler was all he needed. And immediately...
ทีแล้วเก่งนะเฮียดับบี้ไม่ดับเมื่อกี้ไม่ยิงไว้ครับ
Top mid, he even gets a kill up there. Gets killed up there, but it's all the right pieces in the right places.
แบบสองก็ตามที่เห็น
That's why they're able to weather that storm.
จบแม่สกอร์เนี่ยกูว่า
Really seal the
จริง เว้ยกูโทรไปขอตังค์แม่ดีกว่าวะไม่ต้องลุ้นเลยลุ้นแค่ว่าแม่ให้หรือเปล่าแค่นั้น
Really nice shot from him onto the ulting Jogamo.
อะไรวะ
Flash deep doesn't confirm anything, but that's just because all of Nongshim had tucked in. I mean, look at Exros here. He's chilling in spawn.
He's checking for that TP.
Yep.
Needs to make sure that Valen is not going to be on that backstab angle. Meanwhile, jump peek around the corner. Tomby considering if he wants to overstay on that angle. Decides to backpedal and cannot find the flick. Rolling Thunder invested just to try to buy some time. Jogamo able to drop that off the box and points that after shock. And now the Nightfall is going to be called in as well. Swing of the corner and Exros manages to find the kill. A 4v4. The decay expired. Health back to full. Leaf doesn't have that res.
No. I'd really like to see change of directions here unless Baby Bay finds a pick, but it's so risky. He's got a couple different angles that he has to worry about there.
If you check from RP, immediately going to be broken at alley.
Bye.
Coming in and Valen able to win that fight. He finds the follow-up as well. Exros now dead. RP tagged low. Sets up the smoke, fakes the TP. The spike now going to be planted. He's scaling off of that one. Leaf for the double take. Sees what, and he's still going to be there and finishes the job. Ivy now having to do it all. Fadeaway shot to clean up Valen, but nothing more to be found.
ยังไปได้อยู่
Blow for blow, back and forth between these squads. G2 tie it 10 to 10.
It's just the little things in the heat of the moment
เลยจากสถานการณ์ตอนนี้เลยพี่
Valen just
มึงไม่มั่นใจไม่แปลกหรอกไอ้สัตว์แม่งกำกึ่งชิบหายเลย
No fear.
เฮียจะโดดเลยไหมเรือจะอุดทันหรือเปล่า
to lead from the front. I mean, Jogamo
ถ้าเรืออุดทันก็ได้อยู่ไปต่อได้ครับแต่ถ้าเรือไม่ทันก็จมกันทั้งคณะ จมทั้งหมู่คณะไอ้สัตว์
The cost of that play is immense. The operator lost the rolling thunder from the shadows. The nightfall all had been committed to no avail for Nongshim.
That's true.
Only saving grace is that G2 not
คุย
quite
เงินมัน
back
หายากเนาะ
into
เข้าใจแล้วเงินมันหายากจ
swinging
ริง
their ults. Just leave.
บอกซ้ายไปขวาบอกขวาไปซ้าย
Concern is because G2
เควส
won
ช่อง
the
นี้
pistol. They'll be into their next cycle a little bit sooner potentially. Look at
Baby Bay tagged.
Ooh, yeah, wow.
And heal can be there from Leaf. We'll get him right as rain, but armor will be lost.
That's still.
เจ้าไป
Jogamo has gotten up in the top mid, and Dombey thinking about it.
Smoke on the other side.
อุ้ยโดนเอ้าไอสัตว์ผิดเอ้าเฮ้ยโอ้ยเฮ้ยเอาใครเนี่ยโอ้ไอสัตว์เขาอยู่เป็นหมู่คณะเลยพี่แล้วปล่อยพี่เจ้ากูไปแห้งเฉยเลยเพื่อนพี่เจ้ากูไม่เห็นยิงเหมือนพี่แดมบีกูบ้างวะด่านนี้
Warning shot from Baby Bay and the scale into market.
No leafs back here.
Now they have the full confirmation. Counter swing not going to be coming in, and Leaf just can't quite find that spray to connect. Should have maybe had Dami dead to right. Same time, Fastlane going to be situated. Ivy.
เฮ้ยมึงยิงอะไรกันเนี่ย
And X-Ross having to do it all once again. This time in a 1v2.
ว้าวน้องจีทูมาเว้ยน้องจีทูมาว่ะ
Footsteps going to be heard, and Baby Bay takes the fight. Takes his life.
มึงโดดยังไงเฮียมึงโดดยังพวกโง่ ไม่ได้หมายถึงคนนะหมายถึงชื่อไอ้เฮียเนี่ยมึงอย่าเพิ่งโดดนะเว้ยมั่นใจจีทูเว้ยแต่ตังมึงนะมั่นใจนะแต่ตังมึง
to set themselves up to scale on the map. Even though Jog not able to get a kill, he's able to clear up, all of that mid into market. You can come in from B main then too, sets you up for that flank attack. And gives you a nice post-plant setup. A really smart play there right at the end of the round by Trent to not try to take that fight, to know that he has that op behind him. Tuck into the safety of the spike plant cubby. Nongshim, they are in the danger zone. They need hit the timeout before they have to hit the eject button out of EWC. I mean, I think in general now, as G2, I like the big picture stuff where now they're starting to toy with the map. They're trying to explore different parts of the map. They're being much more cautious at the beginning of the rounds. Looking for those crazy fast aggressive hits where maybe wanted to tee Dombi up. Especially without that op in play, that's something you really got to be thinking about as G2. Making sure that you're not going to fall for any of those little traps, but overall, I like what you're seeing. Nongshim, the economy busted again. So, going to take a thrifty to not let this go to match point. Could just flash swing out here.
ไปเว้ย G2 เว้ย
Looking for a contact.
ครับผม
เมาฮาปวนก็โดเนทมา100 บาท
เฮ้ย
ให้โดดยอมเลียตูดหมาที่กดเครื่องหมายสี่เหลี่ยม
มันยังไม่จบเลยเฮียขอบคุณนะครับเมาฮาพงโกโก้ไอสัตว์ซีดีกูอ่านปะเฮ้ยยังไงลีฟเลิกลีฟโอ้สวยเฮีย2-0ว่ะสัตว์
Leafs just X-Ross.
โอ้พี่เจ้ากูห่างจากแดมบีกูเยอะจังวะ
Might as well call it a 1v5. The rest is available as well.
ไอ้เหี้ยกูถอดเลยกูถอดใจเลยเควสมึงกูถอดใจเลย20กูไม่ได้อะที่ยูอย่าบอกไปสิเลยหมดรออะไรโอ้มาเฮียมาขนาดนี้แล้วยังไม่จบยังบอก2-0พี่ผมขอ
Give us a little bit more fun.
Slower going.
ล้างไม่ดี
Flash doesn't give a confirmation, but that's more than enough there.
แล้วดูคนที่เหลือนี่ไม่มีเจ้าเหลือทุกคนยังไม่เจ้าหลายรอบแล้วไอ้เหี้ย
Think twice about trying to set foot on this site.
เฮ้ยข้าแม่มึงเมนไม่ช่วยกูเลยวันนี้
Swing out, claims him. 12-10.
เพราะว่าแก่สุดในโลก
in the hands of G2.
คนไทยมันมีผลต่อพวกกัมพูชามีผลของแสลงกันจะได้ต่างเจ้ากิโมกว้าวให้เอาให้กูไม่ได้สักบ้านเลยขอบคุณมากครับน้องเองครับผมพี่ไม่มีตังค์คืนนะบอกก่อนน้องพวก
potential 2-0 here. You're looking at that. You're one round away from it. How sweet that would feel, and it would get you into the playoffs of EWC 26 to boot.
Just a ton of ults to work with as well. Nothing able to be forced out of that previous round. The Rez, from the shadows, the Seekers, all ready to go.
ชิววะถ้าวินี้
one away from having that.
ต่อยวินี้แม่งเก็บเอเลยนะไอ้สัตว์เข้าตัวอดอยู่ดีไอ้เหี้ยให้เจ้าเก็บเอเลยเท่าเสมอไอ้สัตว์ไม่ได้สบายโหถ้าล็อกนี้จบแล้ว
alone on the
เราแบบนี้จบแล้ว
Yeah, it's so important here.
ด้านหลัง3โอ้โหด้านหลังเยอะจัง
He just doesn't give his life up for free. It's going to get identified by a seeker.
For the chase, and Natty going for that spray. Might have been able to find some connection on the trend, but he does not. Meanwhile, Trademark noting the flank and Balin looking to try to hold things
ตายห่า
down.
สิวาลิน
Power of the corner, the flash going to be connecting Dami. Able to find the one, but Leaf comes away with 2. The trade back is good. X-Ross.
โอ้หลังโดนเอ้ย
Sim in with a 3v3.
ต้องเล่นนะเบบี้
The ult's now out of the equation. It's a double fight forward, and Baby Bay is able to find the enemy fade. X-Ross now dead. Ivy. So much weight being put on his shoulders. Stunned up. How turns back. He's able to find Trent. His RB from on high. Is able to and Ivy will keep them in this. The map, the series, not yet G2's. Still on the way. The Nongshim. One of their own.
4-2 คะน้องเกิง
Is that right as that stun was...
ไอสัตว์ไม่อยากจบเฉยเลย G2
That was crazy from Ivy. This right here.
3-2
like it might be their round.
โอ้ย
Ivy somehow, some way. I thought he was done after he gets hit by that relay bolt. G2. Yeah.
เฮ้ย
Knows that
แม่ง
they have
แพ้
the end
วิ
of
นนี้
this
เฉย
series
เลย
in
ไอสัตว์
in their clutches. They need
อะไรครับเนี่ยไอโตทีก็ได้กู
this
มี
time
โอกาส
out.
อีกเควสหนึ่งวะ
They need the big brain
หวังว่า
from
เจ้า
Josh
จะยิงเอ
RT
สัก 2-3 ตาติด
to give them the solutions.
The scariest thing for Nongshim is that the timeout conversion from Josh RT has been strong.
Very good. Very, very good.
If he can give them a solid enough game plan to bring this to
พี่
a
จะทำแบบนี้
conclusion,
แบบผม
that might
ไม่
just
ได้
be
นะ
curtains
พี่
for Nongshim Red Force.
Today.
They have to play this to perfection.
Yes.
Still a couple of those ultimates online for
จะเป็นได้
G2.
ยัง
They
ไง
still
วะ
have plenty of money to go for the buy.
I think you're definitely going to have Ivy's ult. Dambi died.
He's got the overdrive.
He has the overdrive. So you've got those two for sure. I think that's what's going to be really concerning. Those are two really impactful ults. So as G2, you're probably kicking yourself a bit that you squandered an opportunity. Otherwise, one away from X-Ross is now as well. So it's a little bit dangerous. G2, I wouldn't be surprised if they try to maybe bait out a little bit utility here. See if they can trick Nongshim into going for one of those aggressive hits that this time they're able to dodge. They're just able to kind of use the cape, keep the bull and the horns away from them.
A bit more defaulty here for G2.
This makes
expecting
sense.
a set exec here from Nongshim to catch them off guard, but Nongshim not really going to be falling into that trap. At least not yet.
No, they're being very patient at A. You can see the breach is up there. Follow up. And Jogamo really senses that. You see this all the time on this map with the breach, that they want to send out that util.
โอ้โหที่เป็นจอกิโมทำไมคนอื่นตายได้
Great work
เหี้ย
from Jog.
Absolutely. I mean, they knew he hadn't scaled yet. They had that camera situated. We'll spot everything out, but avoids getting caught in the trap.
สวยเลยสวยเลยสวยเลย
From Balin.
สวยเลย
It's over outside of A lobby. RB jiggling the corner. Here's that jump peek. Paranoia. Now going to be sent through. Goes for a TP reposition. He still manages to plant his feet and find one. The rest going to be invested.
ยิงไม่ได้ยิงไม่ได้
Right back into it as the overdrive.
โอ้พี่เจ้ากูเพิ่งลุกมาเลยเหลือ1ไอ้สัตว์ฮิวดิฮิวดิ
as well. Leaf just keeping them
ทั้ง
right
ชุบ
in
ทั้ง
this
ฮิวไอ้
mix.
ที่เลี้ยงเป็นลูกเลยเอาโอ้มาตายจนได้ไอ้สัตว์
Holding it down for the first as Jogamo will get taken out. X-Ross finding Leaf, and the time it's getting away from them. Balin able to find the one, but the train is going to be through. 8 seconds now remaining on the clock.
เวลาไม่ทันแล้วดีเวลาตัวเองนาน
The swing in and X-Ross comes away with a 3K.
หายแล้วครับ
Nongshim are not done yet. 12-12. They take this
จบ
into
บินเมื่อกี้
OT.
ได้แล้วไอ้เหี้ย
It just takes so long. Again, this new comp that Nongshim brings to the table has so much stall, so much delay in it. And even though they get that res, Dambi's able to use his ult to continue to hold them at bay. And at that point, Nongshim is able to continue to slowly rotate over because there's just no room for G2. They're smothered. They go over to this defender's side once again. Slightly better on this half of the map. Last cannon. The op for Baby Bay.
ได้กิน
I think I'd be basically running that with how well it went.
เชียร์ละอาเจนกู
Just gotta hold the line here as G2 again. You had an opportunity, but you weren't able to get those last two. Now you've got to do it in OT. All reset. Phantoms across the board for Nongshim.
จากท็อปแฟกแมป1นั้นลั่นสู่ภาระเพื่อนในแมป2 ทั้งชุบทั้งฮิวทั้งเฮียแล้วก็ไม่รู้
Push manages to find that kill, tries to make his exit, but when he spotted RB, it's just too fast to scale towards backside. Operated down on the floor.
ไปต้องเช็คนะต้องเช็คนะ
Committed to the slide in. RB, he's playing
โอ้
anti-flash.
เมาส์
He ends
ช้า
up
จัด
getting caught off guard.
ไป
But RB, he finds Trent. A bloodbath here. So it's now a 2v2.
สวยเฮ้ย2-1
Up over top of the box there.
ฝั่งสิไม่เหลือของแล้ว
Finds X-Ross and Francis now has to do it all. The double approach. Down into a 1v1. The right of the but the shutdown from Francis. He gets the clutch. And Nongshim now get themselves to map point.
Huge work from Francis. Individual brilliance on display. Baby Bay, his rendezvous, put him right behind that box.
วอลแบบ
Just see
ไฮ
RB
โล
get
ไฮ
killed
โล
there.
นี่
You know, Jog trying to break out, but there's a crossfire set up, so sure he gets one.
I love that attempt from Leaf as well. It's so cheeky, but
it is.
It's a little bit too fast on the adjustment.
นึกว่าจะวอลแล้วแบบปากข้างล่างอย่างนี้ไหม
Operator again in
หลอกเฉย
or Baby Bang.
วางเป้าหล่อเลยครับ
Needing a win
ไม่
these
จะเหลี่ยม
next
ปาซิได้
3
เปลี่ยน
rounds.
ได้เปลี่ยนอยู่แล้ว
But Dami, he's already in on top of Valen, setting up
ไป
that fast
คุย
lane.
ไป
He's
คุย
finding the second. Jogamo eliminated. Dami's tearing them apart.
ว่าได้เป็นมันเก่งป่ะว่ามันเก่งป่ะ
Gets the third.
ว่าไง
Trent
วะซีอู
seized in
บอกให้ชื่นใจ
position, locked in mid.
มาแล้วพวกโง่
Seen some crazy rounds.
ไอสัตว์เอ้ยเรือจมไอ้เหี้ย
Insane to see Trent and Baby Bay get the 2v4
เจอ
here.
รู้อ่ะเจอแบบ3ครับผมเฮเว่นโอ้เฮเว่นด้วยนะ
Bet the ready knows that someone
อะไร
very well
มันเกิด
could
อะไร
be
ขึ้นกับ
behind
กู
him.
วะ
He's
เฮีย
correct.
กูไม่รู้ว่าปีเชิง
But
เฮีย
for
อะไรเปล่า
now,
นะ
X-Ross just
แต่ว่าแบบ
hold the line. They know they have the map, the
เฮีย
time
ปี
to
นี้
work
แบบ
with.
เอากูหนักมากเลยวะ
Here we go, Francis.
จะเอาให้กูเหลือสูตรบ้านอะทั้งตัว
Be it here. The peek in and Baby Bang. He sends the shot into the floor. The three in the corner, Trent can't quite finish him off. 14-12, Nongshim trading blows, trading map wins against G2. They persevere and they push this all the way to a third and final map for the final slot of playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, this comp change, they got the job done. It certainly was not easy. G2 still very good on this map, but Nongshim showing that they still have a lot of that memory from when they used to run this comp. That muscle memory of being able to play it, using that breach really effectively to keep the opponents off balance, setting up those combos for Danby to get him accelerated.
Well, the final map of Haven will decide it all. Nongshim Red Force holding on by a
ไม่อยากสิเชื่อ
best
ตา
of
ให้
one
ตา
seed. Who gets that
ป
final
ระพา
slot
ตรง
of
นา
playoffs? Now
สิ
sent
เป็น
back over the
ฟ้าม
desk to
จริง
break down all of the wild action at Sunset.
Achilles saying by a thread, but now they have a brand new spool to
เล่น
work
ผิด
with,
แมป
and
ไปหน่อย
it's called Haven. It's
แมป
1
แรก
to 1 after
แมปแรกก็คือแบบนี้ แบบนี้คือแบบแรก
Nongshim
ใช่ไหม
Red Force elimination, multiple rounds in a row, and some heroics by Danby in
สวัสดีครับ
that
น้องบ๊อบ
final
ดอนไลน์บรอกโค
round.
ลีสวัสดีครับ
Get that over the line, and now we go to that
บรอกโคลี
decisive
อร่อยนะ
map number 3 for that final
อร่อยนะ
slot in the playoffs at
ถึ
EWC
งจะมีแมลงเยอะก็เถอะ
We knew that this was going
มีแม
to
ลง
be
เต็ม
to
บรอกโค
the
ลีเลย
third
อร่อย
map, right? One way or another.
ได้สารอาหาร
It's crazy.
กินแมลงกันไปด้วย
I would say not many of us here on the desk
นี่
knew.
บ๊อบดอนไลน์บรอกโคลีมีแฟนแล้วไม่ค่อยแวะมาชอบผมเลยว่ะ
If anything, I said I was believing and believe I did. You doubted the breach. You were wrong once again. The muscle
didn't win
memory
แปลว่าบังก็
came.
ได้
I will
บอกแฟนเลย
leave
ไป
if you tell me that
ดู
they win.
พี่แบงค์เขาตี
They won
แป๊บ
because
นึงอะไรอย่างเงี้ย
I think it's a fifth of why they won. It's one of the 5
It's a
agents.
fifth of us.
That's disgusting.
You're so full of it.
Disgusting.
You're so
That's
full of it.
bad.
There were
That's
so
disgusting.
many occasions, literally watch it back, where they're trying to
แม่ง
push
เข้า
off
ยากจัด
Baby or whomever from an
เฮ้ย
angle, and
ขอบ
he's
คุณ
like,
ครับ
yeah, cool,
ให้อะไรวะ
I'm out. And then the next move
ให้อะไรวะ
that Nongshim does, literally
เฮ้ยขอบคุณ
straight
ครับผม
into
บอก
Baby
ผม
Bake's crosshair.
ขอบคุณ
Yeah,
สำหรับ
like
ครับ
don't
ผม
get me wrong.
Ah.
Look,
มี
even
ของปลอบใจ
win is in
ขอบ
OT
มากครับผม
like this. The execution is
เหี้ยแบ
never
บ
going to be
หมอ
perfect, but it's good enough because it
เควส
gets
มึง
them
ที่มึง
the
ให้มา
round.
ไม่เข้า
That's
ไม่
the
เท่าไหร่
most
นะ
important thing.
ไอ้น้อง
For
สอง
me,
คนเนี่ยให้
it's
เควสกู
less
มา
about
2
the
เควส
breach in itself, and it's
ไม่เข้า
less
สัก
about
เควส
the
ไอ้
9
เหี้ย
phases, because I agree
รว
with
มๆแล้ว
you. If they
3-4 เควส
manage
อะ
to execute
หลบ
that as
เลี้ยวหมดเลย
consistently
แร่
as I would have liked, for me, it's more about
กูจะรู้
enabling
อะ
Danby they're playing the compositions
พี่พูดมาเลยใครเข้ารอบจะ
when
ไปละ
Danby was in my mind arguably the best player to not be in that tier 1 franchising.
หนองชิมครับ
the support he needed. You see him begin to pop. Can you look happier in your face please because we have a victory.
มันหวั่นแล้ว
I really don't like when
มัน
someone
โช
tells
ก
me
อะ
that I should
12ไม่จบไม่ลงอะโชก
That's not what he said.
No. It was a reference.
said happier in the face.
หนองชิมมาครับด่านท้าย
No. I'm making the faces because honestly, I think it is a steal that Leaf did not win this.
เอานะครับทุกคนที่โดเนทนะครับผมจะเอาตามจ่ายค่าไฟครับ
What else he could have done to turn this
ไฟก็ขยันดับ
into
ด้วย
G2's
บ้าน
favor.
หอกูเนี่ย
Yeah, very much so.
ขยัน
I
ดับด้วย
thought
นะ
he was
แต่กูต้อง
brilliant.
จ่ายค่าไฟ
I really feel like he stepped up on the stage even from when we saw it last. So
ลันเทิร์ด
I am a little bit sad for him. I mean, I was as shocked as anybody.
กูต้องขาย
to be
คอมให้
honest.
คุณ
If
น้อง
I'm being real, the Nongshim
หาตัง
were
ค์
able
จ่าย
to
ค่าหอ
get this done. It really did look like the flow
แต่
of
กู
the
ว่าใช้
game
คอม
was
ธรรมดา
against
สตรีม
them.
ได้อยู่
But
นะ
when the backs were against the wall, they really did not want to get sent home in
ไม่ได้
this
ขาย
map.
พวก
They came
LED ไม่ขายพวก
alive
ฮาร์ด
at
ดิส
the
ก์
end
ต้องเก็บ
there,
ไว้
and especially Danby.
Yeah, but to me, it's
High
about the
comment,
individuals, not so much about the composition, but actually to keep composure. So many of these rounds were incredibly chaotic. But it is Danby with that aggression. Everybody else following up. Just when we see these replays, just look at the minimap and look at the positions that the people from the players from
ขอบคุณมากครับผมขอบคุณที่เลี้ยงข้าวครับ
from Nongshim are having on the map. Definitely is a different approach and is one that is more ballsy, is more in your face.
แบบนั้นไงพี่ไม่ดู
It's
เลย
not only Danby, it's the rest of them also following up.
Yeah, I mean this
สู
second
สี
half
ครับ
is where
แต่
I
ว่า
like it better. This play
จริง
where
ๆรูปเกม
they
มัน
sent
มัน
Danby
แปลกๆเหมือนกัน
all
นะ
the way deep down
สองทีมนี้สูสีกัน
towards
สัตว์เลย
the spawn with the ult. I've
จริง
seen
ๆแบบ
that
2ก็
play
G2
so
ควรจะ
many
ปิดได้ด้วย
times before from
G2
them.
นำมาก่อน
Years
12 10แต่ว่า
ago,
ปิดไม่ล
they're
งครับ
truly
โดน
reviving their old
14
stuff, recapturing that original magic that made Nongshim
แบบแรกที่เจ้ากิโมลั่นเฮียไม่รู้ถ้าแม่งไม่ลั่นนะแม่งแพ้ไปละพูดจริง
special. I feel nostalgic watching this. It's bubbling up inside me at just how fantastic this team is, and they've done everything they need to do to push it to Haven. Now remember, Haven is a different map from what we had last time. G2 pivoted the veto
วินนี้อะไรก็ไม่รู้ทุกคน
towards Haven. So I'm more curious why they think that's going to be better
หัว
and
สิ
what
ปวด
they have cooked up there.
Yeah, I think we have to start asking questions of this G2 roster now. Yet again, we're just a couple rounds away to closing this one out. And it's that flip back on over to the duelist for Giacomo. He was on the KO on Breeze. And he did not have a great game here in that last map. It was pretty tough for both him and Baby Bay. Trent leading the line for that G2 squad. But it's not only just the performance now. Are those Phantoms coming back on up in the international space? That is what they're going to need to go ahead and quell, have that conversation with their sports coach in the back and figure it out as we send this one over to a short break. When we come back, we set the stage for our final group map. Let's see you after the short break. See ya.
안녕하세요. 농심 레드포스 발로란트 팀입니다. 오늘 유언 목소리 나오는 거 한 맞춰보는 컨텐츠를 해볼 건데 한번 맞춰보겠습니다.
Wait, I have a rock in my shoe.
누구세요?
나 알 것 같아.
누구세요?
오케이.
뭐야?
뭐야? 뭐야, 다 달라? 킬조이지. 야, 뭐야, 5명 다 달라. 레이즈인데? 레이즈 아니야?
너 뭐야?
킬조이.
클로브 같은데?
우와.
이걸 몰라?
이게 클로브라고?
오케이, JJ야.
Oh, there's only 5 of them? Kjedelig.
오케이. 난 준비됐어. 이건 거 같은데? 난 모르겠는데. 나도 모르겠는데.
몰라, 이거겠지.
킬조이 왜 이렇게 좋아해?
아니, 그 5 of them 했잖아, 5 of them.
아니.
우와. 아니, 나 데드록 하면서 저런 말을 들어본 적이 없어.
한국어밖에 안 되는데 어떻게 알겠어 이거?
목소리만 맞추는 것 같은데.
목소리도 못 맞추겠어. 역해가 너무 많네.
มาแล้วครับที่วันนี้ผมนอนเลยดีป่าววะผมว่าผมนอนแล้วผมตื่นเร็วแน่เลยว่ะถ้านอนตอนผมตื่นประมาณตี 4แน่ครับอะไรวะ อบถามครับแรงที่รีแล้วเล่นตาเดียวเปิดรีแล้วเล่น5 ตาเปิดได้ว่าอะไรมันเป็นแบบว่า เขาเรียกว่าอะไรนะรีแรงใหญ่รีแรงซีซั่นอะไรอย่างงี้ป่ะแบบมันแอคแรงอ่ะบอกเขาเรียกว่าอะไรวะสัตว์เรียกยากเหลือเกินมันมีเขาเรียกว่าอะไรวะทุกคนมันมีรีแรงแบบรีแรงใหญ่อะรีแรงใหญ่ก็ต้องเล่น5 ตาเปิดแต่รีแรงระหว่างแอคอะมันจะเล่นแค่ตาเดียวเปิดประมาณนั้นพูดถูกป่าวะมั่วแน่เหี้ยวะ1-0ไม่พอเจนได้จุดโทษไม่ที่ยิงโดนเซฟละลายวะหน้าโอ้โหเจ๊งชัยจัด
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it.
ตอนนี้อยู่เขียว1 แต้ม
by play.
แล้วถ้าอยากอะไรวะอยากแรงลงดับสุดท้ายนะครับไม่มีเกินไปกว่านี้นะครับแต่ก่อนมันจะแข่งกันได้
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to EWC 2026 Valorant. We're here on day 6. It is the final match of the day and the final match of the group stages.
ที่ดูให้แบงค์ไปนอนจริง
and G2
ผมยังไม่นอนหรอกผมนอนเลยเดี๋ยวผมนอนไม่หลับ
It was 13-10 on that
ตอนนี้อยู่เขียว1 แต้มบวก
and then it
พอ
took
ๆกัน
overtime
ถ้าอยาก
here
ไปสัก
in
อิม
our
3
most
ว่าจะ
recent
เล่น
map
ไปถึงอิม 1
14-12.
แล้วรอ
These
รี
teams have been so
แล้วรอรีแบบไหน
evenly
ครับ
matched
1
today.
หรือ
I mean,
5 แต้มมัน
credit
จะ
to
บวก
Nongshim
บว
on
ก
this
ลบ
map
น้อย
too.
นะ
It
ไม่เข้าใจ
really
ขออภัย
did
ครับ
like look like it
เอา
wasn't
จริงปะ
going to go their way, but they pull it
พี่
back.
ต
They
อบ
snatch
น้องไม่ได้เห
victory
มือนกัน
from the jaws of
เพ
defeat
ราะว่า
and force a map
พี่ไม่ได้สนเลยครับ
They have put G2 up against the
พี่ไม่สนเลยครับจะเปิดแรงบวกเยอะบวกน้อยไม่รู้เลยครับพี่กดอย่างเดียวครับน้องเองดูปะน้องเบบี้อาจจะเพิ่งมาดูช่องพี่นะพี่กดวันละ15 เกมครับขั้นต่ำ
It was Breeze for G2
วันละ
and it was
15 แมตช์
definitely Sunset for the side of Nongshim. Both of
พี่ขึ้น
them
จากเขียวอะ
managed to succeed
Ascendant หนึ่ง
in their opponent's
ไป
map
M3
pick.
เลยครับ
And now
โคตรเดียว
we're
ไป
going to
M3
go
เลย
to a third map that is not the same as the first
แล้ว
time
พี่กด
these
อย่างเงี้ย
teams
2-3
encountered.
วันอะ
So now there's no
คือบางว่า
homework,
15 บางวันก็
things
20
still
บางว่า
out the door. And Haven is a great
18
map pick to
17อะไรเงี้ย
I mean that's
แป๊บ
the
เดียว M3 เลย
perfect point. I love that
แพ้เยอะครับ แต่ว่าชนะเยอะกว่า ก็เลยขึ้น M3 ครับ
between the two of those
พี่เลยไม่ได้
teams.
พี่
So
ไม่ได้
now
ไม่ได้
it
มานั่ง
takes
บ
the
วกลบ
pressure
เหมือน
off
เรา
the
อะเข้าใจไหม
coaching staff and it's more about in-game adaptation.
พี่ไม่รี
It really
พี่
is
ไม่
gonna
ไม่
be
รอ
that
อะไรคือมันจะรี
IGL
ไม่รี
head-to-head
มันจะที่อะไร
that we're
ไม่รู้อะ
looking for here.
พี่
So
เล่น
I
เลย
can't
เปิด
wait
แรงไหน
to
ไม่สน
see
ค
how
รับ
this one
แต่ถ้าเปิดแรงมาปุ๊บ
Yeah,
ลั่น
again,
เลย
it's been hero moments between these
Ding.
two teams. Every single player has had an opportunity to step up and has done so.
ขออภัยเนอะ
Even with Danby there, led the server in deaths, but had those clutch kills in overtime to open things up there.
I mean, that's how old school Danby
อันนี้คืออะไร
always
อะ
was. This was a
เป็น
guy
แบบ
who
ว่า
was
เว็บเหรอ
not afraid to die.
เว็บ
If
ดูปะ
anything, he relished in
ใช่ไหม
it. He's in
เออ
interviews.
น่าดู
He's
ดีนะ
called himself the tank player for Nongshim Red Force because his job
มี
is
ใคร
to
รู้บ้าง
run
ว่า
in,
ที่น้องเบบี้ถาม
absorb
มีใคร
util,
รู้ปะคือ
probably
ผมไม่
die,
รู้เลย
but
ว่า
the
แบบ
rest
เปิ
of
ด
the team
แอค
can get
แร
it
ง
done.
Wasn't that
เกมเดียวขึ้นหรือ
one of the reasons why
เปิด
they decided
5 เกม
to
บวก
move
เย
him
อะบว
off
ก
the
น้อยผม
Neon,
ไม่รู้เลย
being
ครับ
like, you're so good individually that we know
เหมือนเป็นเก
many
มเอา
times
เหรอ
as Neon you're going to be a sacrifice, sadly, to it. Because in some of these
พี่
occasions,
พี่
the
เป้าหมาย
adaptations
พี่
are
ไม่เหมือน
going
เอง
to go
ว่ะ
through changing
พี่
the
ไม่ได้อยากได้แรง
balances.
ครับ
I think that Sunset was a good
แรงครับ
example
พี่
because Sunset did go
พี่ว่าพี่เอา
down
เมื่อไหร่
a
ก็
lot
ได้
of times
แต่พี่อยากเก่ง
on
เว้
the
ย
attack, trying to follow up on
ต่อ
the
ให้พี่จะกลับลง
mentality
Resident หนึ่ง
just
ใหม่พี่ก็โอ
because
เค
G2 was prepared. It's a breach, you know. It's not like they're reinventing
เก
the
ม
wheel.
ซีมู
So
เป็น
it's
โค้ด
easier to play around.
Yeah, very much so. But I mean, I love the compositional change, even if
ซิมูเลเตอร์เป็น
it
โค้ด
might
แล้ว
not
ก็แบ
have
บ
been
จัด
played
ทีม
perfectly,
ทำ
but
แผ
I
นอะไรอย่าง
like
เงี้ย
the idea behind it. It feels like a very deliberate
ใช่ได้
coaching move and coaching change. So when we saw them play on Haven last, it was that double duelist still.
Yeah.
So I mean, Haven has been a map where Breach has been very popular for most of history.
เองทำให้แรงมันเยอะที่สุดเท่าที่จะทำได้
I'm
เบ
not
บี้
saying I want to see it. I'm not saying
ต้องอย่าทำได้ครับ
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
เล่นแรงเยอะที่สุดเลย
All I'm doing
ที่น้อยไปทัดแรงนั้นแล้วอ่ะมันจะลงมาแล้วเราเปิดแรงมาใหม่มันก็พี่ว่ามันไม่ห่างจากแรงเทียงไปมากแรงเทียง
maybe
พี
they
ก
do it again. They're not against
How
it. is
about
my
not?
point.
So that way they can win.
Maybe. I mean, we have to wait and see because there's a lot of different ways this can go. I mean, for G2 as well, I'm curious what style they want to bring out here.
At the end of the day, Haven is completely different from Breeze and Sunset for many reasons. Of course, it's not for the sites and whatnot, but I think about the time that the map has actually been in the active competitive pool.
Right.
Haven is a mainstay. I think it's the map that we have had the longest. It's so incredibly annoying, but realistically, all the teams have experience on Haven. There is practically no team where it's the permaban and they have never touched it or they do not know how to play it. That was like Gambit in 2021. You know, it's been 5 years of Haven. So there's so many approaches, so many ways that a team can feel comfortable. For example, for G2, you can say it's a little bit lukewarm on the latest results that they have had on the map. But if you are to think about it and you think about
เอาแข่งกับทีพี่
Haven,
สัปดาห์
you
สุ
do
ดท้าย
not
เนี่ย
say,
เฮเว่น
oh,
เนี่ย
it's terrible, it's bad.
โอ้เฮเว่นเล่นเชิงกันหนา
In fact, you think
ตึ
about
บ
the
แน่เลย
Phoenix, you
ฮะ
think about the double duelist, you think about
น่า
something
จบตอนเที่ยง
that
คื
was
นครึ่ง
making
ครับ
them
ประมาณ
comfortable and
เกือบ
was
ชั่ว
making
โมง
Jogamo shine a lot.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's going to be high-powered and fast-paced on this map as well. I really am so looking forward to this, and I just hope that it's a close map no matter what. I'm kind of down for an overtime here. I'm kind of down to
We got an overtime,
exactly,
big time. You want more?
I'm greedy.
Greedy.
I'm gluttonous when it comes to Valorant. You know, I'm all about this. Give me more. But ultimately, I got to say, I'm still rooting for Nongshim, and I do think that they have everything they need to get this done now, given that momentum of a map 2 win.
Ultimately, wouldn't be an esports event without a bit of a bathroom pause as one of the players for Nongshim. Just feeling the pressure and making sure that he's in peak performance to play.
Better out than in.
It gives us a little bit more time to wax poetic about both these squads and the stakes here. This is Group C, the final group that hasn't locked in their 2 teams yet. They will join the other 7 squads that have qualified on in. And actually, those representatives for those teams, we're here because we thought the last map was going to be over, and we have the draw show afterwards. So make sure to stick around after this match for the draw show of playoffs to see who is going to match up against who.
We should ask them who they think it's going to win.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's an intense audience to have watching you when it comes to the qualification. You're really against the people who know what they're talking about. But I think for this game in particular, one thing that I think is so nice is that both of these teams we know can do damage in the playoffs. It really does feel like we lose a heavy hitter no matter which way this goes. We know I could see Nongshim lifting that trophy. They've been there, they've done that before. G2, while they haven't managed that, they've been very, very close internationally.
They lifted America's trophies. They're smaller, they're lighter, lighter. That's a very British lighter of me.
Lighter?
Yeah, lighter. Anyway, as we're saying, the highest expectations, we understand that they need a break because it has been not only a long day, but we've had such a long group stage. Most of the matches have gone to a 2-1. In fact, none of the teams that have made it as the first seed of their group, meaning with the 2 victories and 0 losses, have done it without dropping a single map. That is good. That is healthy. That is teams preparing surprises, teams being able to be the surprise as well.
Yeah, so it is Ivy taking a quick break, and we need to go ahead and respect that, given the fact that it has gone such a long way. This has been a long tournament. All the teams flying on in from their respective regions. So as we do that, let's recalibrate here and take a look at all the teams' journeys in terms of their brackets. We could start with Group A and how that one all shook on out, because, again, it has been such an exciting tournament, especially the way that we kicked things off EDG and BBL.
Yeah, absolutely. BBL managed to make it out, but just as the second seed, it was actually 100 Thieves, as we were speaking about a potential for America's team for EMEA. That is definitely what happened in most of the groups. We're only waiting for this one. But yeah, 100 Thieves were one of the surprises, as we're saying, bouncing back in many occasions, and BBL just back into that Turkish form that we were expecting. And as you see here in the bracket, this is actually Group B, Morgan, what we call the Group of Death.
Yeah, this was the Group of Death for sure. As we watched this unfold, I was shocked that we had to say goodbye to Paper Rex so early. Normally, they are the team the Pacific hang their hat on. They are the one we expect to go very, very deep in the tournament, but they can't do it. Losing 2-1 to NRG and then 2-1 to Common Core. Common Core with a big surprise there. They got a lot of fans hopeful, a lot of optimistic people here in Paris talking about how great that could have been, but they did fall to NRG.
Especially given the fact that it was just such a tough start for Karmine Corp in the middle of this 2026. And then they found the little boon of life here at EWC. They get the huge upset of Paper Rex, probably upset of the tournament, some would say.
Yeah.
But then fall just a little short here against NRG, and that gives us our 2 squads in Vitality and NRG.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, for Paper Rex, they're chilling. They're already qualified for champs. They can take the rest of the year to come down and actually rest a little bit. To me, the big question is this just a glimpse of what could be for KC? Do we just take that one map and just assume is not going to happen again? Because I'm kind of tired of that narrative. I want to see a KC that is actually.
แบบสุดท้ายเนี่ยพี่ดูแบบท้ายแล้ว
I mean, same.
รีบไปเนี่ยปั่นงาน
They impressed me with how they played, and I was very
Bring
sad.
back Nivera. That's what I say.
Bring back Scream and Nivera.
Both of them.
Bring back SMS. Bring back New Zero. Bring back Shin. That's what I want to see. 2023
that's where we stop.
on this stage.
Yeah, look at that. Producers were like, okay, let's keep moving along as we take a look here at Group D. This is where our title defenders did exactly that. Los Niños, Team Heretics, they go 2-1 by a surprisingly strong AGAL, and then they take care of business against MIBR. On the opposite side of the bracket, this was probably one of the most disappointing showings out of EWC. It was Global Esports getting 5 rounds in both of those maps there against MIBR Los. They then get eliminated by AGAL, which set up our decider match earlier today. A close one, but a heartbreaker for the VCT China representatives. MIBR go 2-1 over AGAL.
Yeah, the last one standing.
ตอนแรกอันเนี้ย อันเนี้ยข้างล่างเนี่ยแม่งเป็น AG เข้าไปเฉยเลยเฮียเขาทำผิดมั้ง มันเป็น AG เป็น 2 แล้วก็ MIBR 1 แล้วก็ AG เข้าไปกูรั่วเลย
Were you here? We missed you. In fact, we do. What I want to think, what I want to open the conversation is that MIBR versus AG, the match that we've had today. How much can we take away from that? Should that been a 2-0 for MIBR? What is the form that they get in onto playoffs? Can they be the team that does the upset, or they're really going to continue having this very shaky starts? Many other teams could take advantage of that.
Yeah, I mean, it's a big question for sure. I mean, they have a lot of expectation on their shoulders. Massive names there for MIBR, but we will get to see them in the playoffs, which is so exciting.
Well, it looks like Ivy is on stage as we take a look at how we got here in Group C. It won't be too much longer before we get into that final map. And here it is. It started off with this exact matchup with Nongshim Red Force defeating the champions of America in G2. Then XLG falling to Gentlemates. And Gentlemates then get the job done over Nongshim, making sure that they get to play in front of their French fans and leaving us here with Nongshim versus G2 as XLG. They get upset maybe, given most recent history over at Masters London by G2.
Deacon, there was something that I didn't tell you.
Tell me.
And I kind of hoped that it was going to be all gamers making it out of their group, because once I saw the Gentlemates made it as the first seed, listen, at the beginning of the year, there was an incident with them. There was a match. They had PTSD still. I know, because they told me when they got into the region, so I was hoping that it was going to be all gamers making it out instead of MIBR. Not only because that way we will have the China representative and have some variety, but also because it was a possibility to see that rematch that I knew Gentlemates could have not waited for.
I mean, that would have been great, but it's not meant to be. Gentlemates are out. G2 and Nongshim, like you say, it is that crucial rematch. Now, do remember, Nongshim got it done, but it was in 3, but it was on a different map. It was split as that decider. Today we have Haven. It was G2 who decided to pivot in the veto, change it up, and go for this one as the third. So I think a lot of questions here. We're seeing the players all on stage now, ready to go. It does look like, as we're going to get ready to move to
yeah, I feel like with the G2 and Haven, it's always about the small margins. It's always about the pistols, the very close rounds where the enemy clutches. I think that they lose momentum very, very quickly. It's like it's hard for them to hold on to that on a map like Haven. But for this third map, they have to do it.
Here we go, the players getting themselves ready on stage. Anytime something like that disrupts the rhythm of your pre-match big time, it can rattle a team.
Yeah, I mean, very much so. So when you're working with teams, there's a motto that a lot of them will use, which is you can only control what you can control. You can't control how you're feeling on the day.
And you can't control what you can control.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly it. So you can't try and change the things that you have no power over. You don't have power over if you're feeling well that day, how sharp you are that day even necessarily. So they just got to try and weather the storm and work through this.
Do you know who's incredibly sharp today? It's Leaf.
That's
and
true.
We expect him to be on the Phoenix. Deegan, I know that you've been a very big fan of the Phoenixes that we have had in EWC so far, and I think you will be delighted to see one singular Leaf carrying an entire team.
Again, when you play that Phoenix, you have the opportunity to set yourself up.
Unless
เขามิลเลอร์เลย
Unless
เฮ้ยเปลี่ยนแค่เป็นเจ็ตกับยอนต่างกันแดมบีต้องยอนถูกแล้ว
Oh my
แต่กลัวเบ
gosh.
บี
The oldest player in the tournament continues to surprise everyone as the oldest team puts their old guys on the duelist.
This is so exciting for me. I can't wait to see this. A double duelist going out from G2 where Baby Bay is on that jet.
ผมว่าหนองชิมน่าจะได้ครับหนองชิมนี่ตรงโลจัดเลยตรงโลจัดเลย
that duelist role. He's really rewinding the clock here, rewinding those years to go head to head with a powerful double duelist on the side of Nongshim. Now they're probably 10 years his younger. But will that be a difference maker today?
It will be a difference maker, because if I look at one man to stop them all, it has to be Leaf. We said it about him on the stage just now on Sunset. If I think of stopping power, it has to be him.
Yeah, I think
it is what it is.
One thing that I'm excited for here is that in the interview, Baby Bay said that Jorgamo's Phoenix was so powerful. That's why they wanted to do that KO. So I can't wait to see what he has in store.
In front of all their opponents, potentially in playoffs, 100 Thieves, BBL, Vitality, NRG, Gentlemates, Team Heretics, and MIBR Los. Which team will join them? G2 and Nongshim for the final time. Let's send it on over to Achilles and Paper Thin.
A final map 3 once again between these squads. Every single time that they have met, it has gone the distance, and this is no exception. A tough,
ไปครับเริ่มแล้วด่านท้ายทุกคนไป
journey
หนองชิมว่ะแปซิฟิก
through
สุดท้ายแล้วครับ
Sunset to get to this very haven, and now we
วางเป้างี้
it's Baby Bay
โดนสิที่นั่งอย่างนี้
Jet, but the first to fall.
แง้มหัวระเบิด
Francis will be able to find him to start things off. Battering of damage across onto the Sova.
ต้องยิง2 นัดเนี่ยหัว2เนี่ยน่าต้องยิง2 นัดถ้าโดนหัวกันเม็ดเดียว
Slow creep up in this double join available on the A site for G2.
Yeah, I mean, this is
คอนแทคขึ้นครับ
quite an interesting idea from G2. Trent gets tagged up
เรียบร้อยครับ
heavy and gets finished
แต่สวย
off. Donby can't get
อุ้ยส
more.
วยจัง
Dogamo good for 2 though.
Still continuing to have that firepower, but look at the pivot call. This lurk forward's
โอ้โห
coming
ตี
in.
เข้าบอลไปแล้วไหลยาวเลยเฮีย
I'm not sure if Ivy
ชิบ
has
หาย
been
แล้วกล้องไม่ได้
spotted,
เปิด
but
ด้วย
he may have done, because already G2, they're rotating the match. Hammer to try to check, to swing in, and Ivy, what a fadeaway casual shot as he even finds the damage.
เอาไม่โดนด้วยเอา
On to Valen, puts him at 31.
3-2 ครับ
Position's now known.
โอ้ โอ้โหแล้วกำลังพี่แกลงแบบเปิดด้วยนะแบบจริงๆลงมันปิดได้นะแบบลงแบบชิดขวาอะไรเงี้ยลงปิดไม่ให้มันยิงแล้วค่อยไปพีกอะพี่ลงมาให้เห็นเลยสัตว์เจ้ากี่โมสูตรไหนนี่
Allen gonna try to keep self hidden, has the paranoia, but just gonna try to shoulder check. Does take down Ivy. Doing 1v2 now.
รอบนี้เควสไม่มีครับผมไม่มีแล้วเควสแตกหมดเลยเฮียเสียตังค์กันหมดแล้วช่องเล่นเควสแปลกจัดบอกซ้ายออกขวาบอกขวาออกซ้ายอะหมดตัวฮะ
I definitely have
เจ๊งเฉย
some concerns here for G2, but I mean, yes, this was a map that mates were able to best Nongshim on. It was close, 13-10. RB had a real tough go of it last outing. Here, able to take down Jogamo while he's trying to come down the stairs. But I mean, kind of think, you know, these are mere comps. And G2 trying to match Nongshim's freak, man, that ain't easy.
Outside of the neon, of course. Jogamo wanted to try to just grab the orb. That ult charge built up. It's going to be 2 away from having to run it back online. Meanwhile, Ivy continuing to just inch his way forward into these empty sites. Not really finding any opposition. Meanwhile, Valen just going to counter spray it down. Another elimination going over to Nongshim as they look to make this as clean of a 2-0 as they possibly can. There's the backstab.
หลัง2ครับอุ้ยโอ้โหเฮียไม่ทันเห็นเลยสแปมก่อนเลย
Sure.
อะไรวะ
Why not?
เฮียอะไรวะ
Sure, why not?
ดึกได้ไม่นอนเหลือพี่แบงค์ยังครับผมดูด่านนี้จบก่อนด่านท้าย
I
นะ
love that Ivy there also just able to free scale through B and just keeps holding W. Eventually gets the backstab onto the site. Clean stuff for Nongshim here. An early attempt to try to sneak an orb into Jogamo's hands. Doesn't really work out. There's Ivy. All said and done, that is a massive anti-eco for Nongshim. Going to be sitting pretty with the cash. Ivy's going to buy up into this round, though. We'll go for that Phantom. Zombie already caught by smothered by Baby Bay.
Ping reveal, able to find that kill. Ivy trying to push this timing. Will flash from his teammate, though.
อุ้ยหลอนไอสัตว์นี่เอกูหลอนจัดเรื่องมาสเตย์เขาดูดีแถมมีขาตั้งจอด้วยใช่ครับผมโอ้ยดอทเขาดูแลดีเลยว่าโลถือว่าเป็นเกมใหม่ไงเกมใหม่สำหรับเขาอะไรเงี้ยสำหรับวงการอีสปอร์ตสำหรับ EWC
many advantages they could possibly get, and that's going to be Trent down so very low on health. Back around towards the defender spawn, nothing more to be seen. Snaps back over onto the site.
They found my wire.
Tripwire to be cleared out. Ivy tucking back. The flash going to be connecting an RB. Not holding down M1, not able to find a damn thing. As it is a very swift and clean retake from G2.
โอ้สวย
Brent surviving. 4 players stay alive.
เกมตึงเลยทีนี้
G2 will get themselves on the board in round 3.
It felt like for a moment this was going to be a bonus converted from Nongshim. Able to get into a post plant pretty quickly. Use that run it back to buy a little bit more time. But Nongshim's retake, clean. Extremely clean. A good flash on the entry to allow those players coming from back alley to really just walk through with safety. As the player holding tight against the smoke. I think it was RB not able to really do anything.
That's full flash connection. Didn't think to just spray and pray with a stinger.
Yeah, and then there was a nice recon dart from Trent there as well that set up some of those kills at the back of sight. So really nicely coordinated. And that was a huge sigh of relief for G2. They come through holding 4 guns at the end of that even. So all 4 players on that retake survive. That is
ออกทางเดียวนี่แบบนรก
Right.
หัวหน้าบีจะตัดวะ
It's phenomenal stuff. Now Jock's got his ult. So you can play a little bit more for retake.
Jock somehow not clearing out this trip.
เอาวะวัดกัน
Oh.
เห็นปะ
They've seen each other.
He knows about the
บอก
trip.
เพื่อนให้เพื่อนเคลียร์ครับ
Thinking that out. Calling for Francis. Be able to disrupt that, but Jogama wise to this.
ไอวีไม่เล่นแน่นอนครับทำลายแถบเงี้ยแม่งไม่เล่นเลย
Has to keep this angle covered.
น่าจะมารอรัดจังหวะสุดท้าย
Baby Bay.
เอ้ยโอ้โหไม่เข้านะแต่เปิดเป้าให้เขายิงไอ้เหี้ย
himself back up, but it looks like they still want to try to play forward into B.
เขาแค่วางบอ
That's why he's backpedaling away. Give up a little bit of this space, and now immediately Investing the ult, trying to go for this pop. Flash going to be connecting through. He's unable to find anything. Can they keep him safe? He's been spotted.
Oh, damn beat.
A second. Trent going to be eliminated as well.
โอ้ทะลุไม่ได้ครับโดนนะ
Immediately dead.
มาเซฟเพื่อนไม่ทันครับ
Dispatched in
สวยไหม
G2. Not going to be finding an easy way back into this round. The plant even shifted away from potential sidelines for Baby Bang with Valen falling. Baby Bang now has to do it all.
รีเซ็ตเหรอรีเซ็ตเป้าเหรอ
Thrown the check out in towards mid. Will not be able to spot him. Tucking behind the box. Opportunity to try to split these fights, but on the push, they will have him dead. Francis just dialed in on the angle, finds the kill immediately, and that's 3-1 to start for Nongshim.
And this is one that, as good as G2's previous retake was, this one just not able to really ever get any momentum behind it because they don't cover the respawn point for Jogamo.
กดแป๊บเดียวหายแล้วมูฟเมนต์แบบหลบกระสุนพอดีครับ
Not sure if some util backed him off there. I mean, they committed so much to Jog. I thought that was great. I mean, they're like relay bolt, flash, beautiful. You absorb that as a
ให้ดูอะไรเนี่ย
You're very happy
ดูหน้าพี่อาร์บีเหรอ
But then there just wasn't any extra layers behind it that you're kind of used to seeing from G2. So that means timeout time. Josh getting in there quick to try to rally the G2 boys who are certainly scared right now in a way because you came through, you had 2 rounds to go on Sunset to be able to send yourself into the playoffs. You lose 4 in a row. Now you're here on Haven. You're making a little bit of a comp switch. So far, it's been not working out.
I mean, you have to imagine the pressure for both of these teams. For Nongshim, going from lifting a trophy to not being able to make it to the second Masters of the year, have this opportunity, manage to get the qualifier, and have to go through G2 twice as the last remaining representative. G2 ever present at these events, always make that appearance, but have never been able to lift the trophy themselves, and once again are facing potential early elimination just like they did over at London.
Yeah, I think that's well put. It's really tough. Trip already gone. Leave.
Do they assess this?
Well,
a couple shots in his direction, but so far going to be unspotted, pushing forward. Does manage to get the barrel stuff there onto RB, but the overwhelm is there from Nongshim. Top of the Bladestorm, Dambi. Going to be feeling pretty decent about his odds in this fight as Baby Bay. Tailwinds over to the side. The plant to come in. X-Ross 1 charge away.
ไหลครับ
Next run it back.
ยาวไปแป๊บเดียวจบปาโลก็แพ้บอลครึ่งแรกก็แพ้ เท่าไหร่ละ 1-0 เหรอมันเมซี่ยิงลูกโทษไม่เข้าใช่ไหม
Baby Bay going to be having
ใจเย็นใจเย็น
a little wry smile on his face as Francis just dances around him, catches him with that shorty.
จบครึ่งหลังกับอีกคนบอกแพ้บอลครึ่งแรก
There's going to be a lot of ults on Nongshim's hands.
ยังไงคือบอลจบแล้วอาร์เจนแพ้หรือไง
Dambi and X-Ross on the point. Francis there a little bit of style at the end.
โหแล้วบุกด่านบุกไว้ด่านบุกไว้
ลองชิมขึ้นก่อนถูกแล้ว So far very tricky for G2.
มึงพิมพ์ผิดไอ้สัตว์แก้พี่หน่อยเฮ้ยจบครึ่งหลังกูแล้วเอาจบแล้วเหรอความหมายมีความหมายเดียวเลยจบครึ่งหลังอะโอ้โหไม่ต้องเล่นตอนไหนไม่ต้องเล่นไม่ต้องเล่นครับโอ้เบบี้เบย์กูเบบี้ไม่กล้าไงแตกอีกแล้วบอมแตกอีกแล้ว
trying to stop prevent any potential flood retake but no one nearby enough
ตาว
for G2
8ใบเหลือง0ทำซื้ออะไรเปล่าไว้เปล่า
already going to be scratching their heads
ตาว8ใบเหลือง
find something like that
แปลกๆละ
say they might have to end up going for a massive save Jogamo watching his back for now
โอ้โหแม่งดูหลังแบบ
and suddenly they might just be right back into this one as Curveball will connect on the Dambi lining him up the paranoia now going to be sent it as well but the overdrive gets popped swings around towards back sight finds Alan looks for a little bit more he's taking them all so very low as Dambi
เฮียDambiมันเก่งเฉยเลยว่ะด่านแรกไม่เอาคุยเลยสัตว์ด่านแรกไม่ยิงเลยไม่แห่ด่านหนึ่งมันเก่งแท้วะผิวจัดไอ้เฮีย
maintain control now up 5-1
เห็นสภาพ G2 แล้วพอจบ
so good at that
เอจะเป็นยังไง
It's the way
กลับบ้านดิ
that he
เฮียเรา
takes
เฮียอะไร
his time with it in fact you think most players you know when they're sending the overdrive it's just kind of a run and gun situation but watch the way he dips in and out he uses that cover to get a kill it's a little bit he kind of isolates one then scoots back Goes for the other. As he's going across, gets them both to half. And come back through. It's so well played by him. One of those things that makes him the best. Oh, man.
Bebe able to stay alive, grabs that orb, and now does have the knives online. He needs to deliver with these.
Yeah, he has to go huge here.
But they've spotted him, they've given up some space, and now it's going to be a quick pivot over onto the B side. Relay bolt up in on this A connector angle. After the plant, a scale forward from X-Loss, the up and over, but there's just two targets.
วินนี้ easy ถ้าวินบายหน้าโดนด้วยเรียบร้อย
What use can he put it to?
He jumped over the trip of Ivy there.
Drone's got him spotted, and okay, Tampy. Not able to find that kill. Dogamo down low, but before he can get the molly out, will be found. The spray from Francis cleans him up, and Leaf, while he will be able to get the headshot through the corner, he can't kill RB. He falls to the wayside, and
มันจะเป็นภาพมาเตอร์แรกๆของพี่เพย์ออฟอเมริกายุโรปเกาหลีย่อมมันก็เป็นอย่างนี้ปกติอยู่แล้วแต่ว่าแชมเปี้ยนมันจะคลาคลุ้งไปด้วยทุกทีมเลย
Feel confident to go C. They've got great post-plant protocols there. They do a wonderful job taking that space here in this round. They go for that quick A check. They know the Blade Storm's over there. They don't want to challenge it initially. So it's a quick pivot over towards B. It's that fast decision-making that they can employ. Obviously, having a Neon makes it even easier. Trent. Actually, Dombi completely avoids that shock. Trying to take a fight.
Oh, that is a dink, and that is the spray down. Francis is able to find Jaw.
Through the wall?
Yeah, he had a moment, a brief opportunity to try to tuck back, but Francis, weren't counting on him to be able to find that wall bang through window. Baby, nice little walkabout, though, will be rewarded.
อย่าฝืน
Let's eat some damage in kind.
ดันมาเช็คอยู่แล้วมันเช็คอยู่แล้วหนองชิมเฮ้ยเช็คอยู่แล้วไอ้สัตว์
On the swing, RB.
โอเค
They will be able to find him.
อย่าดันมาไม่กลับด้วย
It's a risky play.
รีเซ็ตเลยครับแม่งดันหลังเฮ้ยกลับบีป่ะ
He gets the kill. It looks brilliant.
เพราะว่าโดนหลอก A ไป1 ดอกแล้วกลับบีครับชัวร์
but Nongshim are just looking far too ready.
And now they're going to try to sell a fake over here with Francis. Maybe could throw the drone here. Keep these two players G2 locked over on A while everybody else goes over to the other side. Now there is
camera angle though, so Leaf will be able to get the earlier spot out onto this.
Look, it's paused.
เห็นเรียบร้อย เข้านิ่มเลยครับโหเดินหาแท็บด้วย
It's a trip as well. It's going to be taken
เอา
out.
ยิงตาย
Trying to find that launch. It does an immense amount of damage. And RB both tagged up to all hell. The recon over the top, and that's going to be
โอ้ทามิ่งเฮี้ยมาก
He's looking for that
โอ้
second.
นึกว่าได้2เลยสัตว์
Will draw the Vandal
โอ้
fast
โซว่าแบบ
enough.
จอสุดท้ายครับโซว่า
Player
น่าจะ
disadvantage.
ตุ๋ยได้จอสุดท้าย
RB around the corner, the paranoia sent flying. Scale 4 now going to be coming in, but X-Ross there, waiting behind the box, finds the kill. Valen boxed in and tagged down. Francis on the flank.
เฮียสู้ไม่ได้เฮเว่นเจอเกาหลี
It's now 7-1.
แม่งเสือกแบนสปิดทิ้งเองด้วยนะ G2
They're in dire
อยากวัดเกาหลี
straits. They desperately need some assistance.
The way that Nongshim's
เห็น
able
เขา
to
เก่งเฮเว่น
carry
ซะหน่อย
these
เป็นไงล่ะ
thrusts from G2.
เขินเลย
Really good. RB kind of gets a sixth sense of that. And they're just so smart right now. Every twist and turn, G2 is beat to the punch. And again, that selling that little extra fake, keeping Trent on the other side of the map means that he's late and they could scale forward and punish him when he goes for the recon dart. All those little things that Nongshim does there just stack the odds in their favor. Dombi once again on the outlaw.
11-1 เลยเหรอโอม เฮียมันมีปืนป่าวนะ G2 11-1 อ่ะ
Here on this angle. Do they check his corner? Yeah, they do. Has the short. He drops that relay bolt, slides across, and now
เฮียมัน
slides
ข
in.
ยี้มันบี้อ่ะ
He wants that
กลัว
punish.
ที่ไหน
He
อ่ะ
cannot find it. Volley down to the sewer. We'll just hold him at bay for now. G2 still have 4 players on this side of the map. Meanwhile, Francis again trying to
drum up
อู้เดิน
attention.
แรง
Yeah.
เอาโซว่ามาหลอกเลยเฮีย
Just walking up through the
อุ้ยเขาไม่
cages
ลง
here.
เหรอครับเขาไม่ลงเหรอครับเขาไม่โยกฮะ
Pull Trent. Got that. You get one. They have to respect it, dude. G2.
Is this enough numbers? Flash onto Baby Bay just a bit on that connection. Meanwhile, Leaf is going to be taken down. Trent will be able to find one, getting himself on the board at long last. As Valen cleans it up. Guardian in hand. Jogamo able to find one before getting denied off the ult. It's gotten them into a decent winnable position here.
โดนล้อมครับ
Stamby
เอ้า
has so much work to do. Sliding
เอ้า
in.
ไอ้เหี้ยหนักเลยทีนี้
Cleans up Trent. But Fallon able to find the one. The
โอ้ย
Stamby
เป้
takes it to him.
เหี้ยลายสไลด์มันเหี้ย
And
มาก
every
ไอ้สัต
time
ว์
it feels like G2 have caught a break.
จะรู้อ่ะไอ้สัตว์เขาดู
Oh,
พิว
they
ดิ
just catch another
มีปะ
right
มี
hook
จอ
to
แดม
the
บีบปะเมื่อ
jaw.
กี้
It's
เหี้ย
what do
นี
you
ออน
do?
มันเชิงมันแบบ
I mean, what do you do? You're playing the round pretty well. Even a wry smile on Valen's face. He knows it. They outthought him this round. They got the right pieces in the right places. They're able to use that run it back very effectively. And then
ปื๊ด
there's
โอ้
this.
แม่เป็น
What can you
เป็นแบบ
do?
สายฟ้าฟาดอ่ะ
That's a familiar sensation, I suppose.
อ๋อนี่เป็นคนเกมแรกเพราะว่าเกมแรกมีเควสให้กูไงเกมแรกมีเควสให้กูครับมันก็เลยเล่น
A
อย่าง
lot
นั้
of
น
players have
พอมีเควสปุ๊บนะฮีเก่งอย่างไรไม่รู้
and,
เก่งแบบเก่งปลาล่ำปลา
been
เหลือ
on the same result there, Valen.
ฟ้าประทานลงมา
Go against Domby when he's doing Domby things.
I mean, the way that he's been operating, sure, it's not been quite as shotgun abusing, but
right,
it otherwise does feel like he's starting to re-hit that stride that we were seeing from him at Santiago.
I mean, it's the crazy thing about him is he used the shotguns because he could and because it
was broken.
Yes, exactly. But he's always been really good with the rifles. I mean, what the extra layer he's adding now is that he's picking up sniper rifles more often for the team, giving them kind of different approaches to some of the mid to late rounds where they can slow it down if they need to, where they don't have to just be this one-dimensional, go, hit the Jets squad. But when he does that, that's kind of when he's at his best. So it's so scary, man.
หายใจไม่ออก
He's so accurate with those phantoms off of the slides. It's absolutely crazy.
Well, no clear of the trips. Off that shot. Recon will go out. Hunter's Fury over towards Platt, trying to displace Leap. It's going to be X-Ross instead with a rifle able to do so, but Jogamo immediately rushing forward. Gets the kill onto RB.
Spike.
G2 looking very well poised to close this out, but Baby Bay, okay, whips the shot, but it might not matter. X-Ross dead. In the 2v4.
ต้องชนะแล้วนะทีทูวินนี้
Absolutely stranded.
บอมตบแบบนี้
Hoken brought here.
นั่นไง
Eventually going to be rewarded with that, but Valen's position.
พีกปะล่ะ
I don't think it's ready for the moment. So on the scale forward, Valen will have him dead. A second round win going to be found, but it costs
โหตะไป8แล้วไอ้เหี้ย
final
มัน
time
ไปไกลเกินว่าทีทูจะกลับบ้านเหรอทุกคน
G2 have to
รายการนี้ทีทูจะไม่เอาหรอนี่เข้าแค่ชนะแมตช์นี้คือแมตช์เดียวคือเงินบวกมาอีกล้าน
The crazy
2
thing
ล้าน
is this half is actually kind of still recoverable for G2.
จากเท่าไหร่นะจาก 30,000 เหรียญเป็น
It can be attacker sided.
เท่าไหร่
So if you get a couple more to go here, if you can get to 4,
โอ้เหี้ย
I still have hope. I still have belief.
บวกมาอีก2 ล้านไอ้สัตว์
4 is maybe doable. Maybe give us another OT or a very close 13-11.
You have a boon. The Hunter's Fury committed. So don't have to worry about that one. This Baby Bait still with the op in hand, looking for a peek over towards A. This is cheeky smoke set up, but
โอ้จ่ายเลยโดนแล้วนะ
Hunter's Fury going to be lit up, and that's a
เรียบร้อย
massive
ครับ
tag, and X-Ross dead.
โดนอีกหนึ่ง
Final burst as well. Connecting onto
เจ็บ
Francis.
เยอะเลย
Perhaps it was Ivy. Either way, both of them had gotten hit.
It's effective.
Huge amount of value.
4 hits out of that Hunter's Fury. 2 that landed on X-Ross, 1 on Francis, 1 on Ivy.
It's been a rough go of it here for Trent, but he just doubled up his kills and might have just secured them the round win off the damage alone. Don't have to worry about that.
มาด้วยกันไปได้ไกล
Get into the updraft. Baby Bay playing an unorthodox position. Now going to be noted. Trying to drop
โอ้ไปหมดเลย
down again.
อุ๊ย
We'll find 2, but Trent now
เคนต้อง
coming
เอาให้ว่ะ
alive.
โอ้โห
Finds a
ไม่ไหว
third.
ครับ
Can't find much more than that, but he's done so much damage to try to set up for Leaf. Weapons can be recovered. Able to grab one over the top.
ไอ้สัตว์บอมตกบน
Here up Sewer. Spike still has to be recovered. The drop down. Francis is going to be eating that damage. Broken ankles. 120 health between them. The swing though, and Francis so very ready for it. 9-2. No chance to build the momentum. No chance to snowball to recover this.
9-2 ครับหยุดไม่อยู่ครับ
3-9 is the best that G2 can hope for.
In the middle of the round, when you feel
12 เลย
like
ปะล่ะ
yeah,
ส่วนใหญ่แล้วพอ
again, it's
9-2
another
ผม
one of
จะมี
those
พลัง
rounds
นะ
like we saw earlier where G2 has a chance. They've given themselves a great opportunity, and then I'm like, yeah, but Danby has his overdrive. Like, I'm in the back of my mind, I'm just like, oh.
And it's just one of those things. If you don't kill him instantly, if Baby Bay doesn't hit that shot,
right,
much like he didn't, And Dambi gets to just let hell run loose.
Yep.
For a pacey hit potentially here onto the B side. The running back going to be committed, but will get broken early. Baby able to find him. Fast lane set up, and it looks like for now, Nongshim just going to settle for this plant. It's at a default and Val and on the prowl here. In the back line, strikes. Ivy dead, but Francis quick turns.
จะไม่ไหวจริงว่ะหน้า12ครับผมว่านะ
น่าจบวันนี้ละ RB now TP up top side Leaf
ด่านนี้มันเก่งจริง
Dambi able to find Jogamo. RB from this position, not really even needing to get involved quite just yet, but now he will. Peeks out, Brent's gone, Baby Bay blinded up, flushed out, and absolutely demolished.
G2 ถ้าจะมีโอกาสหรอแต่ก็ยังดีเหลือแปซิฟิกทีมนึงนะยังดีฮะหนองชิมยังทำผลงานให้ดีกว่าทุกทีมของแปซิฟิกในรายการนี้
This is such a beautiful TP from RB.
เบย์เบย์3ตัวกูบอกแล้วเจ็บเบย์เบย์กูตีเก้เลย
And that allows the other players from
มึงยิงไป3ตัว
start scaling around the box on B site, doing damage. I mean, it was a weak buy for G2 there. Started off like maybe there was going to be hope. Jog had a great 2K. And almost on the pistol. A flawless anti-eco for Nongshim. G2 does deny the bonus conversion, but otherwise it's a lot of Nongshim in a lot of these rounds, and it's a lot of Dambi. He was outrageously good. This guy on Neon is a treat.
เข้าเพลย์ออฟไปจะสนุกกว่านี้ครับมันมีเวลาไปเต็มตัวแค่วันเดียวแหละแต่ว่าเพลย์ออฟน่าจะใส่กันแบบสุดเท่าที่เหลือละนี่มันก็ใส่แผนไปเยอะแล้วกูว่าถ้าแต่ละเตรียมผ่านมา2ชุดก็ไม่เหมือนกันนะไม่เหมือนเดิมแล้วทำแผนมาแค่ชุดเดียวแล้วแบบอะแดปเอาอะเริ่มยากครับจะเหนียวครับใช้แผนเดิมๆแล้วแบบไปเหมือนสปิดหลอกเอาอะสตาร์ทเหมือนเดิมแต่ว่าสปิดหลอกเอาอะไรอย่างเงี้ยไอ้พวกนี้มันจะหลงกันเองครับไอ้เหี้ยยกเว้นว่าเก่งจริงแบบทีเนี้ยจริงทั้งทีมซิงกันได้ก็ไปต่อได้ครับโอ้โหยิงดี
It's a good volley there from Trent, but unfortunately, just the arrival. It feels like it's far too late. We can start putting up more rounds like that from the offset here. From the pistol.
แข่งทีวันไหนพรุ่งนี้ปะ
Perhaps G2 can get a run like this
ใช่ไหม
going.
Maybe, but man, with the way Nongshim was able to take so many of those disadvantageous rounds and turn them on their heads during that half, it's brutal. Brutal for G2. You can see that still a little bit of hope there, but it was
น่ารันยาวครับ
It's been a cacophony of different emotions for G2.
โหยโดบวก25ให้ยิงพังเลย
The rounds that they got, they felt decent. They felt, concise.
And they had at least 3 rounds in there where I thought, okay, they should have this. And then they just got outplayed. The individual performances of Nongshim shine. That's a tag on the Trent here. A must-win pistol for G2. Not the way you want to start it. Valen even gets a little bit of a scrape.
เรื่องนี้
Maybe they'll find a kill as well. That's Jogamo now dead. Valen backpedaling, sending out that paranoia. Francis trying to play off the reveal. Will get overwhelmed. Valen will run him down. The spike still, however, going to be in transit. And okay, the camera does manage to get this tag.
บินสูงแล้วฟานซิสตู้จัดเลย
Oh, he could have absolutely destroyed them.
กูได้ไป28ไอ้เหี้ย
The chance, an opportunity. Dambi dead. He has that kill. Xross now arriving on the scene. RB not too far behind.
เล่นคนเดียวมันจะถอยก็ได้นะไม่ถอยไอ้เหี้ย
Given the investments, just not a lot of util to try to work with here. Xross, one more curveball. Works his way up, but it's a high-low setup down below.
Well,
shots flying his way. Looking for that on the peak, but G2 will have their
พวกมาก่อนนะพวกก่อนนะ G2 เว้ย
well selected, well aimed. They take the pistol.
ให้เป็นทีมไทยเราเพิ่งถึงปารีสเมื่อเช้าเย็นแข่งเลยนี่ไม่ยับถือว่าดีแล้วไหมพี่ ถ้าอย่างนั้นถือว่าดีแล้วครับเนาะยังจะรั่วใช่เหรอเพิ่งถึงเมื่อเช้าแล้วเย็นแข่งเลยก็แปลกอยู่นะไม่ตารางเป็นกันนะคือทุกทีมก็แข่งหมดเลยปะแต่ว่าทีมที่อยู่ใกล้ก็ได้เปรียบเลยหรือว่าทีมที่แบบว่าอยู่ที่ปารีสก็ได้เปรียบเลยอะไรวะโคตรอองเลยเฮีย
I mean, Francis dead in that moment means that they can retoggle the camera, check in mid, spot out RB.
Oh my God.
Dambi, he's going to be trying forward again. The camera this time is not going to be situated. Tripwire on that A lobby side.
รอวีซ่าเพิ่งผ่านโอ้ถ้างั้นก็
That smoke is so worrying because a lot of teams will just stack 4 players in a smoke like that. Baby Bay's going to go check it.
อุ้ย
Immediately taken down by the bandit.
That means all that Cypher util on your flanks is gone.
It's going to have to be on a swivel. Caught out over the top. Big Bay able to spot out Francis. Takes him down with a hip fire. Is going to be looking for the second. Gets it. Ivy gone. Trent will take RB, but not before Joggamo ends up falling. So still damage dealt. Certainly is found. And now Dambi cleans up a kill on Valen as well.
2-2 เฉยเลย
This is already a catastrophic amount of deaths for G2. Trying to just play this one out. Trying to get the Santa Eco going, but now suddenly they are very much at risk of losing this round. Not committing the drop down. It's going to be a bit of a 3-2-1. The relay bolt gets the stun.
ไม่โดนโอ้ยเกือบไปเลยสัตว์เหี้ยเกือบไปแล้วโอ้ถ้ามากินโอ้โห
That's such significant cost.
แดงอีกเยอะก็จอกิโม1แดงครับ
G2 make
โอ้ยอันนี้กินเลยอันนี้กินเลยของครับชัวแดงบีแม่งไว้เท่าไหร่แล้วเนี่ยคนจัดการบิลซี่บอกว่าติดต่อมาคุยให้เรื่องวีซ่าสุดใกล้วันแข่งก็ไม่มีเฮียเลยแล้วก็ต้องไปทำเองแล้วก็เพิ่งได้
Tucks himself in to that corner. I mean, Baby Bay point blank with the Marshall, sure.
เฮียอย่างงี้แม่ง
But they did take so much damage along the way. Dambi up to 20 on the scoreboard now.
อยากรู้ถ้ากลับมาโดนเฮ้ย
Still though.
พี่ขอกินข้าวแล้วนะมื้อนี้มันจะต้องขนาดไหนไอ้สัตว์เลย
Win this round, you're going to knock their economy back and start the cycle.
มันต้องเฮี้ยขนาดนั้นเลยแหละมันต้องเฮี้ยจัดๆไอ้สัตว์
Xross, a lot of pressure coming his way. He does have some help with Ivy.
Clear the recon, the updraft, able to get the spot on Ivy. He's going to go scaling forward, gets flashed up, and will get taken down, but Xross is able to find one.
ไอ้เจ้าเริ่มเก่งแล้ว
However, shuts down the enemy Phoenix.
เจ้าเริ่มเก่งแล้วแปลกๆแล้ว
suffered here by Joggamo as that smoke is going to fall. He's out into the open.
ก่อน2 วันนะโอ้โห
Dambi takes his head off, considering the slide. Shipped over to the side, and Baby Bay's got him covered. Clean kills. As RB will get forced away, but G2 should have this round in hand. Armory by force there onto Trent. He'll just take the opportunity to still be breathing. Further damage found. The spam should come in, and there you have it. Leaf to clean it up. G2. They managed to make it to the halfway mark.
ยาก
Bonuses converted.
ยากครับขอให้เจ้าไม่ยิงเยอะกว่าแดมบีพอ
They still have 5 more to go.
This almost goes really badly, but because Baby Bay's so close to the front of the box, when Xross sends a flash over, he doesn't get hit by it at all. He's able to bail out the players behind him that Xross is trying to swing on.
ทำไม้ทำมือแต่ห่างอยู่5 วินห่างอยู่
individual moment I want to point out from Baby Bay. But really a nice collective effort there for G2.
ด่านเก่งแดมบีไว้ด่านนี้ด่านจะบีเกิดไว้
Deep dart. They're really trying to make it. They're going to go A again against the Eco. This time, Nongshim had already kind of thought the same thing. They're just going to keep scaling forward off that drone. There will be that trip there that Baby Bay going to be guarding.
Adjustment. Won't be able to find the second kill, but does get a ton of damage.
โดนฉกแล้ว
Work down to 20.
โอ้ยมันข้างเลยวะน่ะ
Widely getting forced away, but Tripwire will further intercept. Xross pinned to the corner. Will be found. All the cheeky little attempts here from Nongshim, widely getting dispatched. G2.
ก็ไม่แน่นะอย่าเพิ่งพิมพ์เป็นโนโฮมนะเฮียกลับมาแม่งกลับมาได้เหมือนกันนะเนี่ยเฮียทำไม่เล่นไป
Juggling the gun off the map. Don't want to let them pick that one up. Smart stuff from G2. Now Nongshim just kind of spreads out a little bit. RB with only 20 out there.
35 seconds remaining. Let's start making a go of this. Ivy and Francis.
Should be okay.
Very nearby. Smoke over to the side. Recon has to be cleared. Third ball turned away from Francis. Instantaneous with that headshot.
Oh, yeah.
On the floor. Francis.
Oh.
Another 3. 15 seconds remaining. The reveal is there. And Francis gets the 3.
ปรบมือให้กับฟรานซิสหน่อยครับ
Unbelievable.
ทุกคนนะ ปรบมือให้มันหน่อย
That's outrageous. They know he's there.
มันยิงแบบนี้ได้ยิงเลยได้แต่ว่า
clear the recon.
เชี่ยมันแบบมันคมแบบคมกริบใช้คำนี้ดีกว่าดูความคมดิเม็ด
Francis just says no.
เม็ดโอ้โหพ่อมึงเถอะเชี่ยเรามีอันติเลยครับขึ้นอันติเลยใครไหวอะยิงไอ้เหี้ยติมาเลยฮะ
Chasing the heels of Damby now.
คนละเกมที่กูเล่นแน่ๆเวอร์จริงโดนล้อในอเมริกาเข้าหมดแชมป์อเมริกาตกหมดแรงเฉยแชมป์อเมริกากูแต่ในบ้านอุ๊ยเวนี่โหดแต่แชมป์อเมริกาคือG2ในบ้านมันเก่งมากเลยนะสัตว์แต่ว่าพอมันมารายการมาแข่งกับทีมอื่นปุ๊บแม่งคือแบบอะไรกันนี่อะไรกันนี่
Neural Depth's going to be invested. Leaf wanted to try to capitalize, and Damby, he doesn't abandon the angle. He still ends up overstaying. Gets caught in G2. Right back into this. Shrugging off the previous round loss. Looking for that stability. Leaf
พังเลยคนเดียวเดินคนเดียวเดินพังหมดเลยเฮียเอา
finding RB. Francis
เนี่ย
now.
พอได้วินง่ายปุ๊บก็เสียวินง่ายครับ
finds the first, but surely not. Maybe if he got a fadeaway lucky shot there, but. Able to find the pings. Blaze wall set up, just blocking his vision. They know exactly where he's gone. The options certainly limited.
พอไอ้เควสเริ่มออกอาการแดมบิ หยุดยิงเลยสัตว์มีเควสปุ๊บหยุดยิงปั๊บ
Pick them apart on the exits.
ไปบอกยิงอะไรอะพี่เฮียฟาทีมทำไป4เกมอะไรเกมนี้แดมบิยิงเยอะกว่าเจ้ากิโมครับอันนี้น่าจะได้นะไม่น่ายาก
Footsteps heard, swing coming out, and he will be able to take one down with him. But all the key weaponry will be carried over. Just gonna be
เจ้ากิโมเท่าไหร่ละ15ป่ะ16 17แดมบิไป21แล้ว
For a moment, maybe Francis had gotten the nails firmly into the coffin, but Leaf had a.
พอแดมบิมันจะไปเอาปืนมันจะแบบไม่ดรอปปืน
Damby, sometimes he giveth, sometimes he taketh. As good as he is, again, sniping can be good, but it still feels like he's getting a feel for it in the big picture. But this time, it's going to be Baby Bay with that op. Just went for the peak angle, just hoping somebody was holding it, and actually Damby had flanked out a little wide. So, they're going to be taken down by a quick flick from Baby Bay.
A very quick pivot, though. Damby immediately being sent over towards garage.
มีแท็บขวาครับ
Window going to be
แท็บ
smoked
คุณต้องตีนด้วย โอ้โหยี่แม่งเอาจนได้เรียบร้อยครับสูสีเอกล้อมได้อยู่
On his shoulders, jump spot over the top, and Francis is able to find
จ่าย
balance.
ได้นะโอ้โหกลับมายิงทันครับไอวิวหลังบอมครับยังไงยังไงเห็นโอ้โห1-1ครับ1-1ครับวัดไหมแฟนซีมันลั่นด้วยโอ้โหทามิ่งจัดปิดเป้าปุ๊บแม่งปาดออกมาเลยออกปะเนี่ยเฮ้ยเทนไม่วัดครับเทนไม่วัดฮะเทนหนีฮะ
Just keeping it quiet. The rotation over to B. It's just leaning in this direction, but maybe contemplating that it's going to be A, but they might just be meeting.
ไม่รู้
As Francis,
เรียบร้อยครับ
sprinting it, and Trent
แฟนซิตรีบวิ่งไปหน่อย
in pole position gets the clutch. Once again, denying Nongshim Red Force from getting up to map point.
Yeah, it's a great play from
มันให้วีโหดอยู่ไอวีมัน snap ปุ๊บแม่งเม็ดเลย
Huge. He had a rough start to this map, but he's making up for it now. It looked like, again, with this chaos inside of the garage, but Leaf goes huge. Another 3K for him again. I am a little bit concerned that Ivy tries to challenge that fight there. If he had waited just a bit longer for Francis to come through, he would have had the 2v1 trade.
โดนครับเรียบร้อยมึงไปเกิดแน่ครับโอ้เฮียมันรัดเลยครับคิดว่ามันตั้มจะผิดหรอไม่ครับผมเลือกสถานการณ์เองฮะอะไรกูตายหมดแล้วเนี่ยโอเคสับแม่งสาวฟันบาเลย3-1ครับ
Spike now on the floor. And it all comes down to Leaf. A cage even popped.
วิ่งกระทึบเท้ามาเลยเมื่อกี้
against the wall.
แล้ววิ่งแบบไม่สนเลยอ่ะเขาไม่ได้ยังไม่เข้าบอมเลย
Sees where they're both at, but can do nothing about it. Francis on the
ขึ้น
flank
แท่น
will
ครับ
lock
ผม
it up. The
ขึ้น
cryptic
แท่นมาครับ
confirmed, as well as match point for
12
Nongshim.
แล้ว
There's that
วิน
Nongshim
นี้มี
special.
วินเนี้ยมีมูลค่าเท่ากับ
They
2
just
ล้านค
get
รับ2 ล้าน
ultra
บาทนะ
aggressive off the barrier
ประมาณ
drop.
60,000 เหรียญได้ครับ
They want to catch you out.
วินนี้วินเดียวนะ
Relay bolt, paranoia. Beautiful paranoia from RB. Catches 3 players with it. Absolutely incredible. Tease them up. Down be an X
ถ้าชนะ
Ross.
วินนี้คือเข้าเพย์ออฟ
Doing
ครับ
exactly what you want
เงิ
out
น
of
รางวัล
those
เพิ่มกระจุยกระ
duelists.
จายแชมป์อเมริ
This
กา
is
ทำไร
it. 5 in a row for G2. They're going to get this to overtime.
โอ้โหแผนเดิมครับ
Otherwise, their EWC lives are over.
The 3 ults to try to work with. An incorrect gamble stack here
เขาไม่
from
มาแล้วเขา
Nongshim.
กลัวแล้ว
Talking about just making some noise.
อันนี้
There's
มาหล
that
อก
trip
หลอก
over
ให้รัก
garage.
หลอกให้เราแฟร์ซิตจะตายฟรี
Share of G2.
ครับผม
C2U โดเนตมา 100 บาท
ขอบคุณครับโอ้โห
ลดการบาดเจ็บลงไป
Got a trail of
30%
trip as well. One now going to be cleared out as Jogamo.
เฮ้ย
Oh, he
Hey!
confirmed the kill. He thought he confirmed it. It's going to be RB just holding down M1. Comes away with the elimination. It's an immense amount of
ไอ้เหี้ย
damage,
อัด
but
จัด
is
เย็
that
ด
going to
แม่
be enough?
แล้วยิงเลย ยิงแล้วปล่อยเฉยเลย ขอบคุณนะครับ ขอบคุณน้องๆ
Forces
ทั้ง
gathering.
ซีทูยูครับผม
Towards Sewer, and all right, Baby Bay will
โอ้
be able
โห
to finish the job.
กูก็รุ่นเข้าไปไอ้สัต
That
ว์
draw had started.
ลดอาการบาดเจ็บมา30%
Paranoia going to be going in, but Francis wins the fight. Baby Bay eliminated. Valen now dead. It's a 3v2.
อะไร
Leaf, no corpses to work with, no way to get that neural depth invested. Hunter's Fury going to be
Ui.
going in. RB, you can't body
Ui.
block that, son.
Yeah.
Trent might have just saved them. The
โอ้ย เอาได้วะ
has it with a stinger.
โอ้
G2
2 คนมัน
not
เอาได้
done
ว่ะทุกคน
yet.
โอ้โหเรา
Oh,
ตาย
boy.
ตายเรียบเลยอันติ
Okay, finally it's
Wow.
G2's turn. Kind of take a round that felt like maybe they were in the disadvantageous position.
back
You know, they lose Jog early. Okay, Baby Bay gets one, but then all of a sudden, in this drop down
มัน
out
ก็
of
ไม่ชนะเอา
heaven,
นะ
they
เล่น
get
งงจัง
two.
วะ
But that Hunter's
วิน
Fury
ง่ายพี่หน่องชิง
clutch.
กูทิ้งหมด
Here we go. 4 now is the magic number for G2 just to stay alive. This is going to be a weaker buy. A couple sheriffs there for Nongshim. He's again just getting aggressive. I think this is going to be their MO here for a couple rounds to see if they can just have a trap that G2 falls into at the beginning. G2 though, once again, going to be quick scaling in towards C, even TP from Valen.
Leaf.
เฮ้ย อะไรวะ
But he's not ready for that second layer, even though Ivy was one that he had
ไม่
originally
จบ
spotted
ไม่
with
สิ้น
the cam.
กระดิ่งกันไป
Weapon to be collected.
ดีเทคได้ไหมนี่
Full rifles in the hands of Nongshim. But how do they look to pilot this? I mean, Jogamo, he's here.
แฟดมาแฟดกลับเอาขาวไอ้เหี้ย
They look to hold each other back. Molly now on the floor. Danby held at bay for now. Until they reach this position, Ivy.
กูแฟดสวย
A slow approach, a slow scale from him. Jogamo able to find the
ที่
one
แม่งยิ
before
ง
getting traded out.
แด
Now
บีกาอากาศเลย
the run it back could be committed, but Baby Bay quick denies that. Swing in and
โอ้
Trent.
เจ็ดแม่ตีน
Crisp
โหด
shots
ว่ะ
and Ivy now has to
เฮ้ย
retreat.
ไอ้สัตว์หน่องทีมจะโดนเหรอ
G2 still hanging in
โดน
there.
VR ฮะ
3 more rounds to go.
วันนี้ก็
Give us
พี่
yet
เกาหลีแดก
another
ร้อยจ
overtime.
ริงเหรอวะนี่
Got to be a timeout left for Nongshim.
I don't think they've used either on this map.
I
They've
don't
been in
think they
control the
have.
entire time.
I think you're right.
It was both
ซีอูถ้า
committed
จ
in
บ
the
โอเวอ
first
ร์ไทม์แล้วจะเอา
half
กี่โมง
by
ยิงเยอะกว่าทำไมวะ
G2.
เนี่ย
Yeah.
กูช็อกเข้าไป
I
อีก
assumed they hadn't used them.
กูช็อกเข้าไปอีก
Sometimes a little bit tough here, but this is crazy work from Trent. My goodness. Just so ready for that second peak. Yeah, there you go. First timeout from Nongshim. They've got 2 to work with. And a lot to talk about here. And you know, G2, just like Nongshim on their attacker side, seems unstoppable.
It's always a gamble, though. You're opening up that door again for Josh Artie to start getting back in, reconnecting with Valen. Giving him some more ideas on how to keep this going.
Well, I think the G2 camp, my assumption is that they're going to be a little bit slow at the beginning of the rounds and then look for that opening that Nongshim's been giving them. So is Nongshim, is that going to be what, you know, Silkanon is talking about here? Like, let's see if we can use that against them by being a little bit defaulty, being really quick with the flanks. You know, don't be afraid to clear some of that Cypher util early if you get in deep and put some question marks into G2's heads. At least make them have to consider some of what's going on the map potentially. Leaf and Jogamo
ไม่ให้แบงค์นอนไม่เป็นไรไม่เป็นไรมันยังไงมันก็จบตอนมันจะโอเวอร์ไทม์16-16แต่ย้ายไปอย่างนั้นเลย
They're going absolutely crazy in some of these rounds. He's been keeping Nongshim in this thing, to be frank.
ไทยสโมกสูงจัง
That round, that Sheriff 4K, that one may be the one we're looking at as the reason Nongshim gets in the
เอาว่ะกาลาดสปิดซีว่ะแล้วอยู่3ด้วยครับ
Shot off the cam initially. Ivy not going to be seeing much of anything quite just yet. Blazeball going to be situated, and Dambi able to snap back the ult. Jogamo denied for now. TP over, RB joining it back plat.
โอ้โหบวกกันยับบวกกันยับบวกกันยับบวกกันยับบวกกันยับเทกันยับเลยโอ้รีบไปหน่อยเฮียจีทูชนะไปนี้ครับคนเยอะกว่าครับ
Once again has to try to clutch. The 1v2
versus
Valorant trying to try to bring this series to its end.
2-1 นะ 2-1 อย่าพลาดนะ G2 เฮียชิบหายละ
This is a slow creep now. Hearing the tap.
เฮียมันจะตามโอเวอร์ไทม์เหรอวะ
Situated on C.
He's got his recon back.
Does he send it? Does he give away his angle of approach?
Right.
Backside plant. Trying to check which angle, but tag to 5 immediately. Trent
เม็ดแรกหัวก่อนเลย
gives him the chance to just simply walk away.
เซฟไปเซฟไป
He's gonna get caught with util. Trent will have it. Another 3K. Another round for G2. The timeout. Shrugged off.
ทำเป็นเล่นนะทุกคนนะ
rounds separating us from
น้องชิมจะโดนนะเนี่ย
I mean, the big thing here right now.
คนนึกมันจะไม่เอาเลยเมื่อกี้ถ้ามันรัดไปเอาเจ็ตเลยเจ็ตโดนตันใช่ปะ
Not good.
มีพลาดมากกว่า
Great. So that means, you know, you would think that this is going to go to 12-11, and Nongshim's only going to have one more real full-buy shot at this.
And this time you do not have that overdrive.
No.
มันทำให้เห็นแล้ว
Not even close.
You do have Francis with a sheriff.
เก็บซื้อสไนครับ
Yeah, that's GG.
เห็นเมื่อกี้แวบๆนะเหมือนอาร์บีจะเก็บฟูลเลย
Just a classic for RB. Check down towards Sewer. Drone over the top, getting the spot out. Quick backpedal. Recon will fly.
นี่ไงไอสัตว์เดี๋ยวก่อนนั่นไงเฮียชิบหายแล้วอุ้ย
Flash to the corner, some spray there from Valen, but RB covered the Phantom, and suddenly it is just Trent standing. Nongshim getting over the line in a thrifty fashion.
ได้ไปต่อเพย์ออฟครับไอสัตว์
denied.
เฮียไม่ต้องซื้อ
Denied.
ไม่ต้องซื้อปืน
What an absolute
ที่
banger.
หลังจากเนี้ยไอสัตว์มึงซื้อแค่เชอรี่พอ
Fought tooth and nail for this. You have to be so impressed with them. And Nongshim players, that was a grind. It was grueling.
กูจะรู้อ่ะ
But they get there. My heart breaks for G2. They come so close.
วินบายชนะยากชนะเย็นครับซื้อเชอรี่มากระบอกเดียวไอสัตว์วินอีซี่เลยอะไรเล่นเกมเดียวกูวะ และ G2 ครับล้างแค้น XLG ได้ครับแต่ยังไม่ผ่านยังไม่ผ่านหนองชิมครับยังล้างแค้นหนองชิมในรายการมาสเตอร์ไม่ได้ครับ G2 โดนหนองชิมอีกแล้วแพ้ครับ เมกาครับอันดับ1เมกากูไปแล้วฮะโหแรมบีแม่งด่านแม่งเอาสุดเลยผมก็เห็นหน้าโยแมนมันยิงตอนนี้มันหน้ามันบื้อจัดบู้จัดพอยิงเลยดูแบบ
That sheriff has been touched by God.
แล้วมันจะไม่ล้างแค้นตลอดไปความเติมกูรู้ว่าโลโอมกูรู้ว่าโอมเย็ดแค่
But overall, a fantastic performance from all of Nongshim Red Force, every single player across the board. Having their moments. I mean, Dambi just doing Dambi things the whole way through. What a series! Hellishly entertaining. That's it for myself and Paper Thin for today's episode.
Thank you very much.
เจอกันใหม่วันนี้นะครับวันนี้ตอนเท่าไหร่นะ6 โมงเย็นเหมือนเดิมเห็นไหมครับเจอกันบ๊ายบายทุกคนครับผมเจอกันครับบ๊ายบายครับจุ๊บมั่ว